明天不上班怕什么半夜死人时间？你要想一下，我们昨天播到早上10点。早啊，小小。虽然我还在吃我的午餐。好扯，为什么你还在上班啊？请问你老板有付你加班费吗？ 今天晚上是不是有点早啊？
Despair, Nathan Stoyer is your world champion.
Off the top! Wow!
Champion is Yuki Ichikawa from Japan.
John Finkel wins the most amazing game of Magic. I think I
好，开始啦！啊，怎么还是跟去年跟昨天一样的精彩剪辑啊？
He's on top of the deck. Oh, it's Lightning Helix! Oh my God!
From the United States, Nathan Stoyer.
今天比什么？今天是一样，前3轮是那个 OLB One 的轮抽，然后接着是最多5场的先驱赛。那为什么是最多呢？是因为先拿到36分的人就会直接锁定8强资格，他会让你没有办法和局。那昨天打啥？昨天一样是打3局的轮抽，加上5局的先驱，然后12分的玩家可以进 Day 2，就是进今天。 那昨天我们的台湾的 Josh 虽然打了一个3-0开局，对，靠着飘屏的淫威，对，但是他先驱全爆，所以是一个梦幻开局3-5出局，帮 QQ。 对啊，先驱啊，居然没有什么，居然是打先驱。现在官方就是强推先驱，他已经没有在办什么摩登比赛了。
Absolutely. What about you, Cedric?
For me, it's all about Phyrexia draft, and any good pro tour has a booster draft element to it. We saw a little bit yesterday.
啊，附带一提，明天的8强是打的是 BO 5的先驱。第1局、第2局不换背牌，然后3、4、5局是打背牌战。
I can guarantee that. Let's take a look at the tournament schedule and find out what happened with all of the action yesterday. Monty, how do we kick things off?
As we always do at the Pro Tour Maria, we started with 3 rounds of Phyrexia All-Will-Be-One draft. After that, we swapped over to Constructed for the afternoon, Pioneer being the format of choice. After 5 rounds of that, all players with 12 match points, that's a 4-4 record.
先驱当然好，他打小白。
Back today for day 2.
And what about day 2, Cedric? What is happening today?
就抽的不好啊，说实在的。他打的没有很差，但是，唉。
We've got 5 additional rounds of Pioneer Constructed to figure out who's going to make it into the elimination rounds.
他遇到了2套红黑牺牲，本身就是很难打的对局，然后1套红黑也是不算好打的对局。对，然后5位创新，没有那么好打，就是要看莎莉亚抽的多不多，跟那个1套混黑的大绿。 那据说那个大绿湖中之湖被 top deck 的乱七八糟，那也是没有办法。
We did have a lot happen yesterday, and we've got a lot to go over here from the Pennsylvania Convention Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. We've got players here in this hall, of course, for the Pro Tour. Magic Philadelphia taking place downstairs in all of these rooms that you don't see, but we've put our attention to the first booster draft and that feature draft with birthday boy Luis Scott Vargas.
对，你可以看到我们昨天他就坐在 LSB 的上家，那个轮抽，他第1 pick 超级快，快到我们所有人都认为他一定就是拿炸弹，嘿，果不其然就是飘屏。哪有人那个第1 pick 连5秒钟都没有想，那不就直接传出去的？好歹你也看一下，记一下嘛。 演一下也好啊，对不对？那个拿起来5秒，传出去。
Incredibly powerful Reduke, able to get a win there with Selesnya Auras in Pioneer. And then we do see Shota Yosoka, who is having another wonderful tournament. Seems like the guy never loses, but does pick up a loss there to David Inglis. We love Magic because it's global, so we see players from all over. Riku Kumagai, a player that we saw a lot during the online era, battling there. And speaking of online players, team handshake in the house here with Tristan Wild LaRue against David Inglis. Inglis able to get the job done there over his teammate to kick things off at 7-0, but picking up a loss here against our only undefeated player here on day number 1.
全胜的是那个白绿贴皮，对，先驱的白绿皮。哦，昨天那是。 只能说连摸带奶啊！那个母胜树是发挥了很大的功效。反正只要是神器结界，右手母胜树都能处理，是真的猛，直接把那个阿布赞按在地板上，还抽不到白地，可怜。对。然后比较知名的几个选手 ，Red Duke 跟巴斯冈都是7-1。
Yeah, so I guess it's not a secret that I like drafting blue in a lot of limited formats, but I actually found the blue cards to be quite good in this format.
用奶的可耻，他不止奶，他还自摸。他的被那个100白全场压全场1费以下，右手一掏，母胜树，炸，是真的很厉害，真的很厉害。
You know, obviously there's always nerves about did I pick the right deck? Did I play enough? And after a 4-1 start, only losing to your teammate David English on Obzon Greasefang, I think you got to be pretty thrilled with this combo deck.
Yeah, so I actually Greasefang and Lotus Field were the 2 decks that we spent a bunch of time on, and I had like spent a lot of time in the Lotus Field deck. Tangram just spent a lot of time on the Greasefang deck. I was kind of deciding between those 2, and in the end, we kind of just both played the decks that we loved because we had like spent so much time on them, and I just really liked the Lotus Field deck. And it's treated me well. I enjoy playing it. I'm still, learning. This is my first Paper Magic tournament, so I'm still getting used to
这2天的，就是这些 Pro 的采访过来，其实可以感觉到先驱是一个练习量可以很决定你的胜率的一个赛制，所以几乎你会听到所有的 Pro 都在说，他们都是打最后练了那么多牌，最后就是去挑了一副最熟悉的，而不是挑了一副自己觉得最强的。对，哦，这也是老选手，老 Pro。
Let's talk about your draft. A blue-green deck, a good start.
Yeah, blue-green, worst color combo, but wasn't looking to draft that. Started off green, tried to get basically every other color, but blue to go with it. But
拿了蓝绿的轮抽，他觉得蓝绿是一个相对差的色组。这个的话，统计的下来的话，蓝绿确实没有很好。对，蓝绿的表现没有很好，但是还是炸弹还是会蛮明显的啦。就算是你拿到很好的，像昨天 LSV 拿白绿色组只有1张杀，还是被干飞乱七八糟的。对，只能说这个系列的炸弹是真的是有点太强。
Monsters in limited and obviously big green monsters in constructed. Jess, excuse me, is it creativity putting Worldspine Wern into play? You did that a couple times yesterday too, yeah?
Yeah. 15-15 trample, dull its power haste.
然后对他的先驱打的是那个无畏创新红绿神翻15-15亚龙 double 力量打一拳30击践踏。刚看了一下 Josh 太惨了吧？就这样嘛，总是有赢有输。对啊，他轮抽已经开了飘屏皇，把自己的运气用掉了。
Really close one against Ragda's mid-range. That matchup is always, you're playing off the top. You need to draw something good at some point, and I did. And then last round against Ben Lundquist, my teammate, who was playing Orzhov Aura, and that matchup was cool and weird. And I have a lot of removal for his creatures, but he had Fiendslayer Paladin, which is pro-red. Well, not really pro-red, but can't burn it. So Auto Aura bailed me out in that third game. I was insane. He got Paladin into play. He assumed he could just jam his auras, and I just had the one card in my deck that can bounce it. He even had the might in play, but it's colorless. It
不
was
是
like,
五位亚龙，是
So
那
that match
个
was
四
really,
级
really
亚龙
interesting.
，Well, a
15
couple
15
of things breaking
哪
your
一
way
只？
so far. Plenty of rounds
对
left to play today. We'll see if another top 8 is on the way here for Gab Nassif.
And here's a look at our standings after 8 rounds and 1 day of play. Only one player remains
对，这一次
undefeated.
的
That is
PT
Benjamin
有
Madsen
280
with
人。
Celestia Aura's
五位
deck.
亚龙是那个
Everybody who
吧
saw that，
下
come
地的
raise
时候
your
升
hand.
Power Stone 的
Got
那
your
个吧？
hands up, I would think in this building. David Inglis from Team Handshake alongside Tristan Wild LaRue, his teammate. They're both at 7-1. Hall of Famer Shota Yasaoka at 7-1, along with Takumi Matsura, Gab Nassif, and Chris Ferber. What else do you see on here, Monty?
Maria, things that stand out to me: Reed Duke, Hall of Famer, sitting there 6-2.
对啊，反正就是死掉会升3至5，然后会洗回圈。
Playing in his first Pro Tour, already qualified for the
Already 有个
World
只有62，
Championship,
这边
but sitting
那
there
应该是说错了。
one excellent start to his Pro Tour.
Andrew Santos
Jacopo
611。
Di Napoli from the Italian contingent. We had a chance to talk with these players before the Pro Tour, and one thing that he mentioned being really excited for, getting some stamped cards. He says he was robbed of that experience with online tournaments. So getting some stamped cards here was the second draft day.
Absolutely.
不过他用的是那个啊，进分场会洗回去的那一只，因为你不用你可以抽上手就可以用那个 Big Score 丢掉就可以洗回去。就你只要担心不要把红绿绳抽上手就好了。虽然我们昨天，对我们昨天那个 Red Duke 在最后要赢的时候，把红绿绳抽上手，又多拖了2turn才把它处理掉。June Davis 6-2，我也蛮喜欢他的实况的，我偶尔会去看。这一次出国2个，但是都倒了，都倒了。
Coming in for draft yesterday, everyone was smiling, they were excited, high-fiving each other. Today, draft deadly serious.
We're way more serious than day 2, as is generally the case.
All right, speaking of draft, that's where we're going to start off this morning. Let's take a look at some archetypes that some players might be interested in. Monty, we got the most popular archetype right?
Yeah, these were
没有，这个不是创火的那一边。
Into the weekend was red green. This is the best archetype oil counters mid range. This is what everyone's going to be gunning for. But of course, there was the question of
对那个无畏创新是它是纯组合技的那一边，就是只翻2个，它就是4回的 Big Score 7-1抽2，然后升2个珍宝，然后5回下地把2个珍宝给吃了，翻15-15加红绿绳，它套牌只有这2只生物。
All right, let's take a look at some more colors here that are possibilities in this draft format. Cedric, what stands out to you here?
Well, this is a fun one, right? Because on one side of things, you have White Black Corrupted, an archetype that people absolutely love and would like to get into.
几个轮抽系列，那几个轮抽的主题啦。 那如果有兴趣的话，可以去那个有一个网站叫做17 Lens， 它会统计各种那个 MTGA 的轮抽现开的胜率、选手胜率、那个平均结束回合数之类的。对，那附带一提，在那个上面，红白跟红绿的胜率大概有58%，都是前2名，所以你也可以看到，你看红白4副，3副红绿。 他们的胜率真的很高，这是昨天的30套牌。对，只能说这次的红色系列真的很强啦，包含了那个1点烧4，可以把那个544敏捷的当场烧掉，真的很酷哎。
Really nice to see every color pair represented in the 3.
那黑绿白蓝就看是开到什么炸弹吧，因为白蓝的胜率我记得其实不高。对。那今天的焦点桌不知道会看谁的视角。我猜应该是 Nathan 吧。
We have a sandwich of Team Handshake players Tristan Wild LaRue and David Inglis on the outside of Hall of Famers Shota Yasaoka and Gab Nassif. So these 4 players passing to Michael Go is going to make his position here really tough.
Yeah, I talked to Michael Go
不过这个
yesterday.
今天这个第一桌轮抽应该是会真的蛮精彩的。昨天的 LSB， 我们都觉得他拿的他有点没有很久没有打轮抽的感觉啦，可能老板的工作太忙了吧。反正昨天是打了一个1-2的战绩，对，而且还是因为对手秋天姐打错。 对，没错 ，Gabriel 黄帽子。
Today. Well, it's not just going to be us bringing you the action here
很早
from this tournament. We've got an
很
awesome
早
team
就成名的 Pro。我猜今天应该我们的轮抽就是跟着他视角走了。
And Paul Chian. So excited to bring you all of the action from Pro Tour Phyrexia here for day number 2. And it's time for draft number 2. Marshall and Paul with the call. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Maria. That's right. We are here in the booth. That's Paul Chian, Marshall Sutcliffe, and we are here to bring you Booster Draft. This is where things get real, Paul. We're here early in the day on day 2. But as you saw from the pod structure, on day 1, it's random. You can sit with anybody. You never know what you're going to get. But now it's based on your record, right? So now the players who are real dialed in and are having a great tournament.
没错，而且我们 day 1的时候，我们的 Josh 狠狠的把 LSB 给炸烂。
Focus on here is Gabriel Nassif. And you can see his seat there in the lower right. And look at that. Shota, David Inglis, Michael Go, Tristan Wild, LaRue, Benton Madsen, our undefeated player. I mean, this is the death pod.
Yeah, absolutely. And you kind of see how there's kind of a weird separation here with the way players are seated. You have a lot of kind of the established players on that bottom right-hand side, right?
Yeah.
You have a bunch of top finishes there, but then a lot of the newcomers here on the top
我们
left
先
side.
闭着眼睛未看先猜巴斯康阻蓝黑。
The way that the draft shakes out, because of course players like Gabriel
蓝黑狂魔啊，巴斯康。
millions of times before, but relative newcomer Benton Madsen, of course, with that amazing 8-0 start, see if he can kind of continue what he's been doing in this draft.
That's right, Gabriel Nassif right in the thick of it, being passed by Shota Yasoka and Tristan Wild LaRue. All right, let's get underway here. You can see the players are ready. They've got their 3 booster packs set out in front of them. They're going to be a called draft. You see our judges assisting the players, and they're going to be giving them instructions about when they can look at the cards, when to count the cards out to make sure that the correct numbers in the pack, and keep everything on the up and up.
我就是这边，可是这次黑色是大家公认轮抽相对弱的。哦，3.2飞，这次很强，减四人子很强，红绿箭，哇哦，好爽哦，红绿箭第一包还不用定色。 应该是没有什么好选的。
This card is truly excellent. There's even an equipment sub theme in this set. Like not that you need it to play a sword like this, but there's even
这把红绿箭是真的超强。
That the green
打到就赚2张牌，还可以夺下地。
So like you're not that unlikely to face it, and it just hoses the entire deck. So Sword of Fortune Frontier. But boy, what a stacked pack.
没有不拿剑的，剩下就是记一下你传了什么东西给下家啦。
You have to feel good about opening a colorless card that you know, no matter what.
记一下，要记一下牌啊！你不要像昨天 Josh 一样，那牌都没有记，传承回来不知道自己拿什么。哦，我第一 pick 拿飘屏皇啊。
Looks like he's pulled Volt Charge to the front, and that does look to be.
对啊 ，U 卡都很强 ，C 卡也很强，刚刚那一包是真的很强。那这边继续传5G 东西下去的话，应该是先拿烧山啦，烧山其实真的挺不错的。这个烧山针子在 C 卡里面 pick 也是前3名的样子。对。 那下家的话，要么走黑白嘛，要么走红白嘛。这个红料断下来，应该就差不多了。嗨，巴斯刚拿绿还不知道，还没有很明确。第一 pick 可以嘛？阿卡传出来了，那个3-1是真的有点鸟。对。那这一支传过来，巴斯刚有可能不拿绿。对。 还不知道，就是我们再看下去。
2 and 3 drop slot in the early part of the game. And if you can
这一张在红绿油里面算是挺核心的。
as well as the 2-mana creature in this case.
那一包看到1张绿而已，对，也有可能是绿本身就不好。
The red green sword and then picked a red and a green card.
对，因为这只绿色的 U 牌传过来了，所以上家真的是巴斯刚有可能不拿绿的，有可能啦。
You gotta get somebody into red green so you can get them. Ooh, there's an exuberant Fusling speaking.
这个黑绿这一只传过来了。虽然它跟刚刚那个红烧没有很搭啦。被炸了吗？还好吧。还好吧，就是放掉一个红烧而已啊。如果要转的话也可以啊，要继续的话也可以啊。他继续拿的这个就是继续专心走红绿的主题。那上家看起来不走黑绿边嘛？对啊，那代表绿色生物会继续过来，没什么问题。真的要我说的话，我觉得巴斯刚看起来比较像打白啦，因为白料很弱。
Yeah, absolutely. And now it looks like Furnace Punisher, just a really great solid creature.
3加3威慑没有效果。
Very irrelevant, but 3 mana for a 3/3 mana.
你在轮抽是不会看到它没有效果的。
Very happy to take that in the Thief. Now just looking to cut off red, right? 3 red cards with the sword, so really solid start here.
Yeah, Furnace Punisher added to the pile.
你看这个绿色炸弹都传出来了，这个绿色看起来是不太可能打的啦。
That does have a powerful late game. It just doesn't fit the format very well. It's not usually the game plan you want is to grind into the middle late game. You just want to get dead.
红绿的话比较不适合。
Yeah, there are formats where the card is excellent. I think we're just going to
因
see
为红绿要打节奏，不太适合这个东西。
The red cards here.
但是那个一旦拖到中长期对决，那个牌也是超强。
And then figure out what my second color is going to be.
哦。使出蛇不错。
Got hazardous blast ball to the front here. Is there anything else? One thing we'll note is the green that you mentioned just drying up a little.
Yeah, seeing a couple of white cards here, right? But I think the Steve is just happy to continue taking these red cards. And
这个的话就是，
it is possible you
你打红绿都会希望拿一张的东西，因为这个系列 1PP 的生物真的是太多了一点，比最黑 LSP 好多了，对比最黑 LSP 好多了。 他就有点感觉，就是已经很久没有打了，对啊。这边如果要继续有主题，就继续拿钻石嘛。啊，如果想要贪心再混点色的话，就是拿那个调色啊。全打1我蛮喜欢的，是啊，而且不能被挡，真的是很强啊。可是问题就是你不会放到2张以上啦，对啊，那个东西其实蛮容易传出来的。然后再来就是他现在生物没拿几只，有点小尴尬。
Titanic growth for maybe pump spell diversity.
Yeah, I guess you'd rather just have the crescendo and keep cutting red.
而且他现在也是进入一个很尴尬的状态，就是手抽了红绿剑，然后最后走进了红绿，所以你在这个轮抽对局中，你可能你可能只会发挥到1半的效果。哎，对。这个判刑扣下来，不要把自己的红绿被。
Maybe he opens up a black planeswalker or a white one, and he can just shift over into that and have that.
一直抽招没什么生，没有好生物。他不喜欢使出蛇吧？我猜他可能想要拿一些游边的生物，不是拿毒边的生物。
So that is a fairly late custom pair, not an incredible card, but a solid card, right? It's, but in a kind of a more controlling shell.
可是这个颜色也不是一张好牌啊。
Look at the cards in the pack and try to see, okay, what table, right? What are the colors that I'm seeing here?
真的是没有生物。那个4点叫4-3，进场2个油可以拔有站起来的，跟5-4拔有敏捷的都没有出，然后1-3-7抽1的也没有来。对，当然不无可能是上家也打有主题啦，但是。 不知道有什么东西比这个11好的吗？比这个00好的吗？感觉断绿料还好吧。就是游边都没有拿到，游边的 C 牌出的很差。对。
So you're not going to see those packs where you go, oh my gosh, I can't believe this card tabled. Because guess what?
生物源少，可能要转白吧？我觉得可能要转白，因为商家最后还传了那个32猫过来，要转白其实不是不行的，就是走红白5具，毕竟 D pick 也是个5具嘛，只要多拿一点5具，好像不是太困难的事情。对啊。 这边的话，生物是真的。绿直捞这个人，他放掉了2只蛇，是他没有拿的，而不是没有传过来。他在蛇跟那个全场打1点之内选了全场打1点，然后另外pick是去拿了那个+3+1。对，所以他优先选择招，然后放掉了生物。
He's got free from flash. Ooh, there's a flash and a Vorak.
Oh, and a scrap
armor. Is there a
猫王哦？但说真的，我这边看到猫王，我搞不好就往白走了，我就绿色放掉就好了。
Exactly. But the thing is, when it's between potentially moving into a second color or just taking Hex Gold Slash, you just take the Hex Gold Slash. The question is, do you want to consider some of those green cards? Now, you didn't see any green pack 1. However, one could argue that maybe a more powerful option could be something like the Scrap Order. But Hex Gold Slash,
坚持在红色的路上。
I mean, the fact that one of the most powerful archetypes in the format is just the toxic deck, right? And if you play against the green toxic deck, it's just one mana
想拿烧，可是那个烧真的没有那么好。跟应该说他的招已经很够了。他再拿那，而且那主要是那一只猫王真的很强，那个1人战队。真的是铁一波。如果是继续铁下去的话，拿这只5巨人也不错啊。可是。 你拿这只5巨人，你就会他妈的，为什么我刚刚没有拿猫王？这样。
It's one of those things where you go, well, maybe Bladegraft Aspirant is just not strong enough. Maybe now is the time for me to consider one of these more powerful green cards. The Brutalizer is a better card.
你看这一 pick 这一包绿料超级多。
Care about the toxic as much. In which case, you're just looking at a 4-mana 4/4 body, which is still
something. Okay, he took the Aspirant.
Alright.
You can hear the judge.
猫王真的很猛，但是慢啊，只能说但是慢，他可能不喜欢，或者是。
That's draft damage for sure.
好吧，我不知道。哎呀，这个商家这个22传回来，天使传回来，我觉得他要被炸烂了。下家拿什么啊？下家是这些东西都能传的话，那应该他的第2 pick 应该是检视吧？那检视的话，可能会拿毒鞭。这个人就现在就是。 铁头红，这红色生物真的很差啊，哥，这么铁啊！哇，最铁的那一种哎。 白色生物一只传过来，绿色生物一只传过来。白绿都不错，重点是他还一直拿红边，真的是最铁头的。对。 不要就是不要，真的是不要就不要。他生物现在那搞不好没有5只。 真的，然后现在选这个就会觉得，你看选这个32，你就会觉得，干我第一包为什么没有拿猫王？哎，来由生物来了，那现在进不进绿？现在是进红还是进绿？对，拿白拿绿都很白痴，然后就只能铁头拿红，呵呵。不过这一支其实不错啦，4点叫33敏捷，然后送1之1。对，这一支其实是红色名列前茅的 pick 数的生物。
As you can see, the players count out the cards before passing them.
Pick up the back. You have 25 seconds.
Procedure. You do have to do that though. Here at the PT.
他可能还在想，等我第3包开个炸弹。哦，还有一只，哎，那这样他的红色生物突然就多起来了。
you know, the thing that I keep thinking about, Paul, is what you just touched on, which is like, what's my curve like? Where are my twos?
Right, exactly.
I'm really nervous.
And that's the thing.
还行还行。刚刚放过，刚刚放过绿色。哦，真的是很尴尬，就是你拿那个32装5局的猫，你就会觉得为什么我会把猫王放掉？
Yeah, and I think you're gonna see. Oh, this. I mean,
哦，继续拿更多的生物。
Right.
Yeah, Barbatter Fist.
There's just no question that you're just gonna take this. Might be the first 2-drop in the sweep stack. So
这个31也是
very excited to see that. Again, still has
挺不错的，
really solidified
挺不错的。
a second color. In fact,
只要不要对到黑色都好。
but
对，黑色就是各种减1减1，减1减1，然后就爆开了。对不对？现在是不是要进红白5局了？对不对？你看啊，哎，进红白5局了，那你的猫王真的会回来吗？哎，猫王是不会回来的啊。 真的想打纯红？没有啦，应该是不太可能打纯红。不过就是主要是因为这个系列的炸弹太强了，所以很多时候都可以保持着就是拿1色，然后另外几色就拿个几张牌，然后看有没有办法去开到炸弹，然后就往炸弹那个方向走。对。对。
I'm okay playing the first spear in a lot of instances. We do talk about the fact that the format is pretty quick.
主要是因为这个炸弹真的是有点强，所以这个系列有很多种拿法，包含了像昨天那个虽然比较邪念一点，但是秋天姐昨天就是拿了那个4颗金球，再加上所有的调色这个多色 U 牌，对，他也没拿到几张解，有一张打2点跟一张那个啦，跟一张烧3呐。对，然后加3加1是有2张作为一个战斗轨迹也是很不错的了。对。
Okay, so as we wind down this pack here, Paul, when he picks up his pack to review it, he's going to look at what feelers does he have and what does his curve look like.
天使过来了有那么差哦？不太好。这个最近这个系列节奏有点太快了。天使的话偏慢，只能说天使偏慢。对。
At the moment,
I think you're right.
And then he's got the Fuseling, he's got the Punisher, so he's got a 1 drop and a 2 drop. So you're going to see in this pack 3, there's going to be instances where Nassif will have the opportunity to take a more powerful, expensive card, but there's a very high chance he's just going to go for the 2 drop instead if given that.
那这边就看第3包有没有办法开出一个惊天炸弹，开什么混什么，对不对？ 而且其实刚刚你可以看到，就是下家的回传是不打白的嘛，对，然后也应该也是不打毒吧，对，那可能就是检视贞子那边可能是一个黑、蓝黑或是黑绿之类的，对。
Then all of a sudden your mana
所以
base is
跟
going
那
to
个
be
天使无
skewed in
缘
a way where it's not going to be
没
easy
什么
to
理由
play
拿。
that adaptive on turn 1, and that's where most of the upside of that card comes from.
Yeah, I think that, you know, if he does
这是 PT 啊，他们不会扣牌啊。 没有扣牌的意义啊。
secondary color because he gets a little bit of help here out of this third pack. It wouldn't take much, I don't think, to push him in that direction. That adaptive is
纯红，然后等一下看，只要能够开一个炸弹，
but he is going to need more. Like you mentioned,
都没什么问题。
no Vorax, you know, no fights or bites, like nothing going on outside of it. Let's see what he can find here. And let's keep an eye on what kind of discretion he uses to fill out that curve, as you mentioned, Paul. You know, I would not be shocked if he had like a sweet 4 drop and he's like, well,
Axiom Engraver. Axiom Engraver, slam it.
There it goes.
I think he'll still take a Dragon Wing Glider though.
Yeah,
that's
he would.
Maybe a Koth.
Koth would be absurd. There's a Furnace Strider, speaking of.
And no cheap creature. So it's going to be between the Furnace Strider and the Chimney Rabble most likely here.
这边的话，我比较喜欢4-5一点啦。对。
But you know, you'll take him. He could also take the Magmatic Sprinter if he really wants to make the curve pick. the rabble performs significantly better. In fact, the strider does too.
5 seconds.
Yeah. I mean, maybe you just take another rabble. It is a cheaper card.
It's the cheaper of the two best options, right? Yeah.
To your left.
Okay, so that's fine, but you know, that's not a removal spell. That doesn't solidify.
各种乱拳打死老师傅，不要怕。
So while you pick up what is one of the best commons in the set, he's going to need.
哦，4只吗？哦，这个不错，这个不错。可是它的油生物有点少。
No cheap card.
哦，黑白这只船来了。
The Anointer is fantastic in the red-green oil strategy, but I'm not sure if Nassif has a ton of cards that have oil counters, right?
No, he's got a bunch of chimney rabble.
Yeah, there's an exuberant Fusling as maybe the only card if it's just mono red.
问就是第4只。
If he could dip into green, the adaptive will have it too. But you know,
just all the chimney rabble.
If you're chimney rabbling, then I think you just want to hit that on turn 4 like actual every time.
不太可能拿油吧？你跟油已经没什么关系了呢。
Oh, okay.
啊
I mean, if you're monocolored, you can afford to play that landed perhaps.
真的吗？
Going, look, I have enough rabbles.
Sure.
它跟油已经没什么关系了呢。
How about a
说实在的。
Oh, that's a Vorak.
啊，油牌现在第3包一直传来，好痛苦哦。
Right, that's the problem.
So, could take the Vorak and go. I have the adaptive. I now have the Vorak and the battle chair. Should I choose green? You do need 3-drops as well. He doesn't have a bunch of 3-drops either.
No, he doesn't.
And the Vorak is significantly better.
5 seconds.
I would
than the other options.
I would say, okay, I'm going to be green.
All right.
And I hope to find, you know, 1 or 2 other decent green cards to go with it.
好吗？突然
It just hasn't been that, you know,
突然又要进
that says, come on in. And this is
突然又要进油边了。哇，2只这个。
So now he's going to be more open.
More 4
黑瑞克西亚竞技场。
The best option here.
现在要歪绿，也不能说歪绿，因为说真的，我真的觉得是第1包的 C 牌开的太差了。 不然那个 U 牌有那只那个一点的，其实挺不错的。
Yeah. I don't really like playing too many skull bombs. They cycle, they're okay, and
but
sure,
if you have
you're
1 or 2 1-drops,
yeah, yeah.
The back, you have 25
You do
seconds.
have the adaptive and the Fusling.
There's another Blazing Crescendo.
Wow, this is kind of a blank.
Has been a disaster for him.
Yeah.
Pack 3.
Seeing some white cards, but
maybe disaster strong because he did pick up strong commons, but they're just not the stuff that he needs.
现在要歪白吗
He has powerful cards in his deck.
Serious?
Right now, just the big concern is, will he be able to survive?
Yeah.
Right, just because the curve is currently not ideal.
It's going to take a mandible
Wow.
here. He does have a couple of other white cards.
Wow.
You know, maybe he's not fully convinced on the green plan just yet.
Battle chair is not what we need.
纳雅吗？再想一下。
There's a 3-drop, no red cards.
Okay.
Right, not a single red card here.
I would just take the Basilisk then.
Yeah, just fill out the curve.
5 seconds.
Definitely would not take Plague Nurse.
Yeah, Plague Nurse in this deck is just the 4-mana 3/4, which is not really where you want to be, and Nassif already has 4 4-drops in his deck.
Right. I feel like
他
when you
真
look
的
at
很
the
不喜欢
floors
这
for
只
him,
蛇，是不是？我好喜欢它哦。
You have 20 seconds.
And you can see basically everybody is prioritizing these cheap
哦，
cards,
油
which is why
油
Nassif is
网
also just not
油的
seeing
那
that.
个
There's a
抽一
Oil
只
Gorger
跟
Troll,
这个
there's
一点
also a
的。
Sawblade Scamp, and I think he just needs the body.
Yeah.
I mean, again, my mind keeps going back to the Sword of Forge and Frontier as well, where I'm like,
其实
I
都
want
可
things
以
like，that.
我比较喜欢
Just
一
sitting
点的一
around,
点啊。
ready to pick up the sword and slam.
Draft.
Yeah.
Shuffle and pass.
Nassif
8
just gonna take the
cards to your
scamp
left.
here. 3 1-drops though.
对啊，现在开始拿蛇，
Pick up the
One,
back.
two
就
drops.
前面放掉了2只蛇哎
Oh,，2 2-drops. Or the
2
cultivator.
个一起来是真的很酷哎。
Okay. Or he
这
can
是
take
那
less by
个
Cultivator.
Yeah.
It does give him a little more oil, though. I don't think he really has the
His
payoff.
curve isn't super high. And it
可是
does
这
kinda
只
stop
妈的头
the
对他来
force,
说
right?
很重
But
要
we。did see in the draft yesterday,
这只
Luis
妈的
valued the
对
cultivator
他来说很
very
重要
highly.
Yeah.
就是因
So
为
I
它
think
太
maybe
多的
it's a
是
team
非了，
thing
所
where
以
they're like,
那一
the
只
steward
妈
is
头
all
是
right,
2跳式的
but
关
most
键
of the。time it's just a 2-mana 2/2.
seconds.
I'd rather have what I'd rather have the cultivator.
I like it
自己
too
的
because
包
it does get your
第二包的策略太差，没有吧？应该说是第一包
Okay, they make Matt
的
take back it looks like, so he's going to take that.
我觉得就是
anyway.
Right.
So the real
你要知道他第一包其实是放了那个红白连击5局出去的，所以他其实是会担心他的下
Pick up
家
the back, you have 10 seconds.
是打5局的。
tough seat, they're always tough at the
所以
BT and especially
所以
when
他
you
放掉猫王
here, it
可能
gets very
也是担心
difficult.
第二包
They're not
会
gonna
被
make
炸
it
烂
easy，for you. Everybody knows that cheap cards are
因
winning.
为他传了
You know, the Steve
白飞
does
兵
have
嘛
4-1，
然后连击
he
5
does
局
have
跟
a
减时
hexagon
减视
10
嘛，
seconds.
Right.
那有两个是带白的，所以他可能会认为
plays that you can play
下家
in the
打
first 2
白
turns
的
of the
几率
game.
挺高的。
So-
虽然我们看回传的表
Not
现
a thrill of possibility.
可能
Draft.
下家感觉
That is-
比较是
that is
选的
something that you can do
减
on
视
two
减
for
视
sure.
那一
But he
边，
doesn't have
但是
a very high curve.
可能他不想赌吧，说实在的，
Get
可能他不想赌
a
啊
little more reasonable when you're not
对
trying
啊
to cast 5, 6
Draft.
mana spells,
Pass
Yeah.
3 cards to your left.
and you just
Pick up
want
the
something to
back,
do
you
on
have
turn
5
2.
seconds.
Ideally, you affect the board, but you know. Okay, he's going to take a
Draft.
veil here
Pass
as we
2 cards to
wind
your
down.
left. Pick up the back,
Pack
you have
3 for
5
Gabriel Nassif. I
seconds.
really like how he navigated this draft.
没有拿猫
That
王
was very，
最后
difficult
就
to
是
beat, as far as it gave him a bunch
第一
of
包的
easy
绿色
stuff.
油料又太差，然后
I was like, oh, okay.
第二包回传的白色又没有
But
选
then，all of a sudden,
然后自己开到了猫王，最后也没有进白，
that he
有
was
点
not being presented with, and
有点尴尬，有点尴尬。
move through. And by the way, look at this. We get to see all the
没选绿边
Yeah,
有
but,
点
I
诡
mean, if you just
异
look。at the overall complexion of deck, you have to just think
还好
about
吧
at least the bright
几
side,
个大
bright
pick
sides,
我都
right?
觉得
You have
普
a
通，我觉得就
bomb,
是
fantastic artifact. You've got some removal,
有没有
and
有没有选到猫王
you
跟
know,
有没
you
有
have
铁
those
头的问
cheap
题啦。
cards that you might not have a ton of 2s, but you have cards that can potentially snowball the game. You have the adaptive, right?
他如果
You play
拿了
that
猫
turn
王
1, then you just
就会
play
进
some-
白
play some，
那
spells
回传的
afterwards,
白
all
料
of a
就
sudden
会
that
会
gets out of
就会
hand.
长得
You
完
can
全
get
不
some
一样
free。wins there. You have the hazardous blast as well. That card is an extremely powerful effect, especially in this format. You want
还是
to
没有
have those
SV
early
好
starts, but also there's many decks that have lots of one-toughness creatures, so that card really
好一
shines
点
in a deck
好一
like
点
this.，
但是我
Yeah,
觉得
absolutely.
在这
I
一
think that
桌
those disciplined
他
picks
应
in
该
pack
是
3 are
1
gonna
杠
serve
2
him
的
very well,
或以下。
particularly anytime he draws a sword of Forge of Frontier.
我觉得他的上家跟下家
Bodies to put that
拿
thing
的
on,
应该都
and
会比
depending
他
on
好
the
很
matchup,
多很
that
多
card。can be the one that decides it for you. Let's take a look at the list here for Nassif. So we
Where
see-
do 2-drops at?
Yeah, there's this huge gap there.
对
He technically has the bar Batter Fist, which
他
you
前
know,
期
acts
又要
as a
吃红又要
creature,
吃
so it would
绿，
be, you know, you can kind of envision it up in that upper
对
slot.
然后
And then the
硬
4
放了2
1-drops
张
here as well. His
炸弹就
threes actually
那
did come
个
together. The Furnace Punishers
泡泡就
there,
调色
the Contagious Vorak
然后
kind of
加3加1
leading
放
the
了
charge, and then he's got some decent stuff with the
啊
Sprinter. And he could have a really fast curve. Like the Sprinter has haste. He's got 3 Chimney
不知道，
levels
我
to
觉
battle
得
with. And as you mentioned, Paul, his curve only goes to 4.
Right.
Right? He's running 16 lands.
I mean, if you look
其
at
其
this
实
deck,
有一
it's-
只那
it's
个2点的是
basically
5局啦，
maybe
你要把它
3
当生
2-drops
物看
away。from being fantastic,
Yeah.
right? You top out at 4, you have a ton of 1-drops, you have hazardous blast. I mean, there's a
加
lot
3
to
加
like
会赚
about
牌
this deck.，
然
He
后
also
呢
is playing both of the
他就
skull
再
bombs,
多就是
and
张战
those
斗
are
轨迹，
basically
那
just
如果你
ways
被
for
回
him
应
to cycle，
那就
through
不
and
会
use
赚
the
牌
mana
了。
for the most part. And look, the thrill made it in as well.
加3加 A
So,
问题
you
就
know,
是
recognizing his
他
curve
一
being
赚就是
so
赚
low,
2
he
张，
can
一亏就是
certainly
亏2
afford
张，
to thrill away a land
那是一
in
个
these
上下限
scenarios
很大
and
的
keep
东西。
the-
然后
keep the train rolling here. Hey, this is a compact little deck here
Yeah.
for Gabriel Nassif. Of course, we're going to get a chance to watch him play it, but we are going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have Gabriel Nassif versus Michael Go. Don't go anywhere.
生物拿太糟，那没有办法，他生物开很糟，就第一包生物开很糟，也不见得全然是他的问题。反正那个第一包生物就是烂，一定不会只有他一个人烂啦，一定是大家一起烂啦。一包拿剑，然后没有了。不要怕，剑很强，剑会帮你赢。对，剑会帮你赢，不要怕。你坐下来第一局对面打红绿就赢了，对不对？ 哇 ，LSV 有进 Day 2哎。那他构筑也打得蛮好的嘛，代表他构筑至少有3胜哎。
And welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Phyrexia. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Keon. We are drafting early in the morning here on day number 2.
他说他现在4-5了。
Finished watching Gabriel Nassif draft his green-red deck, and he's going to now sit down to play against Michael Go, who has actually a similar. It's a deck that kind of reminds me of it, where it's heavy into one color with just a few cards in the other.
那是一个小问题啦，说实在的，但是
these two stack up well. Let's just say there is a significant
那个剑就很强嘛，打到就是会赚2张啊。
On Gabriel Nassif's side, 15 top finishes. This is going to be Michael's first run at a top finish here, and we'll see if he can put together a run. He's had an absolutely incredible day 1. Here's Gabriel Nassif's final deck. We just saw it before the break, but just to refresh your memory, heavy red, nearly mono red, but he's got a few key green cards. You know, I keep looking at the evolving adaptive over there as being one that if he can get that on turn 1, that could be a total game changer for him. Only gripe about Nassif's deck is that lack of 2-drops, but he's worked around it the best he could and given his seat, and he's got a compact aggressive deck. Now on the other side of the table, I mentioned it, heavy into one color. In this case, it happens to be black with just a little bit of red. He was sitting near Nassif at the table, so the red wasn't exactly flowing for him.
LSV 第一把输给那个 Yuki Ichikawa， 那个四川右属青屋的 Pro。
Yeah, it's mono black toxic, a little more on the controlling side here. As you can see, only 12 creatures in the deck, but splashing red for basically a Chimney Rebel and some removal spells here. Rebel Salvo, likely one of his first picks here. But yeah, Michael's just looking to play the Siphoner and the Bilious Skull Dweller early, get some toxic counters onto the opponent, and beat people down with the Bone Picker Scourge. I'm not necessarily envisioning a toxic kill here.
Michael,
but hey, you get some poison counters on your opponent, then all of a sudden you get to turn on your Bone Picker Scourges, and then they become 3-mana 2/2.
没有炸弹哎，
Yeah, and also
不知道打起来会怎么样。但是他打红帽子应该蛮爽的。我3-3-2站在那里，然后你4点叫3-3，你是一点都不想打的哎。 打过来就对撞一只，然后对我声音质疑，这个节奏会很不开心。
It does look like he can get corrupted pretty easily. And Bone Picker Scourge against green-red is very strong. They have to use a removal spell or it trades for any of their spells.
And Nassif doesn't
就是那个2张瓦斯卡跳楼会被那个各种生出来的意义干扰，可能被牌就要下掉了。
I'm not a big fan of that card. It is okay at putting poison counters, but there's so many cards in the format that produce tokens where the card just becomes irrelevant extremely quick. We talk about one of the best white commons in the set being Crawling Chorus, Basilica Shepherd, Charge of the Mites, Stinging Hive Master. All of those cards are things you can just sack and still leave something behind when your opponent casts that.
慢慢飘，但是红帽子他那边这里也是4张，4张1点中。
But I will say,
4张1点生物
against green-red. It's kind of okay.
It's fine.
Like
yes, in the green-red deck, it's okay.
The rabble.
But yeah, we say that, and then we're like, wait a second. Nassif has 3 Chimney Rebels.
Yeah, so you want to fire it off ASAP is kind of the deal. But really good start here with Bilious Skull Dweller from Michael. This is a very difficult card for a red-green to handle. It will often trade off for something much bigger, and it also has the ability to chip in and get the toxic thing going. So it looks like that'll happen here, and Nassif's going to take it. So there is 1/3 of corrupted or 1/10 of death from Michael's perspective. Does he have a 2 to follow up? He does. With the Blight Belly Rat, he can pass the turn back. Nassif hasn't done anything yet. Nassif, what do you got? You keep a Thrill opener?
That's an ideal start here for Michael. Now, if you're Nassif, I mean, I think you just have to fire off this...
What, does he have a slash or? Oh, he's
Okay,
going to
he
go
does have
thrill.
a thrill. Okay.
He's going to be mana efficient here,
Actually,
but I hear what you're saying. He's going to need to use that slash.
It's so punishing, though, if you don't use the slash next turn and just hope to play a creature to get in the way. If Michael has a removal spell, boom, all of a sudden you're corrupted.
Yes, and that can get ugly real quick.
Oh,
You
有
do
地
see
了，
Hazardous
还行。
Blast in hand here for Nassif, so he's definitely trying to maybe bait out one more 1 toughness creature to nab with it.
Yeah, and this is one of those formats where oftentimes in other formats, it's you want to save kind of your removal spells, right? And try to pick off the most important threat, maybe a bigger card down the
这
line.
边的
But
小
here
问题
it's,
是
you really
他
want
如
to
果
turn on
因为他
what
前
your
面没有
opponent's
烧
trying to
衣
do.
那个使出
I
嘛
mean,，he's not going to have much of a choice anyway, right? Like
变
if
成
Michael
他很容
actually
易
wants to
就
get
会
Nassif corrupted,
被
he
腐化
can,
掉。
right?
Yeah.
He can just like
他
let
只要
that
中
Blight
3颗
Rat
毒，
die.
那个
And as long as
对
one
手
or the
套
other
牌
gets
是有
through,
3只
something will
2/2
happen.
飞行时出性命的，
As it stands,
那些东西
Nassif
开
is going to
始
keep his options open.
爬
He's
起
going
来
to
之
play
后
Rustline Cultivator, but leave up the
他
2
他套
mana,
牌会很难打。
primarily the the one for the Hex Gold Slash here. He also does have Blazing Crescendo, and he may feel that he's in a position where he
That
wants
is
to use it
dicey
defensively.
with 3 mana.
It is,
from
but
you.
you know he could have played Furnace Skull Bomb here and still left up Hex Gold Slash.
要
So he's
灌加3
clearly
加1
keeping
了
it
吗
as an option.
He is keeping it as an option if Michael maybe taps out and then attacks. But given this attack, I think it's just Hex Gold Slash or just take it.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Also interesting to see this the Skull Dweller not attack.
Oh,
Oh, he
加
is.
3加
Go
1，
for it here.
Hey, we had the read.
Okay.
然后被回应就吐
And
了。
if you don't want to give Nassif that extra card here, you might be incentivized to use that removal spell, and this is going to be a Volt Charge
对，
here
这
from
就是这个
Michael.
很大这个加3加1的问题，就是
The
你一次
Cultivator,
赚是赚
you
2
don't
张，
get
你
the
一
card
亏
for
也
the
是亏
crescendo,
2张。
and you still get a poison counter. So that's a 2 for 1.
That is a disaster for Nassif. Now, he knew the risk he was taking, but that is rough that Michael had the instant speed removal at the ready there.
But you have to think, not only does he have the Volt Charge, he's got multiple copies of Vraska's Inquiry as well, right?
哦，他是手绑了绷带哦。
Excuse me, Vraska's Fall, right? So lots
He's
of different...
got 1 Inquiry and 2 Fall, yeah.
So lots of cards that Michael could have had in that instance.
场崩是不至于场崩啦
By。the way, Paul, Nassif took off the Band-Aid. His draft injury is healing.
他
It makes
再
it hard
抽
to
一块
shuffle.
地都还能打。
Definitely.
Needs to take it off.
All right, he plays Furnace Punisher here, which is a 3/3 with Menace, and it
对
is
手也卡地
his
了，所
kind
以
of hope of stabilization at this point. We also note that he
真的
missed
还好。
his land drop for the turn.
其实还好，
Yeah, and imagine if you're Michael, if you don't have a removal spell, just get in with the Skull Dweller.
跳一只，
Wow.
拿一个
Vraska's
毒，
Fall.
Don't think that was in his hand last turn.
That is
Wow.
really
这
nice
是摸上
draw
来
here
的
from Michael.
手牌刚刚没有，
Because
很
now
厉害
he。gets to pile
他
on
在对手
3
4
more
块地
poison, and it is
出
going
那
up
个
very
3/3 token
quickly
之前
here.，
成功的把它打出去了。
Nassif's
现在5
already
个
up to
毒，
what, 5?
对，
Yeah, because, and I'm still kind of going back to that Hex Gold Slash, where could have fired that off at any point before, and now you're at 5 poison.
有地就
And
都还
no
能打。
board right now with
Right.
2 toxic creatures. I mean, this is, like we talked about on the intro, effectively a mono black poison deck.
虽然很痛苦
All，right, is he going to crack this? Oh, he's got to crack it right away to try to
他
hit his
还没有
land
抽到
drop.
生
He
物
does have the Hex Gold Slash.
一路上
Boy,
都
he
没有生
missed.
物。
He hits his land drop, but he drew.
Gonna kill the red, as he does have the Hazardous
受不了了。
Blast to kill the Skull Dweller next
那
turn.
你早点
That
杀
becomes
不
a
就
problem.
好了？你
That's
为什么
one
一
more
回不
poison
杀？
Six.
Now.
对，这手4块4块地
7
了。
tick-tock.
Well, now we're at the point. I mean, Michael
True.
does. We were talking about how he has a more controlling version of the red-black poison deck. He's got a lot of spells that give you poison counters.
How about
Oh,
toxic
and
two
that
and
is
menace
problematic.
head cleaver here.
真的
Shoulder's
是
head
很痛
cleaver
苦。
comes down, and now
结果刚刚忍不了了，现在要被这只24维射打。 早就要早知道就再忍一阵。
He's going to have to tap out and just take 2 poison to the dome, which puts him real close to death.
下一回4颗毒了呢，
I mean,
怎么
based on what
办
we？saw before, I think
你
his
还没有
only
生物
play
呢。
is cast Hazardous Blast,
And that's not going to
get
do
Skull Dweller
对
off the battlefield, and then go to 9 poison next turn?
And then anything that proliferates, any creature hits with toxic, anything that adds a poison counter would be lethal. And let's also not forget, Michael Go is at 20. Like, he hasn't even been
全场打一
attacked
点
yet this game,
Yeah.
so he's got infinite time to figure it out.
Right, so Nassif
全
just
场打一点，
recognized,
然后
well,
吃
you know,
2个
I
毒
don't
剩
want
9，
to take 10
9
poison.
个毒。
Do this, and if you're on Michael's side, if you have any toxic creature, that's probably what you want to be doing here.
Yeah, he
而且
does have
他
chip
套
in
牌
hand,
还有
which
另
looks
外
kind
一
of
张
funny.
会直接
Right.
给赌
But
的
you,
那个
it's definitely better here
瓦
to
斯卡
not
跳
play
楼。
another toxic creature, because now Nassif has to answer Menace, Toxic Threat, and another creature.
He needed to have 3 blockers from 0,
Right.
or
烂透
kill
了
a 4 toughness creature
我
and
觉
have a
得
blocker.
我
That
觉
is
得
not going to happen. Game
他
number
有
1
点
goes to
太
Michael
贪了。
Go. He poisons
他
out
这个又不
Nassif,
想
gets
杀，
into
那个也不
10
想
in
杀
short，order. Let's see if he can do it
贪
again.
到后面
We saw some
就
mana
人爆
stumbles
开
there
了。
from Nassif, and it just felt like he never really got his game plan underway.
Yeah.
It also kind of fell apart when he went for that
The
risky
combat
blazing
trick?
crescendo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, here's Rustvine Cultivator, though, to start things off. For Nassif, just a swamp, and we see no Bilious Skull Dweller this time from
还
Michael.
行
That
啊，
was
这个先
critical
攻一
for
回
him
码
last game.
头
Yeah,。definitely.
对啊，他下回这边拿一个油，
This
下
is
回有
gonna
地
play，a Furnace Skull
跳
Bomb
4
here.
费3-3出来打。
He can activate his Rustvine Cultivator and
挺
try to
强的。
set up a Chimney Rabble for next turn.
Yep.
对，再
Okay,
放
he's
个
got a
油，
Gladiator here,
有
but
没有要
that
把这个
isn't
抽
really
掉？
the type of card that Nassif's going to care about.
考虑
Fleshless
一下有没有把这个
Gladiators,
抽掉。
it's not even very good.
It's a curve
手
filler.
上有地的
It's a
话
2-drop.
可以
Curve
不
Filler is
急
a
吧？
nice way to say it, yeah.
I mean, Nassif would probably play, if this was just one red 2-2, he would play a few copies of that in his deck.
Curve Filler.
Curve filler. Gotta fill that curve.
If you had to pick one person on the coverage team that you would describe as a curve filler,
No comment. Marshall. No comment. I'll just say myself. So
对啊，这边下地出3-3敏捷
all，right, land number 3 now for Nassif, but as you
还
see,
行还行。
the Rustvine Cultivator did pick up an oil counter on it, so he can use it to ramp out a Chimney Rabble. This is, look,
对啊，
it might not be the right word, but this is the dream, right, for Nassif's deck. Like, this is kind of the best
找
thing
旁
that
边
he
的裁
does.
判
He
拿头
curves
跟。
out to 4, and if he gets it on turn 3, well, all the better.
yeah, great start here for Nassif this time around. Now
他
with that
他
Chimney
这
Rebel
这个
2
套牌
has
他
some
最希望的
protection
就是这个节奏，然后接下来就是
against
打，
the
然后
Rebel.
看有没有办法灌个加3加1，赚点资源。
What if I'm the curve filler? Oh my god.
I just had no comment,
Oh my
Marshall.
god, now
We'll
I
just
have to,
keep it there.
now I'm going to
对
think，about
然
this.
后
Oh.
他的
All
噩
right,
梦
Stinging
来
Hive
了，
Master is going to hit the battlefield here for Michael.
那相对的蛮
And that can
克
at
的
least
啦，
trade off
真
with
的
the
是
Chimney
不
Rabble.
开心。
Because the tables are very much turned.
But-
we
but,
see Gabriel Nassif as the aggressor this time.
Nassif does have the Blazing Crescendo, and now when
这
you're
边
on
就
the
是打过
aggressive side
去，
of
然
things,
后
this card
丢一张
becomes
加3加
much, much
1。
stronger, right? Because now Nassif can go, well, now I can just beat you down.
Right, this is so much easier
Yeah.
when Michael's
Being on
tapped
the
out.
play is so nice. Yeah.
And he doesn't have any mana available, and you know exactly what you have available for yourself. Like, maybe the only mistake Nassif made was not winning the die roll. Although I will say that Bilious Skull Dweller on turn 1 for Michael, that is a game changer, right?
Yeah,
like that could
absolutely.
trade off for a 4-drop. That's the thing that
他
got
吃
the
过
ball
加
rolling
3
with
加1了，
Toxic.
所以他在
And
想
it's the type of thing that
要不要
he
打。
doesn't have here, and we can see that how differently this game's playing out. And being tapped out
Oh,
and with
吃
all
了。
that mana available there for Nassif, Michael's just going to take another hit, not trade off.
吃了，那这边就是
Oh,
继
nice
续
draw
下
here
4
for
分仔。
Nassif. Lattice Blade Mantis. So yeah,
对啊
really, really
你
great
看这个节奏
offensive
其实
start
挺
here.
漂亮的，这就是他最需要的，他最需要
And
的
you know,
东西。
with that Furnace
只
Soul Bomb, if
是
he kind
刚
of
刚的
that Mantis could
节
be
奏
5-4,
就有点
you know,
鸟，
pseudo-vigilance
上
for the
把
rest of the
抽
game
的不好，
effectively.
然后打的也有点贪吧。
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I've noticed also when you're playing this red-green strategy against decks that are trying to put poison counters onto you is oftentimes your creatures are going to be bigger than what your opponents are trying to do, right? And if you're on the play, you can just outrace them in a lot of situations while having your creature just be so much bigger so they can't even attack you back.
That's right. Looks like Michael feels the need to get the ball rolling on this toxic
打点
thing.
毒，
So he's going to attack with Stinging Hive Master, and this is going to prompt a potential double block here from Nassif.
I mean,
After game 1, he's probably like, I would much prefer not. You know, and the other
Just
thing,
take it,
he does take
yeah.
it, but it does get interesting here because, you know, I think that Michael is going to try to set up Bone Picker Scourges, right? Because that's a way that he can, if he gets corrupted, you know, he can have things that can block, keep his life level
Right.
up, or if he can start chipping away with them,
Oh.
he can swing this back.
Nassif almost forgot to put an oil counter on that
差
cultivator.
点就忘了上油
These
了。
streamers, you know.
I know.
Just
Just
they're just
it's
on
not
arena all
automated,
day.
right? Yeah.
酷啊！现在遗漏触发都可以说，他就都是打线上的
So
啊，他
still
不习
have
惯。
nice attacking options here
酷
with
啊
the Rabble
不是这样
and
子
the
的吧？
Mantis, especially with the Crescendo in hand.
Yeah, that crescendo is really kind of a big deal here. The downside, I don't know if I would call it a downside, but Nassif, he's probably anticipating a potential double block on the Lattice Blade Mantis here, right, with 3-2 and the 2-2, and the crescendo doesn't quite get it big enough, right? It'll get it to 5 toughness, which is
yeah. But I mean, I think you're okay just getting those 2 creatures off the battlefield.
maybe even better than okay.
Right, and I don't think Michael's going to be in a situation where he's going to be returning that gladiator into play anytime soon. Toxic, right?
Right, that's a problem. This is the ideal scenario, by the way, for Nassif, because he did use the Lattice Blade Mantis.
手上是减1减1嘛，回合结束前
One
再做
note
就好
though is
了。
Michael Go does have Whisper of the Dross, so he will be able to finish off this Chimney Rabble, right? As it will have 4 toughness. It's going to take 3 here from the Hive Master.
And he'll still lose the Hive Master either way.
He will, but he will, instead of just straight up losing to this combat trick, you can at least get the Rabble off the battlefield.
Yeah, that does seem huge. He's taking a lot of damage, 5, and he will be at 2 poison, so almost corrupted.
Right.
But that's so much better than the alternative.
Yeah, and that can turn on some Bone Picker Scourges if you have those. Ooh, a nice little 2-drop to play here off the Crescendo.
Cool.
And Michael mentioned he gets a Might out of the deal thanks to the Hive Master dying.
那这边是不是叫武具？还是想要再贪一点，先灌2颗油？
Barbed Batter Fist, likely the card that Nassif wants to play. Oh, can play it until the next turn, so choosing to just play the bigger threat here.
那回合结束前减1减1杀
The
掉。
Forge Centurion, yeah. All right, so here comes the Whisper of the Dross to finish off the Rabble
增值
and
2颗
put
毒。
Nassif 1 away from being corrupted. What is the plan for Michael here, though? Even if you can get him corrupted, he's so far behind on board.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the
哇，又抽
Bone
地。
Picker Scourge. If he gets him corrupted, he can play that. That'll allow him to cleanly trade with the Lattice Blade Mantis.
That's a start.
And another late oil counter here from the Thief.
这样没有 miss trigger 吗？
I suppose Michael should have responded to the Centurion by casting Whispers on the Chimney Rabble so that a counter can't go on the Centurion.
对，裁判说的对，你应该回应他释放的时候就减1减1，这样可以少1个油。没有他好，
Michael's surveying the scene here, and I don't think he likes what he sees particularly.
Yeah, tough situation to be in.
Bone Picker Scourge we were talking about. He actually has 3 of those in his list. It can do work, but he's 1 away.
Yeah, needs to be corrupted.
And then it's okay. You know, it'll
现在
trade
问
for
题
the
是
Mantis.
少
You
1
know,
颗
you can
毒
actually
啊。
make it work. But right now, he just doesn't have a way through.
他有毒的话，这波攻势就都拦得住。
Now is the time where you might see a double block here on the Mantis. Michael is down to 9, right?
Oh, he's 1 turn away from pure desperation, and I think that puts him in desperation mode right now.
哇，真的是先后手真的差很多。
put some counters on that Mantis.
那他如果先手是出3-2，加速出3-3那不能打。
Yeah.
但是因为你是后手，所以
Yeah, he's only got
你是被出完3-3之后出3-2，然后换他 tap 站起来之后，你又不敢挡，会吃加3加1。那他这先后手真的，这个系列的先后手真的差太多了，战斗轨迹太多了。
Yeah. Don't forget, you can play the Batter Fist and just throw it onto something. It only
就
costs
是
1
为什么这个系列的先手胜率超级高？
Every point of damage is going to matter here. That's why you
是
see
所有
Steve
轮抽
really
里
taking
面
his time with
最
his
高的。
turn. He's trying to figure out how he can shut the door on this game as quickly as possible. He does not want to see Bone Picker Scourges start getting active, blocking, trading, gaining some life, you know, and all of a sudden a removal spell can stabilize for Michael.
He's just going, where do these counters go?
He's going to put him on the Mantis, but since an artifact went to the
it does
graveyard,
trigger the Centurion.
Triggers as well.
So it can do both of the things.
拿起来
You
抽
can
一
find
张
a good, nice way to interact at instant speed. I think that'll basically shut the door.
Yeah, and he does get to draw a card, of course, off the Skull Bomb.
Right.
So.
哦，抽到了1点绿的
All
这
right, well, he
只
can
，just
play
in
the
time.
adaptive here and then play the Batter Fist to get triggers.
这样子等一下出5G 就可
So
以
he will
灌
not be
加
able
成
to
加1。
kill Michael this turn, but he is setting up for a really good turn this turn and a really, really, really good turn next turn.
Right, yeah. Wondering if he's going to...
Is there an equip that would make sense? Like, could he get extra damage in if he uses the Cultivator to untap
那
the
这样
land
这
and
回
throw
是
the
没有
Batter
好
Fist
打了
on
吗？
something?
Yeah, I don't know.
Or does it not matter?
Yeah, for me, I'm just thinking, is it worth it to just use this Lattice Blade Mantis to trade with the Hive Master plus the Gladiator, because that's likely the block that you're going to see?
I think so.
Right?
Like, I think
because
if I knew that I was getting that block, I would say, okay.
Because you get those two off the battlefield, then all of a sudden your Centurion just takes the last thing out of the way, and you can get in for everything.
That's right. And it's making it nearly impossible for Michael to get the Corrupted going that he needs for the Bone Picker Scourge. And he did end up...
2-1了漂哎。
Okay, so we're just getting in with everything here.
拔起来，那有没有拔2颗？
Then make it so that the
拔2颗让3个不能挡吗？
Hive Master, I suppose. You definitely don't want to target the Scourge. You want Michael to block with the Scourge because you don't want the Corrupted to turn that into a Death Touch lifelink creature.
应该是选3-2吧。
So just choosing between the Hive Master and the Gladiator here.
I guess since the Hive Master leaves something behind,
Yep.
you would choose it. It also has 3 power versus 2, which I don't might be relevant.
3个不能挡。
Yeah, any double block would still kill the Mantis,
这边
regardless
是
of which
2
creatures
只
you
合
chose.
挡掉5的话，
Michael might just choose to put
2只合挡掉
a
5
creature in front of the
14
Centurion at the very least,
剩5
just because
下
it can be
颚
problematic. Maybe
下
could
颚他
just
甚至
afford
可
to
以自
take.
己贴过去
I
把
mean,
1给
that
爆
would
了，
still be
然后
7
放2颗
damage
油
coming。from the other sources here. Could choose to also put the Scourge in front of the Cultivator, just block both things, and then he's just down to a Scourge here. Excuse me, not a Scourge, a Hive Master.
Yeah, this is tough.
It's a lot.
Also, he's taking 5. He's only at 9.
所
Yeah,
以要
gotta go
这样
down
子
to
挡，
4.
剩4。
And Nasif says, this is how you blocked? Okay, let's do that.
Five. Yep.
扛得住吗？盛世第一。
So well planned out there from Nasif. That was an
至少抽一个
important
东西。
combat step, likely the one that will win him this game and keep him in the match. Remember, he needs to win this game and the next to try to win the match from Michael, because Michael poisoned him out in game number 1.
Yeah. What do you want if you're Michael?
抽了
I
什么
guess a
东西
removal？ spell if you have a way to kill the Mantis.
老鼠，
That would be
I
ideal.
think I want
老
two
鼠下颚
planes
挡
and
2个
a
大
White
的，
Sun's
好，
Twilight.
还不会死。
Can I get
Okay, I don't think we
all
can
of
make
that?
that happen. So,
that would be really
given
good.
that,
有点痛苦就是
Yeah,
了。
I don't know that he has.
so this Mantis is going to get chump. Is this? I mean, This is a lethal attack. If you move the Batter Fist onto the Rebel or the Adaptive, whichever one. No, excuse me. Then if you move it to the Rebel, then the Adaptive and the 1/1 would get through, because there's 2 blockers, and that would be 3 damage.
Okay.
So
But it would leave Michael with no board.
Right,
全打成
right.
1。
Now, if you can play a creature here to grow the Adaptive, then you move the Batter Fist onto the Rebel, and then that would be a lethal attack.
Then you have enough so that any creature is at least 2 damage and 2 of them are getting through.
Right, because the smallest creature in play is the Goblin, so that's
抽
1
到什么？
damage. The next smallest creature is a 3 power creature, which would add up to 4.
这样
Okay.
子，
He has not cast a creature, however, so this is going to be a non-lethal attack.
这样
Though,
全打剩1。
how in the world is Michael supposed to get out
Ye-
of this?
exactly,
mess, right? Like,
exactly.
挺不错的啊，这样子全打，然后老鼠又上来喂。
The 3 power
老鼠
creature
上来
and
喂
the
5
mantis
喂
have to be
43，
blocked
然后3-2挡
if Michael has nothing else.
3-1，
So just attack with
中
everything.
3点剩1。
The
然后下
creatures
颚他要
will trade. The
摸，
mantis will still be on the board.
That's right.
Right.
他
So
要
now
摸
we're
死
so
处
now we're going to
细
have
命那一只
Michael
才
down
会
to
活。
1, and Nasif's going to have a mantis, a 2/2 evolving adaptive, and a token in play against 2 mites.
Yep.
不对，他摸死处细命也不会活。那下一回要摸什么才
So
会
Michael,
活？摸什
with
么都
his
不会
3
活呢。
remaining mana, needs to have some way to interact with this board realistically here. If he's going to try to make a comeback,
Yeah.
I mean, how many? He has 2 cards.
I think
in
he
hand?
just has 2 lands.
2
So
swamps in hand.
So this is basically the only option. Now, he did block with the Blight Belly Rat that will proliferate, that will put Nasif on 3
这边
poison.
反正就是2
And
只
if Michael
抢不
maybe
掉，
draws a Bone Picker
换1只
Scourge,
掉。
will that be enough? Because you
打
have the
3剩
lifelink.
1。
I'm not sure that it is.
He would be at 1/3
可
blocks.
是
the
应该
mantis,
抽
and
什
he
么
would
都
take
不会
3,
活了
so it'd be
吧？
Exactly lethal. And you can move the Batter Fist over onto the Evolving Adaptive.
Sure.
我记得他的 deck 好像没有能够逆转的牌。
All right, he's down to 1. Has no blockers left over. He does have 2 creatures with 2 mites, but yeah, it looks like the plan for Nasif has worked for him. He simply overwhelmed Michael with power and toughness, right?
Yeah.
And that's what this green-red deck is about, and that's what he's done. The haste didn't hurt either.
他手牌是+3+1。
All right, scoop him up. So that is game number 2 going to Gabriel Nasif to
打
even
得
it
挺
up.
保守的咪。
Michael had a much better draw in game 1, especially given the matchup, and in game 2.
好了，先后手换过来啦。
You know, some of his less powerful options.
Yeah.
And as a result, Nasif was able to use his
哦，
mana.
没有1回。
Go
哇，
out
1回
and
头
kill him.
会
All right,
抽
he's。going to start things off once again with the Rustvine Cultivator. That worked really well for
Yeah,
him.
right off the top. Great draw there for Nasif.
Yes, clean living for Gabriel Nasif. We
是
also
出
saw
生
he
物呢，
does
还
have
是
the
出
Sword
杀
of
呢
Fortune Frontier in his hand. We haven't seen
Okay.
that yet. It is relevant in the matchup in that it gives a creature protection from red, even though that is Michael's very far secondary
应
color.
该还是
Nice
不能
source
留
of
马
card
头吧
advantage, of？
还
course,
是
as
要
well,
杀
if？you can actually connect with it.
没有错啦，马头去死。
If you start connecting with it, it's like a snowball rolling down a hill.
And look at this. Michael knows that Nasif has a bunch of knows that he has a bunch of chimney rabbles in deck.
笑死他
and wants to prevent
他看到
Nasif
很多
from
5句
playing，out
然
that
后
board
那
drop
个
on turn 3.
他上了那个判刑，然后会猜5
Anoint
句
with
的。
affliction on Rust
结果现在他手上的5句是红绿剑呐！我操！
Oh, good. He has 2 different artworks of it in his deck. That one looks
红绿
sweet,
剑
though.
我不会被判刑的。
Can you imagine being this Bone Picker Scourge on the left side of your screen and seeing one of those and being like, wait, what? That's what I'm supposed to look like? Here's land number 4. Awkwardly a little bit perhaps for
好
Michael.
出跳楼了
Triple
吧？
Mountain
跳楼
draw?
哪一个毒？
You know, sometimes that prevents these nearly mono black decks from double spelling.
啊，
Let's see what he's got. It's not going to matter here, it looks like. He only has 1 black spell in hand. So lots of mountains, but also most of his
还有
red
烧
cards.
3个选
And look
项
at。that Awaken the Sleeper. Just as a way to maybe just close the game out. Steal your
Wow.
biggest creature. Nasif might not see that one coming.
That's out of the board, isn't it?
Oh, and now we're going to see a Vraska's Fall in response, most likely, right? Because you want to cast that before that 1/1 enters the battlefield.
That's right. So the Furnace Punisher gets
哪一个
got,
毒？
which is really nice.
Gets that first poison
哦，声音之一。
onto Nasif. Needs to find a way to get 2 more. The 1/1 can't attack. That would be ridiculous.
That would actually be
哎
like.
这个1还会冲就太强了。
Yeah, so
It's 4 mana, 4/4 haste.
taking the trying to get this 1 poison into 3 could matter big time this game, and currently it doesn't look like Michael has a way
哇，
to
怎么
do
都是
so.
地牌呀？
Yeah, the Awaken the Sleeper not doing a whole lot here. Rebel Salvo as a way to kill the Rabble. But that's basically it here, and he's just on this flyer.
Man, he has drawn so many mountains. He's only got 6 mountains in the deck. He has 4 on the battlefield and 1 in his hand.
笑死，他只有6块3枚，他已经抽了
Doesn't
4
seem to
块，
matter,
手
though,
上
'cause
1
he's
块
also。drawn all of his red cards. So,
And Nasif's hand is very nice. I mean,
whew.
这是
all
被奶
kinds
的一
of
个没有
options
想法
here.。Probably don't want to go ahead with the Sword. The Sword of Forge and Frontier.
The Swordier.
The Sword of
这边就
Frontier.
Yeah,
直
usually
接
you'll
平
see
推就
people
好了
wait till
吧？
turn 5, right? And they
没有
go
必要
cast
出
equip
招
hit
吧？
you.
就
Yeah,
继续扑生
that
木
is a
扑到
nice
这
time
个
to
受
do
不
it.
了
But when
就
your
好了。
opponent is 5 mana up and passes, pretty likely they have some way to interact with you. So it's probably best to just attack, see what they do, and then just a lot of the times you just want to play another creature.
Yeah, and you know, with the options that Nassif has, right, in this particular spot, he can just play a Lattice Blade Mantis and still, I'm assuming he has a land drop. Yeah, then he has the Furnace Skull Bomb and the Hex Gold Slash that he can choose.
Exactly.
So really no pressure, and then he can just let the sword clean up the mess. And frankly, it's going to.
Right, and wonder if Michael's going to just fire off the salvo on the Rabble, or choose to wait and see if there's a bigger creature that Gabriel can play.
I think he just, yeah.
It's just the race.
I agree with this.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, this is the type of thing where you need to make this decision now.
Yeah.
I'm going to save it for something better. Okay, we'll take 3, right? And then next turn, take another 3. You know, it's like, how long do you want to do this for? Because as we saw last time, it was a damage race.
Yeah. Then now, I mean, it's just going to be Mantis into probably keep up slash.
Yeah. I'm curious. I'm actually really curious about that. Yeah, and he does. Because, you know, Nassif could also say, well, you didn't play anything last turn. Like, what am I so scared of? I'll just use my mana efficiently and play this Skull Bomb.
Right.
But this is a much safer way to go.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that you really want to be saving that slash for is probably just a Billia Skull Dweller,
yeah,
right?
Probably.
Because it's just, that's the card that gets in the way of this Mantis, right?
Right. And you see that Nassif is not interested in killing a 2/2 flyer. He just, he's not interested. So is this Hive Master enough of a target to earn the Hex Gold Slash? That Hex Gold Slash is absolutely amazing against Michael.
Yeah, and the thing is, it
doesn't block.
It's so nice to cast the slash now because Nassif doesn't have land number 6. So you can go slash into Sorge, equip, attack.
The Sorge again.
Right. All right, and that's what he's going with
and
here.
He can still play the Skull Bomb too if he's got that land. So there you go. Hex Gold Slash is going to take down the Stinging Hive Master. Are we going to see the sword now? Remember, also of note, if you look at the other side, there's only red mana available because he's got all these mountains. So to see like green light, or in this case, red light. I don't know what you're supposed to do if there's a green and a red light, but that's what the Sword of Forge and Frontier is. And look at this. Here it comes into the red zone. And remember, the Might can't block.
And we are connecting here, so we're going to get some value here.
Also, half of the life total just evaporated. That was 16 to 8.
Big damage.
So exile the top 2 cards of your library. You may play those cards this turn. You may play an additional land.
And
好吧，有点小亏。没有图卡。
Actually, they just get exiled.
掉2了，干亏。
Oftentimes, a lot of the red spells now are templated where you have like an extra turn window to cast it.
Yeah.
But now for the sword.
这个红绿箭贴上去。
in many ways. But that flood of card advantage will start next turn, assuming that Nassif can continue to hit with this goblin that's wearing the sword.
Yeah. Can't steal the goblin.
Nope.
That's very sad.
He protected it. And, you know, this hasn't become a life total race, at least at this point where Awaken the Sleeper can affect it. He could take the Lattice Blade Mantis. He could use up the last oil counter, get in for 5. He would be getting in for 2 and an additional 1 there. So 8 damage. It would be a really nice hit, but then it's kind of like,
全部抢过，判刑过去打反打胜6，2颗毒。
You casted, you attack, you
然后
remove
会被
the
打
1/1
7胜
counter.
1。
Yeah, you do get
you
a
get
little
an
bit
extra
out of that.
poison, right? You get an extra poison by doing it this turn, which gets you a little bit closer to getting Gabriel corrupted, which then allows your Scourge to trade with a creature with a sword on it. So maybe, and he's also got the Blightbelly Rat now, right? You can cast both, so you can also block with the rat. That would put the last poison counter.
And then 3 hits in the air with the Scourge, and it's an easy win.
Sure.
See, I got it all figured out. I would go for it though if I were Michael, right? Because this is a type of scenario where he's getting to the point where this is untenable, and he needs to just deploy the things he has, and he's going to have to kind of tap the top of the library.
And remember, Nassif has Hazardous Blast in hand, so. If the counter didn't get removed, that's a lethal attack next turn for 8.
Wow.
But now that you remove the counter, you're only getting in for 7, and Michael would be at 1 after that attack.
Okay, so there we go. Awaken the Sleeper.
全打。
He's going to steal the Lattice Blade Mantis for the turn.
Yep.
It looks like Michael's deciding on if he needs to leave back the Bone Picker Scourge.
Well, he doesn't have Death Touch, though, right?
No.
Over Lifelink. So
and he's got the Rat as well,
right.
But he's still doing the math like, you know, do I need to
just
take
attack
some risk
with everything,
here?
I think.
I think so, too. He's not going to.
Okay.
He's going to take the more conservative route.
What are you going to
block with the script? 然后出老鼠换人还回去，这样等一下可以 double block， 不管是4、3或是
Goblin. So maybe that's what he's looking to do here.
Right.
可是好危险哦。
That's not what you want to hear.
Yeah,
Nassif
is 1 mana short because he could go Furnace Skullbomb, put counters on the Mantis, then cast Hazardous Blast for exactly lethal, but that requires 7 mana to pull off. So if he hit a land off that Sword of Forge, he would have been able to get that land, but yeah, just one short for now. But still in a decent spot here.
Yeah, the question is, does he just, you know, because getting a hit in with the sword, he can enable that with Hazardous Blast, and that might just be worth it on his own.
Right.
Just put your opponent
get you down to 1.
And look at 2 extra cards off the top of your library. How are you turning that down?
Yeah, and you get the Might off the battlefield.
Sure. It feels so much worse than how he had it mapped out where it was just GG.
Yeah.
But I don't think you can turn down, you know, put you to 1, effectively draw 2 cards.
Right.
Because remember, he curves out to 4. Do it.
Let's look at some more cards here.
全部打不能挡，打完剩1，
然
后会被反打4点。
I was just reading it. It's only 7 Nassif, but
会被反打4点。
that is 7/8 of the way.
应该是不至于会死，或者是。
Oh, looks like he's going to go for it.
Okay.
There's a Hazardous Blast. It is not lethal. You see Michael check life totals, and it will not finish him off, but it is going to put him in an incredibly bad situation here.
Get you down to 1. Or perhaps just the Goblin and keep...
Yeah, you know, he's thinking about potential haste creatures that could come out of nowhere.
Or also just maybe blocking the
rats so
that you don't go to 3 poison.
没有那么难吧
But he ultimately decides, I'm going to put you to 1. And let's see if he finds anything he can cast. He did have to tap 4 lands here to get this attack through.
So he found a land. Remember, you have an extra land drop here with the sword. So he can play the forest in hand and go Furnace Skullbomb, cycle it, and put 2 counters onto the Mantis.
What was the other card that he revealed?
+3+1可以多拿1张牌，等于这个红绿箭多用了，再多用1张。
Oh, sure, just to get a little bit of extra
下一位会有敏捷仔冲你，
so
所以
Chimmy
这边应该是没赢就 GG 了。还有没有第2张判刑
？So a lot that Michael needs to deal with here.
Can Michael kill him? That's the question.
I don't know.
You know, Furnace Strider, I don't think he's got one.
Does he have a haste creature? Did he have a Chimmy Rebel? Nope.
No, he doesn't have anything, and he's going to
红绿箭
extend
真
the
的好
hand and the
强。
Hall of Famer. Gabriel Nassif's going to pick up the victory here, improve his record to 8-1. Let's just say he's happy that we're back at Paper Pro Tours again.
I mean,
第2把的那个节奏真的太好了，而且又是新手，新手那个3回出那个3-3冲你带1-1，真的挺不错的。地抽太多了，对啊。看6块3买，还抽了5块钱在 ST， 真的也是没有什么想法。
You know what? I kind of think we cracked the code. You put magic cards in his hand, and he turns them into wins. That's Gabriel Nassif's game plan. All right, well, that's going to do it for our opening round coverage here of our draft on day 2, but we've got more magic to bring you. We're going to have Maria and Monty at the news desk right after this.
只能说，虽然 deck 看起来不怎么样，但是他抽得很好，真的是抽得很好。 不过说实在的，我觉得刚刚那个判刑那一turn可能还是要全推吧，把它打到升6，然后出老鼠。这样感觉比较多一些自摸的机会吧。
Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Phyrexia. We're going to get you into the building here in a time-lapse shot. We've got so much action going on all over the convention hall. We've got MagicCon Philly downstairs and the Pro Tour right here upstairs. It is awesome. I went down to check out MagicCon just a little while ago. It was really, really cool. And of course, awesome action going on up here for the Pro Tour as well. Maria Bartholdi joined by Mani Devuti here. And overnight, we had a lone leader in Benton Madsen. Before draft this morning, Cedric got a chance to talk to him.
I am here with Benton Madsen, our lone undefeated player here at Pro Tour Phyrexia. Benton, we're going to make this quick. You ready? All right. How'd the draft go?
Well.
How do you feel about your deck?
I think it's a solid B. There's some Skrulls Hives, some Cleansing Raptors, a reasonable tactic strategy. I don't know how I feel about the archetype, but I think the deck is a solid version of that archetype.
And your expected record is?
I have to keep it low. 0-3.
He's 8-0. He's expecting an 0-3. We'll see how it goes.
哦，这么谦虚，套牌抽完说03吧。
Well, if you're expecting an 0-3, let's find out what happened. Sometimes you get what you asked for. I mean, he's fulfilling his wish here. Let's take a look at our leaderboard.
Let's stick with what works.
Yeah. He did manage
to
win the first round. He's got 2 more to undo his wish here. But yes, look at that lone leader overnight, and now 5 co-leaders. The field is widened out massively, Mani.
It absolutely has. One thing I want to point out, yesterday Shota Yasuoka picked up his first loss, listen, I believe round 6, tweeted afterwards, I feel like Tangrams always wins. Face each other again in the first round of the draft today. Shota got his revenge, up to 8-1, knocking David down to 7-2 there. And our friend Jacobo wanted some snapped cards, picked up a Miglos in this draft, so feeling pretty good about it. Picked up a win as well after coming in today at 6-2, up to 7-2 now.
Somebody else at 7-2 is your world champion, Nathan Stoyer. All right, there he is.
Climbing the ranks.
Climbing the ranks. Keep your eye on Nathan Stoyer. Michael Go sitting at 6-2. He's a regional champion from Southeast Asia. All tournament, having a great tournament here at the very first Pro Tour. So if you want to play in one of these things, get to the regional championship, do well enough, you could be in Michael Go's spot, currently in 18th right now. Well, we're gearing up for draft round number 2 here on day number 2 of action. Let's find out who will be watching in the feature match area this time around, slinging some spells. Love to watch draft. We've got Chris Ferber and Shota Yasuoka. And you know what? This says it all right here. Top finish is 0 for Chris, 11 for Shota Yasuoka. Going to be an uphill battle here. Here's Chris Ferber. He's a U.S.
大家就可以看巴斯刚坐在那个黄帽子上面打了什么。
He said he did lots and lots and lots of reps on Magic Online and Arena. So let's see if those reps pay off for him here this morning. But he's got to go through a Hall of Famer and a very scary one at that in Shota Yasuoka with those 11 top finishes, 2-time Pro Tour champ. Shota, test alone, doesn't play with a team, says I can do it all by myself. So those are our players that we're going to watch in this round. What about next, Mani?
Well, both these players drafted really good looking decks. Starting with Chris's deck, I believe we're going to see a primarily green-black deck with a slight splash for red in that center slash Ravager. But looking at this deck, the big thing that immediately stands out to me, 3
一
copies
只
of
老鼠，
evolving
然后一
adaptive
个
over
义
in the
务
one
跟
drop
这个
slot.
全场
One
打
of
一点
the best
然后
uncommons
亮点应该
of
是
the
那只
format,
医
having
师。
3 of them to start off your curve.
而
This is
且
an
这些
aggressive
绿色
format
料
that
其实
you
都
hear
蛮扎实
everybody
的。
talking about, and you can see how this deck can really get things done. Highlighting the top of the curve alongside that Ravager, there's a copy of Argentum Masticore. We saw that card do great things for Willie Adel yesterday, and Chris
三
already
只
off
进
to
化
a
人
great
是
start
真
in
的
this
浮夸。
draft, just having a nice oil counters proliferating synergy here, and on the other side, green black as
哇
well.
，2只先攻死住，然后再加一只医师，看他妈的巴斯刚干你的牌太强了吧！
Shota's got that one in the one drop slot, but really the highlight of Shota's deck, 2 copies of Glissa.
太强了吧！天哪，2只是傻小啦
The combination of first strike and death touch already extremely potent on a creature that is well statted 3 mana 3/3.
How do you ever attack?
Having that ability tacked onto it makes this card an
好扯
absolute nightmare to deal with the first one, let alone the second one. So both of these players, green black, both of these players have Masticores.
而且两边都有医师，
Really good
看
decks.
医师对决。
And you know, Chris had a hard road ahead of him against the Hall of Famer, but he's got a deck that can do it.
Do you like his deck better?
I don't think so. I'm going to go with the 2 Glissas in the Hall of Fame.
Okay,
still.
okay, great. You're going with Shota. We're going to find out what's going to happen.
3-2
This is going to be a
3-3
sweet match. So I'm going to send it on over to Ailey and Corey here for draft round 2 on day 2.
Thank you so much, Maria. It is
给
wonderful
尊
to
重，
be
人
with
家
you
是
all
3-3，
today.
他不会
Thank
被
you
1
so
点
much
红
for
打
joining
2
us.
打
Everyone
掉。
watching from around the world, we are in limited, baby, the best format in Magic. I might get fired for saying that, but you know what? Corey, I'm super looking
真的
forward to
看
seeing
这巴斯刚
this
跟
next
鬼一样。
matchup. Shota Yasaoka, Chris Ferber, we just both had our jaws dropped looking at the power of these deck lists.
Yeah.
It's like, this looks like it's going to be a slugfest.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, most of the time we see these deck lists amongst these really high-level players at such a great pod like this. You don't see these kind of B pluses, A minus type decks, but
然后他正
honestly,
边有
I
那
could
个
very
正边有
well
猜
see，
我
calling
真的
both
比较
of
喜欢
these
正边有
decks
猜啦
A-minuses,。
昨天
B
LSB
plus,
正边就不
both
放
look
猜，
incredible,
我觉得
and both players are going to be
鸟鸟
really skilled here. There's going to be a good match.
Alrighty, let's get the game underway. Evolving
对
adaptive.
大
We've
家
seen
都有
plenty of those. There is
看谁
Shota's
长得
one
快
copy, Chris. We saw
一人一
having
拳
three.
Three?
Have you ever?
Yeah, and Nassif has one as well. Like, there were a lot of that card opened. And, yeah, what an incredibly powerful bomb to have here.
Yeah, this card is great. Pretty reminiscent of Pelt Collector, you know, from back in the day.
Yeah,
Not that
absolutely.
long ago, obviously,
Oh,
but
yeah.
pretty darn cool indeed. And we're going to see Green Suns
哇，翻2张2张上手，干你也是作弊耶！
Excellent start here for Shota Yasaoka.
Yep, absolutely. Nice follow-up here
干
from Chris.
好扯哦！他只能拿1张生物跟1张地耶，干他妈的，这是什么鬼啊？看这么会翻，他妈的干真的是哦！裁判有人作弊，他们都超容易打牌。
Fun shenanigans with her, you know, removing 3 counters from an Archfiend of the Dross, for example. It's like, oh, whoopsies.
OK， 这边
You know,
进
in
化
our
再打一
testing,
拳。
some fun indeed. Contagious Vorak now.
Absolutely.
Gonna go digging for some land. Otherwise, we could see
有
some
地拿地，
proliferation
没
going
地
on
增
here.
值，
That's
增值也
been
蛮爽的。
armed
这个时间点，
there.
Yeah, no kidding. Most of the time, the
但是
proliferation
他卡地是不是？
not being the
他
biggest
没卡
deal
地
with
啊
oil，counters,
靠不好
but
增值其
these
实也
happen
不
to be
错。
2 of the cards that actually just get better and bigger power with the oil counters increase. So the true powerful version of proliferate here.
这
Green
边
doing
出
green
这
things,
个
and
哎
it's
下
looking
地，
like quite the mirror match here, my friend. As we've got
没
evolving
错
adapters, armored scrap
巴斯刚
soldiers
的问
down.
题
We
就
just
是
need to see the little pig on Shota's
1、2、3很厉害，问题是他后手啊，他后手就是要直骰子直出，就是下去啊，不是
Bacon's going around, and
这个
there's
系列
the
真的是
first mountain
干真的
from
是那
Chris
个啦
Ferber's side of things.
真的是我只能说
Maybe they're from here.
Yeah, just a light
节奏太快
splash
了，
here
节奏
for
太快
red,
了。
just for Cinder Slash Ravager, one of the most
Oh, that card's
powerful.
so good.
Yeah, the namesake
他这
uncommon
边
in
抽
Rule,
牌下
one
地
of my favorite cards as
出
well.
那
Dealing
个
with all these might
出
and
那个
1/1.
5费的，
Oh, you have 1 toughness? That's
That's too
unfortunate
bad.
for
抽
you.
1张补3滴进化2只打7，对面剩9，然后场上有3、3、3、3、3、4、3，然后下回合打出去的时候再移1个分，会再变一只3、4，会有12攻在场上。
Shota would like to keep adding to the board as we know
13攻
this
在场上
format is quite dependent
然后
on
剩9，
tempo.
这真的是
Keep
先
adding
后
to
手
the
等
board
差
every
超
turn.
级无敌
Don't
多。
not be doing anything. Otherwise,
Absolutely.
you're in danger.
Absolutely.
I love Shota's choice in Gideon sleeves as well. You know, a card Shota was very familiar with, winning Pro Tour Honolulu way back in the day. Not with Gideon, but Gideon was definitely a popular card at that time.
加一加斗一直掉。
So Gideon's just there for, you know, sick brags.
Exactly. It's like, I've defeated this Gideon before. I can defeat other things.
Oh, yeah. Ruthless Predation taking care of the opposing Scrap Gorger. Fights and Bites, an important tool in the arsenal for the green-based decks.
Look at the start from Chris. This is
最狠的那边，打最快的那边，4、5、6、7、8、9、10打10剩6。
Now it can attack and get that first hit in when you put that third counter on. And this start is just impressive. Yeah, and Chris has been a player that's been kind of flying under the radar. You know, just having a great tournament, top 8'd the US RC, and is making a great showing of his.
这要印什么给巴斯刚才能赢
There is Glissa.
So in the first strike, Death Touch could help
我不知道
Shota Yasuoka just
快放逐，哎，死了，
Never mind, that's going bye-bye.
不是我跟你讲，这个先后手就会完全不一样。如果是巴斯刚新手，你会看到他压着对面打。
Kept coming to the board and
真的就是他妈骰子直输就输了。
There from Chris, and honestly, both draws were really good. But being on the play, having that evolving adaptive into just a smooth curve, really tough to deal with in this format.
Let's look at the opening hands here. Masticore, Carnivorous Canopy, Lands Aplenty, Lattice Plate Mantis offer immortality. So a nice hand there. But on the other side of things, Scrap Gorger once again going to be showing up on turn 2.
不是两边合计加起来有
based off of the opening
6字一费的吗？他怎么一直都没有看到
The deck agrees.
Exactly. The Masticore being, you know, one of the best cards.
这系列轮抽坏掉了吧？这个系列轮抽打起来很像核心系列。
Shota is really looking to hopefully draw a 3-drop. I have a certain 3-drop in mind that Shota would like to be playing. One of the 2 Glissas in the deck, but Chris's draw just extremely good. If we can get that battle chair going, that card is so tough to deal with. It's so hard.
Oh yeah. That depends if we, you know, get to that point in the game. It might be over with 3 drops and 2 drops before, you know.
4，哇，红地黑地一起来，选哪一边？
You're gonna go digging. Does it find a land?
他黑的有2张，红的有1张，选红的。
Copperline Gorge available there for Chris. Turn passes back. Land number 4. And there is the Lattice Blade Mantis.
Such a tricky card. Such a tricky card. Pseudo Vigilance on the card, just being able to attack with 5 power.
这边等下站着打5，然后下地出医师，开始一张牌一张牌丢，没解就GG了。
2 drops in this format, 2 drops and 3 drops, but still a powerful card.
Ruthless Predation once again saying, "Yeah, get that out of here. I don't want you bumping that. I don't feel like taking 5 damage from you."
加又用掉了，下回怎么解医师？
Doing good work here.
Yeah, and most importantly, getting some food for Armored Scrap Gorger to be able to start eating some of these cards because...
有没有解？没解下一把。
Okay.
Now is there an answer for that? There's not a ton of answers in Chris.
这系列有个很大的问题，就是真的就是炸弹太强了。
Really runs away with the game.
It sure does. We saw yesterday LSV just getting pummeled by this one.
Yeah, Willie Adel just absolutely made
1、2、3、4、
of the birthday boy, unfortunately, in that matchup.
下地出6。
A really tough card to deal with.
出6没有用，会被丢地炸头啃。对。
Masticore able to just
然后变成你要7费才能装，
on the battlefield if we see
然后他就一直杀，对。
Shota, but,
或者是他直接6费炸你的5局也可以。
Pretty bad for Chris too. Chris really had most of these cards in his opening hand, and has since got a little flooded. You really don't want to have, you know, 8 mana here. When Chris kept a 3-lander, that's a little unfortunate. So now we are going to Shota's upkeep, where we're going to discard a card, and if you discard a 3-drop, of course, you can deal with something 3 or less. You can choose which creature to deal with here.
这个意思有多白痴就白痴。
So you don't really want to play too many lands once you play this Masticore, because the real cost is if you ever just run out of cards sacrificing this, that probably means you screwed up in some way. This is a card you want to keep around. First strike. As a 5/5 body is just so tough to deal with, especially with that offer of immortality in Shota's hand. This thing is going to be unkillable in combat. You gotta find a way and a removal spell to deal with this.
Yeah, and the second piece of text on him, you know, it doesn't often come up, the protection from multicolored, but when it does, oh, you just feel so much better about an already unbeatable bomb.
Exactly.
其实不叫也无所谓，
added to the board
他来丢也不错。
Just another solid, I don't want to say curve filler, but it does leave behind a body afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was pretty interesting. It looked like Shota had land 6 plus Skyclave in Golfer. Just a huge second body, but does not want to play more lands and have to discard Offer of Immortality or Hive Master at the beginning of his upkeep, and just prioritizing, keeping that 6-drop in hand just in case Chris plays some gigantic card. You can just deal with it straight away.
Yeah, you know, there's no reason to commit more to the board that you need to, especially considering he's very much winning at this point.
Oh, yeah. And Ailey, we might see something really, really mean here. If Chris does go for Battle Chair right now, it is a gigantic creature. Six mana, effectively 6/6 trampler, but the creature is
活化5具在这只意识面前像白痴一样，对，快地就炸掉了。
Can just be dealt with, can deal with that. So then you have to pressure in and use 7 mana to equip the Vorak. And it's really just basically time walking Chris in this situation. So here's probably a land to the yard.
Yep. Goodbye. Former, oops, that rebel was not long for the cause here.
Yeah.
As Silvark Battle Chair doesn't have a pilot right now. We could potentially put a pig in there, but the equip cost is still ridiculous.
Yeah, and that's the thing is if you just equip that, now Shota can just discard, well, that Lattice Blade Mantis, discard the Engulfer, and just deal with it. And sure, you got in 7 damage, but that's a tempo game that Shota is wanting to play and will be very advantageous to him.
Yeah, and Chris is on 7, so I don't know if there's going to be any pigs swinging.
这边不能装，装了被丢3就死了。
Just all wrapped up, you know? Just a case of the person on the play did win this, but it wasn't necessarily because like it was I was on the play, I got this. Just both players had such powerful draws that it was basically impossible to deal with.
是不是抽到猜了？
Both decks are so incredible.
那个是猜吗？
Joins the battlefield here. Contagious Vorak and Whisper of the Dross available for Chris.
可怜。
On the other side of things, an unstoppable.
那个好像是第2只猪吧？是第2只猪。
I love Shota's Blazer as well. He's looking good.
Yeah.
This is a nice one.
What do the kids call that? Drip? Is that the thing?
I think so. I don't know. I'm in my 30s now.
他把自己的意识给看下去了。
We're old. We don't know these things. But, looking very sharp indeed, Mr. Yasuoka.
摸着自己的头。我的意思。
There and in for 3. So 2 blockers left at home here for Chris to try and stave off this onslaught from the Argentum.
Yeah, and now pretty much the world is Shota's oyster here, going to be able to deal with Vorak or Evolving Adaptive, and then a chump block basically has to happen. You know, you can of course block the Hive Master.
2打2只打，
that
你要
can
上
get
来喂一
Offer of
只。
Immortality.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really has to be a situation that Chris has to find a way to deal with Mastercore. And I'm starting to look over the list, and there's Anoint with Affliction. There's no poison right now. So that is not an option. Yeah, I'm just not seeing a way to deal with this at all. At least not in the main deck.
Perhaps the sideboard card can help him out, but, you know, knowing what the cards in hand are currently, it's just gonna be a whole bunch of little things getting thrown under the
这边应该减一减意识吧，因为反正增值就会上去了。 对。
Try and stay alive one more turn here. We will see Whisper of the Dross proliferate.
然后被吃一发什么奇怪的东西，人就倒了。哎，皮血死处不灭。打4剩3。
To make sure that that Evolving Adaptive dies.
Absolutely. Offer of Immortality is a card that, right when I saw this set out,
抽牌有没有猜？抽不抽得到猜？
It's not revealing the top card like Blazing Crescendo, anything like that. But this card really trumps every other pump spell. It's that one that just topples over it. And there's a lot of pump spell wars in Phyrexia All Will Be One draft.
没抽猜就下课了。
Card ends up going up in value a lot for me.
Yeah, and also, you know, timing it exactly right, knowing when to fire it off.
Yes.
These combat wars, if you can get good at them, you're going to be winning plenty of games.
Absolutely. Yeah, and Carnivorous Canopy, that's kind of the main answer in green for Mastercore. And yeah, that is really the only answer. There is no way to deal with it outside of
Corrupted
from Chris in the main deck.
No canker blooms, anything like that to sacrifice and kill it either. So it's just a case of hope that Shota runs out of cards? Question mark.
Yeah.
Could you just, play everything in hand and be hellbent for me? That'd be nice.
And I mean, Shota does have one card in hand, so if there was a way to
discard?
Get him to discard, still has the land that can draw a card in play, so even that plan doesn't really work. So
it's
going to be a tricky one here. And more than likely heading to game number 3, where Chris is going to be looking for that exact same draw that he had in game number 1.
The nuts.
And
Shota's draw here was pretty slow. You know, this was not an amazing start until turn 5, and it just showed the power of this card.
Yeah. And you know what's great about the card, too, is that it can just fit into any deck.
Any deck.
It's not the case of you get to it, pack 3, fiddlesticks.
I'm
in red. I can't pick this card.
Exactly. You're picking. I don't know if anyone has second picked that ever.
Yeah. You windmill slam that.
Yeah.
来，下面一位。
Turn things sideways and
猜猪为什么猜一费游人都是33？
Absolutely. And both players at 8.
因为他可能他觉得自己会抽到一费2费的，这样就猜不掉猪了。
12 wins, you're out of the tournament and you're directly into Sunday. You're in that top 8. No longer have to play Magic. So for one of these players, they're going to go to 9-1 and can just win 3 rounds.
后手局又是难打的后手局。
MagicCon Philly and hang out and get ready for the top 8 tomorrow.
Go meet fans,
不过对手没有好的2费。
Their heart so chooses. Gonna be a nice feeling. And ooh, hello, double
扛得住吗？
Excuse me, this is illegal.
对手还没有好的3费。
It's not actually illegal. It's just it hurts a lot.
3费空过
Okay, but the thing that also hurts is Chris doesn't really have a good follow-up here. I don't think I saw a third land unless we just...
第3只。 来，挡子。一点黑，想一下有什么？一点黑，减一针子，不挡。好。 没错。
It's a conduit of worlds, which is a very powerful card. Don't get me wrong, but you really want to just have a creature and get this aggressive draw going.
反正减一针子都一样。Duris， 哇哦 ，Duris。那这边减一针子要丢出去了吧？
Oh man, this is bad news bears for Shota fans.
There is the duress.
然后4点的那个冲放下地的就要被掉掉了。3只有点鬼，可是他没有跟上。
Oh, you think you would?
Yeah, that's 3 power, and
一定要
now Chris is really just saying,
出
okay,
33出。
do some work, and there is
没错，几百只都打不赢这只。
You see Shota pick that very fast. I mean, to be fair, Shota is a fast Magic player, so
for sure.
One of the knows the play, but
wow,
annoyed with the flick, getting rid of the blocker, and now
很会抽，我只能说每一位都是大大。
Come on, that's all I needed.
牌库顶都是自己要的。
Can he get lucky? Let's see what the top of the deck yields for him. It's an evolving adaptive of his
我也有，
own.
小弟换我出一只。
Would be able to join the fight here
我的
and
会
just
进化。
fend off these adaptives with some death touch.
What a draw there from Chris. Chris has one annoyance
真的是右手发光。
Otherwise, there is one ruthless predation, but that was not even able to kill these creatures. Plus death touch.
我的会进化，你的不会。
Really great. You're 2-for-1ing yourself naturally. So that was a 1-outer right now in Chris's deck.
哇，还是倒的。
Be in this game.
太惨了。
Now things are still looking not great.
Yeah.
With the tap land off the top, exactly what Chris didn't want to see.
对啊，这边也是避障避冲。
I'm with you on that proliferate. Whisper, I wish you'd gone for it.
开咒。
Oil Gorger Troll needs a land. We need to land at the top of the library here. For Chris, and things are looking not too shabby now for Shota Yasaoka, the Hall of Famer. We've got some power swinging on in here, and that 5-4, like you mentioned, the Lattice Blade Mantis able to attack and then hang back on defense.
没有吧？80刚正边没有 Duris 吧？我们刚刚看到的那个哦，你说的是红黑嘛？对，他的红黑正边有一张 Duris， 但是他的那个轮抽没有啦，他轮抽没有。 他刚刚那个主台有播他的那个轮抽套，他正边没有，他是红黑，他的正边有一张 Duris。对。 先驱的红黑正边一张 Durius。对，这个我们昨天有看到。
And that is the thing, Conduit of Worlds, an incredibly powerful card. That card will run away with the game if given the time.
卡了一阵地，人就没了。
Doesn't really give you that much time. If you stumble, you're probably going to die pretty quickly.
Yeah. Armored Scrap Gorger
直接抽了。
has the higher toughness than the adaptive, so they do get their counters. So let's see what Chris can cobble together here. Not finding that 5th land for the troll. Conduit of Worlds. Yeah, I feel a little slow, you know. It's not doing...
手牌是杀
And a drawn in the lock
draw
for Shota
通的
right
是
there.
出不灭吧
Or drawn in Ichor, excuse me. I love drawn in the lock. Great magic card as well, but drawn in Ichor to be able to proliferate these and get one of these creatures out of the way.
对。
Armored Scrap Gorger probably being the number 1 pick. Shota
对啊，尤其是他们两个构筑又87%像，真的是。 卡地人就走了。这边把卷石显示把一直杀了，增值上去，4推出去。把艾克站起来。
on that one, get that out the way, and just keep turning things sideways. Chris fumbling on mana, unable to get the bigger things out of his hand.
这边要挡2只大的14胜5。
Is just itching to get into this battlefield, and this is gonna be a big troll and a big block here now for Chris Faber.
It's a huge attack.
或者是2只挡44。
13 damage, so blocks have to be made.
然后吃，好像没救了耶。
Like this is involving maybe the
好像没救了，对啊，再怎么挡都是慢性死亡。说实在的，这边最好的话就是03挡45，然后2只22把03杀掉。然后吃5点，剩4，然后抽牌要抽到战地，下地补3地抽1。对啊，只能这样打。
Troll can gain some life if. Well, yeah, the troll will gain life.
他要抽一张战地才有救。哦，还行，还苟延残喘着。
Chris is still in this. Finds the land, gets the card.
苟延残喘着，抽一张。
7 here. Maybe we find something good. We'll see what Shota can draw. Shota is out of steam as well. You know, this is one of the very rare times that it's actually pretty bad.
yeah, no, because you don't want to play it. That's just going to hang out in hand. So, yeah, don't know what the card is. Just turning things sideways. Takes off that final oil counter off the Lattice Blade Mantis to keep it on defense.
Shota keeping us in the dark as well, drawing that card so fast.
这边要去把3、4要去把1、3。
I like the sweat. I like the sweat of it. That's great. Okay, so big attack coming in here.
3不管怎么样都要 trump 1只，或者是2只挡死1只。应该是全部挡死4次吧。
7 life to play with, a little bit better here, but still in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. Just big dumb green dudes.
挡死13哦！哇！
This is the dark and for good reason. Shota Yasuoka just saying, you know what? Hold my beer. I'm going to win this. Thank you very much.
趁右手还挑一张火球。
Once again, how crucial
我只能说这个太鬼了，太鬼了。
Absolutely, and that game was. I want to rewind even back to when Glissa went away right away. Imagine if that card wasn't drawn, Glissa would have helped win that game even faster. So both decks look amazing. I would be afraid to play Shota as the other 2-0 player that's about to face him.
Exactly right, my friends. We have more magic here from the round for today. We've got Gabriel Nassif versus Benson Madsen.
All right.
Our overnight leader of the tournament has picked up his first loss for.
刚刚没手牌啦，开玩笑，他就是抽起来的啊。不过刚刚那个对面那个出那个基瑟拉就是先攻使错的时候，他也是左手一张放逐，哎。 看，每个人都在变魔术哎，好扯哦！不过我觉得刚刚中间有一个小洞，感觉没有打好，就是那个减1增值 推出去那边，他其实应该要先下地吧，因为只有一点黑的话，就只有减一帧子太好被读出来了。你下地之后多了辟邪不灭+4+4 2张牌，还有那个放逐比较差啦，应该是可以多去骗一张+4+4。对，他8预定还没啦，91而已，91他还要3胜欸。这是12分才会进8强，对，就是你就算3连胜之后5连败的可能性也是有的。
Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Phyrexia from Philadelphia, USA. Ailey Loney alongside Corey Baumeister. We are in the thick of things here with the Phyrexia All Will Be One booster draft. We're going to jump into another match now, Corey, that is 1-0. It is Gab Nassif, Yellow Hat himself, up against our overnight leader, Benton Madsen. He has lost a match thus far, so it's a 5-way tie at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, impressive stuff so far. Gotta love the whole story between Benton
我们刚刚陨落的全胜玩家
Didn't expect to win a single match this Pro Tour.
现在2个都是91
Yesterday expected to go 0-8 and said maybe 2-6. You know, giving himself some wiggle room here. Ended up 8-0. Did end up losing the first round, but Benton's deck looks good. Decided to draft green-white auras in limited here as well as the Pioneer deck, and yeah, a really impressive deck, headlined by 2 Skrelvs High. The Phyrexian Might Bitter Blossom type card.
Bitter
and is it on the play?
Just make a bunch of little idiots.
Yeah.
I love to see it. So let's see if we do have one of those powerful enchantments to kick things off. Well, huh?
It might get there.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Make some 1-1s, huh?
作弊，2回苦花作弊，裁判。
That ability is just so impressive. And God, what is that? Evolving Adaptive. I don't
know what this card is, Corey.
I haven't seen that. We better bring that up. We haven't seen that very much on the broadcast so far. Just kidding. That's about the 10th one we've seen so far today. Nassif's deck, a lot more down to earth. You know, it looked a lot more like a Pro Tour.
So chill.
Yeah, it looked a lot more like a Pro Tour Day 2 Pod 1 draft. You know, the 2 decks that we just saw were just incredible. Nassif did pick up a win round 1, but, you know, had to fight for it a little bit more. It has the green-red sword, has some good stuff going on, but not a bunch of busted uncommon and rares.
The 3-1 Branch Blight Stalker, adding to the toxicity of Benton's battlefield. And we'll be looking to start swinging that thing sideways and try and get a poison win. We've done that a couple times this weekend already.
Yeah, absolutely. Chimney Rabble, something Nassif is probably going to be looking for, that 2 bodies to be able to not only be able to have a 3-3 block the Might, there we go, but also that 1-1 to just be able to trade with your opponent's 2-drop. That's exactly what you want. You know, we were even hearing Paul and Marshall saying that this card doesn't really like stand out as like, wow, this has the most synergy with a red-green deck or with red-white for Mirrodin. Yeah, it's just a good Magic card. 2 bodies, get some haste when you want to get aggressive. Very impressive.
Yeah. Excellent indeed, especially, you know, it's good on attack and defense.
Yeah.
You know, like you mentioned, it's able to take care of these pesky 3-1 toxic friends, so.
Absolutely.
A good start here for
3-1的最大价值看起来就是拿来跟这只3上换了。
Gonna get a couple dings, courtesy of the Hive, but he gets a 1-1 out of it too, so.
Here, a nice amount of card shuffling. I believe we have Kibler shuffling cards next to the mic.
Kibler is here, but when he shuffles, it's like the world shifts on its axis. That's just how powerful the shuffle is there from the Kibs.
We could be hearing it from different rooms across the hall, absolutely.
And talking about superpowers, which is, you know, the shuffle. I wonder if Benton Madsen like secretly unlocked his superpowers by playing, you know, Brothers War Sealed on his phone and coming to the Pro Tour.
I mean, if you go 8-0 at your first Pro Tour, people, it still just blows my mind how incredibly hard it is to do that at your first Pro Tour. I mean, I think my first 3 Pro Tours I did not day 2, you know, and like my actual first Pro Tour I was 0-4. I do remember that, and I was like, yeah, I expected that, you know. So Benton's really doing some incredible stuff here.
Definitely making it look all that more possible for, you know, the average Magic player sitting at home.
Absolutely.
换不换?
Benton, you are anything but average right now, good sir. You are having an excellent tournament thus far and has picked up a win in this game. As we mentioned, we are joining in game 2 in a lengthy game 1. 16 minutes that took against the Hall of Famer, so just gonna fling some little mics.
应该是抽到地了，不然不会这样打。如果没地的话，应该是出
since Benton was the 8-0,
鸟飞起来
did
打
pick up a
吧。
loss round 1, but the records are the same, so ends up playing in round 2.
所以我猜他应该是抽到地了，然后就是等下就是下地出3次回一块地。
Deciding what to have as a follow-up in main phase 2. Really thinking out the plays. These are, you know, of course, the very big moments. Trying to at least get a 2-1 and salvage your draft so you can get back to Pioneer, where Benton's deck looked incredible.
Yeah.
You know, it just all day looked really impressive to me. Celestia Aura's something to look out for when we get back to our Pioneer portion of the tournament.
Yeah, and that'll be in
我想也是，果然是
the
抽到
fourth
地
round
了。
of the day. So be sure to stick around if you're itching for the constructed side of things. Indoctrination attendants are going to hit the battlefield.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. My bad. Judge.
Oh, judge call here.
Return
还敢投下地啊？
Judge call here. We'll check out to see what happened.
这边应该是一支警告。
Forgot to return the land on top. We'll wait to hear what we hear.
I play a land, cast this attendant, return the land to my hand, and then just I untapped it as it like returned to my hand and replay it, and he was right the way I replay land this turn, so that I can't do.
Okay.
Nothing has happened. It was caught immediately.
Sorry, so you play this, you return land,
and then I played land, but I already played land that turn.
and we just caught that.
Pretty honest mistake.
Yep. Easy
catch.
here.
就是收回来而已。
Of course, this is competitive IRL, so you know this will probably be a warning there, but
可能
nothing
会被警
serious.
应该是会一根警
Back it
告
up,。get the might, and continue the game.
然后收回去。对。
How many of them until something bad happens? You got a few. You got a few. Just, yeah, don't do it again is basically what the judge is saying here. These kind of things happen all the time.
Oh, yeah.
You know, maybe something at an FNM, you're playing Magic there, there's something that doesn't always
不是一个太
come
严重的
up.
事情，
But
但
here
是
at this tournament, everything has
这
to
是
be
一个
exactly
竞
by the
争
book.
级别。Day 2应该
And
是
one
竞
thing you know,
争
that's important to know
，Day
if
3
you
应该才
are
是
getting
专
into
业。
competitive Magic, like never be afraid to call the judge.
Never. Yeah, absolutely. In fact, you know, I recommend it so much. Call a judge. Whenever you have any question about how something works, it's the best way to learn and absorb that kind of information.
Yeah, exactly right.
All right.
So, plenty of creatures here on the board and more to come. Does Gab have any way to deal with the Skrill's Hive? I'm sure we saw one piece of enchantment removal from his deck.
I believe we might have some sideboard ways to deal with it, but in the main deck, we saw Nassif's deck, and it is just a lot of 1-drops, 3-drops, and 4-drops. Not a lot of 2-drops to really be able to deal with that. I think the #1 way that Nassif is trying to deal with Skrell's Hide is use that lose a life each
等等
turn，
好扯哦！我看到那个
really try to be like,
他在
okay,
那
sure,
个
I'm gonna race,
迷
try
你
not
上
to
的
block
那
as
个
much.
套牌列表，
Because
它有
Skrell's
2
Hive
张苦涩
trying to
花
get
开
up to
，2
10
张
poison is still tricky, you know.
天哪！
A 1/1 every turn, and if you can facilitate it with some powerful 2-drops like Slaughter Stinger, you know, that is in Benton's deck, then it really gets out of hand. You know, turning these mites into 2/2s is incredible.
You know, that's the dream. That's the ideal situation, is being able to pump up the team in some manner. So Slaughter Stinger, definitely what Benton will be looking for to close this game out. And on the other side of things, Gab Nassif just has to, you know,
好玩
put
游
some
戏，
blockers
超
out
级好
and
玩
just。let that enchantment do its work.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, there's always a downside. You don't get things for free. Phyrexian Arenas taught me that.
Yeah, absolutely. And other cards in Benton's deck does have 2 viral spawnings as well. The Call of the Herd kind of flashback, one of my favorite cards of all time.
That card's really strong.
Oh, yeah, look at that. Absolutely powerful. And I think the corruption is going to be relatively easy for Benton to do.
You think?
Yeah, I think so. With a lot of mites and every creature having toxic is going to help out. Another Chimney Rebel, though. Nassif does have a ton of these in his deck. 3 copies. Probably would have liked to have traded one of those in, you know, for a powerful 2-drop here and there, but still, an incredible common.
Yeah, one thing we noticed when he was drafting is like, oh, where are the 2-drops?
Yeah,
I think that's like the only 2-drop creature in inverted commas.
Yeah, and I thought he drafted very well. It just, they really didn't come around. And, you know, there were some of the weaker packs. You know, we had a bunch of the rares that have the kind of Graph Digger's Cage application, something you just will not play in Limited. But
so a couple Mirren safe houses going around.
Yeah, a couple cards that are basically designed for Constructed in some ways. But yeah, kind of landmines when you have that as your rare, when you're like, I just really want the Eternal Wanderer, please.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah.
Alas, not too many of those going around, but in decks that they have been, woo-wee.
挡左边的，不能挡那个放油，挡放油的会吃到就爆开。
All right, so just deciding what to block here, it looks like from Benton. 2 3/3s coming in, and there's got to be smelling something here.
Yeah.
Free from flesh. Yep, absolutely.
Oh, burning flesh. That's not a pleasant smell, I'm sure.
Yeah, not great. There is one of those, and then there's one Hex Gold Slash as the 2 options that Nassif can have. But if Nassif had Hex Gold Slash, would have already been cast on that because it does deal with the 4 toughness from the Toxic. So either this is a sick bluff from Nassif where he's like, yeah, Benton, no way you're going to block this. Or, you know, the more likely scenario, Nassif has the one of Free from Flesh here.
Yeah. I guess someone pick a couple. You know, valuing it highly.
I mean, wow, how insane is this card with Evolving Adaptive? It's just +4/+4.
Yeah, that is a thing that can happen, and we're going to see exactly that. So
take 10.
Oh, it
not
hurts.
Bad. Not bad.
Oh, I go to 5 during my turn.
Good grief. Now, obviously, the one thing to note about these delightful little mites is they ding you, but they ain't going to protect you.
Yeah, not
they
too much
can't block.
blocking.
They're just running sideways and dying.
Yeah, that is the one thing Bitter Blossom definitely has over Squirrel's Hive.
Yeah,
you can
your
create a bunch of those and trade for one of these 3/3s after 3 turns. Guess we don't have the Bitter Blossom graphic.
刚刚不挡是有点太邪念了一点啊，就算吃招也要吃一下啊。这边不挡吃那个真的很痛哎，吃7点。吃10滴。我觉得刚刚应该还是要挡那个敏捷的33啊。就算吃+2+2，你也分担掉了那个放2颗油的风险。
Yeah, and the one thing that Benton is really going to need here to be able to
现在反而出一只55，你控不住。
Get Nassif corrupted and unlock that corrupted ability from Hive and get everything with lifelink. That's the one way you can kind of come back.
He hasn't taken any damage.
Yeah, no damage, no toxic yet. Here we're going to see at least some.
Oh, goodness.
And here's going to be the real question. Does Nassif value keeping the toxic down by blocking here, or just try to get aggressive? More than likely, the 1/1's not getting in there against a 3/4, so probably going to chump here.
I mean, yeah, if he doesn't block here, then it's just, I have 3 attackers, you've got 1 blocker.
Yeah.
Potentially a follow-up for Benton. If it was the Singer, it would have been cast pre-combat. So what does he have?
I'm going to block 1.
All right.
Okay.
Trade there. Little Gobbo putting in good work.
It goes to 1 poison here.
Do you have a poison counter?
There we see the poison counter. Thank you, judges. And the follow-up from Benton. What do we have? 4-drop.
Okay. Plague Nurse, a nice follow-up here. Able to really get the toxicity going.
Yeah.
If you get a lot of mana, you know, right now Benton doesn't really want to use 3 mana to just activate that and get some extra toxic in.
Yeah.
When you're at 5, it's really going to be play as much defense as you can while trying to get corrupted. And, you know, one nice trick that you can have with this, if there ever is a first strike duelist of the faith, something like that, being able to get corrupted in first strike and then your regular combat damage is lifelink, you know, something like that would be excellent.
挡
with no first strike,
灌
you
个
just gotta
五。
attack with a couple mites, hope for the best, and then have
说
some
真的
lifelink
啦，就是
blockers.
冲着这只
We'll see. This is a
1-1，
big turn for Nassif.
我就是想要把那个加2颗油骗掉，骗掉也好，
Not
送
too
掉
often
也
that you
好
see lattice blade Mantis come
至
into
少我
play
阻
and
止了一
evolving
只5的
adaptive
诞
not
生
get。a counter.
Yeah, it's just like, oh my.
It's already too large. And wow, Nassif sending it back already because he's just recognizing I can't get corrupted.
Yeah.
No matter what, Nassif is like, I cannot get corrupted. Life linking blockers will just be too difficult to deal with. This is Benton down to 4 here.
I think Nassif's just hanging out, waiting for this Skrell's Hive to
只是
take
卡
care of
第2点
Benton.
白啊，他好像没有办法
Yeah,
一
I
次
mean,
做
he's
2件
got
白
the
事。
life to deal with. You can just hang out.
他手上好像是那个吧
You know,
打
it's
生
kind
物
of
数
it's
量
kind of the situation of quit hitting yourself, quit hitting
跟
yourself.
鸟跟先工人，全部都卡第2点白。
See what the follow-up is. Both players definitely taking their time to think this through. This is a huge moment for both players.
哦，有第2点白了。
5 for Benton. 3-drop incoming.
Okay.
Raptor. Oh, that's a good way to get through.
Yeah, that's great.
Give one of the mites +1/+1 and fly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Small
那
but
这边
mighty
这个
gonna
城门
get
打，
fighty. Well, not fighty, but gonna swing in there and
打
get
出
some
第2个毒。
extra counters on. Do we have enough for the Plague Nurse too?
Not quite. Not quite, but up to 2 poison. If we can find a way to proliferate it all. There is the duelist, so maybe we can have this first strike
这一拳跟过去就稳了。
and get corrupted and then have regular combat damage.
这一
Still
拳
pretty
跟过
tough. I
去，
mean,
你
there's
要
3
飞过去打
blockers
3
that
个
can just
毒，
straight up eat the duelist.
其他东西就开始
Too
有
likely,
性命
unless
了。
let's say there's another flensing raptor. That would be the ideal draw for
干
Benton.
说真的，
We have
前面他妈的
another
那个
one
就是
here.
因为
Now,
不挡
only
才
one
多吃
copy,
那个多吃那个4
and
滴
that makes a
血
lot，of sense. One of the premium white toxic payoffs
Yeah.
for
根
sure.
本就没有缺那个3-4。
Super nice synergy indeed. So just one more poison counter needed to get corruption going here and enable the lifelink from the Hive.
And one excellent card for Nassif right now would be Volt Charge.
Oh,
Just Volt Charge
yeah.
it down to 1 and I'll be like, it's your turn.
Yeah, would you like to move to your upkeep?
There's one of those in there for Nassif to just win the game outright. Outside of that, there's not a lot of ways to push a lot of damage. Hazardous Blast is another one that would definitely be lethal here.
Wipe the board.
Yep, 2 cards right now for Nassif that would close the door.
Oh, I love this card. This effect is so awesome. Just,
so
you know, killing a bunch of stuff, nothing can block. Yes, please. And there's a Hex
4点
Flash, so
抽
that's
到
gonna
了
take care of that Plague Nurse.
Okay, there are 3 blockers.
导法力
But
哥
all
哥
of these creatures must be blocked. So this is what Nassif is saying is now that you have 3 blockers, you have to put them all in front of each other. And there's only 1 good block for Benton, which was the 3-4 to the 3-3. Otherwise, 2 chump blocks. And Benton's pretty happy about that. Now, if there's a way that Benton can proliferate before attacks, then I would say Benton's in a pretty good spot. But outside of that, being able
danger.
Yeah, a lot of danger. But even attacking with 2 mites here, losing one of them to Lattice Blade
3只
Mantis.
打啦，怎么可能会是2只打？又不能挡，
Lattice
一
Blade
定是
Mantis,
3只打。
yeah, that's not a challenge.
But if you get that there and then you have the 1-3-4 blocker that is now corrupted and you have lifelink, you can at least chump the evolving adaptive and you gain 3 and then would take 5. Yeah, even that wouldn't be enough. So Benton does need a little bit more onto this battlefield, or this is going to be game number 2 here going to Nassif.
Rightly so. So what is the play here for Benton Manson? Pre-combat, if anything, definitely wants to get that toxic counter or the 3rd poison counter here on Nassif.
能打吗？这个3-4能打吗？不能吧。
It looks like this might be a big attack here.
他的套牌有什么吗？
But unless he's got something
我看一下他的套
to hang
牌
back and gain，
他有什么东西能扛的吗？
I don't know if that
2只3-3。
going with. Oh, Carnivorous Canopy.
Canopy, okay. Dealing with their own hive.
哦，自己拆然后增值
Nassif had
啊
anything, he could have proliferated. So now Nassif is corrupted, but the hive is
The
gone.
hive's gone. There's no lifelink.
Yeah, unless there was one more hive here.
Oh, but
为了多吸这一滴血。
So killing your own stuff. Gleeful Demolitions, that red card? Yeah. He just kind of did that on himself because he didn't get the benefit.
Yeah, if Nassif just had anything there to be able to deal with, let's say, the sword or something, could proliferate and then attack for 6 and gain 6, that would have been incredible.
Oh,
but
man.
Nassif rightfully didn't draw sword.
哈，我看不懂他刚刚在干什么。
Mulligan for Nassif in game number 3. Crawling
好啦，
Chorus
二回
to
虎
start
花有
things
没有
off. Marshall's favorite card.
Yep, absolutely.
没有，
Looks like we got a mulligan from Nassif, probably just to 6 here. Yep, mulligan down to 6.
Rustmine Cultivators to start things off, so 4 drops
小
coming
鸟
down
飞
a
起来
turn
走一圈。
early. If Nassif has any of those lovely Chimney Rebel in hand, Furnace Skull Bomb. Hanging out. A lot of the times we just see these Skull Bombs just used to cycle through.
Yeah.
Not always using the secondary abilities.
Yeah, not exactly what anyone is really looking for. You know, kind of
这边是有调度
any of
过
them.
吗？不然
I think
为什么是
the Black Skull Bomb being the best one, being able to recur one of your great
抽啊
creatures, but either way, they are pretty slow. They take a turn to play, take a whole turn to activate, and it doesn't affect the battlefield. Not usually, you know, kind of that 22nd, 23rd card if people have to play them.
有点不太敢出33呢，出33炫冲。
All-star card, so would love to get the corruption going here on Gab Nassif. And Magmatic
出这个，给自己2个
Corey, you
油
can，tell me about this card.
就喜欢拔2个。
That was my previous card, absolutely.
好亏哦。
Love that card.
我也是第2张5块，没有。
Good way to just keep putting some over counters on your permanents.
Yeah, viral spawning, one of the
差
better
点我以
green
为
cards.
是第2张古花。
You know, one of the best Magic players I know, rates that card extremely high. He's like, if I see that, I'm picking it over basically every uncommon. You know, taking over most of the premium commons. Big fan of the card.
鸟飞起来，走一圈。
Where did the oil counters go?
Yeah, got to return it at the, or take the 2 counters off at the end.
Oh, yes.
Yep. Right. So, you know, it's
Didn't
not...
attack. I'm used to seeing it just go on the board and then turn sideways and then
Not a great card to play if you're looking to just play it and not block with it or attack with it, because it's going to have a short shelf life. You know, you got to attack with it now.
All right. Ooh, we got some corruption almost going. 1 counter down, Flensing Raptor once again joining the fray. And Thirsting Roots, Proliferation.
Add 1 poison counter.
Yeah.
Probably would have loved to have that last time instead of dealing with your own Strelv's Hive. That would have been a nice out.
直接登子。不挡了，
Easy
哪一次
take
挡了？
3 there since it's going to be going back to
反正
hand.
回结束就要回走了。哇，这手还是有多烂呐！
Nassif has a couple
4回空过
spells,
哎。
but for the most part, everything is sorcery speed. I would be hoping for Nassif fans out there that Volt Surge is one of the cards in Nassif's hand, because outside of that, there's not a lot of instant speed stuff, which leads me to believe that Nassif just has a basically non-functioning hand right now.
You hate to see that.
Yeah. Oh,
Big
no.
swing here.
打5，
Down to
3颗毒
11.
，4颗毒，5颗毒
More。poison, and that's corruption.
That's corruption, so another viral spawning from the yard if need be.
That's
Whenever you get to flashback
再升
this.
133。
Yeah, 2 3-3s for
还有
one
什么东
card,
西？
even though if it is
哦，
a
苦
smash.
花来了
Oh, there we go. Oh, bad news, Bears.
！Oh my god！
Indeed, for Gab Nassif. So next turn, these toxic buddies, oh, they're going to gain some life for Benson. And in this game, he doesn't really need
还
it.
只有
Everything is
33。
lifelink now, you know, plays it. We weren't corrupted pre-combat here, so no reason to play it before
回
combat.
直
But wow, what a draw from
抽
Benton here.
1。
Yeah. Oh, man, that's just... Nassif's going to be looking at that and going, oh, man.
Yeah, what can you do?
要被无
Managed
脑
to
全
trade it
推
in
了
game 2, but this time around, Benton had the right combination of cards.
Absolutely.
And you know what? Also, you know, not revealing, if he'd been holding on to that for the whole game, you know, Nassif would be able to play around it knowing, okay, I'm going to block you guys. If I can, they're going to get blocked. But this time around, Benton managed to find a way through the defenses, get the corruption going.
打5，
And,
洗
that's
8
a lot
滴
of。damage coming through.
Yeah, you just heard that from Benton. Gain 8.
24
Not what you want to be hearing in limited here.
No!
1只
There's a reason life totals start at 20. Oh, goodness me.
And that token should be dead. Yep,
Yes,
there we go.
quite dead. Traded with
Oh,
the Chimney Rabble.
出3、4。
And a follow-up here from Benton.
Goodness.
I have not played a land this turn.
I think it's I played 5, played a land every turn. I think for
对他还没下地。
you played 2 spells last turn.
Yep.
So I cannot have played this right? So I'm not.
对，那就是那一只要回手的那一只，
Yep.
回个白。
Yeah, exactly. And yeah. I mean, if you've gotten a
对，再三确认，笑死。
Yeah. To just clarify, you know.
怕吃第二个警告。这游戏好难玩哦。
Oh yeah, this was a draw from Benton here. It looks like.
Oh man.
And there's really no huge catch-up mechanism from Nassif's rule deck here, so I can't really envision a sequence of draws to get the Hall of Famer back into this.
Yeah.
Doesn't really have any kind of board wipes or
board
anything
wipes.
like that. Just kind of looking, enjoy the camera time,
人家2张苦花呢，
happy.
到
Either
底
of
要
these
怎么竞
players
争
going
啊
to 8-2 or 9-1.
我都不知道他第一把怎么输的了。
These are still the leaders of the tournament here.
他第一把是要抽多烂
to be played today, so you know we will likely see both of these players hit the magic number of 12 before the end of the day. That's hope. That's the hope. So fingers crossed for fans of Benton and Gab. Contagious Vorak hits the battlefield. Let's see what he finds at the top of the library, or if we're going to be proliferating.
Yep.
放自己2颗油。
There's been a lot of fans of Gabriel Nassif coming into this event, but there are a lot of new fans of Benton, including myself, after this event. He's been a lot of fun to watch and just has a great spirit, a fun person to talk to. Really, really love this guy.
He just exudes the, oh my gosh, I'm doing so well energy, you know?
Yeah.
It's awesome. I love to see, you know, these players who, this is their first experience of the Pro Tour, just doing so well and keeping a cool head about it. You know, it's wonderful. So.
And just playing good Magic. You know, like the first time Pro Tour, sometimes you are just happy to be in the building, but Benton is just playing great. And look at that head nod. You know how much this means to each player.
Awesome stuff. Benton going to
好难玩呐。
Corey. Oh, that's got to feel so good. I got chills. I got goosebumps because that's just such a cool feeling. I'm so happy for him.
I've been living with perpetual chills just watching all the players' reactions, something we haven't seen without Paper Magic.
真的是被炸烂哎。
I love it. I love it, Ailey.
Oh, it's wonderful. There's going to be so much more of that this weekend as we try to get our top 8 for tomorrow. More Magic after the break.
不过他们这一桌是用那个是用总场次打，不是用轮抽内的场次打，因为一个是1胜，一个是1败嘛，他们2个撞到了，所以他是用那个总 standing 下去排的。不过应该还是打同桌啦，应该不是打不同桌。 哦，有一个上厕所。累回来。不过我要说啊，其实看起来，我觉得看起来跟说话态度感觉蛮金凯瑞的哎，不知道是不是我错觉。
Back playing paper. Here's a look at the hall with the players battling right now. Hey everybody, Murray Bartholdi joined by Monty Devoody here at the news desk. And one of those players out there who is having a fabulous weekend is none other than Benton Madsen, who currently sits at just 1 loss after defeating Hall of Famer Gab Nassif. Cedric caught up with him after last round.
I am here once again with Benton Madsen. Benton, I have a little good news, bad news. Are you ready?
Go for it.
The good news, you're 1-1 in your draft pod. It's not a 3-0, but it's 1-1, so that's the good news.
Okay. Maybe the bad news.
The bad news is that you didn't know 3, which is what you thought you were going to do.
It's true. My predictive powers prove less and less effective. Thank God. Loving it. Happy to be. One of the things you got to learn in life, especially when you're in a family of lawyers who are older than you, is to be happy with being wrong, because they will frequently demonstrate to you that you were wrong and how, and black it up sophistically. I think I used that word correctly.
有点卡卡的，重开一下。
Talk about this green-white deck, and you have all the toxicity that there is. You're trying to poison people out. You've got a really nice deck with both of these hives, and you just beat Gabriel on the sea. You've got to be pretty thrilled with that, at least.
I definitely am. I was glad to have a chance to play him. He's a player I've always followed from like afar, and I was glad to have games against him. I sort of a little lopsided at times, but I'm happy to win under any circumstances, so I'll take it.
Dare I ask, how do you think your next match is going to go?
Probably a loss, would be my guess.
好卡
It's so long. You know, if a top 8 is a grave you want to bury me in, then let's go. I love that.
Well, I know a lot of people are rooting for you to win at home and not lose, so we'll see if you can keep your winning ways going despite your best efforts, perhaps.
I did make some mistakes in my last match. It's not right.
There you go. Good luck, buddy.
If top 8 is a grave you want to bury me in, then let's go.
Beautiful quote. Fantastic.
Benton Madsen didn't have a lot of faith in his draft this morning, but he's doing pretty well for himself, sitting at 9-1. Let's take a look at our leaderboard and find out how everybody else is doing here in this tournament. Mani, what jumps out to you?
Pascal 也赢了。
Only 2 9-1 players remaining, Maria. After this round, it is only going to be 1. But following those, we have a contingent of American players, including the team Handshake.
所以要看到苦涩花开打那个黑绿使处。
One thing that I'm noticing, Nathan Sawyer,
哎，
world champion.
黑绿使处比较强哎，黑绿使处可以拆结界，还不把你苦涩花开拆烂。
Yeah, Reed Duke has been climbing these standings over the past couple of rounds, setting himself up to be at rank number 3 currently in the tournament. So there's a look at our leaderboard. Well, it's time to set up the final round of draft here for day number 2. Let's find out who we'll see do battle in the feature match area, because there can be only one at Pro Tour Phyrexia. All will be one. Benton Madsen versus Shota Yasaoka. Somebody's got to win the pod here. Benton, 0 top finishes, 11 for Shota Yasaoka. There's a look at Benton right there. Qualified via a sealed tournament in the Arena Championship on his phone to play here this weekend. And things are turning out quite nicely for him indeed. But he's got to go up against the Hall of Famer Shota Yasaoka, who qualified for this tournament not one way, not 2 ways, but 3 ways. He's a 2-time Pro Tour winner as well. There's a look at the players. Let's take a look at their decks. We know Shota drafted something really awesome. How about Benton?
Yeah, taking a look at Benton's deck, he said that he was decently happy with it, but not too happy. Of course, he predicted that 0-3, but taking a look at the deck, it is significantly better than a 0-3 record. The highlight of the deck has to be those 2 copies of Skrell's Hive sitting in the 2-drop.
Wow, that is nice.
Doing its best Bitter Blossom impression, having the ability to make
但是苦花会被黑绿人拆烂，那看起来80刚又要赢了呢。
with toxic lifelink. This has been a pretty aggressive format, so being able to keep up with that lifelink ability, especially on cards like Viral Spawning, of which there's 2.
不需要，他那个黑绿人会拆结界。
In this deck, not usually exactly where you want to be, but once you have 3-4 lifelinks, things get a lot better for you. So this deck is quite scary, but of course we know that Benton is going up against Shota's deck now. Shota drafted a beautiful black-green deck, and the highlight really is those 2 copies.
对啊，它正边是没有逼虫的啦。 那个逼虫应该是北牌上场的。 我们说的正边逼虫是它的那个先驱的红黑，正边有一张逼虫。
Those Skrell's Hives, a card type that is normally moderately protected between those 2 copies of Glissa as well as the Canopy. They are very much at risk. Shota even has that copy of Argentum Masticore. Another way to deal with non-land permanents and just really put Benton in check.
3点拆，3点拆，3点拆，
from Shota is just
5点拆，
absolute
对，各种
Right,
拆。
well, I'm excited to see what happens here for the pod. Marshall and Paul with the call here for the final round of draft here at Pro Tour Phyrexia. Take it away, you two.
Welcome to the booth here at Pro Tour Phyrexia. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon, and as they just outlined at the booth, or at the desk, I should say, incredible deck here in Shota's hand. Now, both of them are great, but I mean, it looked like a misprint somehow, right? It looked like when you saw 2 Glisses and the Masticore in there for Shota.
他说他妈的这是印错是不是？一边是2只橘色啦，一边是2张苦花，是不是怪怪的啊？
He's got some cards that typically you don't see. That people would play, but his main goal is like, look, I have all these rares in my deck. I just want to get to the late game.
而且这个轮抽居然是公开卡表的，真的是让我蛮意外的。
2 copies of the Skrelv's Hive. That is not an 0-3 deck.
No, and Benton much less interested in the late game. He will end up getting to that point, but I think this is going to be very problematic here for Shota because he's got these great individual threats, but if a Skrelv's Hive hits the game like or hits the battlefield every game on turn 2, it gets out of hand.
Yeah. And you just can see, it looks like Shota mulligan the 6th here.
Huh.
And he starts things off with evolving which apparently there was just a ton of those at the table.
Like 5,
yeah,
6?
Something like 5 or 6 of them.
We know Nassif has 1.
Yeah, there's 1 here for Shota, and his opponent last round had like 3.
Yeah.
Okay. Hold your breath there, but it was not Skrelv's Hive. It was Branch Blight Stalker there for Benton.
Yeah, Shota not even attacking here, keeping 2 creatures back.
绝对不中毒。哇，右手花开，谢喽。
Oh, and he's got the rare.
He's got the Hive now.
他晚了一 turn， 没事没事。
Probably going to run it out. The other option would be to potentially play a Planar Disruption on the Gladiator and then attack and force force the trade on the Adaptive.
Yeah, the Skrelv's Hive, you know, you really do want to get it out there as soon as possible. The sooner you get it out, the bigger the army you can build, and the quicker you can get your opponent corrupted, because once that happens, your toxic creatures get lifelink.
All right, so we're back to tabletop Magic here, and for those of you familiar with some of the older cards like Skrelv's Hive, cards like Bitter Blossom, putting that die on top of your deck to give yourself that reminder so you don't forget the trigger on Skrelv's Hive.
对，如果你们怕那种维持触发的异能忘记的话，可以在牌库里放个小东西。
In the beginning, when I saw people do that, a lot of people would go, "Hey, why would you do that?"
Yeah.
I'm just going to remember.
Yeah.
And then you forget that one time, and you go, "Okay, you know what? I'm just going to put that die on top."
Yeah. Sometimes it's funny because people will. They started putting a coin or a die on top, and then they just move it out of the way and draw the card, and it couldn't get through their head. There was somebody at home at one of the local game stores, and have you ever seen one of those hamster balls? It's like 2 pieces of clear plastic, and you can put like a hamster, and they can run around the house.
Okay.
He took half of one of those, so it's like a clear dome, and put it over his library so that his hand could not even touch the cards, and he'd have to move it.
I must make
wow.
action.
I guess the dice didn't get the job done. All right, the board continues to be built out here for Shota. That evolving adaptive is now picked up 4 oil counters, so it's a 4/4 somehow. The Lattice Blade Mantis putting that last one on. There's also an Armored Scrap Gorger for Shota, so he's built out a nice board. But I gotta say, he's going to run out at some point, and, you know, Benton won't, right? This Skrelv's Hive is going to continue to pump out these Phyrexian Mites turn after turn.
Right. So now Shota's kind of in one of those positions where he probably does want to start attacking, putting some pressure, because the longer the game goes, at some point, Benton can just go, you know what? Just take 10 poison, right?
Send them all in. Yeah, it gets interesting because the Skrelv's Hive has this really interesting play pattern to it where it dings you every turn and it puts out creatures that can't block. So it leaves you vulnerable to attacks in the early. But once you get your opponent corrupted, all of them get lifelink and then you can race very effectively. So right now, Shota has at least thus far not been able to take advantage of that early part, but we see him slamming now. Crunching for 9 damage here. This is his first attack of the game, but it's a huge one.
Yeah, no great blocks here, right? You can't just do a clean 1-for-1 trade here. The Mantis being a 5/4 would have to at least put 2 creatures in front of any of these cards.
I don't think that Benton particularly likes what he sees here. 2 4 toughness creatures coming over is very awkward for this board.
Yeah, but taking 9 here.
Yeah, no way.
Right, with the Skrelv's Hive in play and Shota being pretty far away from being corrupted right now for the lifelink ability.
What he really needs to take is his medicine here, because he's going to have to just throw 2 creatures in front of something. And of course, the fear being that Shota has some way to disrupt this combat trick. Or
did he take it?
Oh, he just took it?
Okay.
Okay, that's really risky, because remember that Skrelv's Hive is ticking down. He's down to 7 already just off of that 1 hit. And he has not gotten Shota corrupted or even close to it. In fact, he hasn't even got a poison counter on him yet. That's a gutsy take there for Benton. Now, he may be looking to use that planar disruption to crack back and get a whole bunch of toxic going in one big turn.
Yeah, with that Plague Nurse in play as well, right? You get the double trigger. Shota does have a Venomous Brutalizer in hand that would put an extra creature in play. Question as to whether or not he wants to actually proliferate. That would tap down the Scrap Gorger, right? Giving you one less blocker. Maybe he's more interested in having 4 blockers in play to lower the chances of actually getting any poison counters.
Yeah, that Plague Nurse, I mean, that was really what Benton was thinking about, because he doesn't want to lose any of his toxic creatures. So then do you want to chump with Predation Steward? And it was like, not really. Because he could just steal this game.
And is choosing to go ahead and proliferate here with the Brutalizer.
Okay, don't forget, and he didn't. Back over to Benton. Benton predicted a loss this game, by the way. Cedric asked him in the interview, how do you think your next match is going to go? He kind of laughed and said, I predict a loss.
To be fair, when interviewed yesterday, Benton, going into the tournament, didn't expect to win any matches. And now he is here sitting at 9-1.
So he's been consistent.
Right.
I don't know if he knew who he was playing when he made that prediction either. like Shota, I mean, he's got a reputation on the Pro Tour for being interesting because he's actually a really nice guy, but one of the most intimidating players to play against. He plays very quickly, very decisively, and he gives you the impression that he knows what you're thinking and you're going to do better than you do.
Right. He's already adjusting his life pad, assuming, and just kind of assumes you're going to do the thing that you're supposed to do. Right.
And it makes you get in your own head about, like, well, what if I disappoint him and don't do the right one that he thinks? Okay, he is going to use the Predation Steward here. He has not played a land yet.
Right. But, I mean, doesn't have a great attack, right? I mean, you get it. You get in here, and Shota can...
Is he just throwing the Gladiator in front, or he could trade if he wants?
You can throw the Gladiator in front, because keep in mind, Benton has to do some jump blocks next turn. He's down to 6. Skrelv's Hive is going to put him down to 5.
Yeah.
Right? So the Mantis and the Adaptive are both lethal attackers next turn.
So he's going to have to use his Planar Disruption here.
Probably on the
Mantis, I guess it's just the biggest creature.
Because it's a vigilant creature.
Right.
The Adaptive would have to turn its turn sideways.
Right, it is slightly bigger as a 5/5 versus 5/4. But he's cutting it real close here as Benton Manson. He's down to 6 at a virtual 5 thanks to Skrelv's Hive. And he was not able to get corrupted this turn, so he won't have it next turn either.
Right. So now, I mean, if he can survive
我觉得这样怪怪的呢，他应该要关4/4，然后灌1冲出去打吧。
toxic creatures back on
对
defense
啊
that can，
这样就算挡
，yes，
也可以换掉一只2/24，一只虫多一只3/1可以留下来挡。下一回可以换掉一只。
Because at that point, you know,
对啊，怎么会是这样打呢？怪怪的吧
？Could be like, you know what, go ahead. Like you're gonna die to your hive potentially. I mean, because he's cracking in for a bunch right now.
And look at this in Shota's hand, off for immortality. Benton might be considering a double block here with Plague Nurse and Dune Mover onto this 5/5 Adaptive. And if he does that, Shota can kill both creatures and have that Adaptive
这排1都不能挡。感觉要爆开了呢。
But Shota's in a fantastic spot either way, because if they just, he can even if the double block doesn't happen or doesn't use a combat trick, he can still just play the Paladin in his hand. and just have another giant
double block.
Wow, and it looks like Benton's going to go for the double chump block here to keep his life total as high as possible. This is going to start kind of securing the fate because we're going to see that Nimraiser Paladin here grab back a creature, but put out another 4/4. And down to 5 falls Madsen. What does he find with his draw step?
I just don't see how he can
where's the plan here?
Push things through. You can attack with everything.
That does get you...
No, it doesn't even get you... So if the Stalker and the Might gets blocked...
Oh, you're right.
It doesn't even get Shota to 3 poison, so it will not make him corrupted, and then he won't have any blocks.
看这个人怎么从头到尾都在乱打，他到底怎么打到91的啊？
And Shota's having none of it. He's
just block your things.
Off 2 of them. So there's a little too late here, the first poison counter for Madsen.
And a charge of the Mites would kill a creature that's in play. So can kill the 5/5 adaptive. But Benton's going to go down to 4, and he's got to double chump both the Paladin and the Brutalizer.
And he is going to be a virtual 4 on his. Yeah, this is...
So this is a
double chump block, user removal spell, have it all go well, which, by the way, it's not. There's an offer of mortality here. So.
Of course.
好奇怪哦。
Yeah, so the charge
然后又要再送2只，啊不就慢性死亡？
Due to the combat trick.
打那边，然后辟邪不灭，死去。
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
死出不灭，死去。
And we're going to see offer immortality here from Shota Ahsoka, and that will secure game number 1. Interestingly, there from Shota, the thing that really stood out about his list when we first saw it was the 2 copies
你是不是真的把它当苦涩花开在用啊？我们说苦花不是真的代表它是苦花呢。
Wow. I mean, the best card there was that Evolving Adaptive. It was a 5/5 for 1 mana.
Yeah. And I mean, that is the reason why it's considered one of the best uncommons in the set, likely the best.
真的是有 Duris 了。
来
一回 Duris。
From Benton.
掉苦花，碎啦。哎，聊天室的。从那个未来来的要讲一下呢。
Does he have the other one? No. Landsprite Stalker is going to have to do a lot of work. You see the big fella in hand too, Argentum Masticore. You don't usually beat that.
肯定没有哦，全世界的人都叫他苦花哦。
And there's the Gladiator to jump in front, potentially of the Stalker here.
Yeah, and a sideboard card here, Shota recognizing that one of the ways that he can lose in this matchup is that turn 2 Skrelv's Hive, bringing in that duress out of the board.
Oh, we got a 4-ball here.
Okay.
All right. Indoctrination Attendant is going to pick up a land here. That's going to
fantastic mold of 5.
Yeah,
to be fair.
This is bad. This isn't bad, and he's trying to decide if he wants to trade
他掉了2次，
for the Fleshless
那也是真的没有办法。
Right? Because now if you find a combat trick or a removal spell, your might will be able to get through next turn.
但是对手卡地了。
Decided not to though.
Okay.
右手 D。
Is there no land drop here from Shota? Every time I've seen him do that head shake and make that sound, it's because something didn't go the way he needed it to.
Yeah, I mean, his hand he's got a Masticore in hand, but no land.
Maybe copper long legs for him this turn, although that looks pretty good.
那还有的打，那还有的打。
Benton needs to find a way to get a blocker out of the way.
No great block on the Indoctrination Attendant, though.
That's true. And it
30
has
冲啊
so that he can get that rolling. He still can offer a trade with the Stalker if he'd like, though he's not going to.
Going for the safe attack here.
I wonder if he has the long-term game plan to go for safe attacks. We're going to find out.
Looks like a Thirsting Roots, which not likely going to maybe add a poison counter. Might be seeing a proliferate there.
That's the type of card you can kind of keep sneaky in your hand.
Yep.
And, you know, maybe Shota thinks he can go to 9 poison, but can't.
Oh,
top of the library, though. Doesn't help him that much. He's got Carnivorous Canopy in hand, but nothing else
to
do with it.
So given that, and because he missed the land drop, might just go for the offer immortality, right?
Wow.
Nothing else to do, so just
他抽到第2张苦花了，对不对？
and get that
但是对我手上有猜。
哦，
不是是平人吗？我看错了吗
I mean, it's going to be basically just 2 mana to kill your biggest creature.
Yeah.
挡。
Yeah, you know, even though Shota did miss a land drop there, and that can be deadly, especially against a relatively quick deck like what Benton has. It doesn't seem like that's how it's going to play.
一边没掉，没掉他调度2次啊，没有办法。
So,
对啊。
And the creatures that he has in play are not really that threatening.
And it looks like Shota missed another land drop here, Paul. He just said draw go and pass the turn back. End step, Rustvine Cultivator picks up a counter. And does Benton find what he needs? Okay, he found a Plague Nurse.
继续更多的3-4。
No, head shake.
继续更多的没有地。
Hey, that Plague Nurse is the type of card that can get this thing really rolling here. But the real question is, does Benton just need to trade off this Lance Bright Stalker?
I feel like you want that Stalker just to get less power off the battlefield on Shota's side, because then the coast is clear for the Plague Nurse attack. Now, right now, it's still okay to attack with it, but you feel much better, right? If, for example, this Gladiator just wasn't in play.
And once again, Shota maybe...
Again?
He's going to go Time Stance.
These are the best combat tricks ever.
Defensive combat tricks are risky, but he's actually pulled it off twice now because Benton doesn't have anything to punish him with.
Yeah.
好奇怪啊！
Plague Nurse hits the graveyard. That was big.
其实他来吗？好绿啊！
Okay,
3、
find a land.
2、
Okay.
3。
Sun's Twilight.
好，只能拿一块地，算了，能有一块地就不错了。
Complex +1.
There you go. And he's going to play his forest for the turn. But wait, there's more.
Oh,
Ooh, that's not bad
and
either.
now all his mana issues are solved.
不卡地了。
Forest there was really nice.
终于不卡地了。
Benton.
然后这边开始爆地了。
Flooding. I like the way this is looking for Shota Yasuoka, especially if he can find himself a land here and slam Argenta Masticore. I think it's just about done.
Yeah, and this has got to feel bad. All of a sudden, Shota now turning things around and attacking with this Gladiator.
Not where you want to be. There's a Lattice Blade Mantis. No land number 5 yet for Shota, but he doesn't need it. Is this another land for Benton?
更多的地牌吐了。
Coming off with a really, really aggressive start. As the game goes longer, we know Shota has the advantage in the late game.
Yeah, you know, another thing that happened here was that turn 1 duress by Shota. If there was a Skrelv's Hive on turn 2, it would have gone unchecked this entire time, and there was a real game plan.
That duress
with
was
Nurse.
big.
It was huge. Now Benton's just has to go for the world record on Rust Cultivator oil counters, and that's all he can take. All right, well, he found viral spawning, but somehow his green-white Toxic deck has yet to even get Shota corrupted, yet let alone poisoned out.
太惨了，
打不了3个赌。Counter onto this and can just slam that Argenta Masticore.
It's so nasty against these tokens too, Paul. Oh yeah. Just go to land and kill the Phyrexian Beast. It's like.
Right.
他这个3-3还被那个被医师各种乱丢。
And now you don't even have to worry about a potential Skrelv's Hive. Not that it would have done too much now on this battlefield, but you now have a creature that can destroy.
啊，医师来了。
And there it is. Argenta Masticore hits the battlefield. Oh, you're not going to like that one, Benton. He's giving it a quick.
Is it as bad for me as I think? Yes, yes, it is.
对。
I think if I were Benton, I might just.
这样也不用担心之后抽地了。耶，开始
I'm not playing against that card. Look at that thing.
I mean, Shota doesn't need the card anymore after this round, so.
True. Well, my first collection.
That's fair.
PT stamped Argenta Masticore.
真的，下课。真的，他等下把那个减1给丢了，直接炸你个3-3，直接嘿。
And he's actually talking about what we talked about.
谁需要减1啊？我们直接用丢的，杀你一个3-3 token。
Should have traded offward at some point earlier.
Yeah, I'm not sure it would have mattered. I think Shota was able to kind of climb out of this regardless.
Yeah.
If Benton had found perhaps a combat trick or a removal spell to punish Shota for one of his defensive combat tricks, then he might have had a chance. But now, I mean, I don't think there's a collection of draws in Benton's deck that can get him out of this.
He's going to discard Carnivorous Canopy to the Masticore. That's going to take down the viral spawning token, and now both the Lattice Blade Mantis and Argenta Masticore are going to get in the red zone. And yes, there was an oil counter left over on the Mantis, so it's 5-4.
那没有办法，调度2次，然后又爆地，节奏已经打不回来了，还被一回 Duris。
Mulligan to 5, like this just hasn't gone the way he wanted. He's going to double block the Lattice Blade Mantis to get it off the battlefield.
6-drop.
Really?
抽一个6费。
Yep.
践踏岩石。好了啦。好了啦，我们不挣扎了。
There you go. Land number 7 is the battlefield for Benton Manted. And simultaneously, he extends his hand.
两张苦涩花开1-2，你敢信？
for picking up this particular match. Now, again, both of these players.
不过我觉得他前面打太奇怪了。
record, so not a disaster.
我觉得他好像忘记了那个token 不能挡这件事。
And Shota still just
进攻变得很奇怪。
Played in the World Championship, has been basically kind of at the top of his game for the last 15 to 20 years, and he just hasn't shown any signs of slowing down. He tests by himself, by the way.
It's incredible.
The fact that he's been able to have this consistent level of success, back to tabletop, it's like
打红帽子吃那个罐，加了放2颗油，这件事情也很奇怪，就是人家都不演了，那你就要给尊重啊。你没有给尊重，就是被灌一个7的，痛揍一拳，然后下回5-5开始揍你，你的套牌节又没有那么多。 陈曼会惜命啊，哭啊！而且那个靠北的是，他不是写陈曼惜命，他是写有 toxic 都惜命。对。
And welcome back to coverage here at Pro Tour Phyrexia. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon, and we're here in the booth bringing you coverage of Limited. We're in the last round of Limited, actually, for the tournament here, and down in the feature. It's okay, we got Pioneer coming up. Okay, we've got Reed Duke facing off against Riki Kamo, and as you can see, these are the top players left. They're both at 8-2 from our second table.
哦，这个好像是那个日本的
those pods are made
冠
based
军的样
on
子。
records of the players from the day before. The one we just watched, the Shota Benton match, that was our pod 1 finals, if you will, and we're going to bring you the finals of this one, because we're actually going to come into this one on game number 3. Both players split the first 2 games, and that leaves us with our openers coming in. What are we looking at here? So Reed is on red-white.
Yeah, Reed is on kind of the red-white equipment strategy, and Riki Kamo is on Gruel Oil.
Okay.
So
the
some of the top strategies coming in.
Yeah. 就是2个生命最高的射手。
battlefield here for Duke. This is a potentially explosive card. It's a 1/1 double strike, but it has Toxic 1, so it effectively has Toxic 2 if it gets through. And then, as you might imagine, any type of combat tricks or anything are beautiful with the Duelist.
And always scary to block.
Very.
When you have that Jawbone Duelist here.
Is it scarier not to block or to block?
Well,
it's really scary either
at
way.
least if you're on the Gruel side, you know that your opponents are playing with mountains and plains, so you know that you're less likely to at least get toxiced out or die to poison. But Reed here, missing land drop number 3. Does have a pair of toxic creatures in play.
Yeah, maybe he could put together a little poison kill. But the more pressing issue is the one you mentioned, Paul, that third land drop not hitting for Duke, especially while his opponent, Ricky, is turboing things out here. He's got Contagious Vorak, and you saw him on instep put that counter on Rustline Cultivator, so he'll have access to 5 mana next turn.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the best common in the set, but it's certainly my favorite common in the set.
I love the art,
just
too.
does everything.
He's a good boy.
Yeah.
Is there a land off the top of the library here for Duke, and/or can he continue to function on 2 mana? I mean, sometimes these decks have a very low curve, and you know he could have a 1-drop and another 2-drop and still be able to do things until he hits his mana. But you know, you don't hit your 3rd land drop. Sometimes you just have to say go, and then all of a sudden the game falls apart.
It's still rough. I mean, even if you're just playing a spell every turn, you're playing 2-drops. Your opponents are playing 3s and 4s and 5s, so you're just going to fall behind on board, even if you're doing things with a low curve deck.
Is this going to be a spell bomb? A skull bomb, I mean?
A cycled skull bomb?
It is. I just had the feeling there that with the hesitation there. Is he going to hit his 3rd land?
Not sure.
If he doesn't, you gotta feel like he's going to fall too far behind to beat Ricky here.
Right, because now we're at that point where there's several... Oh, okay.
吓人一跳.
You had to think about it.
My question is, okay. But not attacking with the Jawbone Duelist.
And the Duelist of Deep Faith got in there as well.
Let's see.
I suppose the Jawbone Duelist is just holding back the Stalker over there.
You know, Ricky's just going, look, you played a Skull Bomb and you cycled. Did you really have to take that much time to play the land? I mean, come on. If you drew it, you're going to play it, right?
Yeah. You've covered enough Reed Duke, though. What he does is he thinks through all the stuff.
Exactly. Yeah. He was just coming up with a plan.
He's like, I'll
被戳掉了.
This will block this. Oh,
有没有？加油加油！对，有。
Urbrask Anointer, but this was sort of the. I wouldn't call it fully face up, but you know,
it was somewhat telegraphed.
The likely free from flesh, and it does work here as there was only 1 damage coming across from the Anointer. Also, it acts as a great blocker, right? That now became a 3/3 double strike on defense, so even the Contagious Vorak couldn't come in.
Right. So now the Jawbone Duelist there. Those are 2 oil counters on the Duelist. There are really almost 0 +1/+1 counters in the format.
Yep.
So whenever you see these die on creatures, for the most part, they will be oil counters with very, very few exceptions.
Yeah, I mean, the format was built such that -1/-1 counters and +1/+1 counters just aren't a thing.
Right.
Some creatures sort of got around it, you know, and they said, I get +1/+1 for each oil
counter.
Yeah, but unfortunately for Reed, Jawbone Duelist is not one of them. All right, the Centurion's going to hit the battlefield, and critically, there's another land. I do wonder what the situation was last turn, if perhaps that land actually was in hand for Duke, and when he cracked the Skull Bomb, it was like, well, maybe I can hit an untapped land, or, you know, I'm not going to do anything else with this. At any rate, he's back up to 4 mana now, and we got a game on our hands.
We do.
It's a stalemate, though.
It is a bit of a stalemate, and typically in these situations, of course, it just depends on what people have in their hand, but the red-green deck typically plays the bigger threats, right? And the red-white deck looks to kind of play it slightly lower mana curve.
更多猪吗？
Oh, how about Miglos, a.k.a. the best rare in this set, Paul?
Yeah.
That one is the king, and Reed Duke is going to need to find an answer for that absolutely immediately, or it will 100% take over this game.
That thing is incredible. I mean, just the 3-mana +4 is obviously strong, but then how do you block it? And then also, if you just play an artifact, which there are plenty of in this set, it also just kills those things for free.
It's incredible. Almost impossible to get into combat with.
好，当作没有看到。
A Cackler? That ain't it.
That's not going to get it done, and we're probably going to see Riki just start getting in here.
It's really tough because every time somebody...
Wow!
That's the Pandrel?
女神主
Wow, how about just back-to-back, just go rare? You know what, I can do a little better
Rare
than that.
into Rare. Double the power and toughness of each creature you control in
every
combat. By the way, every combat. You can use this on offense and defense.
How about right
now? Oh, you know,
oh my
just
第一只眼睛打，第一只眼睛往
So
前
let's see,
推
what do we have here? A 6-2, a
对
6-6, an 8-4, and an 8-8.
88、
Okay.
84、66、62。
Okay, you may block Reed.
Yeah.
You now have the option.
Yeah, here's my attack.
好了啦
Oh my.
I wish you
好了啦。
Godspeed. This one is over, Paul. There is
just
no
nothing. I
way.
mean, if Reed was on 5 lands, and then we knew that he had the Eternal Wanderer in his deck,
we could be talking about something.
哦 ，Red Duke 的背牌，Red Duke 的套牌是有挑平的，但是不好意思，你只有4块地。
I've done a lot of drafts in this format, Marshall. I think this is the first time I've actually
游戏好难玩哦。
as a Pandrel in play.
I've seen it in play.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Were you the one casting it?
Nope.
Yeah, yeah.
And
So
I was
can
in the
imagine
Reed Duke seat.
You were in the Reed Duke seat.
And the predictable happened.
You had a nice curve of 2s and 3s and 4s, and then instantly lost.
I was playing white-black. Yeah. And all of a sudden, my opponent had 20 20s, and they were killing me with it. And Reed, you know, is the professional.
Will this be able to trade for a creature here?
1、2、3、4、5、6。
He just took 14.
Oh my
goodness.
goodness.
He went from 20 to 6, and he lost 3 of his creatures.
And he's got a 3/2 in play.
And the best he could do was take out what was originally a 4/2.
Right, and he's dealing with an 8/12 reach creature in combat. He can, of course, make it not block, but I don't think Reed is in position to attack here.
I would attack here.
Attack and then scoop it up?
Yeah, go down swinging, man.
Sure.
好了啦
Sure.
，Red Duke， 我们回去打，我们去打先驱了
Get
啦
you。down to 15.
You remember that next time you try to
不好
cast
玩啦。
Meglos into Zapandrel on me. Reed has to show that he's unintimidated. Looking at his hand, yeah, I don't like the numbers. You saw him doing a little bit of quick math.
Okay. Oh, that's
okay. This is
pretty
the best
good.
possible answer for
That is
Meglos.
awesome.
But the problem is Zapandrel. I mean, Zapandrel is much more powerful than Meglos. You know,
Right.
Pound for pound, right? It's a 7-drop versus a 3.
And red-white just doesn't have a whole lot to deal with this sizing.
No.
Right? Even if you make it so that it can't attack, that trigger still happens every turn. So we got a 6/6, an 8/12, and a 2/4.
Yeah, not bad.
Okay. And whatever else is, I mean, Riki's probably going to play another.
我要右手一张飘屏。对。
Okay, that's a safe block.
Reed can actually keep this sentry alive.
And then has to chump everything else.
But he has to chump both of the other 2, and he is in red alert. Oh no, there's mana being tapped too?
加4加4。
Wow, Titanic
无
Growth
所谓
just
啊，
get
反正
the
这边就是
Meglos
全部都
back.
还给他。
Yeah.
然后要右手一张飘屏。
Riki, no chill. Like, this is rough. Get those 5 oil on there too, by the way. And that's going to be it. Riki Kamo with an absolute destruction in game 3 sends Reed packing. Now, records-wise, our players were 8-2 in that pod coming in. So that's going to make 8-3 for Reed. And Riki's going to improve to 9-2 with a decisive victory over Duke there. That was gross.
Yeah, so getting a little bit closer. Of course, if you hit match limit number 12, that does guarantee you a slot in the top 8. So going 9-3 with that savage deck. I kind of just wanted to see that deck. I want to see him play that deck more.
Seriously.
That just looked like a really fun deck to play.
Yeah, you know, the red-green deck is already kind of all about power and toughness, even down to the common level, but that was next level power.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. That's why that deck is so strong,
because you can build a fantastic deck just with the commons. Right. But then this is what happens when you also get the rares and mythics.
All right, well, we've got our third feature pod table here as well, where we have Nathan Stoyer up against Marcio Carvalho. And we're going to join this one in game number 2, as apparently Nathan took care of business in game number 1, and it took him a whole 1 minute and 41 seconds to win that game. I assume mana or mulligan issue.
80刚强太在限制赛使用那个 Durius 的时候，我在限制赛使用 Durius 的时候。
Nathan not slowing down here.
He's got Malko
winning the world championship.
Blue-green.
Blue-green.
You don't see that very often.
Yeah.
哇
So blue
蓝
green
绿
is
打
the
蓝白
archetype of all the decks that had only
占卜
one
2
trophy, one 3-0 from all of day one, as it is, I believe, just consensus the worst color combination. But given that Nathan is still 8-2 and blue-green, you have to imagine it was open and that he probably has some very powerful rares in his deck.
Really nice start for the blue-white artifacts deck here from Marcio. He's got Malcator's Watcher into Eye of Malcator. Now, every time he plays an artifact, that Eye is going to become a 4/4 until end of turn, and he can start smashing even through this board.
Yeah.
刚13为什么不打？
Now Nathan
是不是
could
少打
line
一
up
点
a double block here, and Marcio would just get the Vorak off the battlefield most likely.
Let's see what
Means
he's
one
got
damage.
for turn 4. Cephalopod Sentries,
还
of
是
course,
不想让他抽 ？Maybe 我不当让他抽吧，
uncommon
就让他抽啊。
for this archetype, and it would be kind of the there it is
来了
Sentry,
最强的
So that's going to trigger the Eye, and
然后
Marcio will
44
have to
跟
decide
要冲出来了
if
吗
he'd like to make that trade, and he would.
好
So the
哦
quick
欢迎
double block there, and just as you predicted, Paul, it's going to be the contagious Vorak that dies. Now that is going to shrink down the Sentry by 1. It does count how many artifacts you have under your control, and he just lost 1, but fine trade.
Yeah, but no shortage of
那你要怎么
artifacts
解
if
这
you're
一只
going to be
迷雾？
drafting this blue-white deck. And frankly, not a lot of people want those artifacts. So
Right.
you often table them. They're free, right? These Watchers, people don't take very highly. The Eye, so whenever you see kind of somebody
蓝白
playing a
神器
blue-white
真
deck,
的
you
是
have to think, uh-oh.
这个限制才
They're
很
probably
难拿的一
running
个主
something
题。
like 18 to 20 artifacts in their deck.
核心是一张
Yeah,
U
that
卡
is what this
然
deck
后
is all about.
神
You know,
器
the
有
other
些
decks
又
in
不
the
够强
format。don't really care about artifacts particularly. You know, it's about blood counters or toxic and stuff like that. But it is really about having artifacts on the battlefield and having them enter the battlefield that matters here. This is a big turn here for Stoyer. He is down to just the Icar synthesizer and has to kind of rebuild his board.
Yeah, I'm wondering, does he have something like a mesmerizing dose? That would be great.
Whoa, he's just going to pass a long tank, and then he just ships it back. He's got 6 cards in hand.
手上是什么啊？是有康是不是？
So he's got something.
+1+3，然后一只猪
Marcio。has to think about the different counter spells potentially that Nathan could be playing here.
对。
Yeah, and I think we're going to see one right now.
Something on the stack here, maybe?
Yeah, reject imperfection. I don't know what got countered there, though.
Unctus is
Oh, yeah, okay. But he actually had a follow-up Malcator's Watcher there. And it's the Retrofitter, I think, that got countered.
Yeah, it's the Retrofitter.
Yeah, so that would have actually made one of those Watchers a 4/4?
Yes, it would have. That
Yeah,
is a nice little
so
combination.
Good thing to counter.
还不打，一直都不打。
So now the Fisher getting in the way of the Watchers, but the Sentry can
军
still
情的
comfortably
怎么
attack
这么
through
晚
it here.
Ooh, and it looks like it's going to get skull bombed away.
再打5。
And this is a big hit. He's down to 9 as Nathan Stoyer.
And given that that was Nathan's big play last turn, you might see him just run it back here, unless he was able to find a removal spell or some kind of answer to this Sentry.
还要继续再下一只43吗？
I like how we're in the finals of this pod, and both players are playing blue.
We'll note, though, going in, the color combination that people favored with blue was white, right? Because it's a very highly synergistic deck. And if you are the only blue-white drafter at the table, you can still have a nice
GMT 就有这个
3-0
赛
deck.
I really wonder if Nathan wants to run back out the Quicksilver
有空再去打吧。
He's going to be aware of
没有很在意，
not
大
only
不了
a
拿
card
20
of the
点
format,
去
but
打
in
就
the
好了。
deck is bring the ending. But instead, he's going to go with
这个
Delweb.
地面部队好像
So
没
that
什么
means
卵
he's
用
going to
呢，
take a lot of damage this turn.
还要再吃5滴。
How many artifacts
至少
can
5滴。
Marcio play this turn?
Right, that Cephalopod Sentry is going to be able to crash pretty hard depending.
Yeah. So, did he sack a land?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is minimum 5 damage coming in. Okay, no artifacts.
Okay, well that works. Though it is over half of the remaining life total of one Nathan Stoyer, so he can't be happy about it.
Does it have reach or something?
No.
没有啊。哦，
I think it has
谢了，
vision.
加一加
Oh,
3
is
飞
it
起
gonna
来
give it，flying? That's what it is. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what it is.
谢了，然后被回应。
Oh, but Chrome Prowler's going to come down in response and tap the Meldweb
再打
Strider.
6
Like, let me read
剩
the
3
spell. Oh yeah, okay. I'm just gonna
Yeah, that ain't happening.
Yeah.
And by the way,
that is
an
an
artifact as well, right?
Yeah.
So now it's 6 damage coming across. Down to 3 goes Stoyer. But remember, he's up a game.
Yeah.
But I think he's going to be tied a game here pretty quickly.
Likely seeing a 3rd game here.
Let's see if Stoyer can come.
Even the Watchers are problematic at this point.
Yeah. And killing those is painful because you get the card back. Well, there's a Quicksilver Fisher once again.
Yeah, and that's going to just be chump blocking the Sentry at this point.
Yep.
所以下回要上去chomp 一拳，上去 chomp 2拳，然后吃2胜1。
We'll be chumping the Prowler, and then go down to 1.
Two cards left here for Nathan Stoyer as Marcio checks. And he's going to come in the air.
Oh.
There is 2 mana being tapped.
Bounce.
Oh,
Well, we couldn't see what he actually cast.
看不到啊。
Ruthless Predation? Okay.
Oh, it's a Serum Snare.
U 牌的那个回手。
Serum Snare? Okay.
Okay, Serum Snare, bounce your Cephalopod.
Okay.
Eat the Watcher. Replay the Sentry. Okay, so he's still alive.
Still hanging in
there.
You have
it wasn't,
an unblockable
he needs
feature.
an answer for the Sentry.
Oh,
okay.
来了，猜。
For the Sentry.
Crew and then sacrifice to kill the Sentry?
Oh,
is he coming
Nathan Stoyer showing us a little something.
Maybe you still want to keep the Fisher back. You can still get in with the Synthesizer if you have another play. Because you still want to be able to block the Chrome Prowler.
白蓝
The
有
Strider
能够
does have
阻止他
Vigilance.
杀
You
的
can crew
吗
it？ and block if you keep the
回
Synthesizer
手
back.
没有辟邪
Yeah, it is getting the benefit
应该
now
还
of
好。
having 4 oil counters on it. So it's just going to be the Strider.
对。
And Carvalho looks like he's going to just take it. And now we're going to see Tinker Bloom get
组合
sacrificed.
， Okay. Marcio has no
打一
good
个保险
attacks
的。
now. Oh, man.
A removal spell for the Quicksilver Fisher would be real interesting here. Put Stoyer down to 1.
Oh!
Fortune Frontier, where did
He's like,
that come from?
I'm going to block that so fast.
Now, it is still a trade.
And in this matchup, oh, no, excuse me. It does have protection from green.
Yep.
But everything Nathan has in play is blue, so it's mostly +2/+2.
Okay.
Still, 5/4 is pretty nice.
哭啊！中华电信在换 IP 呀、干真的很烦，这个中华电信。
Is the perfect
那个
size
凌晨3点都会
Watcher.
那凌晨3点都会那个换 IP。
And he just drew 3 cards.
Down to 12 goes Marcio, and yeah, with those 3 cards and all that mana available.
哦，来了，翻倒磁铁扛住了，
没有办法，中华电信就是这个样子。And he can really turn the tables on this quickly. And he was supposed to do it right away.
Didn't attack with the Raptor.
No, I'm surprised.
Just choosing to perhaps maybe play around a Chrome Prowler or something. No, that wouldn't have done it because Marcio would have cast Chrome Prowler on the Immobilizer end of turn.
Okay, Watcher gets tapped.
我有一次前2 pick 拿了2张，不知道是干什么。
What is that land?
It's Mirror.
哦，生那个。
Okay. I mean, Nathan is at 2.
生 token 的
Absolutely, those count.
It just makes a creature every single turn. Can Nathan kill Marcio before he can just go wide?
这边要
He's going to
race
have
了
to put the pedal to the metal with Nathan at only 2 life. Oh, he's got his own
beat down, so that's 3, 6, 10 damage.
He's close.
10 damage. Can he put a couple of oil counters on this Raptor?
抽一张。
I think that's a Surgical Bay. It's been sacrificed.
All right, it looks like he's going to line up a
没有办法确杀，就是1点。
This is very, very close.
打7。
Incredible comeback here from Stoyer. That Canker Bloom, it never's been the
same. That was a big Canker Bloom.
That card's been performing very well.
If Nathan, I mean, I don't know what Marcio has here. He drew the land for turn, so probably doesn't have a whole lot of other options here, right? He would have played the Prowler on the previous turn had he drawn it.
So there's the Phyrexian Might off of Mirix.
Looks like he does have something to do here.
他有什么吗？升2只吗？升2只就赢了。
Nothing.
Okay, nothing. This is the turn where else Nathan's going to attack for lethal next turn. With the immobilizer, right? You have 2 activations. You can tap the Watcher and whatever else Marcio
真的，这个右手自摸这个拆子太关键了。
You can do the old tap on your turn, tap on my turn. Icy manipulator trick.
2 mana.
That's ossification.
变锁延
Is
上。
that enough? Marcio is 1 short.
Yes.
Marcio is 1 short. Is there a way he can make this might bigger? Because that would be enough, right?
然后他换贴这边，然后逼你一定要倒这个。
Because
逼你一定要倒城满，然后紧接着打圣衣。
And then tap down the flyer and attack for lethal.
Yeah. Marcio's going to need something else. Remember the might
Anything
can't
else?
block.
One more
然后
thing?
下颚升城满2打逼中1。
It's land go.
但是有回手
Something to interact with ossification, and that's going to give him redundancy. He now has 3 powered creatures.
What a comeback here for Nathan.
Incredible job by Nathan
Back
Sawyer.
against the wall for 4 or 5 turns.
Really felt like he was dead.
Just ask him. Judge, if it gets proliferated or not. If I cast Serum Snare, targeting a 2 CMC, or just show the ossification. Okay. I targeted this. I'm just wondering if the creature that returned to the battlefield can get proliferated on or not.
Good question.
Believe the answer is no.
他问的是那个他回来的那一个瞬间，我可以增值他吗
？Just in case, of course.
Because Serum Snare would have had to already resolve for the ossification to be gone.
Right.
And you don't get to kind of float a proliferate out there for a while. So
yeah, and he likely knows that that's the most likely case.
Yeah,
but
it's
just
always
ask
worth
just in
asking.
case, just because.
I can't tell you how many times something was explained to me that made perfect sense and was also wrong.
一方面那个是禁止式效应吧，应该是可以的吧。
But this is a little bit of. I mean, I don't know what Marcio has. Like, does he have any cards left? But
yeah, how is he going to fight through this?
This is torturous. Like, hey, let me just ask this minor
我也没有
rules
100%
question
确
that
定，
doesn't
但是我猜应该可
actually
以。
change the board as it sits. But I mean, who knows? Marcio could have a card in hand.
Wow, that cankers.
The Canker Bloom.
Canker Bloom. Just the perfect card because playing a blue-green deck, not a whole lot of removal, right?
I think I already put the counter on this. I'm pretty sure. Not sure. Whatever, doesn't matter.
Marcio's like, I don't know.
如果是旧的遗忘轮就不行了吧？因为旧的遗忘轮会有额外一个触发。新的这种 until 的话，禁止式效应应该是可以的。
Yeah, it's like, jeez.
Poor mushroom.
What did it? I mean, look at it.
没错，是
All
可以
right,
的
here。we go. Untap now for Nathan Stoyer. He's got more. He's got a Quicksilver.
Does in fact get the oil counter.
And there's the tap, and he's going to go for the win here.
Get in there.
And Marcio only has lands in hand, and that is going to do it. Nathan Stoyer completes an
太神啦！
improbable comeback
而且还有2张那个 U 卡的
to
回
pick
手
up the
哎
win。there and continue
真的是蛮
his
猛的。
winning ways. Of course, we've gotten used to seeing Nathan Stoyer
He can't
win
stop losing.
recently.
Just can't.
Yeah, and he's got 9-2 record now as well. So he just keeps running up the score at any tournament that will put him in. What a comeback for him that game.
I know. I mean, it just felt like every single turn, Marcio was just one trick, one spell away from getting there. Even that one turn where Nathan went, you know what, I'm going to make this 5-5, I'm going to let it fly. And when Marcio cast the Chrome Prowler, you were thinking, okay, Marcio definitely.
He has all the bases
because
covered.
that was just a total blowout. But every single turn, Nathan just had exactly enough to survive, then turned it around.
That's right. Incredible stuff for our limited rounds. That is going to do it for limited here from Philadelphia. When we
想
come
说那个
back,
tap
we're going to be
tap 下来
with
把那
Maria
个
at the
载
news
具
desk,
推倒的时候，
gearing
想
up
说啊，
for
人要没
Pioneer.
了。
Don't go anywhere.
对，最后哦，居然逆转了，好猛啊！
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Phyrexia, and check out the trophy there waiting for one of our 218 players here on the stage with myself and Mani Davuti. There's a look at the players right now doing battle here in the Convention Center. Back to Paper Play and Pioneer coming up this round. Hey, everybody, Maria Bertholdi, Mani Davuti, like I said, and one of the players out there who's having a great weekend and has been having great weekends for quite a while now in Magic is Nathan Stoyer, your current reigning world champion, who just casually 3-0'd Draft and talked to Cedric after his last round big win.
I am here with Nathan Stoyer, our world champion, and one could argue maybe the draft champion here. Not because of your record, 5-1 limited, which is great. You just came up with 3-0, but the decks that you got it done with. So let's talk about the two archetypes that you didn't want to draft, your team didn't want to draft, nothing you wanted to do, but still able to get wins with them.
Yeah, so starting off the first draft, I played Black Red in limited, and this isn't really an archetype that I had any experience with before. I would say the biggest issue with it is just the lack of like early game, and also I thought black was one of the worst colors. So black-red was an archetype I wasn't psyched about, but I lost the first round and I scrapped out of 2-1, so that was okay. And then in the second draft, I drafted blue-green, and this was really, really shocking even to me, because going into the tournament, the two archetypes that I was like, I want to avoid, arguably three, were like black-red, blue-green, which I had never drafted either of those in testing. We had a testing house and online drafts, never even touched them. And blue-black, which we thought was weaker, but fine if you got a good version of it. And so it was pretty funny to see that those were the lanes open in my seat, and I kind of needed to just embrace that it was going to be a little uncomfortable, but, you know, blue-green had a lot of going for it in my current deck. Like, I actually leaned into the synergies, which is usually the issue with the strategy, that the synergies aren't present, and so the proliferate was really helpful to make sure the Tamiyo's manipulator was effective to making it like I had 2 copies of that card, and that was the equivalent of a bomber in my deck because I never ran out of counters on either of them. So I would say overall pretty happy with how the blue-green deck turned out, but I'm just happy that I scrapped it together with really hard seats in the draft.
So Nathan goes 5-1 in limited, and now we are going back to Pioneer, playing a deck that you're very, very comfortable and happy to be playing here in Lotus Field. So you're in prime position for another top 8 here, my friend. How you feel about walking into Pioneer with a deck that, again, you're pretty comfortable with?
I feel good about playing Lotus. I mean, one issue that I was thinking about is I don't have so much experience playing against the creativity deck that one of the bigger teams brought, and so I could see that causing some issues just with the lack of play pattern knowledge. But overall, Lotus is my comfort zone for this tournament, and I put a lot of time into learning the interactions with it. I feel like I'll get the job done with it.
Well, if anybody can do it, it's our reigning world champion. That's Nathan Stoyer. To Nathan, good luck.
There's Nathan Stoyer, your world champ, currently sitting at 9-2. And a look at the field here as the players do battle here in the Philadelphia Convention Center. All right, everybody, let's do a check-in at our leaderboard and find out where we're at so far in this tournament. Overnight, one player was undefeated. That player picked up a couple of losses this morning. That was Benton Madsen. Now sitting on top on 10-1, Manny.
Yeah, definitely. Shota just continuing to dominate. His only loss being yesterday to David Inglis, who
看巴斯刚的那个 Twitter 超靠北，他写那个 MTG 休闲玩家。
We do see that team of Channel Fireball picking up some losses. Reduke at 8-3 now. Gabriel Nassif also at 8-3 down to 15th place. Still very much in it. And one name I really want to highlight, Maria, is Chai Hui Hang sitting in 9th place from
刚刚那个不是啊，对啊对啊，那个是 MO 的上
regional championship
专业赛
is making quite a comeback here. Had an okay day 1, but at 8-1 in 9th place, still very much within reach of that top 8.
我记得他超级年轻的，好像20岁还20岁。
Bring a lot of players and see this tournament, and you could be one of them if you play in one of those as well. Now we shift our focus to Pioneer, away from drafts in the books for this tournament. So let's take a look at the metagame and what the players brought this weekend. And I want to kind of focus in on those other archetypes. 43 players, 19% of the field. And one of those players is Benton Madsen running Celestia Auras, Monty.
他没有额外一个统计是 Day 2的嘛？
What we have been talking about in Pioneer as a whole is there isn't really a de facto best deck. We see at the top of the metagame, we see Rakdos midrange, 15% of the field. Mono Green Devotion, almost 14% of the field. But the thing that everybody has been saying is much more important than what deck you play is how well you know your deck. That is the important part of Pioneer, and that's why we've seen this varied success throughout the weekend. We saw at the end of the day yesterday, the decks facing off against each other were Abs and Grease saying, not seen within these archetypes.
转换率就不知道，他没有统计。可能等下会出现吧，我不知道。
Combo is one of the decks. Of course, we do know Shota, our leader, is on Rakdos mid range, so certainly going to see if Rakdos can continue leading the field and get into the top 8. But the story of Pioneer continues to be the variety of decks present and how players are getting rewarded for knowing their deck inside and out.
Yeah, absolutely. What a wonderful field here we have for our Pioneer metagame and kind of the first big exploration of this format. One of those decks on that metagame is, of course, Is It Creativity? Ely Cassis, a great player, decided to bring this deck this weekend. I did a deck tech with him before the tournament.
Ely Cassis. 全都 Fireball 应该都是打同个套牌吧
？In 2022 World Championship finalist Ely Cassis running Is It Creativity this weekend. Why this deck, Ely?
Because it's just like Splinter Twin, so why not this deck?
Absolutely. If you can play Splinter Twin and Pioneer, you probably should. So talk to me about how this deck is like Splinter Twin. It's a combo deck. It has a really cool combo finish. How does it work?
Well, before you had Kiki Jiki and you had Deceiver Exarchs, and now you have Big Score and Indomitable Creativity.
不是啊，分类双生不需要担心你把红绿城抽上手。
Key, obviously, because creativity needs 2 targets. And you can't play artifacts or enchantments, or artifacts and creatures, rather, so that you can make sure you hit World Spineworm and Xenagos. So you
好像套牌有一些差异。我记得 Red Duke 是2张鲨鱼台风吧？
30 power trampler haste.
还是正义盖一换上来的
And you just worm people, as somebody is coining the phrase.
Get wormed, I think is what I said you should say.
Get wormed.
Well, that's an awesome combo finish for this deck. How easy is it to set up this combo and make it actually work?
Surprisingly easier than it
分裂
might
双
seem
生
because
的
it's just a 2-card combo.
受害者
All combos of lead and magic. I remember the days where it was 3-card combos, but now we have just 2 cards. But the rest of the deck is geared to just buying you time. So you'll
当初打那个穿越练习就是穿越练习丢下来，然后被推倒，吐了。
play counter magic to just keep them from doing what they're trying to do until you just all of a sudden win.
Okay, that sounds sweet, but what if your plan doesn't come together?
Then you lose.
Okay, so win or lose deck. Okay, I like it. So how do you win, say, for example, if you don't hit your combo?
Sure. We do have some beatdown plans. So you have Mutavaults, you
我
have
记得 Red Duke 好像也没有放的样子吧
and there's a Hall of the Storm Giants, which can also beat down for larger amounts. But really, I think the best beatdown plan is having 2 Fable the Mirror Breakers on 3. And then at the end of their turn, they start copying each other over and over again until you have an army of 2/2s, and then you just untap and attack for lethal.
Fable of the Mirror Breaker, this card is just incredible, right?
Yup. Yeah.
What doesn't it do?
A lot of people have theorized it might be like the best card in this format, and the fact that it's even seeing so much modern play, and I think even it's seen vintage play, just shows how powerful this card can be.
So there's a lot of decks you could have chosen in Pioneer. Throughout your testing, how difficult was it to land on this list?
It was hard because I was actually trying to steer the team off of it, but the data, because we try to be data-driven, the data just brought us back to it. It was showing the highest numbers across the field, especially with the expected meta, so this is just what we ended up on, sadly.
So what are you most excited to play against this weekend? Your opponent sits down. What are you hoping to see?
I kind of want to play against a lot of Rakdos Sack if I can. They have a lot of cards that don't interact so well with us, and a lot of people don't
最希望遇到红黑牺牲的，因为这打红黑牺牲应该真的是，应该是蛮爽的，应该是屌虐。
Because you've got cards like Make Disappear. How is that impacting your game plan?
This deck for the longest time was playing things like Negate, and honestly, Make Disappear was just such an improvement because you really wanted to be able to stave off creatures like how Fiery Impulse and Fire Prophecy are trying to do. But you didn't always have that option with those 2, or a creature could outsize that, like Shieldred's a problem. It races really well. But Make Disappear, here's the perfect answer. And not only is it like a quench, but that casualty 1 actually comes in a lot. I've sacked a lot of Mutavaults. So you had 3 mana up, activate Mutavault, sack to make sure you pay 4. And if something was like really just going to beat you and you have to do that, it's great to have the option to.
So for somebody at home who's looking at this deck tech and maybe thinking about taking it to their LGS, what tips do you have for piloting it?
Ooh, I guess pilot it a lot, because knowing how to sideboard with this deck is huge, because the creativity plan can change up. You have to know when to trim certain numbers and which not to. Every card in the deck feels good against every other deck. So you have to almost like know that against, like, say, mono green, maybe Fable the Mirror Breaker is not so great, because that 2/2 is never really attacking in and not just dying instantly. So you have to know the ins and outs of how to sideboard with this deck. So to do that, I would play a lot of games.
Do you have a lot of reps in?
A lot of reps.
Okay, good. Any decks that you're worried about going into this weekend?
Worried about, you know, even though mono white is supposed to be a favorite on paper, I never like playing against mono white. The fact that Thalia can just come down and just lock you out just feels rough sometimes. And Adeline is hard to deal with, a 4-butt. So that's not my favorite deck to play against. But
well,
that's just a personal bias.
The deck looks really sweet, Ely. So best of
虽
luck
然
to you
打小
this
牌是
weekend.
账面上数据是优开，但是就是会被莎莉亚搞得很。
Thank you for that deck tech. Everybody, welcome back to the desk. We're getting ready for round number 12 here and kicking off Pioneer on day number 2. Let's find out who will be watching do battle in the feature match area for round number 12. We've got Shota Yasaoka versus Ricky Kamo. 11 top finishes for Shota. None yet for Ricky, but he's working on it this weekend here. Shota also currently first in the tournament. Let's get to meet our players here. Shota qualified 3 times for this tournament. He's in the Hall of Fame. He's a 2-time Coach champ. And players are terrified to play against him just because of the way he plays. Makes you think that you're doing everything wrong. But Ricky has been doing a lot of things right this weekend. Currently sitting in 5th in the tournament. Qualified via a Japan Regional Championship. Has won $6,000 playing Magic as well. Hopefully looking to make that number a lot bigger this weekend. Those are the players. Now we move on to their decks and their choices for Pioneer, Monty.
Yeah, take a look at Shota's deck. Probably what we expected to be the most played deck in the field, and did prove to be Rakdos midrange. Of course, Shota a little different, did test by himself, doesn't really work with the team most of the time. And take a look, everything pretty standard. This deck is very good at disrupting your opponent's game plan, whether it is through disruption, using cards like Fatal Push, Red Bone Crusher Giant, or attacking your opponent's hand with cards like Thoughtseize, Duress, and Liliana of the Veil. This deck's entire game plan is making sure that your opponent doesn't really get to do whatever they are trying to do. One of the heaviest hitters in this deck, and really the reason that it has risen to popularity over the past few months, is Shieldred the Apocalypse. This card has just been an absolute menace and has really leveled up the Rakdos game plan. Just having a large creature that punishes your opponent for playing the game, drawing cards being a fundamental part of the game, has just been extremely powerful. And you see, even with the sideboard, some of the cards that are really going to make an impact in this specific matchup with Ritual of Soot and Extinction Event. Now, of course, why they're going to be making an impact, as we look to the other side, Ricky Kamo is on Gruul Vehicles. This is one of the more aggressive decks in the field, and one of the ones we definitely expected to see leading the aggressive creature decks in the field, edging out things like mono white humans. And the reason is this deck is fast. You see 8 1-drop elves and Elvish Mystic and Llanowar elves really letting this deck play ahead of the curve, and the land heavy hitters like Lovestruck Beast, being one of the big ones with the full 4 copies, as well as 3 copies of Sky Sovereign. But one of the cards I really want to highlight in this deck is actually those copies of the Crowing War, because without those, this deck would have no answer to Shieldred. But with those copies of the Crowing War, it's not so easy for Shota to just land a Shieldred and hope it's going to stabilize the game. If Ricky steals a Shieldred, that tempo swing is going to be enough to lock away the game, and Shota will have to be aware of that during the turns.
Steal Shieldred, get in the boat. It's the game plan.
Get in the boat, Shieldred.
All right, everybody, that's your feature match. But now it's time for Monty and the Machine.
All right, well, me and the Machine didn't start out great yesterday. We were having some arguments. So we really managed to turn it around. You did bribe the Machine during the last round to pick auras, and that did somehow work out. Today, I think we are on the same page. We looked at all the numbers, we crunched the history of Magic the Gathering, and really, it was Shota.
The history?
The history
of
Magic the Gathering. See, here's the thing, when you have that sort of processing power, look at that machine.
我看好红黑，我就不觉得红黑打红绿是一个能打的。
In a snap.
Wow.
So
Shota. All right, so Shota is your pick. Your and the Machine pick, I should say, for the winner for this round. We'll see if you and the Machine can do a little better with your picks today than yesterday. Bit of a rough day. It's time for round number 12. Let's find out what happens in the hands of Ailey and Corey over in the booth.
那个推特刚刚出那个 standing 了 ，Native 现在8-3。
Let's do it.
This is our favorite part of the day, right?
I love it.
回刚刚的问题。
Let's jump into it, and we got 2 of the coolest decks, I gotta say, and the most powerful, the most played, coming up in the hands of Shota Yasaoka and Ricky Kamo. So, how do you picture this one shaking out, Frank?
You know, this one's really tough. I think Monty brought up the biggest point and the biggest kind of tension point when it comes to this matchup, and that is Shieldred and the Acroan War.
架势不一样，希望吧。我们看看名人堂成员到底有多强，有没有办法穿越这个 meta 的。
You block with it, and post-board Ember Cleave is able to trample over. But the main thing,
反正
if a
魔风会
Crowan
嘛，
War
奶
doesn't
着就
take
赢了。
Shieldred will more than likely run away with this game.
Well, I gotta tell you, every time I queued up.
先奶你一回没投。
Yeah.
My Shieldred got stolen.
Yeah. It's not a good feeling because I think Shieldred is probably the most powerful creature in the format. You know, one of the greatest, you know, one of the most effective creatures we've seen in a long time. So to get that taken to the other side is really, really tragic. This is a close matchup. A lot of rule players want to play against Rakdos midrange, though, because vehicles is the name of the game. Azeka's Chariot being one of the trickiest cards for Rakdos to deal with because they try to deal with things with spot removal a lot. So if you have to use a spot removal on just one of the cats, that ends up being pretty brutal for Shota.
Thoughtseize here taking a look, seeing 2 Azeka's Chariots, as well as 2 Bone Crusher Giants, and Miglos, the limited all-star, finding his way into Constructed, Mutavault 2. So notes will be taken.
Yeah.
Shota's just got an excellent memory, and we'll remember all that. I wouldn't put it past him because, you know, you talk about Monty the machine.
Yeah.
If you want to talk about a machine like Shota.
Yeah, it's Monty and the machine. Shota is a machine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
just
absolutely.
Unbelievable, man.
One really fun fact about Shota that a lot of people may not know is we've heard that he doesn't test with anyone. Very true. He also doesn't really play Magic to get ready. I'll repeat that again. He doesn't play the game. He just theory crafts a lot and then just comes up with a deck. You know, we'll do some drafts and stuff, but as far as Constructed, just uses his brain to just figure out where the holes are in the metagame and builds a deck accordingly. It's one of the most impressive things I've ever heard.
Just absorbs the Magic knowledge by osmosis.
Exactly.
You know, 20-odd years of playing the game, so.
Exactly. He just snaps, takes both Azeka's Chariots and Thoughtseize, recognizes that card is a problem, even though there's not another land.
再奶你3回慢地。
So.
那这个2点是不是要丢头上了
Exactly that, getting rid of 2 pesky vehicles for the Gruul deck. Ricky Kamo trying to get something going here. Won't have a target for Stomp just yet unless he decides to go face.
And definitely might here. The layer was a pretty tilting draw there for Ricky. Just wanted to play one of those 3 drops to be speeding it up a little bit. But still, just drawing a land. I mean, that's really all Ricky was looking for. Not being able to cast one of these 3 drops would be quite brutal.
Yeah. And there we see Miglos the Maze Crusher coming on down. 5 oil counters, able to do stuff, but not if Shota has anything to say about it. Powered kill takes care of that powerful 3-drop.
Okay, here is Shieldred, and Shota knows there's no Acroan War, but Acroan War off the top would be exactly what Ricky would need here to really get carried away.
有没有办法抽结界
Find it. Otherwise, this just accelerates the clock. Gruul likes to go fast. Shieldred likes to go faster.
Yep, absolutely. And looking at the main deck here from Ricky, there is some Bone Crusher Giants. There's a couple Obliterating Bolts, but you have to pair together 2 things to be able to deal with it, or get, you know, like I was saying, the Acroan War.
这就是操作的加持吗
Get absolutely smushed by one Shieldred, the Apocalypse, hanging out here. And Shieldred's just has such an awkward power and toughness to deal with, too, you know? 5 toughness, it's like, oh, you have a Miglos, that's nice.
Yeah,
or smash right through.
Yeah, exactly. Or a lot of, you know, Obliterating Bolts, Lava Coils, those kind of things. Those types of removal spells don't really do anything.
Yeah, so Acroan War or bust in this situation. As we see another powerful red enchantment hit the board in Fable of the Mirror Breaker, making the little Goblin Shaman. So things looking good here for Shota Yasaoka, our tournament leader, sitting at 10-1.
What a scary sight to have Shota as a tournament leader. Just didn't miss a step going from the digital era back to paper Magic. Always so impressive. I want to point out one thing. If we look at Shota's hand over there, how's that Thoughtseize in hand? Was able to do it, knows about Bone Crusher Giant in hand. So could have taken the only threat, but Shota's just like, I don't care about that. The one thing I want to do with Thoughtseize is discard it to Chapter 2 of Fable.
Sounds like a plan. Not necessary to know what else is in hand right now. Having perfect control of the battlefield, Miglo's Maze Crusher, removing one counter, giving it Venice, and yes. Vigilance, I don't know what I was going for there, but yeah.
Combine a couple words.
Words are hard.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here comes Jessica's Chariot, so the third copy making its way to hand for Ricky Kamo. Going to be happy about that, and he has to accelerate now. He has to get going, turn things sideways, and try and kill Shota before Shieldred runs away with this match.
And here's the thing, is Shota's gaining 6 life right now with Fable and a draw step, being able to discard some cards. For sure getting rid of that Thoughtseize, is now debating if Fatal Push also wants to go to the yard, or whatever the mystery card that was drawn. It was another Shieldred, so that's a little bit of, you know, maybe trying to hedge if Shieldred does die, maybe even in this combat step.
Yeah.
You know, so here comes some kind of planning where Shota's going to try to plan out not only this turn, but kind of how the next couple turns would be. What if you draw this? What if you draw that? Decides to get rid of it anyway.
被换2张牌蛮痛的哎，而且还不是
You know about the legend rule?
What that tells me is Shota is not going to be attacking with Shieldred. You know, going to just leave it back. And a 4-5 against Ricky's board, everything, you know, Shieldred lives through all of these attacks.
She sure does. Excellent blocker. And just, you know. Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
Excellent blocker.
So, of course, you know, when you discard the other Shieldred, that means you're, of course, going to attack with Shieldred here, is what I meant to say.
Exactly. But knowing that the combat trick is in hand, you know, Fatal Push being able to blow out Ricky Kamo potentially if there is a triple block for the Shieldred.
The one block that would effectively deal with Shieldred here, where Fatal Push doesn't interact, is crewing the 2 casts to Chariot and putting Miglos and Chariot in front of it. But then you are just giving away your 2 best cards to trade with Shieldred. Not saying that's off the table, because it's that good of a card. You still might have to do it, but that is the possibility here.
Another way, getting 2 4-drops off the board for Shota. He's going to be pretty happy about that. It would be a case of those 2 4/4s, kill Shieldred. Shieldred's left the battlefield, triggers the revolt, kill the other one.
So one thing that's interesting about this Rakdos mid-range deck, and at times what we've been seeing is Rakdos aggro, you know, this really is Shota pivoting in so many ways. Mutavault is not the stock creature land choice. It's normally Den, it's normally Hive, and the main thing for that is, well, Mutavault with like Blood Tithe Harvester in your deck is pretty awkward, you know? But Shota's even playing 3 copies of Mutavault, which is just really saying like he figured something out about it, and Mutavault is just an incredible creature land. So I think that was a really interesting deck decision.
And Ricky actually thinks that the Mutavault is an excellent card from start to finish, you know? And so I'm pretty sure he's quite the fan of that as well. As we see Shieldred not even blocked. And we'll follow up here with another hand disruption spell. Let's take a look-ski what Thoughtseize can nab this time.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that treasure that the Shaman made, that Fatal Push on one of the 4-drops was making that block a difficult thing to do, so.
For sure.
My mistake on that one.
So Ricky down to 8. Shota sitting at a comfortable 16. In a dominant position right now, and there is the Bone Crusher Giant.
And just an Elvish Mystic off the top. Really, what Ricky's looking for is just, please give me that Akron War. You know, it's so good right now, especially with Azeka's Chariot on the battlefield, where you can crew it and make sure that Shieldred, even though it has more toughness than power, Death Touch will still deal with it in Chapter 3 if it came to that.
3回才发力实在是太慢了，而且你还要抽一块地，那3回抽一个倒地，基本上人就没了。
Okay, so Drew Graveyard Trespasser, another great draw. Another great thing to copy with Reflection of Kiki-Jiki as well. Sleeve on Reflection there, just taken out of the sleeve, flipped. Kind of a little shortcut there. You see players do that. Instead of sleeving it up again, because, well, you gotta put it right back.
That's true. Got the inner sleeves on, though, as every good Magic player should have. Oh, Graveyard Trespasser, gonna come on down. Nibble on some creatures in the yard, gain some life. Drain Ricky as well. And it is daytime.
And no attack there. Not interested in trading for Bone Crusher and Elvis Mystic. The 2 damage each turn here being too important. And big draw step for Riki here. Really needs to get something going.
Looks like we may have a judge coming in quickly.
Yeah, a little bit maybe of the Shieldred draw, making sure they got that. Plus the Graveyard Trespasser looks like maybe it was missed.
I think we got that. I think it was the trigger for the draw.
Okay, okay.
Shieldred 刚抽牌忘记
making
补血
sure
了。
we got this figured out, so should be at either 4 or 5.
Yeah, 5 is good. The one from the Trespasser, so all's hunky-dory. How does Riki survive here? Well, it starts with a certain enchantment.
Yeah.
Lone War needs to pitch up here.
Yeah, outside of that, Shota just does have the inevitability.
不会啊，这边只要抽到传记抓 Shieldred 回来就打回来了。
2 life each turn. And having reflection on Graveyard Trespasser, not only offensively, but defensively. Now you can just reflection the flip side of Graveyard Trespasser and block with it if you really need to. So a nightmare to attack into when you have this combination.
Oh my goodness, and Graveyard Glutton now able to deal 2 points of damage if there's 2 creatures exiled from the graveyard. So this is just pretty much like a scoop for Riki Kamo. Gonna go to the sideboard and see what he can come up with against this Rakdos deck. What would you be looking at in the sideboard to bring in for game number 2?
Okay, so looking at the sideboard here,
我是觉得那个正边不能接啦，那个应该要调度啊。
Embercleave, even though this is a Giganta deck, we'll know
因为这是一个开牌表的套的比赛啊。你打到红黑，你那个手牌就是不太能接啊。1回2回没事做，然后要摸一块占地。
Outside of that, there really isn't that much. And what that screams
说真的，最主要的其实应该是地牌的问题。
Like I was saying earlier, is very good against spot removal.
就是不太会去接一个没有3D 的棋手。
is a little more aggressive than other ones, so the dynamics of the matchup have changed a little bit.
Mid-range. No.
哇哦，来了狼人。
Beast, Storm Seekers aplenty, and the big old boat. Sky Sovereign in hand. Speaking of Storm Seeker, down on turn 2, courtesy of that Mystic, no cheap removal or interaction for Show to just start things off.
他接了一个没有办法处理狼人的棋手吗？
Alright.
那他下一回合要被猫车痛揍了呢。
Down to 6 here. We'll be keeping track of that for you all weekend as we have that great feature to fast forward through the shuffling, something I know we've been enjoying.
Oh, it's been wonderful.
It's incredible. So big props to everybody behind the scenes here making that stuff work for us.
Show them some love if you are appreciating that, because I know we sure are.
Yeah, when that's flipping, oh man, Shota's hand is not good here too. Whenever this is flipping.
Oh wait.
Okay, okay.
That yesterday, so double.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10，打10胜7。
Well, Shota's life total.
Honestly, I think this is just
随便啦，给你看啊。
your hand, concede, get information.
Yep. Good.
对啊，这才是一个能接的棋手。你
Yeah, that's something not enough.
一开始接那个棋手是完全不能打的啊。对，然后你看那个鸡血值油的，那个是从714转去 VS Pro 的那个小生 Metal。没有话题讲了，稍微讲一下奇怪的话。
I would totally be on the Glue Vehicles deck if I was playing in this. Heck yeah.
好，所以这边把枪调度了。
tapping 1 land to add 3 mana of 1 color. I'll tell you that.
You Lotus Field.
Yep.
他接了一个什么？接打4点3脉，红绿地，然后狼人。
Yes, thou shalt be nice to each other.
这边一回如果有投的话就超强。
Oh, lovely. Let's get
2回就是打防守。
The Tyrant joining the battlefield
对，是 VS Pro。
Braid Culligan's Command, Bone Crusher Giant Stomp, and good
虽然我都
old
不看那些的。
Breaker in hand. For Shota.
然后这边
much better hand from Shota this
解
turn,
不解
having a plethora of removal spells
不解
here.
下回棋就
Likely
要被
that
拆。
stomp that was just drawn off the top to deal with
应该
that.
是没什么理由不解。
And having land into Fable, that's the dream. I mean, we just heard Eli Cassis talking about how great Fable the Mirror Breaker is. The card is really incredible. It does everything in this deck. It can even copy a removal spell. When you think of Blood Tithe Harvester, it loots away extra Thought Seizes late in the game that you don't want. And it just makes a shaman that ramps you into more aggressive plays. And not only that, I mean, I could keep saying stuff about Fable this entire time, but...
So what's the downside to it?
It costs 3 mana, I guess. But and the fact that the shaman gives you a treasure, which you can sacrifice to Fatal Push to kill 4 drops. It really does it all in this deck.
It's so good. Outland Liberator would have been the perfect answer.
想办法先生出珍宝是真的差蛮多的。
Swiftly stomped, so into the bin it goes. Goblin Shaman, courtesy of the Fable, now on the battlefield with the Bone Crusher Giant. Off fun and adventure.
So for anybody that is wondering, we do see Luca bound to Ruin in the hand, and normally you'd think, well, that's Giganta. But since the completed mana is technically a different mana symbol, you can actually play Luca while still having Giganta. An interesting interaction that doesn't really seem obvious, you know, without understanding it.
Thank you for the explanation.
No problem.
Miglo's Maze Crusher comes on down, 5 oil counters on it.
接下来就会被推出去，然后飞到过去。
This is a much slower start to the game, but at this point in game 2, it was over.
Yeah, absolutely. And most of the time in this matchup, the Rakdos mid-range deck does truly slow down. We see Ritualist drawn. You know, Shota is looking to be much more controlling and win the game with Shieldred, win the game with other popular stuff, or other powerful stuff, excuse me, and just kill everything.
And that's a mark of an excellent deck, and you know, one that's highly represented this weekend is one that can transition into the different roles.
Yes.
Now, oftentimes the crux or the downside of playing a deck like Mono White Humans, for example, is it's only got one game plan. Turn things sideways and hope the top of the library is nice to you.
100%. Yep, great point there. And being able to turn like the Rakdos deck when you're playing against like Lotus, for instance. You're just a bunch of little creatures and a ton of duress and Thoughtseize. That ends up being more of a tempo game plan. So Shota's deck is labeled Rakdos mid-range, but it could be Rakdos control, Rakdos aggro. I think even when Shota's playing control, it can be an aggro deck.
Thoughtseize 也是差很多。有Thoughtseize可以把手上的卢卡拔掉，就不用担心。 会被清场了。
You could play a ham sandwich and win this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely.
这边应该是把旅法吧。
I think I even remember when he won Pro Tour Honolulu way back in the day. The post interview was, okay, if someone's trying to pick up this deck at home, do you have any advice? And he's like, do not play this deck. This is just for Pro Tour. It's bad outside in an open field like that. And
把巨人的话就是防下一turn自己的那个气息死掉嘛，因为他可以主回合打4点，然后翻过来在你的回合拆掉。这边应该还是要杀那个吧？对啊，应该还是要处理旅法。
Chosen perhaps. Just asking a quick question about
他在问那个加一只能做生物咒语，能不能做历险？
Yep, you know, because it is not an obvious thing and not something that comes up a lot. Not a lot of completed cards made it into Pioneer because the card pool is so deep.
我这边应该会挑那个啦，卢卡啦，奇奇可能就给他了。
Could be getting an Oracle text on this as well.
So it is going to be
没错，这个旅法危险的。
to the Thoughtseize.
Okay. Very powerful Planeswalker being able to make a bunch of 3/3s. Something that a Rakdos deck doesn't have to deal with.
翻过来奇奇一定要处理嘛。
Planeswalker and then deal with the
那这只22有没有想要处理？
And that's pretty brutal having to 2-for-1 yourself naturally there.
处理不处
And
理
also,
都
if
可
you
以。
have a 5-power creature on the battlefield or 5 toughness, if Luca minuses, that's one way to get rid of Shieldred too. So
absolutely, yep, good point.
Good sideboard choice there for the Gruul deck. Unfortunately, we won't get to see it in action.
So still pretty good hand from Riki here. Got a Reckless Stormseeker and Bone Crusher as the creatures, and then an Obliterating Bolt, which is kind of interesting to still see in the deck. Just trying to deal with Goblin Shamans, Bone Crusher Giants, Flipped Fables, Reflection Kiki-Jikis, values that enough to keep it in.
Yeah, because even though the biggest problem is,
Shieldred,
you still need to have answers for the rest of the board that can just as easily get the game won here for Shota. As we see Reckless Stormseeker come on down, deal some points of damage, and we're going to see a Flipped Fable.
Definite decision there from Riki to not stomp the Shaman. With Shota only on 3 lands so far, you know, that is definitely a choice here. I think that's Riki saying, okay, I want to save this stomp for Reflection because it just really takes over the game. And wants to just get a 3-drop out now.
Yeah, these goblins are just like reproducing all over the place.
Yeah, yep, absolutely.
They're both equally problematic. But yeah, once Reflection gets going,
100%. And being able to sequence it to be mana efficient next turn, to next turn play land 5, go stomp, and Bone Crusher Giant ends up being a really nice play.
So
3 creatures on the board now for Shota against the Reckless Stormseeker on the other side. Bone Crusher Giant and an Obliterating Bolt that we were just mentioning in hand for Ricky. What's the go-to here? Let's see what he does with this.
More than likely has to get rid of that reflection. It's definitely the scariest creature on the battlefield.
Copy a couple Bone Crusher Giants.
Yeah,
not even the most exciting targets, but it
still
hurts.
But it is just really brutal because you go to your opponent's end step, you copy your own Bone Crusher Giant. Since it's still end of turn, it doesn't go away until your next end turn, and then you can copy again. So you could attack with 3 Bone Crusher Giants with only having a reflection of Kiki-Jiki and 1 Bone Crusher Giant as your actual permanent. You know, ends up being really, really good.
Yeah, we've seen a couple wins, you know, back in the arena days of these championships.
Is it already back in my day?
Yes. I started out in the digital format, and it was so good they made a whole paper product for it.
I like that voice. That's impressive.
Thank you. Graveyard Trespasser is going to hit the battlefield now and start jumping on some graveyards. It is still daytime. 2 werewolves staring each other down.
And now you do see kind of this weird tension point when both players are kind of attritioned out, where with the day and night mechanic, especially when both players have day and night cards, Graveyard Trespasser and Reckless Stormseeker, sometimes you will see people want to just say go and then cast removal spells on your opponent's turn if you're the one with the better day-night mechanic.
Yeah. Oh, it's tricky. There's a couple of day-night creatures that we've seen, you know, even the brutal Cathar. If you're able to flip it to nighttime with your own stuff, super handy.
Yep, absolutely. A really tricky mechanic. One of the more difficult mechanics, and one of the kind of brutal ones, because you got to keep track of day and night even when you don't have a day and night creature. So it becomes sometimes a taxing thing on players at times.
Oh, for sure. And here comes Reckless Stormseeker number 2. Ooze are multiplying, and Gigantha brought to hand there for Ricky Kamo. Only the Obliterating Bolt in hand, which can take care of either of these creatures.
And the one thing we haven't seen so far from any of these blue aggro decks, at least us on camera, is the classic draw of turn 1 Llanowar into Reckless Stormseeker, attack for some damage, and then Azeka's Chariot.
Yeah, or
Pruitt. You know, that ends up just being one of the most powerful draws that we can produce, but very fragile. If you any removal spell on the other side, you're going to not be able to make that happen.
These mana dwarfs that just die to removal. Unacceptable.
Yep, unacceptable. When you got 8 Llanowar in the format, you got to be playing some early removal.
I heard you like mana. Alright, so things are turning sideways, and we're going to block here. Just the Goblin blocked, and the Graveyard Trespasser gets to hang out. 10 points, oh, excuse me, down to 10 goes Ricky.
There is the stomp.
Follow-up stomp.
See if there's any follow-up here, like playing the Bone Crusher Giant, or if Shota values leaving up Kolaghan's Command. Also has Fable the Mirror Breaker as an option. You would think we want to get one of these cards down and then be a little bit more reactive with Kolaghan's Command, but it's interesting to be with which one here. Fable the Mirror Breaker, if the other card in hand for Shota was pretty bad, you probably want to play Fable to try to find some action, but Kolaghan's Command is not one you want to discard. But, ooh, nice draw off the top. There's the Akroan War that we've been talking about.
Hello.
I
mean, are you sad that there's no Shieldred down on the board to steal right now?
I'm wondering if there's no Shieldreds in the deck, to be honest.
Yeah?
Because it's that kind of a liability, you know, Shota might have just went with, if you're going to leave in a War, I'm going to just have 3 mana 4/3s or 3 mana 3/3s that you can take, and that's going to have to be good enough for you. So we'll see. Now there is a real choice here. Do we play the Akroan War, or do you just play Gigantha to be a little bit more mana efficient? 4 and 5, not too different.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's a pretty big creature that can just stonewall everything that is on the board right now for Shota. So, yeah, it's a fun little mind game you play with your opponents when you're going to sideboards. It's like, okay, are you going to bring anything to deal with this? If I take it out, then you, effectively have useless stuff.
Yep. A lot of transitional sideboard plans that we see, like decks that normally would take out all removal against you when you don't have creatures, sideboarding into creatures, those kind of things can really just, you know, make games easy in the post-board thing. So one option that Ricky does have is obliterating both Bone Crusher Giant, attack with Reckless Stormseeker, and then play a Akroan War on the Trespasser, and then all of a sudden, You know, there's a large battlefield for Riki and not much for Shota. So, yeah, a very close game. A lot of back and forth.
Yeah. This one is certainly a lot more of a nail biter for sure. As we see the Acron War.
Haste.
Oh, we're going with all of them. Let's go. That's a lot of damage.
That is a nice play there, right there. Get in 9 damage, putting Shota down to 11 here.
对啊，你下一回不管出什么东西
，Graveyard Trespasser. What's the draw here?
都打不死啊。
For Shota.
那你要抽一张沙，然后处理绝根沙。
The Mirror Breaker and Swamp in hand.
Yeah, Kolaghan's Command looking quite bad right now.
不然下回绝根沙下来就
artifacts to blow up. The 2 damage is being outclassed. They're not really able to destroy anything except a Mutavault if it gets cashed in again.
Yeah.
At least here, this Graveyard Trespasser does its best, you know, lifelink at home, I will say. You know, attack 3 gain 1. Not quite as good as lifelink, but still recouping a little bit while getting Riki within range of being able to finish this game off, because we do got to keep an eye on right below, right where Shota's hand is at now, the Hive of the Eye Tyrant.
That's a menacing threat.
Yeah, is something that Riki has to be very careful about. So now Chapter 2 of the Acron War, we're forced these attacks. So now Riki gets to think like, okay, do I want to leave stuff back, force you to attack into me?
Yeah.
That's kind of the popular play pattern, is like, as long as I can get to Chapter 3, your stuff's going to die, and then I try to kill you from there, but...
或者是
And one thing that Shota's got in the holster as well is that Kolaghan's Command. You know, deal 2 damage to any target. So if you can just get 4 damage across the line somehow, he's got this game in the bag.
So Kolaghan's Command can deal 2 damage to Riki's face here, putting him to 4, and then Hive could get animated, attack with everything. Basically, you let the Hive through. Yeah, you can't let the Hive through. So the way it stands, it looks like Riki's at 1 right now. Because the Goblin Shaman will get through, so the Hive would get double blocked, and the Graveyard Trespasser would get blocked as well. So, is that a
Graveyard Trespasser trigger?
Yep, that'd be to 3, and then the Shaman would connect for 2.
Yeah.
It's going fast.
这样会死吗?
Is that another Kolaghan's Command in hand that was drawn? Or never casted in the first place? Okay.
So blocks being assigned here. Treasure Maid, and there's
it was
a Stomp!
Oh!
Never didn't have it. Stomp to the face.
Wow!
How many times have you died to that, Corey Baumeister?
You know, not that many, to be honest. I mean, Stomp, you know,
可是他
usually
刚
doesn't
上
come
回
with
做
that
什
last
么？
2
为什
points
么
of damage. I really think
为什么他手
Yeah,
所以应该是 所以刚刚是回合结束前扣按杆捡的巨人吗？因为我没有看到那个左边有变化。
That's a scary, scary player to be.
对吧？这样才会死嘛。
Oh my goodness me! But he had it. 2 points of damage to the face to get the job done.
对，因为这样才会死。
We've got plenty more Pioneer.
我看左边还是那个显示他手上是扣按杆指命啊，所以我想说发生什么事了？不是那个红绿那边不能接那个起手啊，那个感觉是练习量不足。你看到对手打红黑了，你是知道对手打什么牌表的，就这是一个开牌表的 PT， 你不应该去接那个起手。 那个起手打红黑，压力制造太慢了，你没有头，然后2只巨人完全没什么鸟用，对，然后只有2块地，我是不会去接那个起手啦。 练习练不足的事，没有啊，就那其实不能说练习练不足啊，就是赌啊，他就是想要赌自己右手1张头，或者赌右手1块准时的地啊，他没有赌到就下去啊。不过这个日本人，我没什么 没什么印象。最后红绿全推会赢吗？不会啊，不会啊，他是11，那个 Trump 大的就打6而已，反打就死了。对，他如果是摸一块战地的话，可以丢那个烧打6、10、12会死。对。
Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Phyrexia from sunny Philadelphia. I'm Eliloni.
不过我觉得前面第3盘的中间，我觉得有点，他去做那个 shock 拿那个行旅，我觉得有点太痛了。我会选择烧掉，然后丢那个 shock land， 然后下一回再拿行旅。
versus Benton Madsen up next. It's 2 of our favorite decks, at least mine. I don't know about you. I know Maria loves the Selesnya Auras deck up against Mono White.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited. I also love that walk-in on our way there.
Yeah, that was great.
Y'all get to look at the beauty that we get to see every day. That is that Philadelphia convention. Really cool stuff here.
Beautiful city, awesome players, fantastic atmosphere.
Great food.
And, oh yeah. Ooh. Yes, we've been having some really good breakfast. So let's
因为我记得这个正边只有1张幸运皮的样子。
Game 1, we're going to see the full matchup between these 2 players, and let's get things going.
So little notice to that dice right there on the top of the deck. That is to indicate how many
一回下的是这个慢地哦，但手上不就没有第2块地了？还是手上是那个传奇地。
There as a little indication we're going to try to bring you throughout the weekend. Not the way you wanted to start. You're not the way you want to start this.
一回下这个就是手上没有基本白嘛。
As we fast forward through these mulligan decisions.
萨利亚。
As an aggro deck, if you find a 5 that you are happy with and can kill with, you're pretty happy with that. Light Pause, Emperor's Voice. 2-drop down on the battlefield here, and gets yoinked up there by the Brutal Cathar and Talia, Guardian of Thraben.
So this is that Takumi list that is a little different from other mono white aggro decks that we've seen before, and is going to pay dividends in this matchup where there is 4 ossifications. Now this is going to be really, really good, you know, if we do not have our one of Glade Cover Scout, the hex-proof creature that I think Benton is really going to be looking for most games here.
Yep, Scrove, an excellent addition to the deck, very susceptible to ossification, like you mentioned, and in a strategy like Auras, where you're basically equipping everything on one critter, that ossification so much.
And another card that really hurts in this matchup, you wouldn't really think it since it's kind of this pseudo air
quotes
aggro mirror match, is Thalia making all these enchantments and auras a little more expensive. It really limits the explosivity that Benton has, in this Selesnya Auras deck.
And a nice little play here from Takumi activating that land. Vault getting the counter on as Talia's lieutenant hits the battlefield and giving the counters to the team. So looking really good here so far for the Japanese player.
Yep, Mutavault, of course, being
a human, that's also an octopus.
In case you're wondering, it's all the types.
It's a cat too, so I immediately like it.
That's true.
Yeah. Skrelv looking a little sad on this side of the board.
It's a weird-looking cat. I'll give it that.
Yeah. Needs a haircut or something.
他们轮抽，这个就不是跟那个对家打，因为不知道为什么他们1胜的会打到1败的，就是他们按照全场 parry， 全场 standing 打的啦。
So this is a situation of playing one thing
here. Yeah, pick your poison. What would you like?
Who mulligan to 5? Based on how this game is playing out, you know, you would really think. Okay, I guess that was the 3rd land.
3点贴一个幸运皮，好烂哦。
That's rough.
That is rough. That doesn't give any boosts. It just gives lifelink. This is one of the one-ofs, being that tutor for Light Paws. So Light Paws being exiled by the aptly named Brutal Cathar here.
Brutal.
Very brutal.
还不能打，然后还不能挡，
goodness me.
那到底能干嘛
Board being amassed on the outside there, up against one teeny tiny little mite. With lifelink, but you need a bit more help than that as Benton's down to 12.
Yeah, I think what Benton's really looking for now is a land off the top and go double Ethereum armor. You know, at least then those are giving +3/+3 each. Then you have a 7/7 for striking lifelink creature. That will change the texture of the game quite a bit, but the whole thing is there time?
Yeah. Is there time, and is there removal in Takumi's hand? This is a lot of damage coming through.
That's 11.
Ooh, down to 1. Oh, that hurts.
Okay.
That's fine, Corey.
Okay, there is the land, so at worst, at least there is the ability to go double Ethereum.
打过去他还挡了牺牲，一滴血都不给你滴。
Yeah, never mind. Okay. Yeah. Yep. It cannot block. You have to get in there. You're not able to attack for more than what's coming back at you. So should be wrapped up already. Blink and you missed this one, y'all.
Jeez. Poor little Skrill.
好
He
了啦，
tried so
不要浪
hard.
费时间
Now
了。你那只
he's
城
got so
门不
many
能
legs
挡
to
呢
hold on to all these ore and
他
equipment
们的
that he
结
just
界都要
rolled
多一
across
飞
the
呢
line。there. But Benton's gonna suit him up nonetheless. Oh, we got a generous visitor. Okay. All right.
All right, maybe this pairs in some other way where this is just the chump blocker from Generous Visitor. You get to attack here for 4? 5, 5?
挡了牺牲。
Oh, artifact and enchantment with all that glitters. That's right. Okay, so 5, 5.
Up to 6.
A nice play there, blocking and then sacrificing to make sure lifelink is not applied.
Oh, very smart indeed, Takumi Matsura. Turning things sideways and saying, here you go, have this back. Let's go to game number 2. So Mono White Humans coming up on top there.
Yeah.
For game number 1.
Mulligan to 5 there, but it just did not matter like you were saying. And there we go, we do see that dice on top. Mulligan to 6 again. But if that was anything like the last game, not really
gonna matter. Hopeful initiative to start things off.
And once again, no hex-proof creature here on turn number 1 from Benton, but there is a bringer.
Everybody be very, very
但是挡不住沙利亚哦。
The strangest card I've seen in a while.
Very strange.
Yeah.
Very strange.
You're not going to mistake it for any other card, that's for
Absolutely
sure.
没错，挡不住沙利亚。
On the battlefield again, you hate to see it when you're playing auras or anything. Non-creature, she's going to tax you.
Absolutely. And Benton, a reminder to everyone, was our lone 8-0 coming in. Had a really good draft, but, you know, played against just Hall of Famer after Hall of Famer. Picked up a loss to Shota and picked up a loss against Gabriel Nassif. No, beat Nassif, excuse me. But yeah, just in a murderer's row you have to go through right there.
Oh,
such a tough draft pod at pod 1 of day 2 of our Pro Tour.
That's the only downside to doing so well is, you know, you're going to get queued up against the best in the business.
Oh, yeah. I made it to pod 1 at day 2 at Pro Tour Dominaria. And I went 0-3 in the draft.
Job,
Yep, thank you. Thank you.
Well done. You try.
It's tough. It's very tough.
Oh, goodness. Flying lifelink. That's at least going to help Benton Madsen out, but not
哇，
for
连
too
锁
long.
岩上。
As the birdie got ossification takes the ferry, and here's some extra damage coming on in. Counter on the Hopeful Initiate as well.
Yeah, I'm able to draw a card there when ossification is put into the graveyard from the battlefield. Not really any way it gets there, you're able to draw a card. There it is.
Hey, hello. A little late, but, you know, welcome to the party. Glade Cover Scout, Hexproof.
Take one.
Some boots. Let's go. They're
So now it's that 2/2 first striker. This matchup feels awful for Celestia Oros so far. Like I'm just looking at the other side. If there's a way to get another counter on, because hopefully Initiate can just blow up every enchantment as Benton plays it. And with the Thalia going with the tax.
Adeline Resplendent Cathar.
没有哎，他的卡表没有任何一张牌可以处理沙西里。永延城算吗？
Yep, take 4 there. Just really tough here. Looking to draw another land, and there's really no removal from this.
没有，他背叛没有牵动。
The deck fires on a lot of cylinders. There is a couple portable holes. We'll see if that was brought in.
好像没有，我没有看到。
because it also deals
还是他不是这一副？我看一下人名。
That is a nice one, but so far just not able to play any. But when you're only playing 1 or 2 auras a turn instead of just have one of those turn 4s where you just get to play 4 1-drop auras, that's how this deck looks impressive.
哦，有啦，有3张次元洞。他的有3张次元洞。
Talia really throws a spanner in the works here for the auras deck and for, you know, any non-creature deck.
Yeah.
And this Glade Cover Scout's doing its best. You know, there is a single copy of Warbriar Blessing in the sideboard too to try and deal with her, but yeah.
Yeah.
Unless we find that, this is not looking super hot for Benton Madsen right now.
Absolutely.
Oh, hello. Speak of the devil.
Nice call.
Oh, thank you. Ding! Get out of here, Talia.
Okay.
Let's do some dumb aura stuff.
哦，正边有一张是什么？哦，进场的时候互斗，加0加2。哦，那还有一张正1被1，泄露。
Definitely able to hold back pretty much anything on the field here, without it being exiled or the enchantment being dealt with, and of course with hexproof, it's not going to be able to be exiled.
扛住了吗？
Oh, still another big swing.
对啊，而且这个间隙会拆结界。
And do we have mana available?
You hear 3-5 there from Takumi, which is not able to
那
kill
你敢挡
Adeline,
吗
so that's a nice free attack, and it can't even actually kill Hopeful Initiate. So really nice attack and a nice sequence here from Takumi.
And we can remove the 2 counters from the Hopeful Initiate to blow up one of these enchantments.
Yeah,
right?
makes it even more brutal.
Yeah, it's a tricky block here.
拆掉
that is a possibility, and gonna go for the ethereal armor. Get that out of here, or make it a little smaller. Does it kill it?
Nope, just 1-3 here, just bounce off each other. So
boing, boing.
Really nice play from Takumi. Takumi has played amazing. Yeah. Every time we've seen him on camera.
Very
Mulligan
clean.
3 times in this match so far, and it's just like, yeah, that's okay. I'll use these cards in a perfect way, and it'll be no problem whatsoever. Really nice choice of basic planes as well. Those are beautiful.
Yeah, I love those lands. All right, Benson, what can you string together here? This is the turn where you need to go off, find some lifelink somehow. What do you got?
Maybe a Griff Spoon, and I think a Skrelv.
Maybe all that glitters?
Checking
Stop
out the
flicking so
fast
fast.
shuffling.
Yep. All that glitter. It's like flashcard. What's this? What's this?
Yeah, and a 7 life already.
Yeah.
Takumi has any kind of follow-up here. I just don't see a true way to come back, but we'll see. Maybe a little early to be calling it.
Ooh,
light
hey,
pause.
light pause. What's up? Oh, still a land, right?
Makes sense for the think here, because with light pause, you have access to your entire deck. Bunch of one-ofs that this Celestia Auras deck has as well, so you really got to think, what are all my options in all these weird corner case scenarios?
All
right, so there's the ethereal armor on the Glade Cover Scout. Goes and finds a 1-drop.
We'll bring up light pause here and show everybody the interesting interaction, because it's a little different than SRAM, where you're not just drawing a card. One of the most popular things to do here is to get that Kaya's Ghost form to protect it. Even if it were to be ossification, dies of permanent exile, you return that card to the battlefield. So looking at this interaction right now, I would guess that we're probably about to see that.
It's like, well, okay, I won't do that then. Lightpool is going to be able to stick around. Glade Cover Scout is untouchable, but the attachments, the auras on her are not.
Exactly. Of course, that card from War of the Spark, really fun set back in the day.
At the event, there's a statue of Kaya jumping out of a wall. It's so cool.
I took a picture with it. It is really cool. Yeah, MagicCon Philly, MagicCon Vegas, when we saw that as well. They're really doing cool stuff in that area.
Oh, awesome.
Anybody gets a chance to check that out, I very much recommend it.
Definitely
it is a blast.
Big thanks here for both players. Takumi Matsura is going to add a Brutal Cathar to the board. It's going to exile it. The enchantment will fall off and nothing will happen.
Nice, cool interaction there.
Now you see me, now you don't.
And there's the ossification.
Oh my goodness me!
Takumi with an amazing hand here in sequence.
Oh, what a great sequencing play there. You know, going for the Cathar. If the Cathar is dealt with, then you get the light balls back. But with ossification, that's a much harder target to get rid of.
Much harder. Yep, perfect sequencing there.
And a big swing again. More creatures coming on in. Counter on the Hopeful Initiate.
So Adelina's 5 power, so it looks like that just has to be blocked. Maybe we can block Hopeful Initiate. Yeah, that's the only block to go down to 2. And that is, once again, a 3-5. But this time, instead of Adeline being that 4-4, it is 5 power. So has to just be a chump block at this point. And that is going to do it for Auras. There's no way to come back once you lose your big creature here.
we talk about the matchups you want to see. That is it for Takumi Matsura.
Yeah.
2-0. You want to get the game done. You want to get your day done. Just rattle off 2-0s and get your 12 wins. That is Takumi's plan today. Let me tell you.
没办法，前面被那个萨利亚卡太多回合了。
deck can really feel safe, you know. There's so much removal and
这
brave
个
the elements
不像
there
那个
would
摩
not
登
have
的
looked
有
as
那
good
个
as
白
Authentic
细腻姐姐，
really
它这个
innovative
只有
take there
2张
on this mono，
而且还是2点
You
的，
love
真
to
的
see
是
it. Friends,
还
we're
不
going to
加
have
攻防，真的
plenty
是
more
偏弱
action。for you right away. David Inglis up against Colton Fowler. Mono Green Devotion, Abzan Greasefang. We haven't seen Mono Green Devotion too much on camera. So let's see how Colton Fowler is faring in 3 as we jump in. So let's take a look.
我们昨天是不是只有看到一把打得很烂的大绿啊？
All right, David Inglis on the play. Thoughtseize. Let's take a look. What you got in hand there? Oh, that's some elves. Oh, Kiora. Oh, goodness, awkward, like turn 3 Cavalier.
Really solid start here. I always kind of look at what is the best draw that Mono Green can have, and it's turn 1 Elf. It's turn 1 specifically Llanowar Elf. Better than Elvish Mystic, of course. You know, we all know that.
Of course.
应该是掉旗奥拉吧。
So turn 1 Llanowar Elf into turn 2 Kiora, untap a land, play Llanowar Elf. That is the best draw that you can have with this deck. Second best being that same start with untap into Oath. So kind of had that lined up. So definitely a very functional hand here from Colton.
Kiora Beckner, or Behemoth Beckner. Out of here, there is the turn 1 Llanowar Elves.
And this is not a matchup David loves. You know, they built this and they knew Mono Green was going to be a pretty big thing. They were just kind of hoping, you know, some of the cards that are really scary just don't kind of pop up. Karn being the main one. Karn, the great creator, being able to shut off the ability to crew, not only Parhelion 2, Azeka's Chariot, Sky Sovereign, it shuts all of that down.
It's absolutely bad beats if that ever hits the board, but David doing his best to execute the game plan. Unfortunately, no big dumb artifact in the bin just yet. That took care of the Llanowar Elves.
Yep, and an unfortunate sequence there for David using the mill 3 to return a land. Bricks on the land. And man, the last time we saw David on coverage right before the end of the day yesterday, and just drew Azeka's Chariot after Azeka's Chariot. Hope we're not, you know, commentating cursing David here.
He had a whole convoy of cat cars there yesterday. It was awful.
All right, looks like here is
Scrapbook Mutt. Pupper.
One of my favorite cards from Brothers War.
It just comes back as well, so you get 2 times the value off of
just threw him out in the graveyard. Be like, oh, I don't need that.
Yeah.
Right, now, Thoughtseize, it isn't for sure if it's going at Colton or David Inglis. Always the consideration.
Wow, 卡恩。
Ooh, no lands.
Okay, 2 lands.
那这边是一定要掉卡恩的，不然被摸一块地出卡恩，就没有办法搭载了。
Karn. So yeah, I mean, I'd be tempted to just take the elves.
I wonder what I'm missing here, tapping 2 lands and just having the 1 Llanowar last turn instead of playing another elf.
对，没事，换人。
All right.
记个牌。
So Thoughtseizes takes Karn. That is the most difficult card to deal with here.
可是这边还是没有白呢，什么时候才会摸到白地啊哥？
A Mutt-Con attack?
That is a scary one.
Yeah. Not something you expect to see very often, but just another way to get some stuff in bin.
正边托马墓穴。
Tormod's Crypt, which is definitely
哦，这是第3把了。哦，没事。
A card that you tutor up and you leave in your sideboard as the ability to go Karn, negative, get Tormod's Crypt. So just in case they ever deal with Karn, you then have that backup plan of Tormod's Crypt. So kind of crazy to see that one just brought in naturally.
不过其实，我有听某个大大说，反正你卡恩在场上的时候，对手就动不起来了，你也不需要去找拓荒墓穴，你就直接把拓荒墓穴变进正边。 虽然我当初听到的时候，我大受震惊，我就这样我卡恩不就找不到拓荒墓穴了吗？他说卡恩在场上的时候，你就不用担心找不到拓荒墓穴了，根本不会去找拓荒墓穴。说的好像挺有道理的。
The writing's kind of on the wall. These players have been testing this deck for weeks. They're like, all right, I know you win this. Just demonstrate what you are going to do to make sure you know your opponent knows how to do it. And then once they've demonstrated, be like, all right, you got it.
财神器减3减1 赢吗？
So we're gonna mill, dig for some land,
简单决赢吗？但是自己没有白，好苦啊
！A nice play here to just get rid of it now.
想一
And
下
to do some milling. So this is really nice where there's no way that David can or Colton can wait to like mill the 3 cards and then before you get a land, then get rid of it. Because you choose 2 things, and if Colton wants to sacrifice it, otherwise the abilities will kind of resolve at the same time.
I do believe they go in order. The mill would happen first, and then the destroy target would happen. But if he is sacrificing it first, then
yeah, I think they do happen in that order, but there's no way you can respond with the crypt in between them.
Yeah, for sure.
7号拉吗？哇，7号拉，哇，那下一回合就要有绿旗了。
Must have a land
这边还没有白，好苦啊。
Okay. Oh, maybe just really underneath the land, huh? That would make sense. Why 2 lands were tapped that one turn?
猜结界，怒猜。
Yeah, they try to sneak attack on you.
Yep.
是有白的吗？那一块是白地吗？
Okay, and there is another Witherbloom command. That is kind of the secret tech against mono green because if you ever get
这边连抽了3张黑绿子民是真的猛哎，直接把大绿猜到爸妈都不认得。
Yeah, that is the exact feeling that everyone understands if they're ever playing mana dorks. It's like, please don't kill it.
That makes a lot more sense now. I wasn't sure what I was seeing when 2 lands were tapped. So now we see the very common play of whenever you're playing against mono green, they have one of the planeswalkers. You distract whatever you're doing and just make sure you can kill Kiora and Karn. Because if you ever are like, I'm just going to start pressuring them instead, that's how you can really fall behind.
Oh yeah, Kiora is an essential part of the combo and the shenanigans going.
两边都蛮不顺的啦，就是都抽到干扰边，都没有抽到自己能动的边。
With Wolfwillow Haven gone, I mean this turn would have been crazy for Colton if there was not
他做的这些牌都没有办法捡老鼠啊。
Being able to untap a land that adds 2 could have stormed the festival, which I believe we saw from Colton. I know we saw Cavalier.
黑绿 pass.
So right now Colton needs a land to be able to cast Cavalier, draw a card off Kiora, and trigger it. This is a big turn for Colton.
这边有地的话就有绿旗了，抽不抽得到？
On the battlefield here is tapping for something. It's a 2-drop. It looks like another Wolfwillow Haven.
还是4费。
And on the flip side here, David just unable to find white mana to probably play the Greasefang. That it's more than likely in hand. We see 3 cards. If you're not casting, that was a quick cast Grizzly Salvage. There's Mana Confluence. I would assume we're going to see Parhelion 2 probably for the first time.
Yeah.
Coming down.
有白了，也有红了。
Yeah, at least for you and I think it's been.
你要昂20也可以，把7号拉打掉。
Remember correctly.
Yeah.
In coverage, the good old Angel Generator.
听起来手上应该是没有老鼠的感觉。
Creature or a land card into play.
因为这边其实他也没有任何能够找老鼠的手段，就是全部靠手抽这样。
Takes Mana Confluence as the untapped white source. We'll see if Greasefang is the follow-up. One thing Mono Green can't really do is interact at instant speed. Not
a thing that happens.
Nope. That is 2 mana it looks like.
Oh, another mutt. Okay, so no Greasefang.
看不到，镜头。
I think this one's unearthed.
好，把7号拉打死。
That one's unearthed, and that Mana Confluence added some red mana.
他要摸到地才有绿旗。
Really nice duality of this cool card. And not only that, I was just going to say for the Delirium count, thanks to Traverse being in the deck and the innovation that David and his team did with Vessel of Nascency, a flashback that we're going to remember from the days of Emrakul, the Promised Land. I know everybody loved when they got their turn mind controlled.
抽不抽到地啊，哥？
抽不到。And a creature in the graveyard to act as 2 types ends up being pretty good and not very common in this format.
那拿不拿到老鼠啊，哥？
Cool innovation indeed from David Inglis.
哦，老鼠来了。
Greasefang, Chariot, Bloom and Marsh, and another Mana Confluence.
Pretty easy pick there.
Yeah, I wonder what it's going to take, Corey. You know,
再来就是老鼠
take something else, but no, you want Greasefang. The deck's namesake And you want to get a big old Parhelion down and start churning out some angels.
Yep, heading to the skies, more than likely here from David. Unless he's afraid of something I'm not considering. Yep, here comes Grease.
这边应该大绿的话，应该绝无胜数可以阻止吧？虽然场上已经有1块了，不知道手彩还有没有？没有，那这边就是15滴损3。
Big old chunk of damage down to 3 goes Colton.
那游戏应该结束了。
Oh, that does it. Yeah, that's gonna do it. So, David Inglis improving his record to 10-2. Gotta be happy with that.
他是说连续3张黑绿子命，直接把所有加速都啪杀烂。可惜啊，差一点，没有抽到底。他如果抽到底的话，都还能再扛。
We have plenty more magic for you, my friends. After this break, we'll be with Maria at the news desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Phyrexia, and that is a peek downstairs at the free-to-play area here at MagicCon Philly. A bunch of Magic players in the building today, a lot of them down at the con, and a lot of us upstairs here playing the Pro Tour. There's a look at the Pro Tour, the players battling there on day number 2 as we work our way towards our top 8. Hey everybody, welcome back to the news desk. Maria Bartholdi, Monty DeBooty, and Cedric Phillips hanging out with you here.
I'm back.
And Thanks. Cedric, you got a chance to talk to somebody who's having a pretty good weekend, sitting at 10-2, David Inglis with Obzon Greasefang. Let's find out what they talked about.
I am here with David Inglis, who just came off a very impressive victory to move on to 10-2 here at Pro Tour Phyrexia with his build of Obzon Greasefang. You know what? Those changes you've made, they seemed like they were pretty important in that last match.
Yeah, people knock on the Scrapwork Mutt. Looks a little out of place, but it was the only card I could hit to win that match. I had to mill it and hit a Mana Confluence and then unearth it to kill a Planeswalker. Cannot do that with Citrus Supplier, Satyr Wayfinder. Not going to get it done. So.
就是要调度到有收细时。
Ooh, say it again. Say it again.
It's got that dog in him.
There we go. There we go. So, in the Pioneer portion of this tournament, yesterday you went 4-1. Today you're already off to a 1-0 start. Handful of rounds in front of you. We talked earlier in this tournament how this was a bit of a gamble, bit of a risk, and you agreed. How do you feel about your positioning with 4 rounds left to go today?
I feel great, you know, not that much graveyard hate in the field. Just I feel so comfortable playing the deck. Like, coming out of draft where I'm just like slogging through these
他说
matches
今
with
天
Grease
都
Fang,
没
it
有
just feels
分
so
场
natural.
仇恨
I've
牌
played it so much, I know got all the lines
感
down,
觉
so
大家
I'm
把
just
那
in the
个
zone,
针
dialed
对
in.
分场的都减
Well,
少
it's not
了，
online
所以
play
他
where he
的
has done very
今
well
天
over
打
the
起来
past
很爽
handful of。years. But for David Inglis, it's another win. We'll see if he can keep going. Paper play.
对，我看巴斯康好像也没有
And
领车嘛。
let's find out how the other players are doing in the building by checking out our leaderboard here as we gear up for round number 13 here in the building. Check it out. Hall of Famer and two-time Pro Tour champ. Can he make it 3? Shota Yasaoka sitting at 11-1 and leading the way, Monty.
Yeah, absolutely. After Shota, we do see a whole bunch of American players. David Inglis, Nathan Sawyer, reigning world champion.
这一次的美国跟日本怎么这么多人啊
？Still has a shot. Reed Duke and Chris Ferber, and our Singaporean player Chai Hui Hang continues climbing, Maria, 9-2-1, up to 5th place now, and very much still in it.
Yeah, and this is the round.
说巴斯康吗
Remember that magic number was 12 wins, right?
没有，他背牌没有领车，他的背牌是那个抽牌车。
In this round, so pretty important stuff. Cedric, you've been out on the floor all day today and yesterday talking to the players. It's time for story time with Steady Pete.
Who's ready for story time with Steady
你现在
Pete,
去金鱼网，他已经把那个
So,
PT 的卡表全部都拉出来了，然后按照人名排序，所以你会蛮好找到他的卡表的。
Smart, we're playing Is It Creativity instead of Is It Phoenix because you basically play the same hand except for when we do our thing. We kill their creatures and do stuff early, then we resolve creativity and they die. Which, yeah, that does sound pretty smart and it's going well for that team on Channel Fireball. Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, who you saw in the standings just a second ago for the first time this weekend, sitting at 12th place. We all covered him during the online era. He made a huge name for himself. I think at one point was the best active player in the world. When I talked to him earlier this weekend, he's like, I'm playing Is It Phoenix? Every person I've talked to this weekend is like, Is It Phoenix is not being played and is bad. Jean-Emmanuel, as we have, again, seen him during the online era, every time we would look at his deck, we'd go like,
what are you doing, buddy?
What is this?
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh, you got second again.
Yeah.
So we don't know
No
anything.
big deal.
So this weekend he's like, yeah, Is It Phoenix is the best deck. I don't understand why no one's playing it.
It's so funny.
Which is the direct opposite of quite literally every person I've talked to this weekend. People, the Grease Fang deck that we just saw from Inglis, he's playing it because no one's playing Is It Phoenix because he didn't think it was good. People who normally play Is It Phoenix, I think of Ross Merriam here in the States, didn't play it because he didn't think it was good. He couldn't win any matches with it. Jean-Emmanuel right now is 4-1.
这一次的凤凰好少。
Excuse me, 5-1 through the Pioneer portion.
他说他刚刚去问了其他的 Pro， 他们说他们测完觉得红狼凤凰是烂套牌，然后所以他们也不想放针对分场的牌，然后因为很少人放针对分场的牌，所以他就去玩了分场利用的套牌，就是阿布战车，哭啊
I agree.
So let's see if he can make it an official top 8 here at this tournament. Well, if you're thinking you might want to play in one of these tournaments one day, and why wouldn't you? Earn a lot of money, see your friends, see the world. We've got Azorius Control.
Hang out with us.
Hang out with us.
Hello.
It's an invitation. Come up here on stage, hang out. We've got an Azorius Control deck check that is piloted by a player who won his regional championship in Southeast Asia. That's Michael Go. I talked to him before the tournament, and he's doing really well in the
要
tournament
看
too.
的
His
是
first pro
下一个
tour.
教练对
Let's
决
hear
是
from a
白
deck
蓝
check
控
from him right now.
好是什么？我哪边的冠军？
Michael Go here, the Southeast Asia regional champion who qualified for this tournament, your first pro tour, playing Azorius Control and decided to run it back more or less this weekend. Why did you want to bring this deck?
是
I
应该
think
是
the
南
deck will
那个
is in a very good place right now in the meta. Like most of his
印
matchups are
尼
like
还是新加坡那边的
50-50,
吗
sometimes even higher. Probably the worst matchup that I have is
South
like
Asia，
super
我不知道
aggro
South
decks,
Asia 有哪边。
where I don't think they're gonna be too much present tomorrow. So yeah, I think it's really in a good spot right now.
And you love playing blue. We talked about
Yep.
that. You get to play a lot of blue in this deck. And if there's one thing blue loves, it is counter spells.
Yep.
So in this deck, you told me Absorb is your favorite counter spell. Why is that?
Yeah, so if you think about it, like there's a lot of three to cast counter
好扯哦
spells out there in Pioneer, but I think Absorb is the best one.
纯血蓝色人
especially because it gives you three life, additional 3 life. So if let's say an opponent has 6 power on board and I have 12 life left, it basically gives me another turn, like to draw my removals or my sweepers.
Yeah, you told me it was kind of like a time walk.
It's like a time walk for me.
Sounds pretty good if you can play a time walk in this tournament. You also like sensor, so talk to me about what sensor.
Yeah, sensor is very flexible. Like early turns, you get to counter most of their early threats, like 2 CMCs or 3 CMCs, and then at the late game, you can cycle them for better cards.
Right, and hitting your land drop's really important this deck, right?
Yes.
And Sensor helps you do that. Let's talk about the removal. So, Fateful Absence. What does this card do in this deck for you?
I think a lot of players, like especially Azorius control players out there, will think that why are you playing 2 of these and not like the other removals like Portable Hole or Lay Down Arms. But the instant speed removal is really like the reason why I chose this. Because the deck is really weak against manlands. Like when you sweep the board, it's like the manlands are still there, and they'll just beat you to death after that. So that's why I put this there, even though there's like an additional card draw for them. I usually combo it out with temporary lockdown to remove the
All right, let's talk about temporary lockdown because this is also kind of an unusual inclusion. What's this here for?
Yeah, this is a last-minute addition when I won before I played the RC, the regional championship. I was thinking it's like, oh, it's 3 mana. Probably like lose already at that time. Like my life count will be too low.
Right.
But the main reason I put this there is that when I check the matchups that I have, the worst matchups, like mono white sticks out, and mono white can kill you in turn 4, like most of the time, and bringing down this in turn 3 will like stop them from doing that.
All right, there's temporary lockdown in this list. You're running Farewell and Supreme Verdict. Of course, you gotta run those.
还有一个白绿皮在那边虎视眈眈的。
Probably standard across the board in every version of any Azorius control.
那个白绿皮
How good does it feel to cast a Supreme
莫名其
Verdict?
妙。
Like if they don't have any manlands and then you just sweep the board, it's like, you know, a breath of fresh air. It's like, oh, now I can breathe.
I just have to know because as a creatures player, I literally have never cast that spell. You know, so I don't understand. Yeah. That's okay. Somebody has to cast it.
You're on the other side of the fence.
Yes, so true. Let's talk about draw because of course card draw is something that you want to do in a control deck. Memory Deluge for you. You expecting a slower metagame to make this card important?
Yeah, so last time I was playing 2 Behold and 1 Memory because I saw the meta last time was a bit faster. Now when the meta is a bit slower and then Memory Deluge is much better because it has the flashback effect and it's like 1 card for 4 cards in return. And I can see a lot of Azorius players coming into this tournament.
So it's kind of like a mirror breaker for you.
Correct.
All right, and Behold the Multiverse. This card just really nice and flexible for you in card draw?
I usually don't side it out even in aggro deck, against aggro decks, because I can foretell it in turn 2, and then I can play it later once I sweep the board.
Well, you're a control player, but at some point you do actually have to win the game. So let's talk about your win cons. Let's start with your Planeswalkers, Wandering Emperor and Teferi, Hero of Dominaria. These are just incredible cards.
Yeah, I think most lists will play this 2 at least, and 3 at least of each. Some play 4, some play 4 of each and add more Planeswalkers. But for me, I think this is the right number, 3 each. I don't usually win because of this 2 Planeswalker, to be honest. It's very rare I win because of them, especially Teferi, because he can only win the game using like decking the
Your opponent's sadness?
Yeah. Or ultimate, and then they'll just scoop to you.
Yeah.
But I usually win using my Hall of Storm Giants land and the most famous Shark Typhoon.
Shark Typhoon.
Yeah.
All right, so Shark Typhoon, I've got to ask for Twitch chat, how often do you hard cast this card?
Certain matchups wherein they cannot remove enchantments, like Rakdos, I usually find a way to like hard cast it, because once I hard cast it, like my win rate goes up, you know, exponentially.
Yeah, we love to see it.
Yeah.
Let's talk about lands. Field of Ruin, you mentioned this was important to your deck. Why?
Yeah, I keep mentioning this to all my teammates, to even to players who ask me about my deck. It's like last time I was playing 2, and now I upped it to 3 because it's really a hard time for me to manage like manlands. So this is the main reason why I brought this.
And what about Jwari Ruins? Interesting one of here.
Yeah, so a lot of times I miss land drops, like probably my 4th land drop to cast that Supreme Verdict. And there were times wherein I only have 2 lands at the start of my hand and I need to mulligan. This helps that because it's like a pseudo counter plus a land. So I've reduced my mulligans, a fair amount of mulligans, because now I basically have 27 lands.
Well, Michael Go, best of luck to you this weekend running Azorius Control. There's a look at our floor right now live here from Pro Tour Phyrexia here in the Philadelphia Convention Center. Players doing battle. Round number 13 is on the way. Let's find out who will be watching in the feature match area. This round is an important one for our players. Of course, always important, but especially important from one of our featured players. That is Shota Yasuoka, who has
没有错啦，温彦英8强打到小白，应该是轻轻松松了吧。
here in this tournament, and with this, Shota could be into yet another top 8 running Rakdos mid-range versus mono white humans from Takumi Matsuura, his opponent. Shota Yasuoka, I mean, 11 top finishes, has qualified for this tournament 3 different ways. He's in the Hall of Fame. He's won a Pro Tour 2 times, trying to make it 3. The opponent, on the other hand, more of a newcomer to the game, Takumi Matsuura, running mono white. No top finishes, qualified via a Japanese regional championship. He said he was excited to compete against strong players here this weekend. Well, you got your wish, buddy.
Does it get stronger?
Does it get stronger than Shota Yasuoka? Let's talk about their Pioneer decks, Monty.
Yeah, starting with Shota, really running what we expected to be the most played deck this weekend. We expected around 15 to 16%, and that's exactly what we got. Rakdos midrange. We've already seen what Shota can do with this deck, but really, this is as good as it gets now, because Rakdos midrange, it is all about disruption, and one of the things that it really packs in spades is removal. We see 4 Fatal Push, 4 Bonecrusher Giant, 4 Blood Tithe Harvester, as well as Dreadbore, Power Word Kill, Liliana of the Veil. All of these cards compound your pressure in order to remove what your opponent is doing, and that's really good, especially when you add on what's in the sideboard here as we bring it up. Ritual of Soot and Extinction Event add on to the removal already in the main deck, with more as well, like Rending Volley and Kolaghan's Command. And on the other side, you mentioned it earlier, Takumi is playing mono white humans. Now, this is one of the more popular aggressive strategies. It was the most popular in Pioneer for a while, has fallen slightly out of favor now with Gruul vehicles rising up ahead of it, but still a very powerful deck. You do see that the main card in this deck and the main reason to play it is, of course, Thalia, Guardian of Thraben, giving you a lot of game against non-creature strategies. You have a lot of 1-drops to compound your pressure early, lead into cards like Catalane. But one of the big changes to the deck that came with Phyrexia All Will Be One is Brave the Elements isn't being played in these decks as often. They've been replaced by Push-Through is coming from Skrelv. Well, that's a bit of a problem because Skrelv itself is vulnerable to removal, so you've given up a lot of what gave you some game against these removal heavy strategies, and I'm a little worried for the mono white deck.
Yeah, I'm a little worried too. Let's find out what's going to happen because we've got some predictions here. It's Monty and the Machine. 2 brains, 1 answer. That is sometimes right. What are you going to say this time, Monty?
Every once in a while.
Yeah.
Me and the Machine decided to double down. Why mess with a good thing? We got it done last round, and the Machine just said, do it again. Shota Yasuoka.
Uh-oh, somebody thinking about going on a winning streak?
Yeah.
Okay.
3-0.
Okay, okay.
Ignore the first round. 3-0.
I will ignore them if you win this match.
Let's not talk about it.
Okay. They're not going to put me back on the desk again anyway.
Yeah.
So, we'll
see you later. See you tomorrow.
All right, Shota Yasuoka is the pick for Monty and the Machine in this round. We'll find out if today will be a winning day for them, unlike yesterday, which was not. Marshall and Paul are here to take over for us in lucky round number 13. Take it away, boys.
Thank you, Maria. Of course, Marshall and the Machine here, also with our predictions, but it happens to line up with Monty's.
你应该是看到他的上一局的对手吧？他不是写 Gilly Gilly 还是打，就是险胜。对。然后这一轮的那个是他的汉字是松浦拓海，没错，开86的，不是。
Okay, but there's a lot on the line here for Shota Yasuoka because at 11-1. we have it set up such that if you make it to that magical 12th win, you just lock your top 8 seed. Like, he can head over to the market. It's still open. He can go get a sandwich or whatever. And
2 hours. He's got 2 hours.
Yeah, he's got 2 hours, and he plays so quickly, you know. All right, here's a Thoughtseize to kick things off.
Wow.
Against his
这手牌真好。
And let's see what he's got to take. It looks like a pair of Thalia's lieutenants. What else do we have here?
We've got a Thalia recruitment officer and a Dauntless bodyguard, so won't be able to really slow Takumi down, right? We have 2 1-drops and 3 2s.
So he's going to go big.
再不丢副官的速度很快啊。
Extremely powerful. There's lots of spot removal, but no sweepers. So if Takumi can develop his board and then run out of Thalia's lieutenant, Shota might not have enough removal in time to deal with everything.
It's going to be an untapped blood crypt.
他手上是 Duris 有一张废牌，
Oh, look at this.
这个等一下可能要用血滴把给
really nice answer
处理
to
掉。
anything. I mean, he can trade it off, or he can even activate it later. Though, see what he does this time. It looks like he's going to take the 2. That's going to put him at 16 thanks to that shock land to turn prior.
Wow,
Look at this,
抽到
protecting
了
the Skrelv, and this is
wow.
kind of one of the newer additions to the mono white humans. That can,
不过还好
this means that Shota needs to find 2 ways
这个
to kill Skrelv, and if he can't, now all of those great spot
这
removal
个可以
spells
用吸血鬼解
that we talked about in this matchup, you need to find multiple copies, right? Because you need to go end of turn kill Skrelv, protect
这边
yourself,
吸血鬼
then
要
on your turn
要
you
解
have to
还
kill it
算
again.
OK，
it only
但是
does
就是
other
要
creatures,
先
so the
解
good news is, but you
虫
still
子
need
就是
2.
了。
Right. You still need
your
to.
point was correct, Paul.
So if you want to kill something like a Thalia's lieutenant or a Thalia, it just becomes that much more difficult.
Yeah, but the Dauntless bodyguard does set up the scenario that you described, where now
现在问题应该是他没有凑第3块地的样子。
The good news for Shota is that his deck is quite removal heavy in the main. He actually does pack quite a bit of one-to-one creature interaction, which, you know, I mean, we see quite a few decks in the format that don't really care about that.
下一回就被
Here,
副就会被
he
副
actually
官
does。have the tools. Let's see what he's got in hand.
不
Wow,
杀
a lot
虫
of
子，
blood type
下一回
harvesters and a dread
Blood type
就杀不掉
harvester
副
is a
官
killing answer
对，
to
所以不
the
管怎么样，一
Skrelv,
定要先杀
right?
虫
Because
子。
it gives -X, so the indestructible clause does not work. But Shota might just be interested in getting some humans off the battlefield. He
随便
does
啦，
know
反
about
正
Thalia's lieutenant in Takumi's
第二
hand.
只
And looks like missing on a land drop here for Shota.
Yeah, he does have 2 blood tokens piled up, but that could be tough for him as well. The bodyguard did get sacrificed there, so Skrelv had indestructible, but that was on the last turn. Here comes the 2-1, and once again, Shota's okay with just
所以是
leaving the harvester there.
先做沙利亚，
While you hit the battlefield.
先做沙利亚。
And this could get awkward here if there's no more land drops, because
有地了，
ooh,
有地
there's
了，
a
有地了。
mutavault off the top there for Shota.
这样子的话，
Shota
He has a
has
dreadbore.
可是
I
你还是要
believe
杀
he
虫
has
子，不是吗？
a Dreadbolt and a Fable. Currently can't play the Fable with the Thalia in play.
哦，
So
他
would
还有
need to
第
try
3
to
只
kill
血
Thalia,
税，
but
是不
of course
是？
he can't because the Skrelv is in play. He would need to target the Skrelv with the removal spell first.
Yes.
But assume, let's just say he does that, right? He goes, sack my Blood Tithe Harvester and then use my removal spell to get 2 things off the battlefield.
Yeah.
Takumi still has a follow-up. Look at that. Mutavault in hand with Thalia's Lieutenant. So next turn you
他
go
想要再用
Mutavault,
血税
double
第1回合，
activate
然后用
Thalia's
血
Lieutenant. All of a
去
sudden
弃
you have
掉
this
吗
huge？ board with 2 3/3 creature lands in play, along with the Lieutenant
可是
and the Recruitment Officer.
Right.
是不是
Still a
有
lot
点
of
危
threats
险
on the
啊？
battlefield that Shota will have to fight through.
So he's going to build up an army of Blood Tithe Harvesters. That's the 3rd one that's been cast. And he says, go.
直接
So
够
right back
哎！
over to Takumi.
那这边被下
Well,
木塔
finally seems
莫，
like
然后
his
灌
draw has gotten just a
副
slight
官
bit，floody here. But as you mentioned, not a problem. The second Mutavault acts as another human.
Right?
And he's got quite a board to deal with here.
Yeah, the other option is to just spend the mana to
想
activate
一
the
下要不要
Recruitment
灌
Officer,
2个
but I
2 个
think he
木
just
塔莫，
wants
还
to
是灌1
play
个
a
可
bunch
以
of
这回合
creatures
打
here,
的？
Thalia's Lieutenant, trigger on the stack, activate both Mutavaults. Or just activate both Mutavaults, it doesn't really matter.
应该是灌2个木塔莫比较好。
There's Thalia's Lieutenant. And with trigger up, we're going to see.
哦，好吧，他选择灌1个。
I
He
see.
wants to
Okay,
get
so
in
he
now.
wants to attack right away.
Wow,
Okay.
so he actually used a
他你的
Mutavault
沙
to
利亚
activate
不
the
打
other
吗？
Mutavault. You know, we were thinking tap
Right.
for itself, activate itself, and then use the 2 Mutavaults to start attacking next turn. But he actually wanted to get rowdy today. So he's going to use the
沙利亚不
Mutavault to
打
activate the
哦，
other one and then put the counter on it.
沙利亚可以换掉1只血税，还行吧？
Yeah, and Shota down to 12 here. Or is he already at 12?
马布的还可以啊。
He is
he is at 12. So this
打比较保守啦，
clock,
对啊。
and so Shota now has to decide.
因为
I mean, you can just
如果萨利亚打了，就是至少6滴血进账嘛。因为你要挡就是 double block 啊。那你至少这一回合6滴血进账，下一回合剩6就很危险了。但是他可能想说，他要卡一下对手，再卡一turn。就是可以避免下一回合被什么两个碎骨巨人之类的。
For now, though, he's stuck with just combat, and he's going to sort of thread the needle there. He's going to trade off one of the harvesters, but keep the other one on the battlefield, so he can potentially do the sacrifice thing. That's what he does.
A great
Shieldred
What did he find?
Shieldred.
Can he cast it? Because we did see him.
Right.
Rummage away a duress.
Right, but I see a swamp there.
Yeah.
So
you could swamp Shieldred and just go, well, Takumi, if you just don't have a brutal Cathar, that thing can just kind of hold the fort.
Yeah,
right?
And if he wants to take out Skrelv here to make sure that Shieldred can block,
exactly,
he could be in fine shape. And we've all seen how this goes.
Right, and with the Skrelv, though, I mean, you don't necessarily need to sacrifice the Harvester just because you can only Skrelv one thing, right?
Sure.
Because you Skrelv one creature and then you get in for 3. Shota's at 9. So
反正遇到反黑还是
not
得死
looking
嘛。
too bad unless Takumi can find an answer.
For Shieldred herself.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
没招。
and he's passed the turn
That's
back.
got to be a great feeling here for Shota. Gonna start gaining some life here. You can crack some blood, gain more life.
真的，而且还有2个血在那边，
Big draw.
好爽，好爽，好爽！
All of a sudden, we're going to see these life totals
直接杀了。
skyrocket on Shota's side. He finally uses the Blood Tithe Harvester to target Skrelv. And it looks like it's really fallen flat
哇，
here.
对面手上是2块地耶！
planes in hand.
哇
Yeah. And
那也是奶奶的。
removal spell for you can use it. Takumi is likely just going to look
狼
to
人
activate
再
the
吸
recruitment
滴。
officer here, end of turn.
And there's Graveyard Trespasser to come in. It's going to eat Skrelv
这边也
out
不用
of
动
the，
就
graveyard.
换人就好了。
Yeah, Takumi really needs to find a brutal Cathar.
Okay, recruitment officer is going to get
是不是有
activated
副
on
官？
end step, so he'll
对，
get
有副
some
官。
looks. Oh, he picked something, but it's just off camera.
下一盘吗？不会啊。
We'll probably see
这边
Right.
那个副官加反射大概还是会死。
would make things kind of big.
Could
Still,
he just go big enough to actually get through
the Shieldred?
Yeah.
One counter short, right? Because if you play your recruitment officer and your Thalia becomes a they have 4 power. Brutal Cathar.
Oh, there's
掉了。
Brutal Cathar, though.
Oh,
and
然后
the
在这个
Is this enough?
对啊，
What a massive 1-2 punch here for Takumi Matsuura.
可是他这边
All
没
right,
有
so
回
you
应
got a
抽
blocker.
血
You can
哦。
block a 4-power creature. You take 7, go down to 5.
他没有回应抽血，
But
好奇
remember,
怪
we
哦
do。know that Shota does have a
漏掉
Dread
了
Force.
吗？
We will be getting that Shieldred back.
He needs it. And he will not be gaining life off of that draw step because it'll still be stuck.
I wonder... I guess you can still wait, but could have considered sacrificing a blood to gain life
before it got
exiled
underneath the brutal Cathar.
right, and just use a mana that you have available.
还是他手上都不想
Okay,
弃。
so this is going to be 3 mana for a Dreadbore. So brutal Cathar goes away. Back comes Shieldred. This is kind of the last stand, though, right? I mean, if this Shieldred doesn't stand
抽
this turn,
牌
it's going to
全
be over.
打，
So
挡最
Shota
大
can go
的
up to 9 here,
胜。
right? 2 blood tokens in play.
1、2、3、4、5、6，
Shieldred can
挡
block.
最大的
And
剩
that
3。
Lieutenant is on the battlefield, by the way.
Right,
The
right.
one on the side there.
So going up, he can potentially go up to 9. Now Takumi's just doing the math here. Active. Okay.
So more humans hitting the
now you can
battlefield
block a
is
4-power
fine.
creature, and this is 9 damage total, right?
对。
Well, no, but you can
Mutavault
you can
plus activate.
right.
挡
So
2个
Mutavault can
大
block
的。
one of the 4-power creatures here as well. He would be throwing it away, right? But you can go Shieldred in front of the the Thalia, Mutavault in front of the Thalia's lieutenant,
Then do a blood.
1、2、
then
3、
do a
4，
blood,
然
and
后
you would
吃
go
一
up
个
to
血
7,
剩
and then you would take 4 and
剩
go
3
to 3.
And then it's hang on to Shieldred for the ride.
3、4、
Right.
5、
Well,
6，
does
或者
Shota
是
have a
打贪一点，
card in hand?
Yeah, I think he has
If
a
2个地兑换，
Takuma or something.
挡副
Fable.
官
I got，a
Fable, he played
挡
the
这个
Takuma. Yeah, you're right.
挡沙
Could
利
he
亚，
survive?
打
and
6
still
剩 1。
take 6? He can, right? Because if he blocks
Yes.
this way, he gets Lieutenant off the battlefield.
我
takes
双都敌
6
是对面
damage,， gain 2 from the blood, go to 7, and would go down to 1 life.
当2个副官，然后扣6
So
剩
now
1。
he's trying to think of, okay, if I get Thalia's lieutenant off the battlefield, does that set me up better for the future than getting Thalia off the battlefield? Because he knows straight away he wants to cast Fable. That's going to take all of his current mana.
Right.
And he's going to have to get rid of the Fable here, it looks
and
like.
Because the lieutenant can grow, choosing to get that off the battlefield, because Shieldred can just eat.
对手是不是算错血量啦
Both lieutenants
down
to 1 life.
3
going to go up to 3 and still has a blood.
还可以吸滴，再剩5的话下河挡4，剩1不会死。
As well as the land.
It's a bit awkward though, because if you play the Fable, you're tapped out because it costs 4 with Thalia in play, and then you can't sacrifice a blood token.
True. You do get a blocker.
You do get a blocker.
In case something goes wrong, Matsuura has nothing in hand.
You could also potentially just sack the blood now just to get that information. Discard the land.
其实还是蛮危险的，就是怕对手只摸一个关啦。
What happens if you just play the Fable? If you just play the Fable, you can block the Mutavault and the Thalia, and you would only take 1. Oh, excuse me, 2. From the trainee, because it would get a +1/+1 counter.
Yeah, hopefully.
So that is what Shota is on right now.
被自摸那个官人的狼人就死了。
If right now Takumi attacks with everything.
Again.
哦，再一只才解决的。
in play, of course, you get to claw your way back in.
挡2个大的剩1。
Hopeful Initiate there does have an activated ability that would allow Matsuura to remove 2 counters from creatures he controls to destroy an artifact or enchantment. There are 2 targets.
Yeah, but he would only get 1 counter. Needs to remove 2 counters to kill something. So now Thalia will get eaten by the Shieldred. The Goblin token will go in front of Mutavault. Because that way you get a trade. You go to 1.
把萨利亚康特拆掉7/7，对。
And he does actually activate. Yeah, he can remove it from any of your creatures.
Any of your creatures,
and he's going to use it to kill the Fable.
But now he's got to find an answer to Shieldred, right?
That's right.
但是这样就血又回来了。
Is back at 1 and then back to 3. He still has the blood token there.
哇，他又抽到7/7结界了，好会哦。
This might be too much, right? I mean, how the heck is Matsuura going to get through?
再第1回合就回来了。
Another Brutal Cathar on Shieldred.
He's going to use this right now, by the way. Get rid of Blackcleave Cliffs, go up to 5.
Up to 5. So Brutal Cathar is kind of what he needs here.
这么急是要打的意思吗
？To get started.
Is he lining up an attack right now?
Oh.
He is!
He's like, all right, turning it
真的是要打。
Wow, down to 7, now down to 5.
Down to 5. Wow, what a tight game.
So no Brutal Cathar, I guess.
剩3，
could just take it.
出2个。
Recruitment officer hits the battlefield, but up to 5 goes Shota.
And then Fable trigger happens.
He may even go higher on that life total, depending on what he's got. Harvester and
Shieldred's a heck of a card,
他抽到了第4张奇迹结界。
Down to 1 twice now.
怎么这么会抽？
Now he's going to go back up to 5. Once again, these triggers from the Fable, these triggers from the blood tokens, and of course just your draw.
And Takumi just had an incredible start too.
He did.
With this deck. Drew 3 copies of Thalia's Lieutenant, but just this Shieldred just so strong in these creature matchups.
He was tantalizingly close to winning twice as well, getting Shota all the way down to just 1. He attacks with Shieldred, Blood Tide Harvester, get rid of that. I'm back up to 7. You're down to 3 now after the trigger.
Yeah, I don't think he can, I mean, even if you draw a Brutal Cathar now, Shota can sacrifice the Blood Tithe Harvester to kill the Brutal Cathar. Oh no, he doesn't have a blood token in play at the moment.
Yeah, and it's sorcery anyway.
Yeah.
And once again, you know, Shota's gotten himself into a situation where he has the luxury of actually just taking hits, right?
Yeah.
The last 2 turns, he's like, yeah, I'll take it.
Right.
Oh,
it was a Brutal
Cathar.
Can he finish the game here? I guess he can just force a trade.
Yeah. So any removal spell here.
然后这边打过去
good attack too, because
yeah,
只能
he
换
has to block. Yeah, so there's just you can't come back from this.
No.
然后
Oh, and there's Lily
列娜跳掉，哎，
empty board, and you know, Mono
赢
White
了
from these positions, and finally, Shota Yasuoka is going to lock up game number 1. That was about as close as they get, Paul, as we saw him get down to 1, not once but twice that game.
Yeah, really, really well played game.
真的很极限。
And I mean, that's just also an example of. It seems like
只能说还好那个骑手掉到那个副官啊，
might be heavily favored,
不然人就没了。
Nearly got that one.
He really did.
Right?
He really did. Now post board.
It gets much worse.
It gets worse for Takumi, right?
Right, because Shota now has access to sweepers and more removal spells. You can replace cards like the Rest and Thoughtseize and bring in 3 copies of Rituals of Soot and 2 copies of Extinction Event. So Ritual of Soot certainly coming in. So lots of great options here for Shota. Now, one interesting card that Takumi has in his sideboard that you know that he's going to be bringing in is 4 copies of Wedding Announcement.
Oh yeah, that's tough to beat.
Really great against the Raptors that can't get it off the battlefield.
Oh man, Shota goes turn 1 Thoughtseize, take your Thalia, and Takumi goes Thoughtseize.
Everybody knows Thoughtseize curse.
It's right on top of your library, literally every time. Ooh, untapped Blood Crypt here on 2.
真的是
he's going to pass the turn back.
Thoughtseize bug.
这样子右手抽一张，谁受得了啦？
Fatal push there. And that's going to be reserved for Skrelv as Shota falls to 14. There's Hopeful Initiate and another one.
这边要飞到 push 杀虫
Another
子
good， start here for Matsura. Let's see if that sideboard
然后
play
这样
from
巨人才
Shota
能
Yasuoka
动
can。dig him out of a hole here. His life total's falling.
哇，
I do see
还
one card
是
in hand there,
还
Paul.
是 Shockland 还要扣2 滴，
Wow,
好
another
痛
untapped
哦。
Blood Crypt. Ouch.
对，不过这边是
But
狼人出
Graveyard
来可以
Trespasser
暂
is
缓
going to take out one of
暂
the
缓
creatures
伤
in
势
the，yard. That's going to be a little Drano for 1, but more
不
importantly,
要
he
被
just
抽
has
副
a
官
3-3.
都好说。
Yeah, just has a 3/3 in play. Now Thalia's Lieutenant would be great along with
副官就
a
人
Brutal
人就
Cathar,
没了
right?。Thalia's Lieutenant would mean you put a +1/+1 counters on all your thing, then you can train the Hopeful Initiate, and all of a sudden you have 3/3 power creatures that would be attacking this turn.
With just a plains in hand at the beginning of the turn, he's drawn a Mutavault and just has to pass the turn. That's also going to turn day into night, which means that the Graveyard Glutton has arrived. Tap land, second hive here for Shota.
没事，
And
这
that
边
does
就是
allow
继续
him to
换
leave
人。
Bone Crusher Giant, or more aptly, Stomp available here.
As Stomp available here for Thalia's Lieutenant, and then next turn can just slam that Shieldred.
This is a big hold your breath moment here. Is there some? Oh, it's
晨
wedding
昏
announcement.
家
A very nice draw
训，
here for Matsura. Although unfortunately for him, it won't do
真的
anything
是
right now.
蛮意外的。这个背牌晨
Takes
昏
some
家
time.
训，
So Bone Crusher is going to go on an adventure after stomping Thalia. Graveyard Glutton still intact.
就是蛮特别的背牌。
Ooh, getting frisky here from
Eat
Shota.
down.
有点惊讶，对牌块会留
Perhaps
收
wanting
视
to
一
put
定
some
留
additional
啦，
pressure
一定
with
留
that
啦
wedding。announcement in play. Maybe we're in a racing
Recognizing he can't
situation.
just sit here anymore.
Right. It's just I'm gonna attack you for 4. I'm gonna jam this Shieldred. Hope you don't have a removal
为什么
spell.
会不留收视？不然你要怎么处理
Did it get chump blocked?
It looks like it
那些
did.
有的没有的，
Wow.
就是
And look
包
at
含
the
副
follow-up
官，
Shieldred, the
包含那
apocalypse
个
here from Shota Yasuoka. He wants that top 8.
应该都会留吧。我
It kind of
之
has to
前
be
看
and it's on top,
Reduke
by the
都
way.
是
Like,
写
this is not a situation
你留收视
where
就是
Matsura
可以
has had a
阻
chance
止
to like hold on to
超
some
过
important thing just in
2
case
滴
like
血
he's just dumped his hand.
的对局都应该要留收视。
And we are very close here for Shota Yasuoka to lock himself a slot.
Unbelievable.
Into the top 8. Another
都没留，
top
我不
finish
知道啊 ，Reduke
on
说
his
的啊。
already extremely impressive
对
resume of
他认
11
为
top
只要
finishes.
是收视能够阻止超过2滴血的伤
12
害，都应该要
incoming, it's
留。
sure starting to feel like that. Luminarch Aspirant's a nice one, but that isn't going to do anything this turn.
By the way, if Shota does get this top finish, he will pass Kai and Luis Scott Vargas, because he's currently tied with them with 11 top finishes. He will then catapult himself up to number 4 in top finishes.
That is some extremely exclusive territory.
是
You see the Graveyard Glutton get in once again.
继续照你。还扛得住吗？
Tough situation
There's
here
just
for
no
Matsura.
good attack here, right? I mean, I wonder if Takumi's just considering attacking with 2 creatures just to draw a card to find a Brutal Cathar.
He's being attacked.
Oh, he's being
红
attacked.
黑
So
绿
he's
牌
gonna
算
decide,
考虑的
do I
啦。
want to throw a bunch in front of the glutton? And he does.
Block.
Yes, how about
What you got?
all of the things.
对
Wow. But that means that 2 of them will be disappearing.
消失杀2个，反正就是杀2个。
And, you know, this is important for Shota to get this done while he can before the wedding announcement transforms. Ooh, and there's Fable the Mirror Breaker. Really good time to cast that here. As he can use it to kind of fuel the mid to late game, of which, you know, he has a pretty
其
powerful
实我觉
option,
得刚刚
especially
Trump 一
post
直
board.
一
But really,
感
the
觉
only
比
thing
较
I'm
好，
looking at
因
here,
为你的
post
成
board,
魂要翻过来。
if that's on the battlefield, he's not losing.
Yeah,
我
it
觉得
is
如果
just
再
one of
拖一
the most
turn，
impactful cards just in this
损失
matchup.
不会那么
It
大
was。until ossification hit it.
Oh,
Okay. So we're back in business from Matsura's
All right.
perspective, and look at this. He's lining up a big attack.
All of a sudden, things have turned around.
Yeah, that's all
right?
it took. He needed to top deck some answer. We were talking about Brutal Cathar, but ossification will do too.
It's a much better answer, too, because Shota simply can't draw a removal spell for the ossification.
Right.
And now Wedding Announcement is going to flip.
Hey, you know, that Fable of the Mirror Breaker has some serious pressure on it at this point.
What a draw here.
See the training trigger as well on the hopeful
怕换
initiative.
就跟你换了。
And we're going to see a trade.
但是
4
Shota's
damage.
life total's going to fall, though. Yeah, he's at 13.
手一张，翻过来。
And with the attack for at least 2 creatures, that's actually a card in the hand for Matsura,
And then,
which is fine. Maybe a body would be good too, but at any rate.
and now we have an Anthem effect in play here.
Huge, especially the double Mutavault.
Right.
Even Castle Ardenvale can start just pumping out
Yep,
2-2.
just
Like
2-2s
these
every
are
single
hard.
turn.
You know, when Shota had a clock going, it was different, but you know, if he just
那我
draws
觉
a
得这
bunch
个
of
白
1-for-1
块打得
removal,
好
you know, I
急
feel
的
like
感觉
Matsura can
哦。
actually interact with that.
Yeah, these creatures are far less threatening, right?
Right. Okay, a double spell turn though for Shota. He plays the Bone Crusher Giant that was on Adventure. That had been there for quite a while, and then a second copy of Fable. So he's got action coming.
He does. So we got an attack for potentially 3 here. Can attack for... Ooh.
Illuminarch Aspirant and
Okay.
a Mutavault.
暂
Trigger
接
the Aspirant,
再
put it
放
on
一
the
颗，
Mutavault,
再打
and send in. That will, of course, trigger training
4
once
4跟
again.
4 5
And Mutavault
有点
is
难
now
处
a
理呢。
4-4. And the trainee is currently a 4-5.
两
getting
只
in.
去挡那个见习的，对啊，
Not
保
enough
住
mana
奇
to
奇姐
activate
姐
the。trainee here, and it looks like Shota wants to try to maintain these Fables if possible. Oh, and there's Skrelv
Skrelv
too,
as
so
well,
a
okay.
flurry of action here for Takumi.
Now Shota does get to dig here, right? We have Fable going to Chapter
抽
2.
一张，
Looks like he was hellbent.
Then we have another 2-2. So can at least discard 1 card if he doesn't like
Yes.
the card that he
有没
finds.
有
So some little bit of filtering.
狼人，
One card for
狼
Shota.
人挡得
It looks
住
like
吗
it's a waving？
狼人
trespasser.
挡不太
Chose
住
not,
地牌呢。
not to rummage there.
He said it.
It's good enough.
Good enough. Reflection of Kiki Jiki also on the battlefield now.
对啊，都没摸
It's
少
got， summoning sickness at the moment, but that is the type of card that can
他
do
大概已经
dumb
抽了15
stuff.
张左右
Yeah, I。mean, Shota is currently at 10. I'm wondering just how aggressive this Takumi.
I
Wow,
think he's going to
plays
answer you right away.
so fast. He's like,
Yeah.
all right, I'm just getting in.
He actually, it looked like he was burdened by his
两
draw
只
step
狮子
because
揍
he's
你
like, can we just get to combat like right now? All right, 2.
Getting in for 8.
Yeah, 4/4 Mutavault
上
slamming.
去位吗？
And once again, Shota's best option here is just to try to
4
attrition
胜6
through by
Yeah.
double blocking. He's falling down to 6
Right.
in the process.
And now Reflection of Kikijiki will be active.
不过
So
对
can make
琪
a
琪
chump blocker at
翻
instant
过来
speed
之
if
后
he，chooses to copy the Goblin Shaman.
Is there something like
这边就
dumb
可
that
以
he could draw here that he could start copying?
Blood Tithe Harvest
Blood
is
Tithe
几乎挡
a
住所有攻
fantastic
击，
card to
几乎
copy.
Yes.
Or Shieldred also.
Just getting a Shieldred would be sweet no matter what. We also have to remember the Hive of the Eye Tyrant down there. That could be a blocker of
Right.
note. Boy, this game got real interesting after that ossification. Up until then, it was like, well, looks like Shota's cruising to top 8.
Yeah, and one little thing Shota can also do if Takumi doesn't present a lethal attack is go end of your turn, activate Reflection of Kiki-Jiki, targeting Reflection of Kiki-Jiki, and you can make for every mana, you can make a 2/2 at end of turn. That will die on the next end step.
Wow.
So you can get in for a really huge attack, potentially.
And he does have 6 life to play with here. The Goblin Shaman's actually getting in the red zone. It's going to create a treasure as well.
这边只要抽副官就死了的样子，因为可以给他不能被挡，然后那个地窖就一拳打6。
Very close one here between Takumi and Shota. They do not have identical records, you'll note. Shota is playing for top 8. If you get to 12 wins at this tournament, you're in. That's it. Like, you're locked. There's no tiebreakers. In fact, you don't even have to play the rest.
So you can make a 4/4 Mutavault and activate Skrelv to make it so red creatures can't block. But like you mentioned, there is a Hive of the Eye Tyrant in play.
And that turns into a black creature.
So just copying a reflection here and chump blocking. And then end of turn could potentially make 5 2/2s.
And you can see he got a freebie there. All right, there's a Thalia.
All
right, is it time to make an army of 2/2s?
Kind of feels like it, doesn't it?
Okay. Is there enough?
It doesn't.
There's some blockers.
Quite feel like it. Although if you
there is a Hive in play.
There is a Hive. There is a 2/1 first strike on the other side, but maybe he could just simply overwhelm him.
Yeah.
This is not how I saw this game going.
Every time you play with Fable, you're like, oh yeah, I can also do this.
要不要吃珍宝？吃了。
Oh, he's going for all of them.
Treasure.
Does he actually have enough?
然后这个牺牲。
So that one dies. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 2/2s. 8 2/2s and 3 blockers. That's 10 damage, Marshall.
That is 2.
And there's a Hive in play.
And he can fire up the Hive as well, and he's got Takumi Matsura completely tapped out here.
Oh, man.
重置。
Oh, excuse me, Skrelv also can't block. It's a might.
That's true.
It cannot block some 2
only
blockers.
2 blockers, so it's even
This
easier.
is a super
1, 2, 3, 4,
lethal
5, 6,
attack.
7，全打就死了。这样打一定死。
Beautiful double reflection of Kiki-Jiki.
啊！恭喜巴斯康祥太，又进了一次8强。
With all creatures, and Matsuura says, "You got me." And
不过红黑打纯白本来就是好打了。
Secures his 12th career top finish.
Incredible. Incredible.
That puts him into absolutely rarefied territory. As you mentioned, if you look at the all-time top finishes leaderboard, he just jumped Kai Booty and Luis Scott Vargas up into the Finkel range.
Yeah. Well, let's not get too crazy, all right? But he is now...
He's in that list.
He's on that list. He is now top 4.
Yeah.
Right? He is number 4 behind, like you said, Paulo,
Finkel, and Nassif.
That's just wild.
他成为了史上进8强次数最多的前4名，只输给 John Finkel， 然后另外2个人我不是很确定。对，然后跟 LSV 并列，虽然我们 LSV 现在倒掉了。我记得他刚刚看到的时候好像是5杠6的样子。
He's done for the day. That's going to be it for him. But we're not. We got a lot more magic to bring you right after this break.
不过，这一次的 PT 9胜会有下一次 PT 的资格。你说你找了几个 Cyborg guy 都是要把 Sources 换掉？ 啊，他们有比巴斯刚想太强吗？ 对，我看了一下，9胜就可以拿到下次 PT 的资格。LSB 现在是6-7，又一次输给红黑。我是不是没有去注意 LSP 他键区打什么去看一下好了。LSP 他打也是 Channel Fireball 都打同样的套牌。无畏创新。
Welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Phyrexia. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon, and we were bringing coverage of Pioneer. We're just starting to fill top 8 seats. Our first one just got claimed by Shotiasoka with that 12 win. Now, as we come into these matches, some of the players are in the top position, but precious few. The further we go along today, though, more of those seats will get taken. Again, the way it works here is if you get to 12 wins, you're in, that's it. It's not a tiebreaker thing at that point. Now, that doesn't mean that everybody's going to get to 12 wins that makes it to the top 8, so we still may have some tiebreaker stuff going on. But in the feature match area, we're going to join
也有可能他没有全下，他可能留个1-2张刚好抽到了，也不是没有可能。
Two regional championship qualifiers here for the PT, and mono white in the hands of Chi, but on the other side, Enigmatic Fires, which by the way won the first game, Paul. A little bit of nonsense here for Derek. Like, what's up with this fire?
Yeah, this is a really, really fun deck. And basically, the way that this works is you're playing a combination of enchantments and creatures, because you need both in this deck. And what you're trying to do is get Enigmatic Incarnation onto the battlefield, sacrifice a cheap enchantment that cantrips, draws your card, and then fetch out creatures that do things when they enter the battlefield. One really nice combination that you're looking to do is get an Enigmatic Incarnation into play. Then you play Leyline Binding. Sacrifice Leyline Binding. It's a sick... in this deck, it costs about 2 mana to cast, but you sacrifice the Leyline Binding, then you can start getting 7 drops from your deck. So you can get Titan of Industry, Agent of Treachery, cards like that. That's what this deck is trying to do. Sometimes you can get a little bit run over. You're playing a Yorion deck, you're playing lots of colors, so there's a little bit of inconsistency there. But when you get those right draws, the deck is really, really fun to play.
Looks like Thalia might have gotten chained to
在打这个对局，一抽一堆杀不会很卡吗
？From Derek, and that'll allow him.
他的那个3点的人跟那个都还在线上，都还在手上，那个注释已告。
That will do 3 damage to something, and it looks like it's going to be Hopeful Initiate, but the Bodyguard is going to get activated there to save it.
And with cards like that Enigmatic Incarnation, you're highly incentivized to play both enchantments and creatures that come into play and have powerful effects, that do things when they come into play, which makes this also the perfect Yorion deck. Because if you ever just cast Yorion, oftentimes you're going to be getting 2 or 3 cards worth of value as you're going to blink everything and put them back into play.
然后手牌卡得要命。
Aggressive attack here from Che, who is going to fire up a Mutavault and get in there.
我以为这个对局是不需要留任何杀的，只要留一些反射的就好了。
Ends up being over the course. It does have that activated ability where it can take out artifacts or enchantments, but you need to pay 2 and a white, and you need to remove 2 counters from among creatures you control. So right now, you know, Chi's not really in the business. Oh, well, that'll change things. Sully's tenant off the top of the library.
抽到了副官。
Yeah, can get a pretty big attack here. Derek's already down to 9.
Yeah,
had to take some damage with those shockwaves.
还有4期的那种。可是我觉得那个都是你大概3回4回就要想办法把对人打死了。你抽太多这种东西，你的套牌变得超级慢。
You just go for it now.
Yeah, you can get in for 1 extra point of damage now if you just activate Mutavault and attack. Or you can play the Lieutenant and then get in for 1 less point of damage, but you'll just have more on the battlefield.
Yeah, that is an interesting decision point. Let's see what she decides to do. Got a lot of work to do here. He's found himself down game. to Derek. All right, it's Mutavault now is the answer.
而且对面是
So
其
4
实是
damage.
结界底的套牌啊
Down to 5
生物
falls
反而是
Derek.
少数的。
He has no creatures
Alright.
on board.
Can search for some action here.
Gonna need to.
If you can find an enigmatic incarnation, you can sacrifice this Fable, get a 4-mana creature. Lots of different variations, lots of different ways you can build this deck, of course, because it is it is a 4 or 5 color fire deck. You get all kinds of different things. I've seen people get Siege Rhino.
但是可以
I've
用
seen
那
people
个
get
啊，可以
Omnath.
用
There's
量
just
去
all
排
kinds
过
of
去
different
啊，
things you can do.
应该没有那么
What kind
难
of
才对。
imagination do you have?
Or you can just cast Tolsimir.
Tolsimir,
wow,
friend to wolves, and that is actually going to stabilize this board quite nicely here for Derek, taking advantage of that
那是一个80张的套牌
ambitious mana base.
我真的觉得
it's perfect, Marshall.
希望对手抽什么
If you ever talk to an enigmatic
抽什么
fires
生物
player and you ask them about their
我觉
mana
得
base,
还
they're
好
like, no, it's perfect.
It's also 3 life.
I have Nylea's presence in my deck. My mana is perfect.
前面没有打出伤害，你后面连自摸机会都没有。
And probably is like, are you serious? Because like, how did that come down right on time?
I'm at 6.
Well, sometimes you look at this enigmatic fires deck and you're just like, wow, this just looks like a really awesome cube deck. Right? It's just
It
got
kind
all
of
the
does.
colors and
The person who prioritizes lands.
Yeah.
Okay, there's declaration in stone.
Okay.
Nice turn here. Followed
Nice
up
turn,
by Thalia's Lieutenant with Mutavault at the ready.
Attacking with both, and Derek can trade the Tolsimir here with one of these 3/3s.
And must.
Yes. Just now needs to decide whether or not he wants to kill the
神山
Cathar or the Mutavault. So he's going to go down to 3. Next turn, we'll have a 2/2 body from that Fable. But remember, there's another Mutavault hiding down there in the corner.
当哪个都差不多啦。
Looks like he's going to trade for the onboard Mutavault. He's going to drop down to 3.
Okay.
Boy, I
Can
thought
you
that
find-
Tolsimir really turned things around here for Derek, but he finds himself, after a double spell turn from Hang, under immense pressure once again.
Yes, still needs to find
facing 2 sets of lethal attackers.
Exactly.
Uh-oh, math is happening.
扛得住吗？
He does have a 2/2 blocker, so that takes care of 1 set, if you will, but
Yeah.
he does need to find...
You can block the
an answer.
Cathar, but Mutavault plus Thalia's Lieutenant will kill you unless you can play something.
Mutavault.
Okay.
And now we see enigmatic
Incarnation.
one of the
What are we getting?
13点。
And what did he sack? He sacked Oath of Chandra so that he's going to get a 3, right?
Yeah, you're going to get a 3-mana
Oh,
creature.
how about Knight of Autumn and get yourself some life?
Are we gaining some life
Yeah,
here?
gain 4, baby. Up to 7, so he's no longer facing lethal. Although anytime you have Thalia's Lieutenant out, things the math can change rather rapidly.
And with the Brutal Cathar plus the Mutavault, that's an attack for 5. Derek could even take that, and then because he's incentivized to keep the reflection in play, because then he can start copying Knight of Autumn.
I mean, that
gaining
would be
4 life
very
every turn.
difficult to raise, right?
So if he
然后每回
does
变
not
那个
play
不是
another
低不是
creature
低
this
不
turn,
是
he's just
低
going to go, you know what, I'm just going to take 5.
Yeah, he gets 4 of it back.
Yeah.
For the low cost of 1 mana.
扣5啦，哪一次不扣5？
I like that.
Make it
Derek,
2/2.
he's down to 2, but he's so close. Oh, and he's got the turn pass back to him. This is the best feeling in Magic.
可是
Wow.
这边要
Yeah, and
避免
now
他
we're
翻
looking
回来
at。Incarnation in play. You've got a Yorion as well. Can block up to 2 creatures here.
Bolster his life total.
Oh,
wow. And his Cyclave Apparition hits the battlefield as well.
杀了副
And that is
官
going to make life really difficult for
哇，
Hang.
接下来就可以一直杀副官。
Ooh, are we looking at a potential attack here?
Oh, he's going to get
That can't be
chippy.
good.
打了啦，哪一次不打？
To you.
这边密太转身可以吃自己吧？
And then do you upkeep make the token?
密探转身可以吃自己吗？他如果吃自己叫艾雷农，是不是应该是赢一半
for the mono white deck to hit break the combo up.
Okay.
So
he may be able to just have the luxury of sitting here.
我不确定密探转身能不能
destroy evil as a removal spell, but that, of course, the Knight of Autumn does not have 4 toughness, so can't use that as a way to kill the Knight of Autumn in response. Also, Destroy Evil might want to take down the reflection, or the incarnation.
Indeed. But as you mentioned, that wouldn't break it up. He would still be able to activate this turn at the worst.
Would still be able to make a 2-1, go up to 6, and block.
这边的话就
some
是
nice targets. Targeting Skyclave Apparition's no joke too.
Yeah.
生一只
Can
上
take
去
care
打
of some
生
very
一只上去打
problematic
不死
permanents
敌
on the other side.
Yeah, along with that Knight of Autumn, right? Now you're not as concerned about something like a wedding announcement from
纯白这边要想办法做2个咒语，然后把那
I
个
mean,
反过来吧。
if the board stays like this, and only some power and toughness gets added by Hang, then Derek's in the driver's seat. Hang needs to find a way to disrupt this. Yeah, Luminar Aspirant is exactly what I was talking about. Power and toughness.
Boom. Gain 4. Make a token. Block.
我是D。
And back up to 6 he
上去
goes.
挡。
And once again, Hang just has to pass the turn. Every time this happens, Derek Davis moves
你没有
closer and
憋
closer
到
to
做
victory.
2件事情，
Is it time to
那
put
很
Yorian
难
in
玩
hand
呢。
yet?
He has been kind of
抽一
waiting
张
on that.
哇，我会觉得密探转身有点做事
So now
了。
there's another 2 mana enchantment to sacrifice to get another 3 drop if you want.
他还要继续做事哦？没有，把月亮拿起来。
Okay.
There's Yorian jumping in.
It's happening soon, Marshall.
这样就很好了。
It is happening soon.
End step, trigger this.
吃了2费的，找3费的。
Okay. This is going to be another 3 drop.
那应该是有反射法师跟那个吧？
Right.
Yeah.
Is there
跟
any
那
way
个遗
for
忘
him
轮
to
人
get？ back in this? I can't imagine. I mean, you know how it is when you play mono white, you kind of set yourself up.
对，这个。
Yeah.
When you get to this
应该
part,
是
you
有
just
吧？
cold top
Yeah.
decking.
Oftentimes it's one of those. I got you low. If you stabilize, I need to draw this. I have a 1-turn window
哦，这
usually
个
to
是
find
把
a
结
thing.
界放到排骨顶的。
And if I don't, then I'm probably going to lose.
他要找窗户了。
Cleric here.
All right, so now he can find
他
an
也可以
enchantment
翻回来
and
回应
put it
复制
on
空间
top of
王。
his
对啊，
library.
可以啊，但是琪会消失不是吗？
So extra creature can find redundant copies of Incarnation, or just find a Leyline Binding, put it on top, and then get a 7-drop off the Incarnation.
Okay, well, he picked something, but we couldn't see it.
翻过来回应空境亡
He did
灵。
use the ability.
Okay.
他的是那个 until 的吗？还是？
Sure,
对，
relatively.
他这是新的，应该是 until 的，那应该没什么问题。
It's probably a Leyline Binding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
对，可是有机会吃一张
I don't know. Do
反
you
射
think he has the land types covered?
就死了。
Yeah.
啊，算了，应该是不至于啦。
3 triomes.
对。
4 shock lands. 4 different shock lands, I mean.
All right, make another
就怕吃反
chump
射
blocker
啊
here.
就怕吃反
Gain
射。
4, go up to 10.
It's the best kind of chump blocker, too, the one that
Derek is
gains
just having
blood.
all kinds of fun now.
Oh, he's loving it.
He knows he can't lose from this spot.
No, this is the time where you just
乱
wonder
打
how
了，好
long
爽哦。
Hang can hang in there, right? You're like, hey, am I going to get to just keep
Yeah,
doing this stuff? Because I can do this.
Okay, so it looks like he got a
Changhuo.
fighters.
Okay.
And then
Booty.
had a Titan of Industry in hand.
He
and
just cast it?
casting it. Look
From
at
the
him, he's got
fires?
8 lands in play.
Yeah, he does.
Booty.
This game's gone on for a very long time.
生一只5，生一只
So
4
now
是
Titan of Industry is going to hit.
Hey.
Choose 2.
You know,
再 copy
and no
再
concession
booty
just yet. He's just like, all right,
再
let's
生一
keep
只
going.
4
Show me what you got.
冲
Yeah,
啊
you！know, maybe he hasn't played against this list and
Hey.
just kind of wants to see how it goes.
Sure.
Maybe he's jet lagged. Like, could be anything.
然后爵士居然把它吃了。
But I'll tell you what, Derek
跳艾雷
Davis is
农
the happiest guy in the room because he gets to just do all the things here. He's going to sacrifice Fires of Invention.
Elision 应该是
Go
吧？
get something for
还有什么更好的5费吗？应该没有了。对，没错啦，艾雷农。
And he got the new Elish Norn. Elish Norn, Mother of Machines.
Oh,
which is
just
going to shut down ETBs.
Yeah, so no Brutal Catharsis and also doubles your effect.
国王不是这个
Everything
套
in
牌
this
的吧？
deck has
国
a
王
come
是
into
骑
play
士那
effect,
边的吧？
right?
Okay.
So,
这个套牌还会放国王吗？
come on, Marshall.
It's okay,
just
buddy.
let's just
Okay. All right, it's time to let go.
I wanted one more turn. Did we not want one more turn?
Send it over. Wow, Enigmatic fires, picks up another victory here. I mean, that thing looked amazing. And I gotta say, when I think about playing a deck like that has a lot of like not immediately board affecting kind of nonsense
正边还有那个吗？那个正边还有一只月历羊吗？
Yeah, I mean the thing is you would
因为我
think,
之前我有
right?
看过
I'm trying to get to the big game. I have a
正边也
lot
有
of
一只
funky
月历
cards,
羊
but
的
the。deck also plays a lot of cheap removal. Oath of Chandra, Chain to the Rocks, Leyline Binding. So if you can just draw some of those, and then a lot of your come into play effects also kill creatures when you come into play. A lot of the 3-drops that you want to search for off those 2 enchantments that you sack off the Incarnation are also just good against creature decks. So if everything lines up correctly, you can still beat the mono white.
That's true, and as we saw, once it hits critical mass, it's just an
It's just over.
That wasn't even close. We've got more Magic to bring you here from this round. So we've got Bernardo Santos against Dan Christoph, and we're going to be joining this one again already underway. We see Rakdos Sacrifice versus Azorius Spirit. So 2 very different approaches to the format, and that has been one of the features of Pioneer is its diversity of archetypes. We've seen a whole lot of different types of decks represented, and we get a few more here. These players are sitting at 8 and 4, so very much holding on for the ride here, but you know, they're not done yet, and they can still very much make top 8 with a great run at this point. Now, as I mentioned, we are joining this one in progress as Dan has already won game number 1, and we're joining in game number 2.
哇，精灵哎！
Yeah, and it looks like we have Rakdos Sacrifice. Slightly different than what Shota's playing. This deck is a little bit better against creature strategies. You got the Cat Oven combo in there with the Mayhem Double. So whenever you play against creature decks, feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good. So kind of coming into this, I think Bernardo should have felt relatively good about the matchup, but Dan actually able to take game 1 in this matchup.
为什么我看到他们的套牌都不是放白棋啊？我没有看到任何一只白棋啊。
It's a start.
哦，我看到一只了。他们有些人放河马哎。
We have seen several flavors of Spirits decks being played in this format. Mono blue, of course, but by adding the white mana,
白棋看起来不怎么样哎。
Some additional removal effects.
我看到放河马的比较多。
Have any removal. So Dan Christoph able to play 4 copies of Skyclave Apparition as extra ways to kind of interact with what your opponent's trying to do. And particularly in this matchup where you go, hey, now I have access to these apparitions. I can kill your oven. I can kill Mayhem Devil.
All right, a second Blood Tithe Harvester. Oh, and a Witch's Oven
and
too.
And an oven. A lot of permanents.
He also got in there for 3, no block.
精灵打牺牲应该也蛮难打的吧
Ooh, pair of Shackle guys.
Okay. Not ideal in multiples. And
they're basically just 2 spirits.
2 mana, 2/2 flyers, right? You could tap something down if you feel like you're not in a position to win a racing situation.
Man, that is some hardcore flavor text on that card too. The blessed sleep doesn't come easily to a mind chained by regrets. Boy, I'm going to think about that when I can't fall asleep tonight, I'll tell you that.
Scary.
Is he going to start getting rowdy here?
Well, can't attack with both, right? He just played one.
Yeah, it doesn't have haste.
So does he have another spirit to tap something down?
That would be really nice.
Because otherwise you might want to just tap down a 3/2, 2 for 3 damage. But perhaps this is a situation where you go, you know what, I need to race you with my
我以为精灵打红黑牺牲会超难打，结果居然赢了第一把。
And you know, of course, when you start seeing the lords hit the battlefield, that damage, that combat math can change very, very quickly.
Yeah, but Dan's down to 11 already.
Yeah, I mean, these 3/2s are just going off. What are we going to see? Oh, wow.
You got to be feeling not bad if that's the play, right? No pressure there.
如果你的第一把跟这一把一样这么卡，那我能理解精灵怎么赢的。
Having faith in the elk here. I mean, he had.
What does he have?
He had blood tokens.
Right.
4回控过简直逆天呐。
Right.
Especially when you're facing off against Shacklegeist, right? You have the ability to tap down at 5/5. If your play is next turn, play land number 5 into 5/5. Must have just all removal. Okay.
Oh.
That is good. That now with the Supreme Phantom in play, that's an attack for 6.
Yeah, I mean, this
can he play another Spirit to tap something down?
He can.
Okay.
Mausoleum Wanderer hits the battlefield now. So that'll keep one of the 3/2s at bay at the worst.
Right, so then Dan would only go down to 6, and then what can he crack back for? 3, 4,
5,
5,
7
7
就很痛苦了。
at the least here?
3, 6. I mean, if he wants
7, 8, 9. If you want to send everything,
身高攻击就被
yeah.
推之掉。想要做奇怪的事情，还会被有机会被辟邪。
Is it time to... Now, remember, Bernardo can also sacrifice the Blood Tithe Harvesters if he no longer thinks he's in a position where he can race to kill the Phantom, to kill some other creatures on board. He can kill 2 of the things on board.
Yeah, I do feel like he's going to need to start doing that here pretty quickly.
Oh!
Is that a shore up to protect his creature? Wow.
Wow, against the Eaten Alive here. Now, we're still going to see this trigger here from the Unlucky Witness.
That is rough.
I see, because Shore Up also untaps. So he's saying he wants to respond to his own Shore Up trigger on the stack before it resolves. Tap one of Bernardo's permanents, and then Supreme Phantom will untap.
Yeah.
So he will have access to a blocker.
It's really good
and
here.
Tap something down, right? Because it's going to prevent the other Blood Tithe Harvester from attacking.
It becomes a 2/4 thanks to Shore Up.
被这个赢一个大的欸。
Wow, this is a
blowout.
blowout. Okay, so one of the Blood Tithe Harvesters gets tapped. The other thing gets untapped, and this is the Unlucky Witness trigger being resolved.
Yeah, the Supreme Phantom does have hexproof.
Yep, it's 2/4 flying hexproof.
Looks
like he's going to cast Deadly Dispute here and sacrifice one of the Bloods.
Okay.
Get a treasure.
So now cannot use Blood Tithe Harvester to kill... to kill one of the Shackle guys, because he's down to 1 blood. Right?
那这个血税是不是要想办法杀一个人了？
That remains exiled. Boy, this is a really important turn.
Yeah.
A lot happened in a short period of time going back to Dan's last turn, but it is all come up Dan so far.
可是这个血税吃下去，你要 race 又 race 不太赢。
Now can only kill the Wanderer,
which he's going to take advantage of as he's down to 12 life and facing down 7 power on the board even after having killed that Mausoleum Wanderer. So far, Witch's Oven hasn't done anything.
Yep, no Cauldron Familiar. Had the Unlucky Witness, but of course used
真的不知道这个人手牌有多差，到3回合只能，到第4回合只能裸拿那个。
Bernardo in a pinch could also sacrifice the Blood Tithe Harvester.
好惨啊！
Oh,
Ooh,
taking
look at
damage. What's going on here?
Blood Crypt down to 10.
继续下课。
Must be a fatal push.
Fatal
There
push.
it is.
Okay.
Fatal push. So
right,
that was
that
a
helps.
really nice turn there for Bernardo. He actually turned this game back around at least
所以
some.
他抽2张抽到 fatal push。
Yeah, I mean Dan's still at 9.
Oh, how about Curious
Curious
Obsession? No, that could change things once again.
So this is an attack for 4.
Yep.
Draw a card.
So down to 6 and draw a card.
哇，他抽到辟邪的了，天哪
Boy, these guys they're playing rough. Some haymakers they're tossing.
All right,
back
so
and
this
forth.
is potentially a lethal attack next turn. We got 8 power in the skies. Dan also has the ability to tap down this Blood Tithe Harvester. Blood Tithe Harvester with 1 blood in play can't kill any of the creatures on board.
No, they got too big.
真的只有一个血，他妈一直都杀不了。
Card drawn
要
here
想
for
办法先杀王，
as he surveys
真的有
the
办法
scene.
吗？
Wonder if
不
he
会
has
要五
another
费叫
way
亚
to make a
不会
blood.
叫五费叫那个吧？五费叫行旅。
A little bit weird.
就是
Could
直
have
接死
considered
了呢。
sacrificing Witch's Oven, but that's kind of the core artifact in your deck, right? The moment you sack that, all of a sudden you draw a bunch of Cauldron Familiars that don't do anything, so...
This is game number 2. Dan won game 1.
If he doesn't have anything at this point, maybe you just loot with the blood, right? Just sack the blood to find answers.
Yeah, I don't think Gigantha's going to get the job done.
Right.
It does look like he has a grip of cards, though. I think he's got 5 cards in hand. Maybe an Abrade in there. I just got like a tiny...
Right. For all we know, he just has 3 removal spells.
Yeah.
Right?
He absolutely could. He's been using up all of his mana every turn. So he's going to use it, but that doesn't quite kill it. Oh, but look what he found.
But
he's going to get countered here by Geistlight Snare. Mayhem Devil was going to finish off. Now, how did this work with the sequencing, though, Paul?
So, but he can pay 3 mana, right? Is that not a treasure?
It is.
It is a treasure. So he can pay, but then there's nothing to sack other than the Mayhem Devil itself. Also, he sacrificed the Blood Tithe Harvester. Why don't you just run out the Mayhem Devil first, right?
That's
the damage that you're missing.
So he's
now he has to stack that. And so then you're going to take 5 damage here, and Dan's going to be able to draw a card.
Oh, and there's a win right off the top of the library. Another Curious Obsession adds the requisite 1 power. And that just fell apart there on Santos.
Yeah, and so one thing to consider there is because the Blood Tithe Harvester is a sorcery speed effect, could have responded by tapping the Blood Tithe Harvester in response. So maybe that was why.
Yeah, or interacting with it in some other way.
Right. But it's just
tap it.
Yeah, that was just such a weird start. I thought Bernardo had all the tools, but of course, the moment he put the Gigantha in hand, you're like, okay, what? He must not really be working with a whole lot.
Yeah, that was the tough part. That was
所有人看到星旅拿上手的瞬间都惊呆了。
Scrap and keep in there, but he wasn't able to ultimately. And Spirits picks up a win there, so we'll keep an eye on that one as we work our way through. We're going to be taking a short break, but we are far from done here in Philadelphia for today. We've got 7 more top 8 seats to fill up, and we hope you will join us for each and every one of them. We'll be back with more right after this.
好，现在只有1个8强，所以我们还有7个名额。休息一下，我们晚点回来。青春的成绩单，有你们一起向前，才有100分。My dear friends, together forever. 手机的麦将最对味。
here in the tournament. Somebody who's having a great day too is Derek Davis, who's running that sweet enigmatic Fires deck. I'm in love with this deck, sitting at 10-3. Cedric got a chance to talk to him after his win last round.
I am here with Derek Davis, coming off of a very nice victory with a very unique deck. Derek, you are playing 5-color Mishmash Magoo is what I'm going to call it. That's not the technical name, by the way, excuse me. Derek, how do we even get to this enigmatic incarnation, Fires of everything deck that you're playing?
Well, I started playing Elementals basically when Modern Horizons 2 came out, and I've had a lot of success with that. Made the mocks off of that deck and made the Innistrad Championship, which was my first like pro-level event. And I've always leaned towards those 4-color piles of things, you know, nonsense going on. And I went to the US DreamHack, the RC in November, and top 8 it with Blue Eye Control. Took that to NRG Champs in January. Didn't feel great about that pick going into it, and then the results showed when I went 1-6. So I felt like it was time to move. And when I was trying out different decks for this event, my friend Don recommended Enigmatic to me, and I've been doing great with it ever since. Last week decided to try to get some reps in, take a break from the drafts, and I won the Showcase Challenge over the weekend with the deck. So I was very happy with the results, and obviously happy with them here as well.
So your Pioneer record so far, if you know it off the top of your head, is?
5-2.
Okay, very solid record. You are climbing up the standings a little bit. Obviously, we're focusing on some players as well, Nathan Stoyer, David Inglis, but now it's time for us to focus on you and this 5-color deck with the biggest of birds, Corey Baumeister. So I'm sure you're very happy about that. That's Derek Davis, and we're going to watch some 5-color action over the course of this weekend.
What a cool deck. You love to see it. There's a look at our floor here with our players battling in Pro Tour Phyrexia. Back in paper for the first time in a long time. Let's take a look at our leaderboard here, everybody. We're gearing up for the next round of competition here in the building. Shota Yasuoka is locked for our top 8.
没有11分的。
12 wins, that's a magic number. Locks you for top 8, yet another one for the
那
Hall
至
of
少还要
Fame.
再
Johnny,
2
what
把
else do you notice?
然后
He's not playing anymore, so his
8个
day
人
is done early. But what we now
这
know
8个人
with
会
David Inglis and Nathan Stoyer picking up that unintentional draw
1个
last round, we have no
不
players
2个
locking up the top 8.
2个
this
8强
round,
至少 2个
everybody
8
is
强
at least over 1 match win away from getting that magic 12.
在
So
2轮后
everybody still has at least one more round to play. We do see the American players still
所以我
staying
们至
strong.
少还有
Madsen,
4个轮要看吗
picking up another win, sitting in 4th place. And, you know, some players crawling up that leaderboard. I see Marcio Carvalho
不对
10-3.
9分的应该要超级多的，所以应该剩最后3个轮了
Over
吧
there in that second part of the standings, Tristan Waddle-LaRue had a bit of a rough start to his day after an excellent day 1, but still sitting in 16th place and hoping to maybe make a comeback over the next few rounds.
All right, let's take a look at our top 8. This is our top 8 so far, everybody. Like we mentioned, Shota Yasuoka is in, and he gets to quit playing, get some hours back in his day here, locking it up with that 12th win. We've got 3 rounds to go and 7 more names to add to that list. All right, it's my favorite time of the day. It's time for story time with Steady P.
That's me. It's time for story time. Steady P, baby.
What do you got for us?
I got less so stories, more so just on the floor and roaming. First of all, can you believe the Shota got 12 wins? I mean, like, really?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
So surprising.
Has he ever done that before?
That is a shocking development. Shocking development from the floor. That's number 1.
Yeah.
He made it look very easy this weekend with Rakdos, as he tends to do when he is playing Magic. So that's just been enjoyable, kind of just on the floor, kind of taking a look at that. We saw David Inglis, actually you guys didn't get to see it, but I did. David Inglis playing against Nathan Stoyer, teammates. Yeah, that's the Hobson Grease playing against Lotus Field, and they actually went to time and got a draw. They were just ran into each other just over and over and over again, so that was very interesting to see that match go so long between those 2 players. They're both hanging out in the feature match area right now. The name of the game really for this weekend has just been the diversity of the format. We've seen the metagame percentages. Monty, you've talked about them a lot, but coming into this event again, we were very curious if it was going to be a mono-green dominated field, if it was going to be a Rakdos mid-range dominated field, and when the dust does settle, we might see 5-color enigmatic Fires in the top 8. We might see mono blue Spirits in the top 8. Greasefang without Stitcher Supplier and Stater Wayfinder in the top 8.
Celestia Auras, I'm just going to throw that
and
out
I do want to mention Benton, because I saw him over there on the floor. Look, he started 8-0. things got a little bumpy to kick off the day. We know he's been kind of self-depreciating. I thought I was going to go 1-8, at best 2-6. I'm 8-0, I'm 9-1. I don't really know what's going on, that sort of thing. And at some point, it becomes real, right? That like, okay, wait a minute. I know that like I don't expect to do well in this tournament, but like I am doing well. And so I saw him off in a corner, actually by himself. Little self-conversation. It's like trying to get himself remotivated back into this whole thing. And like, not that I think he can't do this, but he has to believe that he actually can do it, right? Because he's been so self-depreciating so far about like, I'm just happy to be here. At some point you got to go, actually, you know what? I deserve to be here. I've earned to be here, and I only need a couple more wins to actually be all the way here. And he's really only just a handful of wins away. I know we only got 3 rounds left, 2 wins, and he's like good to go. So he's taken it a little bit more seriously than he was when we came and talked to him at round number 9, which I think has been a really awesome development to watch.
Well, if you want to be one of the players here, giving yourself a pep talk in the corner as you're eyeing top 8 as we close out the day, you can play in a regional championship and do very well. Matt Sapoff did that. Mono White, he played it this weekend, said he talked to him before the tournament.
What's up, everybody? It is Deck Tech time. I'm your host, Cedric Phillips, and I'm joined by the United States Regional Champion, Matt Sapoff. Matt, how are you?
Doing great.
这是美国的
champion. I get to keep saying, you know what?
MIT 冠军。
Yeah, feels good.
I bet it does. Now, in Atlanta, where you won this prestigious title, you played mono white aggro there. You're playing mono white aggro here with not a lot of changes. So tell me about why you were happy to stay with the same deck.
Yeah, I mean,
没错，纯白人一路就是纯白走下来。
You know, I wanted to deviate. I wanted my team and I to try to break it, and all roads just kept going back to mono white at the end of the day.
Well, trust me, there are worse places to be as a mono white stan myself. We're going to start with some 1-drops, some 2-drops, and some 3-drops, as we have seen over the course of mono white's history.
而且这个是完全没有变。
Those are mainstays. Recruitment officer, a new one, but you believe to be a good one.
Yeah, I mean, recruitment officer just
没有
gave
没有那个
another dimension
没有
to the deck
没有
of
尘螨
having
的
a lot of play in the late
哇
Oh,
game.
没有
Game
尘
one,
螨的
you know,
耶
against red black, against control, you have this 1-drop that's kind of a lightning rod for removal. Because it's going to take over the late game. So if something's a early lightning rod, then you know maybe your Thalia is going to stick around, maybe your Adeline's going to stick around, and you know off the top of your deck in the late game, it's just drawing cards and it's great.
Sure. So if it goes unanswered, perfect. It's also just an early play as well.
Yeah.
Now we're going to move into the 2-drops, which are a centerpiece of this deck. All very good cards. And Luminarch Aspirant, Thalia's Lieutenant, and a 4-of here in Thalia Guardian of Thraben, a card I know you like a lot for this weekend.
Yeah. So Thalia, you know, Thalia's great, and going into an open field, I really wanted to have 4 copies. You know, I figured if a team was gonna maybe try to break the format with either like an Aura's deck or a Rob Priest deck or some unknown quantity, Thalia's gonna line up well against that.
Sure.
And then just being a good card in general anyway, against control, against the green, against basically everything except for the mirror.
And, you know, that's kind of the appeal of this deck, is just a lot of your cards are just pretty good, right? So Adeline, 3-drops as we talk about these. Brutal Cathar, pretty good as well. And if you're going to talk about going to an open field wanting an answer for just stuff, hard to find a better card than Skyclave Apparition.
Yeah, I mean, Skyclave is just super flexible. It wasn't stock until after the
好，
RC,
现在这个
where
型
my
已经
teammates
几乎没有看
pioneered
到
it
了。
there. And like you said, it's just super flexible. Can kill, you know,
侧边还有
Chrome
这
Wars
个
on
东西的
curve, can kill
的型
Kioras, can kill creatures, kills
真的是
Shieldred,
蛮
and
意
then,
外
you
的
know, you have to deal with the 4/4 if it dies, but not Shieldred, which
Yeah.
is better. You know, just a really flexible, strong card.
We kind of round things out here with a couple of spells and Brave the Elements and Portable Hole. I'm not going to focus on those so much. I'm going to go to these lands that you're playing, because one thing about Mono White in this format is you got a lot of utility lands. You got Mutavaults, you got Iganjo, you got Shefet Dunes, and we can't forget about Castle Ardenvale, which is a card that some people play 0 copies, 1 copy. You're playing 2.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit polarizing amongst mono white players. I don't disagree with anyone who's playing 1 copy, and I just think it's really important against red black, against control, and I wasn't really willing to go down on the copies.
Okay.
I figured, you know, to some extent, to take down a tournament like this, you're going to need to run good a little bit. So
Sure.
I'll take my chances and play 2 castles.
2 castles it is. It's going to give you a nice little hedge there against red-black too, which is looking to be probably a popular deck this weekend. Sideboard time. Speaking about hedging against red black,
yeah,
you got a big guy over
Wow.
here on the left. Now these other cards, wedding announcement, we've seen all this other stuff. Rest in peace, Portable Hole. The big guy getting out of Zendikar.
Wow.
What the heck is this doing here?
Yeah, I mean, a good way to think about Gideon is wedding announcement number 5.
Okay.
You know, in certain spots does more than wedding announcement, but, you know, against decks that are just looking to like Wrath, being able to play wedding announcement into Gideon is just such an effective plan against that. And he's a big guy that, you know, is imposing and great.
He is great indeed. Big fan of this card. I like the sideboard. It's kind of well-rounded here. Again, you see Declaration of Stone, Destroy Evil, Rest in Peace. So a little bit for everything. And this is a deck that does sideboard quite a few cards in and quite a few cards out in a lot of different matchups.
Yeah. I think that's one of the allures to the deck is you can really change the landscape and everything of the deck to fight matchups and go wide. You know, sometimes you're bringing in 11 cards against, you know, red, black, sack or something along those lines. So you can really change your strategy depending on the matchup.
Well, you didn't want to play mono white. You're playing it here anyway. Last time you did that, it worked out pretty well for you. So we'll see if it does again. He's Matt Sapoff. He is United States regional champion, and we're going to watch him play later this weekend.
Our top 8 here today. Let's set up our feature match for round number 14 here at Pro Tour Phyrexia. Who are we going to see doing battle here in Pioneer? We've got Reed Duke versus Tobia Napi. Is it creativity versus Azorius Control? Let's get to meet our players a little bit better. Reed Duke, Hall of Famer, but he hasn't had a top 8 at one of these Pro Tours in a long time. Last time was Mythic Championship 1 in Cleveland in 2019.
真的好久没有进8强了。
Standings, running that Is It Creativity deck. Tobia Napi, no top finishes yet, could make his first this weekend running Azorius Control. Says Teferi, hero of Dominaria, is, quote, the best planeswalker of all time. Is he right? We'll find out. Let's talk about these decks.
打白蓝控是不是不太会赢啊？我也创
We haven't had a great chance to look at this deck too much in detail yet. It's always been our backup feature. We did have a great deck tech earlier with Eli Cassis, but this is like Phoenix, as they said. If Phoenix did the early turns and then just the main combo, try to get some treasures into play. One of your best sources being big score, then you cast Indomitable Creativity for X equals 2, and you get that Xenagos plus World's Spine Worm 30th.
Yeah, this is a Splinter Twin, right, Monty?
Splinter Twin at home, let's say. Pretty great combo, very powerful, but as we've seen in the past, combo decks can have a bit of a rough time against what the opponent Tobia is bringing in the control deck. But something that you'll see in the sideboard here, this deck is actually going to be transforming post-board. You see those Hullbreaker Horrors, 3 more Shark Typhoons, and a whole boatload of counter spells. I can tell you that we will likely see Reed boarding out the entire creativity package.
Wow.
And this will be a control mirror post-board with Reed counting on those Shark Typhoons. On the other side, Tobia will be controlled the whole time, and you see the interaction there. The counterspell is going to play a huge part, especially those Dovin Vetoes, as they're going to do a great job of stopping Reed's combo in the first game. It's going to matter in the post-board game how Tobia is prepared for the control mirror, as there aren't that many answers for Hullbreaker Horror if Reed times it properly.
Wow, okay, so we could see a control mirror here post-board, something we haven't seen yet in the feature match area. It's time for Monty and the Machine. Monty and the Machine, who do you pick for the winner of this feature match?
Me and the Machine have been doing pretty good, Maria. We're gonna not think about those first few rounds. Last round, Cedric, much to his dismay, we went against the mono white deck. We were right again.
You're right.
We're on a win streak, Cedric. Me and the Machine, we are unstoppable.
Except for the first few rounds.
Cannot be stopped.
Okay.
Unstoppable.
Yeah, okay.
Unstoppable.
Okay,
don't let facts
get
give away a good story.
And we are going to go with Reed Duke. This transformational sideboard plan from the Is It Creativity deck looks really cool. The Machine likes it. The Machine is
真的有办法赢吗?
Yeah, I think Reed's got this.
All right, Reed Duke is you and the Machine's choice for the winner of this feature match. You're on a tear today. We'll see if you're right.
Unstoppable.
Time for round number 14.
He lost the first couple of rounds.
Unstoppable.
Alien Corey, I'll give it to you, and we'll see if Monty's right.
Thank you very much, Maria. Welcome back to the feature match area, everybody. We are going to be jumping into creativity versus control. It's like a battle of the two brains.
Absolutely.
I'm going to see the Duke himself taking on Tobia Napi, and I am looking forward to seeing who comes out on top. This is one of the last remaining Azorius control decks, so not a great weekend for them. Tobia, you are the champion for the control lovers.
It's a tough deck to play. You know, it's a tough deck to play, and it's really tough to be prepared for all these different decks as a blue-white control deck. So, yeah, not too surprising, but impressive play so far from Tobia.
想不到任何赢的选项哎。背牌吗？背牌要把左技换掉，去放那个螃蟹跟那个吧。螃蟹跟
The first few turns, and especially game 1 for the Duke himself, is a little rough for blue-white control. This is a matchup they don't really love, especially because you have a lot of cards like Fiery Impulse, Fire Prophecy. You have a lot of dead removal game 1, so those are going to be the best use for those kind of cards is going to be discard to Chapter 2 of Fable the Mirror Breaker and really hoping that card resolves. And you even see Impulse fired off right now, just needing a land, can't risk it getting counterspelled.
Wow.
Discard fodder.
Really
available for Reed Duke when Fable the Mirror Breaker does pitch up, and we do see that there is a copy in hand along with a big score, Fiery Impulse and Fiery Prophecy.
但是就算这样子，我也不觉得。
Useful right now, but Fable the Mirror Breaker is going to resolve.
Reed could not have slammed that any faster. And one thing, there's no blue mana. There's a Field of Ruin, so that can get there, you know, through over the course of a turn. Yeah, no blue mana from Tobia. Had the Dovin's Veto for the Fable Mirror Breaker, the texture of this game would be much different if that was drawn or if we had blue in the opening hand.
把所有烧都丢了，用不到。
没错。Veto and make disappear. March of Otherworldly Light can take care of something.
Yep.
只要不要把红雨神抽上手都好说。
Yeah, and the rough part here is you can't really march of the Otherworldly Light this Goblin Shaman like you'd want to. You have to make the choice between go getting an island or marching, and you just need an island here, especially with that card Foretold, which we know it's Behold the Multiverse. Reed probably knows it too. There's not a ton of Foretell here. Maybe a saw it coming here and there.
Yeah, Starnham at least one of the Foretell sideboard cards available.
Yeah, that card can really get out of hand in the right matchup. And especially when you have some callbacks, there's Baneslayer Angel and Lyra, so that really pumps the angels that it makes. Yeah, that's a combination.
Oh man, talk about combination. Wombo combo, Fables, back-to-back, 2 goblins generating extra mana here. And we're going to see Field of Ruin taking care of a land. Both players will go and find a basic.
找一个蓝。
I guess Tobia is going to be hoping for a board wipe soon.
Absolutely, and this is the nice thing that this Is It Creativity deck can do. Most of the time, it is just a combo deck. That's plan number 1. But when you can go Fable into Fable against a deck like Control where it's not pressuring you, now it's this weird tension point where you have to deal with not only the Shamans, but eventually deal with the reflections of Kiki-Jiki. And the timing works out pretty weird where if you just wait for both of them to flip to Chapter 3 and then Wrath, all of a sudden you have taken so much damage, and then maybe you're tapped out, and then the combo can go. So Reed's going to play this kind of weird game where he's going to be pressuring with this until Tobia taps out and puts the shield down.
As
it stands, Fable the Mirror Breaker number 1 is going to flip to the reflection of Kiki-Jiki. Couple cards in hand that Reed most likely gonna
Secrets of the Key 和弃掉吧。
Gonna find a little bit of extra something, but at this point, you know, he could just go for the, all right, if you're not gonna kill these, I'm gonna kill you with them.
And Reed might do the flex here, which you never want to see. We're just across from Chapter 2 of Fable, where you're like, I'll keep these cards. And you're like, oh, God. Because his hand's pretty good. This is what you want. You don't have Fire Impulse. You don't have Fire Prophecy in the hand. You have big score and stuff that you can play at your opponent's end step. But Reed doesn't want to get flooded on this type of effect, so decides to discard. A little surprised, to be honest, on the big score going away, because that is an incredible card, but it has some liability if it gets countered. Not only does the spell get countered, but you discard it something.
Fun feeling, but we're going to see March of Otherworldly Light take care of one of these goblins. So limiting the damage taken does Tobia.
真的需要杀这个吗？
another treasure made.
反正平常也没有用。
Getting ahead in terms of board presence and mana available.
Yep, absolutely. And something we might see, not necessarily there yet, but kind of this Team CFB's secondary plan of trying to get aggro. The Shamans usually don't do it on their own, but when you get 2 reflections of Kiki-Jikis going, you can wait till your opponent's end step, copy them over and over and over again, and amass 6 or 7 2/2s, and then untap and attack for the win.
Nice.
Always a fun little trick with that card.
Tiny baby shark added to the battlefield just to try and stave off some of the damage coming in here. Dovin's Veto, farewell. Okay, that's something. Just need to get to 6 lands, though.
Yeah, farewell is excellent. Being able to clean up the treasures and the creatures and the fables. You don't really care about the graveyard too much, but that's the exact kind of sweeper you want. That not only does it take care of the creature problem, but takes care of the treasures so Reed can immediately combo and win afterwards.
Yeah, farewell, just an excellent sweeper, you know, just gets rid of absolutely everything except planeswalkers. You know, we can maybe talk to Wizards about them, so we can just include that.
Yeah, why not? Add another line of text onto that.
Yeah. Secrets of the Key flashed back from the graveyard, so we're going to make 2 clues.
Yeah, Clue's something that we haven't seen a ton of in Magic these days, but, you know, has a flashback to one of my favorite cards, Tireless Tracker, creating some clues. A card I know Reed was a huge fan of. Kind of that Jun-style card that's right up his alley.
Oh, yeah, and also an excellent target for Indomitable Creativity as well. You know, just an extra way to add to the board. You know, diversify your permanents.
Exactly. But, yeah, I mean, the one of Farewell that is in the main deck, you know, Reed, of course, has seen the deck list, has it on its mind, but whenever there's a one of, you can't really be, like, too prepared for it.
Yeah.
You know, you have to allow some variance to go and plan for the 4-ofs, plan for what you would really expect, which is, you know, more supreme verdicts.
We're going to see attack here. Little Goblin Shaman making some more treasure.
14.
Down to 14. It goes to be a nappy.
So interesting from Tobia to not cast the Behold beforehand. I guess you want to play around a counterspell, but you might want to think, when am I too far behind where I have to, you know, take some risks. Try to Behold into a land so you can get to land 6 and cast Farewell. But we do got to remember, Reed does play counterspells as well.
Yep. Make Disappear especially good if you're able to sacrifice it.
Reed taking this opportunity while there's no blue on the stack to have a big score.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Creativity with Make Disappear backup.
Yeah, wow. If there's ever, the one problem with, normally you're like, wow, if you have this combo piece and you have Make Disappear, you can usually fight through any counterspell. Dovin's Veto is the corner case where it's like, dang it, no matter what, that's probably going to get countered. So Dovin's Veto ends up being incredible against this Is It Creativity deck.
We did find a blue land here.
然后下一回合是告别，或者是那个
Fairy Hero of Dominaria, definitely the staple card for these Azorius control decks
或者
ever since it was
是
printed.
最高裁决 back
Control
up 一
players
张
rejoiced when they saw
那个多恩否决。
And he never went away.
Yeah.
他现在问题是没有办法处理这排机器吧？
Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, an incredibly powerful planeswalker, just crucial to the longevity of the Azorius control game plan.
Yep.
Let's see, how do we start things off here? Plenty of action in hand. Memory Deluge, Supreme Verdict, Make Disappear, Farewell, Dovin's Veto. I mean, what more could you want?
真的打不赢怎么办？奶他没有蓝，奶他没有地，轻轻松松吧。
Right now, I think Reed can just end step here, use all these treasures to copy unless there is a way to remove it. It doesn't look like it. It looked like Tobia had to cast Verdict here to not die to these reflections. But then if Tobia did cast the Verdict, then you were just able to Creativity. Let's see.
I don't think he's got any way to interact with us now.
I don't think so either.
Glacial Fortress, kill everything. That would have been...
Slide this deck and graveyard over to then go more. And yeah, we're seeing this beautiful trick. Each one comes into play with haste. That then targets the next one. You don't need both of them to not be summoning sick. You just need one of them. Because
need one,
then, yes. And that's all these cards flipped over. Just think of them as more reflection of Kiki-Jikis. They stay in for your turn. Because this is end step, they will go away at Reed's next end step, which I don't think there'll be one, but...
no, unless there is a Settle the Wreckage that we don't know about.
吃了吧，然后主回合那个无畏创新瞄2个线索，
So the Duke knows that there is not Settle the Wreckage in the main. There's like Wandering Emperor that Reed has to be concerned about, but outside of that, and left 2 mana open there to make sure he had Make Disappear for Wandering Emperor.
对啊，这样7只，
Here we
然后
go. That is a lot of damage. Look at all those copies. Yeah, get those tokens out of there.
做一个无畏创新，把你最后的蓝骗掉。
That is one angry goblin army if I've ever seen one. And,
this is 16, and there's one blocker, so it's 14. So if there's anything to get in the way, it would be a problem. But with Reed having
the Make
Disappear, and Soken's in, actually, you can Soken's in to get in a couple more. But looks like this is going to be game 1 going to the Duke.
Jeez Louise, here we go. To be a nappy unable
没有错啦，
to
这个
overcome.
直接用奶的，打不用奶的。
Absolutely. So we talk about this deck kind of being Splinter Twin, and usually the Splinter Twin combo is big score with Indomitable Creativity, but there's a Plan B Splinter Twin, which is Fable and Fable. That's how good that card is. And look at that dice on top of the deck there. That does indicate how many cards we are down to. A way to let you all know if you you know, pay attention to that of how many cards we have left. Of course, it's really easy when we have the cards in the hand. But maybe for our backup matches, we'll help you out a little bit.
Looking at these 2 hands, the mulligan, you know, trying to find some actions, trying to find some reactive permission, you know, ways to just stave off a similar thing from happening from Reed Duke's side of things. But Indomitable Creativity ×2, Shark Typhoon as well, and some counter spells from Reed. You know, this is gonna be a tough one.
Yeah, Shark Typhoon being kind of the best card. Just wait till end step once it gets a little larger. Play draw go here, and Shark Typhoon is just the best card for draw go. You know, being able to end step, make a big threat, and cycle through it as a cantrip. I was pretty interested to see if Reed was going to go with the plan B that was going to be just bringing in a bunch of Hullbreaker Horrors and Sharks and taking out the combo. But with seeing Creativity in, more than likely, Reed still has the combo in place. There's a chance he's just Creativitying into 2 Hullbreaker Horrors. Then when you draw him, it's still okay. You can cast him.
I like to call the sideboard plan the Seafood Buffet.
Seafood Buffet.
Kraken.
Yeah.
Yep.
I like it.
Make Disappear, taking care of the Memory Deluge. So no extra cards, therefore, to be a Veto, another Deluge, and Ottawar in hand. There's a Hullbreaker Horror of his own. And you know, for the most part, it's just both players testing the waters. You know, making the land drops, seeing what they can resolve on their opponent's turn, so that their turn, they're free and clear to do what they want.
100%. Totally agree. And now we start to see, once they get to about 3/3, the price of these are right, and you do see the 3/3 shark here, and picked up another shark, so no complaints here. But Reed, not only not in his hand, doesn't really have an answer to a Hullbreaker Horror if Tobiah top decks land number 7, but not many answers in the deck. It's a tricky one to deal with. I guess you can just Creativity it, but you usually play Hullbreaker Horror at your opponent's end step and then untap, and then you have the world as your oyster.
Yeah, well, look at us, more seafood.
All intentional, I swear.
Yes.
If
that wasn't
not
intentional,
stumbling into this.
You're just accidentally good at your job. Which is the most annoying kind of good.
Yes,
good
thank
job.
you, thank
good
you.
Job.
I'll take that as a compliment.
3/3 sharks swinging in here at Tobiah.
还有6个回合
Down to 15. Now, just a reminder for anyone who's just joining us, 12 is the magic number. Reed Duke currently at 10-3, so has 2 more matches to win to lock up his top 8, but we'll only get to that in the next round. So
yep, 2-1 into top 8. Tobiah, with that draw, does have to just go 3-0 here to cleanly make it. Of course, breakers can come into play, but you really want to make sure you get to that 12 wins.
Yeah.
And be in control of your own destiny.
For sure. You know, lock it up. Don't leave anything to fate or breakers.
Land 7 was Hall of the Storm Giants, the absolute worst top deck Tobiah could have had here. And now look at this pressure. Tobiah's already down to 7, or already down to 8. That's a lot better than 7 on this battlefield. But it looked like Reed did not pick up land number 7 for this Hullbreaker Horror as well. So
这就是用奶的吗？
We might not need it because if he gets an attack in here, and I don't know if there's a spike field hazard, if he's just got the one, he's got 2 copies in the deck.
Yeah, I mean, getting to 1 is definitely excellent here. Looks like Reed is testing the water with this big score.
Yeah, let's see.
And Tobiah cannot counter anything. It's going to be a little bit of an acting job. I guess I'll let that resolve. But Tobias needs to play Hullbreaker Horror and then start casting spells to bounce these sharks, or top deck Supreme Verdict or Farewell or something and pray like it's going to resolve.
Ooh, that's Sokenzen.
That's lethal if he just goes for it.
Yeah, because you can't counter a channel ability. It's just whoops.
You can put in a Hullbreaker Horror and block one of them. That's exactly 8. So Reed has this wrapped up already. A little behind the scenes for everyone. I was talking to Ailey before this. I was like, get ready, this is going to be a long one.
Yeah.
Well, I lied. This is usually a really, really grindy matchup and a tough one for creativity, but some stumbles from Tobias, some unfortunate draws, and
我是没有想到
play from Reed Duke is
这个对局会这么一面倒哎。我觉得另外一个，我原本以为是会另外一边的一面倒呢。
It's a mainstay in control decks, you know.
Yeah.
It wants to get the game over and done with. It's like to play, you take far too long, and no one wants to see you tuck yourself into a library and just exile things. So you know what?
上一把是没蓝，没第5块地，
It does
这一把是第7块地倒的，然后没有飘平，没有扫。
Close some stuff out there. Doesn't go for it though.
Okay. 扫应该下掉一部
We have
分。
perfect information, you know, so everything is different there. Reed is just thinking, you know what? I have all these counter spells. Why risk it?
Yeah, there's no need to rush it.
But
for our benefit.
Yeah, but
more magic.
Hullbreaker Horror is one of the reasons to risk it. But this all being said, this Hullbreaker Horror is going to come into play, and then there's only counter spells, aka reactive spells from Tobias. So Tobias still does need to draw some kind of spells that he can play proactively, and maybe even counter his own spells.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Yeah.
He's got to do something like that. That's going to be
这真的是最尴尬。
a bit of a pickle of a situation to be in as
第7块地是倒地，直接掉卡2个回合。
at a comfortable 16,
然后
and
大田园。
That's not even a spell. Oh.
Yeah, huge draw. I didn't see the Ottawara pickup. That is a nice reason to hold back. There's no real rusk. And wow.
That's it. Man.
Lightning fast.
Lightning fast magic indeed. You love to see it if you're a control fan.
太神啦 ，Red Duke.
Cross your fingers, hold your thumbs for Tobias in the next rounds to come. But if you're a Reed Duke fan, it's got one more to go.
One more.
没错，再赢
and if he
1
wins
把。
one of them in the top 8, like we said, he hasn't been there since Mythic Championship 1, so would always be nice to see the Duke back in the Sunday elimination matches.
You're gonna love to see that indeed. We've got plenty more magic after this, friends, so don't go anywhere. Nathan Stoya versus Kumi Matsura.
Nathan. 上个厕所。
青春的成绩单，有你们一起向前，才有100分。My dear friends, together forever。手机的麦香最对味。
Nathan
Welcome back to Pro Tour Phyrexia. We're having a look at the Magicon happening at the same time as the Pro Tour. Everybody enjoying just being around each other, gathering, playing a bunch of Commander, Pauper. I saw some cubes getting fired off. It's just a wonderful, wonderful weekend.
Some big seals and everything. True PTQ level seals. Oh, those are cool.
Oh,
those are super cool.
So good indeed. Seeing people qualify for Pro Tours that aren't this one. Oh, yeah. It's an excellent weekend. And you know what? It's going to be an excellent weekend for a couple more players here. 8 to be precise, as we are trying to fill our top 8. Nathan Stoyer up against Takuma Matsura. Let's jump in and join this match in progress to see who of these players will improve their records. Jumping in game number 2 here, Mono White Humans picking up the first game against Combo, and I'm rooting for the Mono White. Go Critters.
Yeah, absolutely. And we did see the draw that we had from Nathan Stoyer here was just a crazy long matchup against David Inglis. They just had a crazy best of 3 that I watched last time. It was really fun to watch. Really fun to watch.
Yeah, it's cool. And at the end of the round, there's just like the swarm of people around the remaining players.
Yeah, I was one of them. Yeah, it was cool to watch.
Limonarch Aspirant hits the battlefield here for Takumi Matsura. And he's had an excellent tournament so far.
And this is the matchup that Takumi really wants, you know, against Lotus Field. That is not the 2-drop that Takumi wants. No. Once again, Thalia we saw be so good up against Benson earlier. That's really what he would like. Again, that card is so disruptive in a lot of matchups and kind of blank in some others.
Yeah.
This is one of them where it's amazing. You know, you have Emergent Ultimatum trying to be cast from Nathan Stoyer, where not only does it tax that, it taxes the other spells on top of it. You have to deal with that first. Speaking of cards you have to deal with, that is that beautiful Redain here. Another just very tricky sideboard card here out of the mono white aggro deck.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you'd like to cost something that costs 4 or more? Well, pay up.
There we do see the namesake card for Nathan Stoyer, though. Lotus Field there on the bottom of the screen. A cycle of a Vizier there to be able to add 1 blue mana.
Now, this deck is capable of killing on turn 3, so talk to us about what we're looking for to get that done.
So to kill on turn 3, it's pretty rare, and it's impossible with Redain on the other side, but it starts with Arboreal Grazer to be able to ramp out Lotus Field and get that going on turn 2, and then there's a possibility you can cycle Vizier to add a mana, then copy Thespian Stage, as we just saw, to Lotus Field, and then Hidden Strings unlock. You have 6 mana, and then you can go from there. But with Redain on the battlefield, Nathan's really got to be focusing on, okay, first I have to find some of the sideboard cards that can bring in. Ritual of Soot as a one-of is usually the go-to card. Nathan has some Fading Hopes that you might want to bring, and most of the time that's enough. Just end-step Fading Hope one of these cards, and then start going off. And yeah, then you just add a ton of mana. You cast Mastermind's Acquisition, go get Approach of the Second Sun in your sideboard, cast it through other means. You cast it once again, and you win the game that way.
What you're saying is it's all rather simple.
Super simple. Yep. It's just the same as attacking, putting your opponent's life total from 20 to 0. Yeah, it is really complicated, but when it comes down to it, after you get a lot of reps in, it does the same thing every time. So it's one of those decks, once you do it once, then you kind of really get the feel for it, and it becomes a lot easier.
I can imagine. And this is something that Nathan described as his comfort zone. Which, you know, for the casual Magic player like myself, for example, it's just like, oh, yeah, that's super comfortable. But like you mentioned, it's just a repetition thing. You know, you learn by doing, and yeah, it's just what he wanted to bring this weekend, and is very confident in his deck choice.
Yeah, and in preparing for this event myself, you know, I always like to just try every single deck, and I found myself trying Lotus Field. And I had to force myself to stop playing it because I was having so much fun, and I was having pretty good results testing for it online. And
you're like, trophy.
Exactly.
How many did you get?
Well, I mean, come on, success. I wasn't saying that much success. 4 1s here and there, and I was happy with that. But.
All right. Well, we're up to shenanigans here, floating some blue.
刚刚做了什么？
Gonna look for
他们有复制吗？
4 of the pages, perhaps.
And we do have 3 rounds left, like you were saying earlier. 12 is that magic number, and at 10, 2, and 1, getting to 12 is excellent, so 2-1 automatically locks it up. But even if Nathan gets a 1-2 and gets to 11, if there's other 11-win players that are going to get in, Nathan is going to be above them with that draw. So that draw with Tangrams last round, not ideal. Of course, they'd both rather have won, but not a bad time to pick up a draw since they're both very live for top 8.
应该是抽3弃1这2块地吧。
3 blue, 3 black, says Nathan. So this might be time. That usually signifies dark petition.
Yeah.
对，然后做了扫。
Most of these haymakers are costing. I believe it was a ritual. Yep. Ritual of Soot taking care of those creatures. So, all right, now he's free and clear to get up to nonsense.
导播什么东西都看不到呢。
The rest of this turn.
Nathan plays Magic close to his heart here and close to his personal body too, so the cards are a little too close to him, but we'll keep you updated as well. But now 3 mana available, so we'll see if Nathan is still thinking this over. A hidden strength here, floating 1 blue, untapping both up to 7 mana. That does unlock a lot of things. The tax of Redain is no longer a problem, so this game could be over this turn depending on what Nathan has.
Let's see what our reigning world champion has up his sleeve.
还能继续，那手还要很好呢。
And we usually do see quite long turns from these Lotus Field decks. Like, even though maybe Nathan does have the win, I would guess not, because whenever I have seen him with the actual, factual win here, he goes pretty fast. He knows the lines that are, just statistical wins. But this is maybe a piece it together, kind of try some stuff here.
All right, so no win on that turn. Goes back to Takumi, who's going to be happy with that. It's not ideal having lost both creatures.
什么东西都看不到。
Okay, so it looks like I don't see Ritual of Soot in the graveyard anymore, but I do see a Balaged's Sanctuary, which the flip side of it, Balaged's Recovery, brought back Ritual of Soot into hand.
Yep, that makes sense. Because there is the card you were talking about.
所以他刚刚做了那个捡坟场一张牌， 然后把扫场捡回手。
Impressive card in this matchup, but when you already have these Lotus Fields and Nathan isn't getting pressured right now, you definitely got to put advantage to Nathan here, unless the hand is non-functional.
只能用他们的表现猜的。不是，昨天就好好的，他今天把那个镜头往前放了，因为昨天有点糊嘛。结果他现在镜头往前放了，变成。
There is the Unbeatable Grazer. And copies this. So starting with 9 mana next turn, if Nathan has something like Dark Petition in hand, Emergent Ultimatum, more than likely with 9 mana to start it up, it's probably game, but we shall see.
We shall see shortly, as that's something we've seen pretty often.
Snap block leading to me believing that either the game is over or Ritual of Soot is just going to be cast right away.
We'll see. We're not entirely sure what's in Nathan's hands, so playing guessing games at the moment. Ritual of Soot, though, we do know is there. Fetching that from the graveyard, so whatever force Takumi is trying to amass, it's going to get a little dead. But we're going to go deep for some more cards. Go on, Corey. What card's that?
That is a Pour Over the Pages.
Good job, buddy.
对，没错。
We'll have to lecture Nathan after this to play his cards a little bit higher.
主播也看不到，我们也看不到，反正大家都用那个。
He's the world champ. He's our world champion.
没错，这就是看谁对赛场理解足够认知，笑死。
Just a free draw 3, discard 1, no big deal.
No big.
不知道丢了什么，但是
tapped once more.
差不多该扫了吧。
And that's usually where you start. You start with all the Pour Over the Pages to make sure you just get a stocked hand, and then you reevaluate from there. Be like, okay, does this amount to a win? Looks like another Ritual of Soot here, floating 1 black.
Oh, another Thespian Stitch. Oh, hey!
Elder Gargaroth here. An incredibly powerful card.
Nice.
With the Brutal Cathar to be able to deal with it.
That was a powerful card. No.
可以啦。 无所谓
Brutal Cathar just snap that up.
差不多要赢了。
3 black floating. Okay, so that does look like a dark petition.
金手咒语的 Q
Yep. 3 black, 3 blue, and then Dark Petition adds the 3 black afterwards, as long as you have the spell mastery. So usually that's game. Because we have 4 mana here, that's going to probably get either Emergent Ultimatum or Leer, as long as there's some hidden strings in the yard, which there is. There's Pour over the pages, so this isn't completely GG no matter what, but it would be pretty hard to break here because, you do have the Dark Petition in there as well. So this should be it.
Right, so we're going to go to a game 3 here shortly.
Not shortly.
Not shortly. Okay, well, eventually. Let's see. Eventually we'll go to a game 3. Nathan Stoyer is going to demonstrate the loop-de-loop. Do the stuff and things that he does. Corey can explain this all much better than I can. But basically, if you're sitting on the other side of this, keep check. Make sure that you're keeping track of the mana, how many things have been untapped, and whatever else is relevant.
So this is one thing I was not doing when I was playing this deck. I didn't really realize it, but it makes so much sense. The reason why we have hidden strings underneath Leer there, they have the ability to cipher it. And normally, you don't really want to do that because you'd rather have the card in your graveyard. But if you're casting it with Leer from your graveyard, you might as well cipher it because it's going to exile. So, that's one thing I was not playing optimally. And if I had a coaching session from Nathan, he'd be like, okay, so here.
抽9张牌了，还没抽到通牒啊。
Now, Cypher isn't something that's been very relevant.
It doesn't come up very often because mostly there's no creature that you really attack with profitably. Leer's like the only one that can actually get in damage. Sometimes Hope Tender, or the other 2-drop that some of them are playing, Voyager Satyr.
Yeah. So it's basically just a way to recast the spell if there was an opportunity to attack, which we probably won't see.
Exactly. If Leer were to connect, but this game's over, so.
So what should we chat about while this game gets over, Corey?
Still lecturing Nathan to bring up the cards a little bit. I think that's, that's kind of his main topic.
All right, so floating some more mana, and at this point, Takumi is just sitting, he's just chilling.
Yep, and just watching it, making sure that Nathan knows exactly how to do this. We know Nathan has played this plenty of time. Like you've been saying, it is his comfort zone.
Yep.
White and red, so 3 white, 3 red.
And whenever you get the white going...
Big dinosaur!
Yes.
Yes.
Ooh, Zakama, I was hoping we would see this.
Yeah, so this is a plan. Okay. Where they just transition against mono white to just bringing in Zakama and taking out Emergent Ultimatum, taking out some of the cards that Thalia and Redain really deal with, and just saying, you know what, you cannot beat a Zakama. To be fair,
that made me happy.
Yeah, that's awesome. To be fair, Takumi does have like ossifications and brutal catharsis, so it's not perfect, but you still usually enough.
I mean, it's just a 9/9 that can do a bunch of stuff, blow up some things, deal some damage. Yeah, just 3 damage to whatever's targeting.
Hey, game number 3 here, though. Thalia on the play is exactly what Takumi wants, and so far no play from Nathan. Easily could have had Sylvan Scrying or Impulse.
Oh, Adeline as well. This is the perfect start here for Takumi Matsura on Mono White Humans. He wants to get this over and done with. He's not going to let Nathan play solitaire at all.
If we had an advantage bar, it'd be slammed into Takumi's favor here. Right now, I mean, I think we can threaten lethal next turn, and even Ritual. These are some of the games that field just cannot win.
Oh man, what a blisteringly fast start here for Takumi Matsura.
1、2、3、4。
So that's 6 creatures at least.
6、7、8，死了。直接大两波啦，13D 了。
Duality there between the two games.
这真的是纯白的，就是最顺的手法，1回、2回、3回出这个，4回变地上来全打就死了，什么事情都做不了，一张咒语都没做。
Mono white aggro can do when you're on the play against Lotus. You know,
perfect hand.
Yeah, you can't play cards like Fatal Push, you know, from the Lotus field side. So those kind of draws, you just cannot beat.
2回被沙利亚卡，3回也不能动。
Incredible stuff there from Takumi Matsura. Mono white humans getting the
人就
job
直接没啦。
This was a bit of an iffy deck coming into the weekend, but wow, that was impressive.
That was really impressive, and the list that Takumi has been playing has really looked awesome all weekend. You know, these ossifications look great in the aggressive matchups, and then when you can just draw this right combination in these combo matchups, you know, that is really what you're looking for from that mono white aggro deck, and it looked really impressive. So big congrats to the winner there. Yeah, absolutely.
Chef's kiss. Indeed. We have one more match for you, friends. It's going to be David Inglis versus Marcio Carvalho. So let's jump in.
轮抽60的人只有2位在。
we haven't seen sacrifice yet, Corey. You and I.
We haven't, and Marcio has been playing this style of deck and plays this deck with
一个人 Day One 组
We
永
see
德
just
第
six
二
cards
天
there,
组
so David
红黑
did mulligan once here,
然后
and then
另外
here is a
第
Thoughtseize.
3个
That's
人
exactly what
是
you don't want to happen when you're up against
白
these
蓝
decks
黑，我干这个
that
套牌
have
太强
Thougeize.
了
You keep a lot more loose hands.
白羊加蓝
I
羊
would keep
我
loose
靠
hands.
怎么
So,
输
you know, that's already pretty easy. But whenever you mulligan and get Thoughtseize, it's always pretty rough. But that being said, David's hand is just very good.
Yeah.
哭啊 白羊加蓝羊 给不给人玩啊
Get chucked into the bin. And unfortunately, this deck doesn't work inversely where the Parhelion can resurrect the rat.
Yeah, no kidding. Yep. You need it the other way around for sure.
Not that we have a hard casting Parhelion, but
I have seen it before.
Oh yeah, me too. Bloodtithe Harvester on the board. Gonna make a blood token. Vessel of Nascency down for David Inglis.
And you notice that record from David, same kind of story exactly from Nathan. They were at table 2 last round and had a deck check, so there was a large time extension, and then just had a amazing matchup where you know, a couple more turns from either players and it would have been one, but went to time, had a draw, and still in a great spot in this tournament.
Doubling as a Flora portrait now too, huh? Look at you go.
No, I'm doubling as a fan in between rounds. I'm going, I love these
车子应该会赢吧
when you go out there and you can just
车
feel
子打
the
这个对
gravitas,
局
you
蛮
know,
有利
and
的
go and watch some of these players.
对而
And
且
you
这
see
边
their
tap
friends
out
around
了
them
很
after
危
they
险
win, and they jump up, give them hugs.
这
That's
边
what I live for.
换热号拿老鼠就 GG 了
All right,
Both
so
these
there's a
Fiends
vessel.
Informant, Chariot and Mana Confluence revealed.
这边拿什么
Right, so some good options here. We did see Witherbloom Command as another card in hand. Not amazing here. You know, you can kill the Shaman. Or excuse me, yeah, it is -3, -1. So you can't really kill the Shaman. Not that effective there. So just not that great in this matchup. It does deal with Oven, which can be a problem.
Kill the cat, kill the oven.
Yep.
If the cat never arrives.
这边有没有老鼠有老鼠可以出猫车的话
things looking
还
pretty
不
good
错
so
吧
far for Marcio. This combo not online at all yet for David Inglis, missing pieces of his puzzle, as it were. So let's see what he can cobble together here as Rafine's informant is going to connive.
Yep,
手上不知道有没有卡换热号
Informant not looking great against the other creatures that Marcio has, but trying to find more than likely Greasefang. Even Greasefang bringing back Azeka's Chariot here would be excellent. Here's the Thoughtseize, and we'll get a little view of what Marcio has. A couple ovens and a deadly dispute.
炉子然后抽2丢抽2啊炉子没有差炉子这个对局没有差
Oh yeah, and makes sense that both ovens without cat are not threatening at all. So Marcio's hand is pretty much blank. A cat would be a huge draw, though.
Yeah. Let's see if the Cauldron Familiar shows up.
炉子可以丢一丢了
Or if the ovens are going to be
丢一张而已哦
empty
这么保
for
守
the time being. Rafine's informant
是我就
is
全
the
丢了
2-1
炉子打了没
able
什
to
么
block
用
any of the nonsense that Marcio has on the board right now.
Yeah, David Inglis sitting in second place right now behind the one and only. The true, we were talking about unstoppable at the desk earlier. The only unstoppable person, I'm sorry, Monty and the Machine, it's Shota. That's the only one.
这个不错
Mayhem Devil off the top was incredible.
Oh, I love this card so much.
Incredible draw by Marcio.
An inordinate amount, perhaps. And
Yeah.
this is bad news
他
bears
直
for
接
David Inglis. This little guy
裸
is
裸
going
牺
to
牲珍宝 他们也要吃
with the life
血
total
滴
here
的
of
意思
David
吗
Inglis.
Yeah, David's got to get something and got to get something quick.
Yeah. Board wipes. maybe?
好了，不吃血也可以啦。
I don't know what he's going to do with the situation because now the ovens look good with a Mayhem Devil down. Oh, baby.
Yeah, Marcio did only discard one of them to Fable Chapter 2, which is slightly surprising. Must have drawn Mayhem Devil as the one draw and it's like, okay, well, if I can find a cat, this is just an absurd amount of damage, can probably close out the game next turn. So that was the reasoning for that.
Fiend's Informant.
哇，这边这个第3局什么东西都没有，那要被连偷带打一拳杀光光了呢。
If you're picking up that 11th win, you got 2 win-ins after this, so things are really heating up for these players.
David. 难道阿布战车车还是不行吗
Can he get out of the situation that Mayhem Devil needs to die? What you got there? All right, with the Bloom command.
这个不太行
Yeah, there's a couple fatal pushes in David's sideboard to deal with Mayhem Devil. Outside of that, it's not great. So it looks like killing the blood and milling over some cards. I didn't see the second mode that we chose.
吸2滴
Okay. Uses 2 gains too. Yeah.
看能不能再扛一回合
That's not where you want to be. When you're using that mode, it's panic mode.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, this is disaster control right now.
Okay.
All right.
Unlucky witness there into oven. Sacrifice it and look at some cards.
打一点，35，翻排骨
extra
顶。
goodies on top of the library. Let's see if we can get a cat. Fatal push.
算一下，1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8。
And you're able to when Marcio attacks with the shaman, get a treasure, sack that treasure, and deal with informant. I think Marcio's doing math to see if Marcio can just win. So right now it's 6.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh,
10.
with copying Mayhem Devil. With Reflection, I think this is game here because Reflection can copy Mayhem Devil. You can attack, sack the treasure, deal 2, and you can actually fatal push the Rafine's informant, so you can deal 2 to face. That's 10. 6 from the 2 Mayhem Devils, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yep, this should be -1.
-1 is less than 0.
That is fact.
不能啦，哎呦。
Oh goodness me.
Oh, excuse me. I think
不行啦，哦，好好，恭喜你发现了，谢喽。
Scratch that, but still
yep.
a possibility here that this game is going to be ending in rather short.
全打升这个。
We'll see the
城
treasure
堡
token created.
杀了。
That'll kill the Rafine's
吃
informant.
食物，再多打1。
Sacrifice the food as well.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9，打9。
And we'll be in for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Used the mana from treasure and that. And big draw step here, but the magic number with Parhelion is 13, so no way to really come back there. Big win.
Wow.
Big win from Marcio.
Big win indeed. 11-3. He improves his record too. So looking for that one more
车子也抽得太差了吧
We have more magic to show you from this round, my friends. So congratulations to Marcio Cavalia. We are next going to jump into Gab Nassif, Yellow Hat once again. Doing what he does, playing excellent magic up against Derek Davis, Enigmatic Flyers. We saw this deck earlier in action, and it looked sweet.
Yep, absolutely.
哇，这是一个能够阻止他组合技的套牌呀！只要手上有地脉束缚，就不怕你的15/15了。
This matchup has got to be rough. We see the 6 dice there where Derek has mulliganed. You really need a good draw. Fire's decks really don't want to play against combo in any regard. So mono green, Lotus Field, is it creativity? All decks you don't want to play. You really want to be playing against Rakdos. Mid-range, you eat that deck up. Fires, all this value is extremely good, but combo is a bit scary.
可是有地脉束缚打这个其实蛮轻松
So
的。
for anyone who hasn't seen this Enigmatic Flyers deck in action, which we haven't seen too often, we saw it a little bit earlier today. But if you're just tuning in, what is this deck trying to do?
Oh, it's the coolest deck in the field, for sure. It is exactly what I always want to be doing. We see that beautiful bird serpent there, Yorion in play. It is a Fires deck, so you're playing Fires of Invention, Enigmatic Incarnation, and then you're sacking enchantments to turn them into creatures. So you sack a lot of 2-mana enchantments, you get a lot of 3-mana. It's like Birthing Pod, for enchantments to creatures.
没错啦，
so you turn
分裂
your
双
2-mana
生打那个
enchantments into
诞
the
生
right
甲啦。
kind of 3-drop creatures that are,
我以为我在
appropriate
打
for
先
the
驱，原来我在打
situation.
摩登
You
吗
get to do that every single turn. with Nylea's presence, it does turn whatever land you have into every type, as we see right there. So Leyline's Binding being the new addition here that just automatically makes it cost 1. Ends up being quite the combo. Not only that, you can sack Leyline's Binding to Enigmatic Incarnation to get some 7-drops. Atraxa, Agent of Treachery, Titan of Industry.
Oh, gross.
Cycle D.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
You
so
sold me.
fun.
That sounds cool. Let's see what we can get going here on the other side of things. Gab and Steve playing Is It Creativity, which we've seen a bunch of. The team settled on this deck and are very happy with their choice, and it's serving them well. Gab and Steve sitting at 10-3 so far, both players at 10-3 in fact.
Yep, and we just saw Reed as well, another teammate. I believe that is the last two that are at the very top of the standard, where they're looking great and in top contention. So make the top 8 tomorrow.
So Team CFB Ultimate Guard should be pretty darn happy with that performance. Let's see, what are we doing here with 4 mana? The land disparity, though, it's more lands over there, Corey.
Yeah, a little bit more lands there, but for Derek, you really have to play things at sorcery speed. You do have the Leyline's Binding, but that's all reactive. That being said, Leyline's Binding is one of the very few ways that can interact with the creativity, because you can actually hit the treasure. In response, and if you can only get one of those cards, it's not that big of a deal. And on top of that, I suppose, you can just Leyline's Binding the World Spine Worm when you give it haste, So that is a selling point that maybe this matchup isn't as terrible as I'm thinking.
Okay, all right. Well, we got Soken's and Crucible of Defiance. Our little spirits, is it time to get creative?
It'd be pretty risky. It would be pretty risky right now, especially since Derek did not buy Yori in there with that extra mana. Probably cycling a couple of Triomes. This deck plays a ton of Triomes because you have to.
Yeah, Triome's just an excellent way to play all these multicolor combinations. So let's see what this turn yields here for Derek Davis. 2 points of damage in with the spirits, so they're not going to get taken just yet. Oh, Deputy of Detention. Hey there, friend. I heard you like things in multiple.
刚好关掉。
Deal with both of those spirits straight away if there's no.
想不到吧？哎，还真是没有想到。
The Hall of Famer.
All right, I see Titan of Industry, 2 Enigmatic Incarnations, and a Leyline's Binding in Derek's hand, I believe, with the little flash there into the camera.
That's a Deputy of Detention, taking care of that.
Mimic coming down, tapped as a land. Mimic's really awesome, too, because Incarnation, you can sack a 2-drop, and if you already have, let's say, Yorion in play in the late stages of these games, you can Mimic copying Yorion, keep the original Yorion, and then not only do you get to blink out and have your stuff come back into play, then the Yorion will trigger again, and they'll go out, and then they'll come back into play at Gabriel Nassif's end step. That's the dream. That's the dream.
谢喽。
Oh my goodness.
That's a lot of fun.
他说那只 Kobe 你可以 Kobe 月亮，然后把他们移除。
I may have played a lot of this deck before. It's one of my faves.
把原本的月亮移除，然后月亮再进来把它移除，然后他再进来就把月亮移除。你可以在对手的你可以在每一个合结束启动一次这些各种进离场效应。
There is some cute stuff you can do with Yorion and Fires as well. Unlocking your hand so you can do stuff at instant speed, but Fable the Mirror Breaker is going to be the play
Fable
here.
the Mirror Breaker.
Yeah, you do a lot more fun stuff against decks that do not play islands. The games get a lot more tricky. You just want to cycle sharks, do stuff like that. Kind of the boring part of the deck instead of really going off.
Leyline Binding.
There is Leyline Binding.
关机器吗？
Excellent removal spell. A new addition, and that goblin is getting out of there.
So that's the perfect play to do when you hit a token, because then you're not giving anything back when you Enigmatic Incarnation it.
Yep. And also it's a good flicker target for
Yorion, absolutely, yep. Yeah, and I believe I did see an Incarnation in Derek Davis's hand, so we'll see if you want to go for it. The problem is Agent of Treachery, not necessarily that good right now. There's nothing really worth taking. I believe I saw the Titan of Industry in hand already, and it looks like this version does not play Atraxa, which just generates a ton of card advantage. Just those 2 7-drops.
哦，没有要吹下吗？
a powerhouse in and of itself. You know, just the shield counter mechanic coming in.
Wow.
Pretty darn good indeed. Enigmatic Incarnation number 1 taken care of, but number 2 taken care of too. Make disappear and negate.
没错，你有2张，我有2张。
himself just saying no.
Hap's gotta be thrilled about that to have Make Disappear be a viable card on turn 9 or 10.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, excellent stuff there from Hap.
是不是有点太急了
Table the Mirror Breaker, Chapter 2. Let's see if we discard anything here.
有要丢牌吗？
If he's happy with the hand.
手牌都很好，不想丢。
Yep, we did hear in the interview with Derek, took down one of the Mox open events with this deck. So I don't know if anybody has played those events before. They're incredibly difficult. Incredibly difficult. There's usually around 500-600 people, and you got to just straight win it.
It can't be that difficult. Nathan's won twice.
Yeah, easy game, easy game. Nathan is a very special case, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah. Unbelievable Magic player, and there's a pretty good reason he's the reigning world champion right now. But
absolutely,
yeah, those mocks, it's not for the faint of heart. All right.
So I believe we did discard 1 Make Disappear, but only discarded 1 card from Fable, leading me to believe that Nassif has a pretty good hand here.
This
is the fun part of the game where both players are just like, okay, what do we do from here? Derek is tapped out, so if there is anything that Gab wants to do, now's the perfect time. But you know, those tokens have been taken care of. So.
Yeah, this is the turn you'd love to fire off creativity when everything's tapped out. But the thing is, this isn't a 1-turn combo deck, you know, unless you have a ton of mana where you can go big score. Where basically you have 9 mana, where you can big score into creativity for 2. Instead, you really got to just say go, set it up at end step, and then kill during your turn.
Exactly right.
搞不好组合技都下掉了，
Derek Davis,
因为你会被地外束缚，破坏掉那个组合技的。
Could possibly see a big shark too, depending what's in the hand.
Yeah, it'll be interesting here. At some point, you always have Yorion available, and I believe we do have 8 mana. 8 mana is the kind of magic number to be able to play it or buy it and play it. You get some value to be able to draw a card, then use Leyline Binding to be able to exile something else. All right, and it looks like I believe we did pick up Yorion.
直接敲吗？
And into the hand. Let's see if we want to cast it or if this is just using mana efficiency. I believe I did hear
还是他怕再吃一次人就消失？果然是怕再吃一次有人就消失。Big score.
Fable the Mirror Breaker, Chapter 3, gonna go off next turn. Big score.
出2个。
Gonna make those 2 treasure tokens, gain a couple cards, and a discard here for Nassif. So is this gonna be the big turn that we're expecting? Impulse as well to dig a little deeper into the library.
Okay, Impulse checking out some cards. Kind of an all-star that we've been seeing this weekend, you know, in the 2 combo decks. Is it creativity? At least the 2 combo decks that are being the most successful. Green didn't exactly have a great weekend these days. Or I shouldn't say these days. Didn't have a great day today. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
我是觉得组合技应该是要下掉的。
A card that is not extremely powerful. You know, it doesn't really read as an extremely powerful card. But looking at 4 cards to find exactly one thing you need, quite a lot of cards.
Yeah. You know, that's one thing that blue decks do exceptionally well. Besides saying no.
Yes, a lot of no.
Digging through the library to find exactly what it is that you need.
Yep. So Derek did not play Yorion. It could be for a variety of reasons.
Yep.
One, you know, could easily have a bunch of stuff to cast and interact with. Could have nothing and is just bluffing, realizing if I play Yorion here and it gets Make Disappeared or whatever, then I'm tapped out.
Yeah.
Steve just knows it's wide open to just go for it and win the game here. Impulse, we see creativity, Mutavault, Impulse, and mystery card. Not positive on that one. I believe that might be their one of investigate to get some clues.
Yep, I think that is exactly right. So the impulse resolves.
Impulse.
Just gonna do it again.
直接做第二个 impulse。
Mismatching art.
Yeah.
Gabriel on the seat.
不觉得真的应该真的不觉得就是会结算吧？就不觉得那个无畏创新，就算结算了，也可能会被地麦束缚一关就不好开这样。
Alrighty. Untap upkeep draw. Let's flip the Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Reflection of Kikijiki on board. Doesn't have any friends to play with though at the moment. I just really want to see creativity cost. And some big dum-dums hit the board.
You know, so does Nasif.
Yeah, yeah, I can imagine.
It's definitely not foolproof, though. The more and more I keep thinking about this matchup, this isn't exactly a matchup that, you know, every pro is going to be like, oh, yeah, the Incarnation is a creativity combo deck. I know exactly how that plays out. The more and more I think about it, the more and more I think Leyline's Binding is truly a problem. Not for just dealing with the treasure, just dealing with World Spine Worm. So
谢喽，这个赛品现在才说那个亚龙会被那个地麦束缚，我已经讲了半个小时了，可以拜托专业点吗
？Alrighty, where are we going? We're delving. We're digging through time. Ooh, okay. So let's take a look at the top 7 cards. 2 of them into hand, the rest in the bottom of the library. In a random order.
留什么都不重要吧？应该是没有能够重复利用。
Big shout out to Caroline Party giving us those graphics so quickly all the time, like just making it look great. So nice work.
A mighty Linguini indeed.
The mighty Linguini, very mighty.
And shout out to Mr. and Mrs. Party.
Just got
Recently got married.
Absolutely. I mean, you can't party alone. You gotta have someone else to party with.
It takes 2 to party.
Exactly.
Exactly. There you go.
OK， 拿了2张之后呢
？2 cards. And here for Nasif.
果然是让过了。
To get creative.
Okay, there's the cycle. A lot of triumphs in this deck.
Yep. As far as headquarters, bin cycles through. Gets an extra card here for Derek. Now, on Derek's side of things, we know what Nasif is building to.
如果有火的话才会做吧，可能就是憋到对手出火。
Probably Enigmatic Incarnation to go get Titan of Industry, but I still think I saw, you know, 100 turns ago, Titan was in hand, and that's the problem. You know, you see these creativity decks where you're playing Fire Prophecy, you're playing Valakut Awakening to put these cards on bottom. You can't really do that with this, so you just have to cast them.
Yep.
That leads to the really kind of weird games where this deck is full of toolbox cards. I mean, just a loose count right now, I'm counting like, you know, 8 or 9 one-ofs. So whenever you draw these one-ofs, it looks kind of weird because they're not exactly what you want. But it does lead to the, wow, you drew the one of Night of Autumn when you needed it most. And be like, yeah, that's why I put it in the deck as a one-of. And not only a one-of, Ailey, one-of in an 80-card deck because it's a Yorion deck.
Yes, indeed. Which makes it even more sucky when you draw your big bombs that you're trying to hit with the Enigmatic Incarnation. It's like, oh, come on. You're 1 in 80. What are you doing in my hand? There's another big score for Nasif, so...
I think it's just really like beautiful chaos is the perfect way to look at this deck.
To be fair, Derek is just trying to play the closest thing to Commander deck that he can.
Yeah, like we were saying.
I respect that.
Derek is a big fan in Modern of the Elemental decks, Risen Reefs, all those kind of stuff. Super fun deck as well. We have a joint taste in styles of decks. Big fan of Derek.
A theme, yes.
Big fan of Derek.
有没有机会把这个魔牌爆？没有吧？
Bunch of cards, yeah, that's a bunch.
对啊，只要抽到手牌8张，然后不断的弃亚龙，就不会抽牌爆。
Measuring, measured pace as always.
哦，月丽阳。
Making sure that the way is absolutely clear to be able to fire off the combo.
Yep, and we heard cast Yorion. Played against Derek a couple times. One thing he always does is tap the mana while the card's on the stack, puts it behind. You know, we do have that cutoff spot. So Yorion is on the stack right behind the lands. We can kind of visualize that.
He's on the stack of lands.
On the stack of lands. You know, Yorion usually flies above the clouds, but this time, you know, living in the lands until it resolves.
Shit.
Beautiful Yorion to the left.
Oh, yes. Very pretty Yorion.
哎，虽然约利亚会飞，但是它如果降落，就代表它结算了。谢喽。
The amount of alt Yorians I have at my house that either people have sent me or stuff is outrageous, and I love every single piece of it. It's super cool.
I know what to get you for your birthday.
Yes, absolutely.
月亮结算的也无所谓吧。
I believe that's 3 at least.
抽一张不是敌而已。
Let's dig up a little more cards. Another 4 to look through.
Really just trying to find creativity plus protection.
Yeah.
And to see if, you know, we've seen even the last round.
Oh,
pays for it. That felt like a trap to me. That felt like bait from Nassif, so I wouldn't be too shocked if this is go time. You don't just, you know, put a dispute into a Yorian if they can easily pay with it, if that card was devastating to you.
Yeah.
Now, the one thing is Deputy, Knight, and Leyline's Binding, plus Nylea's Presence, all blinking out to come back in. You would think Deputy against 3 treasures being extremely good, but you can just sack the treasure that they target, and then you no longer, you know, you don't get all 3.
然后下来
flicker a bunch of stuff,
这个压一个，然后这个拆一个，这个压一个。
And in response, like you mentioned,
好，反正随便3点法力。对。Big score.
Okay, it looks like it was Deputy targeted 1, Knight of Autumn targeted 1, Leyline's Binding targeted 1.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
That works.
Okay, big old shark.
好大。
A 7/7.
然后呢
？That's a large one.
Okay, yeah, that's a good old beat stick. Let's see.
抽牌变身，无畏创新，30D.
It's bigger than a Yorion, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Shark Typhoon.
Unfortunately, not a hard caught Shark Typhoon, but hey.
虽然它还有一点法力，但是
from the same set,
只要有一个康护航，法力够不够？1、2、3、4、
Hang out at the shark bar.
1点变身，2点法力康，有康有无畏创新，然后就赢了，就 combo off 了。有没有 ？Massive 名人堂成员表现一手大的给我们看。
All right, so now we're gonna see if there is any fireworks. Okay, big score.
4点
Definitely how you want to start. Looks like Spike Field Hazard to the yard. There's a couple of treasures, but that's a lot of blue mana left over. Which just that alone kind of tells me that maybe the creativities are no longer in the deck. Maybe Nassif realizes that's a big problem. We'll see here.
We have a judge call here, I believe.
Might be a judge call here. We'll listen in.
I think it was like right around here, but I don't know. Maybe like I don't know where it was between. There's probably like 11 cards that I.
So for this judge call, Nassif accidentally saw an extra card. That card needed shuffling in while preserving the bottom of the library.
Yeah, the bottom of the library, a very important thing. You know, I was talking to Ely, and it's like, you know what, when you mulligan with this deck, it's actually kind of awesome since you don't shuffle. If you draw a Zendegos or World Spine Worm, you put it at the bottom, and you know that one's on the bottom. So let's say you have Zendegos in your hand. You can put it at the bottom and creativity for 1 if World Spine Worm is, like, effective in some way.
Yeah.
11 cards sounds reasonable as known cards on the bottom of the library.
现在要凹那个 impulse 跟那个历史挖掘放下去的 top 的 deck 的牌吗？
To the hand or something. You know, after playing a long day, not only do you get sweaty hands, but you've been playing a lot. Your brain kind of hurts. These kind of things happen. These kind of things definitely happen. And this is a tough deck to play over and over. This creativity deck.
You know, the fatigue is real after so many rounds. You know, it's kind of an endurance thing, you know. You don't, you're not used to playing long games of Magic every single day unless you do it every single day.
Yeah, exactly. And it's so different when it's for these stakes. You know, people do not play Pro Tours every day, even if they are, you know, grinding on Arena every single day. Big difference for sure.
Yeah, it takes a big toll on your brain, on your body. So if you are playing out there, friends, make sure you stay hydrated.
我真的没有查这个吧
Have a snack in between drafts.
Keep snacks on you. Just nothing messy. No problem.
Yeah. Speaking of snacks, the 7/7's looking to take a bite out of Derek here.
Nice segue there, friend.
Thank you.
Down to 9 goes Derek. Gab Nassif sitting at 18.
And one thing I want to bring some attention to, we do have that Hall of the Storm Giants there in Nassif's land. Not necessarily coming up right now with all these blockers, but you get Derek into range. Does have to be a little careful about how many attackers he can have into that. Okay, what do we got here? This might be that Titan we've been seeing for quite a while.
Yeah, he's been hanging out for a while. Titan of Industry. Does this resolve? Any response here from Gab Nassif? That is a big ol' 7-7.
Looks like I'm hearing the mode, so I believe it did resolve. I heard shield counter and 4-4. See if the judges have that 4-4 green Rhino available. Not the most common token to be placed.
不是啊，他就放一个盾补5滴了。啊，你是在那边生什么犀牛啦？这个评审真的很，这个赛评真的很不专业。
When you got a shield counter on it, that is quite the house to block.
Yeah. So let's see if we got anything here from Gab to deal with the Titan of Industry.
Thinking about getting that Mutavault in there against Knight of Autumn. Says no thank you. Goes to 12. It's been a great game.
Yeah.
Guessing Nassif's hand is not that good, though, if we're... Didn't cycle or anything there. Has not missed a land drop in a while.
Not the lands, perhaps.
手牌是不是很差呀？
Hall of Storm Giants.
刚想说对手都已经给机会了，好可惜哦。
Yeah, if Nassif's hand is like really bad, then we're probably going to see this.
不过他如果已经把 combo 下掉的话，
it is still a 7-7 as well. So Titan of Industry, a really good answer here. And it looks like the other mode, since we have not seen that 4-4 come into play, maybe we just gained 5.
我个人觉得那 combo 应该是下掉啦，因为会被地脉束缚，真的白痴。
Yeah, no artifact or enchantment of relevance. So perhaps.
但也有可能他一个看对手没有。
Oh yeah, he was down to 9.
Sounds right. All right. Oh, I thought that was the hand for a second. I'd be like, okay, Nassif's hand is terrible.
Do you ever lose your hand? You just put it down somewhere. It's like, where the heck did my hand go?
Yeah, I left my hand at the supermarket one time, really.
I'll put it in my pocket sometimes. I'm like, what the heck? And other times I'm just hell-bent. So.
Well, you'd be getting a warning for that one, Ailey, if you're putting your hand in your pocket.
I'm mostly casual magic, so it's all good. Oh, goodness me.
All right, so Mutavault looking like when it taps itself like that, you're usually getting in as a creativity target.
6点.
So, yeah, creativity, targeting the treasures.
So what that's saying, this is playing around one Leyline's Binding as the target, where, you know, there's still only 2 hits. Now, this doesn't mean there's no Leyline's Binding at all, because Derek knows what this combo is. And Derek can just be like, okay, yeah, you can get the things. I'm going to take your Worm or Zendigo.
Yeah.
Probably the Worm, because a 15-15 is still incredibly good. But Nassif has extra mana here. Has 4 extra mana. Not much of a library left. And one card we haven't seen, we've seen 1 negate. At this point, you look in your graveyard and be like, okay, what's left in my deck?
Yeah.
Not only will Nassif be doing that, Derek will be doing that as well. With an open deckless tournament. So I see 1 more make disappear in the deck, Disdainful Stroke, and 1 more negate as options.
I have a question about shield counter. This will still trample. If I block with this,
talking about the shield counter interaction?
Yep.
Correct.
对，还是会检查，没有错。
And it will. It will. The shield counter, of course, will just keep it alive, but it's not like it has to deal 14 damage to it or anything.
没错，还是会被践踏。啊，那你的地脉束缚呢？
Like, yeah, that would be sick if it worked like that, but it doesn't. So right now there's 10 toughness that can block, and there's 30 coming in. So this is 20 damage to the face if Derek has nothing here.
Does Derek Davis have a defense against a 30-power World Spine Worm, as well as the Shark? Yeah, you got to think about the Shark can attack too. And that's going to be it. That's
好烂，真的打得好烂。
to fend off the
没有地埋束缚还
from the worst.
还敢乱丢啊
We got to the combo.
这地埋束缚就能够管住的东西，
And I still just felt so bad from
到
yesterday.
底
I had
在
to go
打什么
apologize to Nasif
啊？
last time
天
for
哪！
cursing him, saying all you needed to do was not draw Zendagos and drew it right away. This time the caster curse was not there, and he picks up the win.
He won anyway. He's that good.
Exactly.
You can curse him as much
这
as
种
you
人不
like.
配进8强吧？
That's going to do it for this round, my friends. When we come back after the break, we'll be at the news desk with Maria.
My dear friends， 青春的成绩单，有你们一起向前，才有100分。My dear friends, together forever。手机连麦将最对位。
Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Phyrexia from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, as the sun sets here on day 2 of competition as we get ever closer to the coveted top 8. We have 2 rounds left to go, and somebody hoping to secure a top 8 spot is Reed Duke, Marie Bertholdi, and Monty DeBooty here with you at the news desk. Reed Duke sitting at 11-3. That means he is 1 win away from the spot in our top 8. Cedric talked to him last round.
I am here with Magic Hall of Famer Reed Duke after picking up a big win there in round number 14 with his Is It Creativity deck over Azorius Control. Reed, I can't believe I'm saying this. This is the first time we're actually like talking to you this week in a meaningful way. How the heck you doing?
I'm doing great. I mean, for starters, it's just such a good feeling to be back. The Pro Tour is awesome, and I'm fortunate enough to be still in the mix this deep in the tournament. You really can't ask for more than that.
Yeah, you are doing great. You know, I said you're kind of flying under the radar in a weird way. You're on our leaderboard graphics. You know, you're having a great tournament. You are definitely in the running for a top. You need one more win. But you know, these young kids, these team handshake guys are kind of stealing your thunder a little bit. But you are bouncing back. You're doing fantastic. And you told me just a second ago you like your Is It Creativity deck now.
Yeah, right. It's you know, I think we kind of had a brief chat towards the beginning of the tournament. And I'm like, you know, this is not the deck that I would have brought on my own, but this was a big case of like sort of trusting my team, and we had some people who had really good experience with the creativity deck, and yeah, true to form, you know, it's serving me well, and I've been, I think, 3 wins in a row today with it. It feels really good, you know, when you're able to assemble the combo, or in that match, no combo, just sort of blue-red, you know, best cards in the format kind of thing.
A little bit of versatility. For once, Reed set the Thoughtseize down. He's picked up a blue-red strategy, and it's working great for him. Reed, good luck.
Thank you very much.
都没吃到
Reed Duke, 1 win away from our top 8 here at Pro Tour Phyrexia. Let's check out our leaderboard with 2 rounds to go, everybody. We've got one person already locked. That is Shota Yasaoka, who got to stop playing, just gets wins the rest of the way. He is in. However, we didn't add anybody last round. We have 7 more spots to give away, Monty.
We absolutely do, and Maria, as we have been saying all weekend, 12 is the magic number, 36 match points. So all of those players sitting at 11 and 3. That's Benton Madsen, Reed Duke, Takumi Matsuura, Gabriel Nassif, and Marcelo Carvalho. This round is a clean win and in. If they can get it done here, they will be in our top 8 without having to worry about the last round of competition. For everyone else, like David Inglis and Nathan Store, we talked about them picking up that unintentional draw against each other the round before. It seems like both of them lost their previous match, so they are still too far away. Even with a win here, they're not guaranteed into the top 8 quite yet.
Yeah, we are got a couple of sweaty rounds coming up here in the building, working our way towards our top 8. 2 rounds left to go. Let's take a look at who we'll be watching in our feature match this round for round number 15 here at Pro Tour Phyrexia. It's going to be some teammates. Gavin versus Reed Duke. Both players on the same activity deck. 15 top finishes.
他们应该是 Sam 60吧，毕竟都是同一个团队出来的，应该是 Fireball 吧。
An incredible career in the Hall of Fame, as is Reed Duke. Gavin Nassif has won 2 Pro Tours, by the way, hoping to add a 3rd to his resume. And here's Reed Duke, 6 top finishes for Reed Duke, 2 ways he qualified for this very tournament. One of the nicest guys to play the game. It's got to be tough playing your teammate, Monty.
It's tough. At this stage in the tournament, especially, you're 1 match win away from the top 8. And
代表他们2个至少会有一个。
The fact that with both players having 11 wins here, a win in this match means one of them is guaranteed into the top 8. The other can still win the next round, so that's good. And looking at the deck list, this is a 74 card mirror. There's 1 card difference in the sideboard, but otherwise these 2 players both brought the
Sam
exact same
74
creativity
只差1张
plan.
牌。
You heard Reed mention in that interview, he had to be convinced because this deck is significantly more Gab style than it is Reed. This is a combo control deck. We saw that control sideboard plan come into effect in the previous round, and it has been doing great work for these 2 players here. And it's really going to come down to who can navigate the mirror better, because I don't know how much these players spend testing the mirror in their preparation for this event.
So what do we need to look out for, since this is a mirror match, for the person who's getting the head up in the game?
It's really going to come down to the interaction in the sideboard, those counter spells and what they have access to, and really who navigates the situations better, because it is possible if one person boards too heavily into too many counter spells, or if they just draw too many and then a Fable of the Mirror Breaker gets resolved, that can just run away with the game.
Do players on the same team know about the other sideboard plans generally?
They should. There may be some level of trying to one-up the other player, see maybe if they go this way I can try to get an edge, but for the most part they should be aware of what the other player is planning.
All right, well, let's find out what you think will happen this round. It's time for Monty and the Machine. You are undefeated today, Monty.
We are. Me and the Machine have really found our groove. Everything has been working really well, and as I kept telling you last round, we are unstoppable.
Okay, all right.
这2个驾驶员应该都不会有驾驶上的问题吧？
Choice between the 2 players.
都是名人堂。
真
的掷硬币，笑死！
The call for Monty and the Machine so far undefeated today.
Cool 啊
！Round 4 of yesterday.
Yeah,
I'll give you that. So you're doing pretty well for
Science,
yourself.
Maria.
我叫你掷硬币，不是真的叫你掷一个硬币啊！
100%. Round number 15 is coming up, everybody. We've got some people headed to the top 8 this round. Marshall and Paul are here with the call.
Thank you, Maria. That's right. We have winning in for the top 8 between 2 friends, competitors, teammates, etc. We've got Gabriel Nassif versus Reed Duke, and in the clean mirror match, no less. So this is kind of what it's all about, especially at this stage of the tournament where there are actually top 8 seats up for grabs here, Paul.
Yeah, and it's going to be quite the battle here. I know they've tested against a lot of different decks. Perhaps not as many matches in the mirror, right? Because kind of coming into this, I don't think this was a deck that many people considered.
他们的背牌插在一个多一张以太劲风，然后一个是把以太劲风换成那个康蓝色多福山。
pretty much anything you can do other than just trying to go off for the combo. And yeah, I mean, both players, if they win, they're in. But if they're not, still 1 round to go, right? And in this field, there's only 219 people in this event. Really good shot, even with an 11 win record and perhaps a draw, they can still get there.
All right, well, let's get underway here between our 2 Hall of Famers.
这2个对后打，感觉就是超无聊的。
Won the die roll, but also was on a mulligan to 6 here, Paul.
Yeah, but I imagine that this game, we might see kind of a grindy one here. It's going to be basically just both players trying to put themselves in a position to get some tokens onto the battlefield and go for the combo. But remember, it could be one of those instances where the first person who flinches is the one who loses, because there is counter magic in the deck, right? So if you go tap out, go for the creativity, and I go make disappear, then I can untap and go for the creativity and kill you myself.
That's right, and you see a little bit of that in hand here for Reed Duke. He has Spell Pierce in his hand. And by the way, he is going to fight back with an impulse of his own.
应该是要靠什么方法赢啊？说真的，康牌大战，看谁抽得好。
Gabriel Nassif with 15 top finishes on his career. Reed with a Hall of Fame level career has 6, lagging behind one of the goats here, Gabriel Nassif, but still adding that 7th one or that 16th one. The winner of this match is going to get to do that.
I mean, a combined 21 top finishes between the 2 players. That is wild.
Yeah, in many ways, these players represent their eras as well. Gabriel Nassif going back to before Reed Duke's time, but then overlapping with it as well.
整个正边长得一模一样，然后背牌只有差1张牌。
He's not exactly new.
Yeah, there's kind of
而且背牌两边
phases.
应该都会把组合技下掉，
wave of established
应该都会去打那个
just racking up those top finishes.
He's really never stopped. Anytime he's dedicated himself to playing, he wins. We saw that in the arena era that we're just sort of leaving behind, and as you can see, he's knocking at the door of another top 8 right now this round.
Big star.
Yeah, and you can see here both players just kind of playing draw go. Not really looking to force anything here. Definitely aware that there's make disappear in the deck. These players could have played this Fable earlier, but now Nassif going, look, I'm going to wait until I have 5 mana so that I will not be vulnerable to that make disappear.
Yeah, there's make disappear and Spell Pierce both have a similar effect.
要不要 disappear 回去？
Fire Prophecy from Duke targeting the token.
Yeah, and we see that World Spine Worm in Reed Duke's hand, probably going to get put right onto the bottom of the deck.
赶快把亚龙给塞下去。
Much better place for it than in your hand.
Absolutely.
Fire Prophecy doing good work there.
And could see Reed potentially go for a Fable of his own, right? If you do have an untapped land here, you can just go land, Fable, pass.
Indeed. If he felt that it was absolutely critical that his Fable resolves.
下第一飞豹
Could even use up a Spell Pierce here if it were to be make disappear on the other side.
Another card that would provide a little bit of pressure would be Shark Typhoon. Now this is a card that's only a singular copy in both sides.
你成功
And
了。
if you want to go for it, might be good to choose to have it be at least 4 because
这
all
只
the
哥布林
targeted
如
removal
果
in this
活
deck
下来的话，差
deals
蛮
3
多的，
damage.
因为那个地牌
Right, you have
影响
Fiery Impulse,
法力有
you
扩
have
出来。
Fire Prophecy, all those cards deal 3 damage. So might, you know,
会差
again,
蛮多的。
this game could go kind of long, right?
活下来的
Nobody's just
可
trying
能
to
性
force
是微乎
anything.
其微吧。
You're not going to just cast the
感
big
觉
score end of turn because if your big score gets countered and you
还
don't
是
have the mana to
那
pay
时
for
间
it,
真的是
that's
那么
just
抽
you're
的
just
有
two
够
for
烂。
winning yourself in those instances.
哦，没有，只是那个
Way,
旁
way
边
too
的
risky to try.
staff 登记的比较
As you
慢
can
一点而
see,
已。
Reed pulling ahead a little bit here thanks to the Goblin Shaman, but not much, right? Gabriel Nassif just resolved Chapter 2 on Fable. He ditched 2 cards to help improve his hand, and he's also not missing any land drops here.
而且
And Nassif likely to go for the Fire Prophecy here. You do not want the Shaman to create treasures to give Reed kind of that mana advantage.
It's also targets for Indomitable Creativity. Definitely want to kill that Shaman if you can.
probably wait till the combat step.
Reed is surveying the scene. Reed's play style, by the way, this is chapter 2. Resolving is he generally tries to map out all of his options, then chooses an option, and then does it.
Right.
You know, kind of all in one. I don't know. I think I fall for the trap of kind of doing things one step at a time,
right?
But then recognizing that might have led me down a path that I didn't really want to go down.
Right. He's already thought through all the options, so it'll take a little bit of time for him to figure out what it is that he needs to do. But then once he makes that decision, he's already thought of all the different angles, right?
See, that Fire Prophecy does take down the token.
让我意外是刚刚这边居然没有留骚，这样琪琪放过来还是有点小危险的吧。
They both have the exact same permanence besides those lands, which is just a Fable on 2. This one is about to transform though for Nassif. I like that he put it on 3 first. Clean. All right, Reflection of Kiki Jiki is there. It has summoning sickness.
还是这边做 X 等1的，想办法翻出1/2几率分出亚龙，对手应该解不掉。
Reed can also go for one here. Remember, the counter that you want to play around is Make Disappear. Now, Nassif can play Make Disappear and sacrifice this reflection, right? So you can then basically copy the Make Disappear and make it so that you have to pay 4 mana instead of 2. So now that there's a creature in play, you have to consider that as a possibility before you decide to try to go for the combo.
And it's going to be a big sharp
4-4
here for Reed.
这边 big score.
Yep.
But there's a responsive big score. Reed gets the bin. This could definitely set up Nassif for down the line.
Absolutely. Doing this while the Coast is clear, while Reed Duke is tapped out, right? You don't want to run these cards into counter spells. So that's what this matchup is about. I mean, I know it's a combo mirror, but it also kind of feels like a control mirror, right? Resolve your spells when your opponents are tapped out, when you have those windows.
As you mentioned, big score potential, especially is what I meant to say, is so critical that you can get a counter.
手上都是 big score， 最 big score 的那一种。
This card is part of the casting cost of it, and that just makes counter spells that much better. An attack for 4 finally gets the ball rolling here for one player or the other. This is the first damage
那这边要换那个
Yeah, now this is a threat that Nassif has to handle, right?
Yeah.
Sure, he has the creativity, maybe won't go for it this turn, but now Nassif is down to 16, and we're looking at a 4-turn clock here from Reed.
Look at Reed's hand.
有地了，但是
You like a big score? Because he's got
that is
3 of them.
Lots of big scores.
An Impulse and a Spell Pierce, both
但是法力不够，
and Reed Duke have
而
one
且
spell
对手也有法
pierce
力
in their list,
不敢做，
just to keep the
主
other
要是
player honest.
没有办法用2张康护航啊，要7费才够。
And is this a main phase big score?
That's a really big score.
Yeah.
So Nassif has double Make Disappear, or I don't know how important.
这是在 Nassif 的回合结束做的吧？怎么可能是 main phase 啊
Not a lot of great cards to copy in this deck, right?
Could consider.
I think for the most part, they're treating Reflection as a, hey, this is just a great card. It's so good. I don't even need things to copy.
Yeah.
Right? It's a 3-mana 2/2, makes treasure tokens, which help turn on your creativity, allows you to loot through your deck, and then it just becomes an extra body afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, it makes 2 creatures and some number of treasure tokens if it gets the turn away. I mean, it's perfect.
Right. It helps you find your pieces.
Card has been one of the most impressive cards over the last few years. Really for not only its raw power, but its ability to fit into so many different archetypes, right? Like every deck wants that.
Absolutely. As long as you're not just an aggressive deck, basically anything mid-range, anything combo, I mean, you're starting your deck.
怎么又把红绿神抽起来了？我的天哪！
Here's an Impulse for Duke. You can see he's got the 2 treasures.
全部那么一张牌，他已经把亚龙抽起来放下去，然后现在又把红绿神抽起来，然后他还要再找一张 找一张烧把它塞下去。
Shuffle that card back into your library somehow, some way. But
吐
keep
了。
in mind, you could hard cast it if you wanted. There are 2 treasures on the battlefield, right? So if you play a Xenagos, all of a sudden you cut down that clock. You just double the power of the shark token. And Nassif is currently at 16.
Kind of perfect now that you mention it.
再想一下，再想一下啦。不太可能吧？不太可能花5费去叫那个啦，叫红女神啦。这样等下防守太危险了。
And I wonder if now Reed is kind of thinking through the possibilities, knowing that Nassif might be in a position where he's kind of forced to go for the combo here, and seeing how he can disrupt that. And if he can't, does he need to be a little more aggressive this turn?
打8还行。
Is it just run out Xenagos time? The alternative could be run the big score or cast the big score and try to find a make disappear. You do have creatures to sacrifice to make it so that Nassif would have to tap 4 mana before trying to combo off. So here you can go attack for 4, put Nassif down to 12, end of turn with Reflection, copy the shark.
2只1。
Wait a sec here. It looks like Nassif might just be going for it here. I think he also sees the amount of damage that Reed can do here.
打得好像有点慢啊，哥哥。
Channeling the Sokinzan to make 2 spirits. We have a copy of a spirit as well, and lots of mana here, so he can pay, right? You can target your treasures, and he can pay for a Spell Pierce.
Yeah, you can see that Reed had played Mutavault there as well. Trying to set up as much damage as possible, and Nassif, he's going to respect it here. Can he just go for it?
I think you kind of have to, right? Can't Reed just kill him next turn?
Yeah, make a copy and then
copy the shark end of turn, untap, copy the shark again, and attack for 12?
Yeah, the spirits don't have flying from Sokinzan, so...
这边好像不出发也得出发了，只是问题是要怎么出发。
goes back to what you brought up earlier.
Right.
You really want the 4/4 shark, not the 3/3 or
exactly.
Lower. And there's why.
1、2、3、4、5.
And can Reed break it up with what he has in hand? He can't, right?
Yeah, not yet.
So this isn't. That would be an attack for 30.
Can
Reed put enough blockers in the way? You copy a shark.
Oh, interesting.
If you copy a shark and activate Mutavault, that's only 6 toughness against 30 power.
Yeah, so still dead. But I'm looking at that big score in Reed Duke's hand. That could open up the floodgates if it can resolve. Okay, he's going to go for Fire Prophecy on the Reflection.
Right, this makes it so that Reed can't go for the shark copy line and kill him and perhaps buy Nassif 1 more turn.
一费扣也可以啦，就是如果等下 Big Score 抽到人间消失的话，这一回合可以用，是一个1费换2费的概念。当然，如果没有抽的话就免谈。
All right, Reflection down.
Okay, so that's going to at least buy 1 turn for Nassif.
Maybe it wasn't so perfect the first time around.
想一下要不要塞一张 Disappear 下去，塞了。
And he's going to go back in the tank.
Oh, 是个 Pierce.
Now, I mean, he has access to 7 mana.
缺一点法力。
I don't think he's going to go for it here. So, but now knows that he does have time. Okay. Is Reed just going to go for a big score? He has plenty of things to discard here, even if it gets countered, right?
Sure.
You have mana to pay for a Spell Pierce.
So he gets
all the mana in the world
straight away anyway. So he gets 4 treasures. and the 2 cards.
那这样子只要抽到就结束了。
He does have the Zenego
抽到了吗？
Oh, right.
没有，还有 impulse 再继续找。
And he's got impulse as well.
Okay.
That's going to resolve too.
Oh, finds a make disappear to help maybe fight.
再一张 impulse 写了。
Another impulse in there as well. Could just see a bunch
对
more
吧？
cards.
继续 impulse 吧，因为这边看起来手上只要康足够。
What he has in hand.
Can he keep up here?
He has to make Reed pay 6 mana.
I mean, Reed has 4 treasure and 8 lands.
4 treasure and 8 lands, yes.
That's a lot of mana.
That's 12 mana. Doesn't have a creativity yet, though, right? So.
Right.
I'm
still wondering if he's going to run out a Xenagos here.
在想为什么会把红绿神抽上来。
Okay, Fable. Could still play it next turn, right? Then just beat down.
So right back on plan here. Down to 8 falls Gabriel Nassif.
剩一只。
Did he make a copy of a spirit? Okay. Is this the turn?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8.
Starting to feel like it. You know, the treasure tokens having added up there for Duke. I think Nassif is going to look down and make disappear and spell pierce. Really see kind of an expiration date on those.
But now Reed has make disappear and spell pierce, and Nassif doesn't have a ton of mana.
No,
he's got access to 7. He has 9 mana, so he can't go. If he goes creativity for 2, we'll only have 4 mana up, and Reed can counter.
Yes, getting that 2/2 creature on the battlefield was really important. He has a Mutavault as a backup as well, but he may need to casualty here. Okay, another Fable, and the players seem okay with letting each other do this type of stuff.
Typhoon, though, putting so much pressure. Now we're getting to the point where, one way or another, Nassif will have to go for it. Yes. Now the question is, will Reed this turn just go for the win by playing Xenagos?
I mean, I think if he thinks he can protect it with his counters, you know, off you go, right?
You have so much mana, right?
Yeah. He's also... oh, there's the indomitable creativity now for Duke as well. So many options.
上了吧。
Yeah, but the problem with the creativity is
就直接做红绿神了。
And does he have any way to get Xenagos back into the graveyard?
Not with what he has in hand. So
不是，你就直接下红绿神，然后那个鲨鱼加倍应该就是了。
Awakening.
可以吧？
Valakut Awakening's the other way. Okay, he does not have either of those.
Yeah, we see a Valakut Awakening in play, the land side.
Could this shark go the distance?
Well, if he instead of going for creativity again, if he just goes for Xenagos, right?
Like if he could see Nassif's hand and he goes for Xenagos, he's good to go, right?
Exactly. But of course,
yeah,
he could be thinking, well, what if you have removal spells or something along those lines? But remember, again, Reed has to think there's no hard counters game 1. This is a creativity deck. So with the 3 cards in Nassif's hand, you have to think pretty likely he probably has a creativity in hand.
只要担心那个
But you have to think also worst case scenario. What happens if he has 3 counter spells in hand?
Oh, and you go for it.
And then go, do you have enough mana to pay for all of them?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8够啊，法力够啊。对啊。 这边的问题应该是，应该是大田园啦。
So
不知道对手有没有大田园。
13 mana, you play Xenagos, you go to 8, right?
8 left over.
8 left over means you can pay for 2 make disappears.
Yes.
Right?
2 fully
好，
loaded.
决定了，上了谢纳克斯。
Xenagos time.
I think he's gonna just hard cast Xenagos. God of Revels and Gabriel takes a look at his life total because he recognizes that makes that shark lethal.
看我是谁，我在哪里？为什么我被谢纳克斯打死了
Oh, and Nassif just has to pack it in because he cannot make Reed pay enough to counter. And we see the shark token go the distance.
Who needs the combo? Just cast them.
You know, it's funny because game 1 they are quite combo centric, but they have the ability to go into, you know, post sideboard games pretty controlling, pretty just blue-red stuff with like a little dash of indomitable creativity there. But he actually gave us a little bit of a show of that.
Yeah, and after sideboard, you're going to see a completely different game.
So what can we expect now?
I don't think you're going to see the combo at all. I think after sideboard, because of the fact that there are hard counters, it's better to be proactive in the threats. So what that means is they have 3 extra Shark Typhoons and Hullbreaker Horrors in the sideboard. So that's what I think it's going to come down to, right? It's I'm going to go with Shark Typhoons and Hullbreaker Horrors and try to beat you that way. Maybe try to establish, get on the board with cards like Fable of the Mirror Breaker on top of that. So
we see that here, but a really favorable exchange here for Reed, as he had Fiery Impulse and the mana available. So Nassif taps out for Fable. Reed says, end step, kill your token, untap, make my own. Now, can Gabriel Nassif keep up here? Because there is that token sitting there. And he's going to dig. He ditched 2 lands.
He wants to find a removal spell here for the token.
Big score 在
有
康牌的对局里面太弱，很容易被1换2。
Because the window was open there. Right. If he did find it, that you'd think he'd probably just fire it off.
Yeah, and it looks like Reed's still choosing to keep some number of Indomitable Creativity in deck.
In his hand.
Maybe 1 or 2, maybe all 4.
Just to keep Nassif honest.
Right. Both players are very aware of kind of what their sideboard plan would be in the dark, but now there could even potentially be that leveling game where it's like, I know you're going to sideboard this way, so maybe I should keep some parts of the combo in.
He's drawn another copy of the zagging, going against the grain.
Yeah, I mean, if you can resolve creativity, let's say you don't even necessarily go for the Xanagos combo, you can still just creativity out a Hullbreaker Horror. That's incredibly powerful.
Sure. Just a cheap one.
Yeah.
Wow, but the Shaman does get in and a treasure starts.
That's tough.
It's just.
哇，
I
如
know
果
it
萧
doesn't
何
seem like
打
much
出
at the
去，
moment, but it
然后
really
再
does
生一个
start
珍
to
宝，
add up
就可以跳螃蟹了。
in mana, in permanence on the battlefield, etc.
Right. I mean, what if Reed is? He doesn't have it now, but what if Reed is able to play a turn 5 Hullbreaker Horror because of this? Right. There's nothing really that Nassif can do to kind of answer that.
You can see Nassif's got 3 lands, a copy of his own Indomitable Creativity, a Mystical Dispute, and the Hullbreaker Horror that Reed was hoping to be able to cast, but Reed's hand not bad either. He's got Narset's Reversal, Shark Typhoon, Creativity, and 2 lands. Gotta kind of like where Reed's sitting here.
Yep. Well, I mean, if that Goblin Shaman gets to just continue attacking and creating treasures for you, a lot of what because this kind of turns into that control mirror, what it comes down to is kind of the mana advantage, right? So now he's not only putting pressure on, but he's also got the mana advantage here.
Yeah, now he's going to cycle Shark Typhoon on end step, so he's doubling his clock here. Now he's got 4 power out. And he gets a card, of course. There's chapter 3. And now reflection of Kiki-Jiki's here, and even though this deck isn't optimized perfectly for it, as we saw last time, it can definitely do some work.
Combat.
And Reed's in there. He's going to make another treasure token. Nassif isn't doing much.
No removal here. Look at that hand for Nassif. I mean, he basically has nothing. He has a counterspell as the only way of interacting at the moment.
Yeah, Spikefield Hazard doesn't have a target here of relevance. He, in fact, trades off Reflection of Kiki-Jiki for the token of the Goblin Shaman. He just had to stem the bleeding there. But the damage may already be done. 2 treasure tokens, 5 lands here for Duke. No, there's another Fable, though.
Yep,
for Nassif.
That's going to resolve.
You heard Reed
哇，如果 big score 被复制，妈人就要没了呢。
So who's got a Goblin Shaman now? And then land go here from Nassif.
So now, I mean,
这边
you know, Nassif only has access to that 2 mana, right? So Reed does have creativity and Narset's Reversal. Is there a way he can just go for the creativity with Narset's Reversal backup?
Yeah, that's what he's asking himself right now.
剩2
He's
个。
going to flashback Secrets of the Key, where he gets 2 clue tokens. As you can see why this
combo off
deck would like to have access to a card like that. More sacrifice.
You could just get what, 2 Hullbreaker Horrors if those are the creatures that he kept in the deck.
Anything that's left, he will take 2 of.
Right, because with Narset's reversal, if Nassif just has 1 counterspell, you can just bounce that counterspell back. And also, Nassif can't cast Mystical Dispute as a way to counter the creativity. So if he wants to counter it, it's either going to be multiple spell pierces or a 2-mana counter.
Right.
Creativity targeting 1.
Here it is.
Okay.
Indomitable Creativity targeting the clue token. And it looks like he's just going for 1 here, Paul, so that does lead me to think that we're going to see a Hullbreaker Horror. And there it is on the battlefield. Another step towards top 8 here for Reed Duke. Either player wins the match, and they are in top 8. All you need to do is get to 12 wins. Sounds so easy, but it's a 2-day endeavor, and it could end here. Reed is taking major steps towards dispatching Gabriel Nassif and putting him in question for his top 8 position.
Yeah, this would be, if Reed Duke gets there, this would be top finish number 7. Last time he had a top finish was a tabletop event. That is the last time Reed Duke has top-8ed one of these high-level events.
Boy, how great would it be for him to start this season fresh?
先下螃蟹的人先赢。
He's so close right now too. Nassif
解
is going to have to do some
解也是
major
有啦
work to get himself out
大
from
田
this
园
mess.
一张
Now, if you're a Gabriel Nassif fan, don't
应该没
worry.
了。
That 12 still counts. That means that next round he can pick up a win and find himself in.
Yes, so much to fight through. It's so tough. Just if your opponent just has a Hullbreaker Horror in play as a blue mage, you just go, what do I even do?
Yeah.
You can just play anything and just bounce everything back.
这边张杰2快点去找个大田园，你还活得下来。
And Reed, you know, he's got Negate, Impulse, Narset's Reversal, and Indomitable Creativity in hand. In other words, he can fire off something at instant speed that can not only counter but also bounce, or he can even just use Impulse as a counter spell if Nassif's mana gets low. This is
tough.
This is really tough. I feel like nothing's gone right for Nassif this game. He has never been ahead.
Yeah.
You know, it started off actually a long time ago, right? Fable the Mirror Breaker, and it was Fiery Impulse to kill it, play my own, and it felt like Reed has never looked back.
Yeah, absolutely. And
we
look at this attack here just to get a treasure into play, because now this allows Nassif to cast his own Hullbreaker Horror with Mystical Dispute backup.
I see that.
Of course, a Hullbreaker Horror can't be countered.
Right.
没有用啊。
But what could happen is he
你这释
finds
放的
a
时候
scenario
就被
where
回
he
手
can run
了。
out the Hullbreaker Horror, and then if Reed chooses to try to cast a blue spell to just bounce the Hullbreaker Horror with the one that he has in play, Nassif can then just cast Dispute to perhaps bounce the Hullbreaker Horror on Reed's side, right? Because it's all about just...
Wow, did Reed just copy the Hullbreaker Horror as well?
没错。
He did.
Because you know what's better than one? It's 2 of them.
Right.
有什么比一只龙虾更强？对啊，只龙虾。
Yeah, I just don't see how Nassif can get a Hullbreaker Horror on the battlefield. Like, it just gets returned.
And now Reed can copy it again if he wants.
Sure. And that's going to do it. Reed Duke
没有错啦。
secures yet
我
another
偶
top
像
8.
又进
Number
18强了哈。
7 for top finishes there for Reed Duke. Congratulations to him and welcome back to Paper Magic. We've got Reed Duke in the feature match area making top 8. It feels like we're right back again.
Yep, everything feels nice. Now, probably a little bit bittersweet here because Reed Duke did defeat a teammate. They were playing the exact same
very good friend.
Very, very good friend. So, but you know, Nassif's not out of it as well. 11 wins, 12 still gets you in. So, plenty of magic here. But for Reed, it's another top 8.
Incredible stuff from Reed. Welcome back to the Pro Tour. All right, let's take a short break, but when we come back, we've got more Pioneer coverage down the stretch here from Philadelphia. Don't go anywhere.
好，上个厕所。
And welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Phyrexia. Marshall Steckles with Paul Cheon. Take a look at the MagicCon happening right here in the very same building as the Pro Tour. As you can see, all types of awesome attractions for every Magic player. Whatever it is that you're into, you're going to find it here. And if you happen to be into high-level competitive play, welcome. This is where we do that at the Pro Tour. So we've got another top 8 on the line here, another top 8 seat on the line here for our feature match players. Once again, just like the last round or the last match, it's the same thing. Marcio Carvalho versus Takumi Matsura, and we're going to actually end up joining this one in game number 2. You can see Takumi's on mono white, and for Marcio, looking for top finish number 11. This would be Takumi's first top finish. It's black-red sacrifice. Now, as we come into game number 2, Takumi has picked up number 1 and is looking to finish off the very tough Marcio Carvalho. He just is always at the top of the stand. He's knocking at the door.
Yeah, and he's got to be loving the return to tabletop, because Marcio, known as one of the best limited players on the planet, and no surprise to kind of see him now at the top of these standings. We're going to see this a lot more coming from him now, because when you go into an event, you're kind of locking him for at least a 4-2 in the kind of that limited section of the event. Now, he's playing Rakdos Sacrifice, which is the deck that you bring to this event if you expect a lot of creature-based strategies. Rakdos Sacrifice is fantastic against these creature decks. Now, he is down a game, but if you were to ask Marcio, he goes, hey, what do you want to play against every single round? Mono White Humans is likely one of the decks he wants to play.
Okay, well, he lost game 1, but can he pick up the next 2 games? Looks like he's got a decent start here with Blood Tithe Harvester hitting the battlefield. Over for Takumi. He's got the Hopeful Initiate, which, by the way, is going to attack straight away off of a counter from the Aspirant there.
我觉得牺牲这边优势蛮大的，
2-3
但是我没有想到第一把居然是纯白赢了。
Yeah, depends on what else Marcio is working with. He could opt to go for the trade here, and then if he has a removal spell, can get that Aspirant off the battlefield. But of course, the Aspirant is the bigger threat, right? Because it's just every single turn you're getting extra value with the +1/+1 counters. You want to get this off the battlefield as quickly as possible.
Yeah, this is a very heads-up attack here from Takumi. Because if Marcio doesn't have an answer for the Aspirant, he had one on the battlefield and it just went away. So he does make the trade. Let's see if Marcio can take care of this Aspirant, though. As you mentioned, it gets really annoying and it just sits on the battlefield, putting these +1/+1 counters, and you can fall behind it pretty easily. Uh-oh.
Mayhem
等到下一回
the
再
best
处理
cards
也还可以接
in
受
the
啦。
format. This is what a lot of these decks are
被
built
关了。
around. Oh, but it is not immune to
马
ossification.
上就走
And it
了
is gone. And by the way, no activation whatsoever.
Yeah.
And there's our boy.
Great addition for these mono white humans decks, just to have a nice clean answer to any of these threatening creatures.
Skrelv also making a good appearance here. You see it on the battlefield. And it's been also a nice addition. This is Skrelv is a variant on a type of Magic card that's been around for a while. Mother of Runes was kind of the one that you think of for the old school.
The one, and this one's been modified, not as powerful, but still good enough to play. And the thing is, I mean, that was a question coming in. Should you still play this card? It's not a human.
Yes.
Right? It doesn't benefit from all the synergies from the mono white humans deck, but just Takumi and many other players just recognizing how powerful this card is, you still should play some copies of this.
你身为一个红黑是有办法
taking another quick read of ossification.
不太可能吧
Not good news though. When you're black-red and your opponent, that is one of the few cards printed ever in black or red that can actually kill an
blood.
Wow, 居然有这种鬼东西！天哪
Oh my goodness sakes!
That
what
was a big turnaround.
Devastating turnaround here.
Wow.
He is going to need to put together a little bit more sack because
说完忙就会打脸哎！天哪，黑色居然有能够解决这些东西哦
By the time Marcio has a crack at it, and that can be difficult to put together.
Yeah, and oftentimes when you look at a card like...
想都没有想到
When you look at a card like Feed the Swarm, you go, well, do you want to bring this in against an aggressive deck? Because you do take damage, right, from the removal effect, but recognizing also that it's just so important to keep the Mayhem Devil on the battlefield.
给你杀啦
And I believe that's an Edeline here.
It is an Edeline, but my goodness, Paul, they got us on hard mode here. I mean,
这是没有
look
想
at
到啊
Marcio. He's got the Dungeons and Dragons Hive.
红黑对那个结界其实超难处理的啊。
What's it called? Mayhem Devil.
We got this.
He's got a Japanese witness down there. Here's a Russian card. But we know these ones. That's a Cauldron Familiar. So the only piece of the puzzle missing here, a little oven would be
nice. Oven would be nice, but also just, I mean, you have the Mayhem Devil, and it's nice that you can pick off the little creatures, but, I mean, Takumi's got a 3/3 and a 2/4 in play right now.
I guess you can use it to pick off the tokens that are created from Adeline, but it's going to need something to repeatedly sacrifice, I think.
Yeah, or perhaps he just has access to some kind of a removal spell here, right? Just has 2 mana up and passed. You have to think that there is a decent shot that Marcio has something, maybe in a Brave.
不怕飞刀push，勇敢往前冲。
This is interesting. There's a Mutavault.
Right, and I'm wondering if Marcio has an effect before combat.
Right,
right, because you really want to potentially get that aspirant off the battlefield.
Maybe a Deadly Dispute.
Yeah, Deadly Dispute on the Cauldron Familiar, and then Sack would allow you to kill Mutavault.
There it is, Deadly Dispute.
All right, but where does the damage go? So this is before combat, I believe.
That is correct.
Which means Takumi could technically...
I think it's before attack.
来。
No, you're right.
No, because the counter.
Right. Unless he targeted it.
有没有飞刀 push？
Right,
像个大大一样。
with the Luminarch Aspirant.
That's right. If Marcio waited for that.
Oh, yep. Nope. Everything is dying. Everything is dying.
Wow. So we were wondering if he had like a spell or something to do. It turns out he had multiples, or at least found multiples.
So just taking 2 damage here.
多打1。打3。
3 damage by activating the Mutavault.
That's right.
Okay, so that was a big turn for Marcio, right?
这个没有用，这个会不会更容易
Aspirant off the battlefield, killed a land.
That was huge.
Drew some cards, so.
And a recruitment officer doesn't look long for this world. Oh boy, double trouble now. 2 Mayhem Devils. Now this is what he needed to make it so that Takumi couldn't get anything on the battlefield for the rest of the game. But we're not quite there yet. And there's another Luminarch.
我想说哇，这时候如果来个注死一高，那就真的屌。
Recruitment officer and still swing here.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then maybe the Mutavault would be 5 power.
Right. So
there is still a double block.
So you can double block the Adeline.
Double block.
Or put a creature in front of the token, and just Marcio going, okay, I am sick and tired of this Adeline. If I can find a way to sacrifice a creature, I can get this Luminarch Aspirant off the battlefield.
This is a huge turn now for Marcio.
需要一个牺牲
You
员
can get a sacrifice outlet or something going. Okay, that counts.
Right, you can sack a blood to kill the Luminarch Aspirant.
很急的
And
出
have a
吗？
3/2
还是
on
要
the
再等一
battlefield
下
to？ trade.
Yes. That worked out very nicely there for Marcio. I like how
直接
he's
做了，
planned this
好
out.
抽1。哦，解的差不多了。3-3。 保守一点，再顶一拳。
So a relatively stable board now with the biggest threat from Takumi off the board, and then the second biggest threat also gone.
Yeah, and now this recruitment officer, I mean, if you attack, Marcio's going to happily put the harvester in front.
Yeah, just snap it off. There is no good attack currently, but that could change. And guess what? There's always another Adeline waiting in the wings when they trade it off.
So this isn't going to affect combat too much this turn. Well, I believe, I guess they could maybe get it for an extra point, but...
Oh, well, he did actually trade off the recruitment officer. I'm a little surprised to see that, but off it goes.
So
now we're back to business, though, for
虽然
Marcio.
说如果刚刚吃3点的话，这回可以牺牲，然后再多打一点，可以多情之生物，但是3点血好危险。 现在问题是这只艾德琳了。
Yeah, many of the effects in this deck deal 3 that you have abrades out of the sideboard. You have fatal push. Nothing to sacrifice here, though.
Okay, but
all the Mayhem Devils.
更多的恶魔。
Double Devil. He had that for a moment before.
又要在
traded one
2
of them
只
for the
上去
first
挡。
Adeline. Now there's another Adeline on the battlefield.
Oh,
is that
怎
another
么什么都有啊？
That's big
有没有
time
飞刀
there.
push？
just attack with everything.
没有飞刀
Now
push，
Adeline's
挡
attacking
之。
here for 3, but now
那
Takumi can also
变身
activate Mutavault to
打
attack
4
for
5
4
剩
and
2
5.
Down
This
to
is going to
2.
put Marcio down to 2 life.
Man, Takumi Matsuura is on the verge of a top 8 here. Coming in from the top ropes. I mean, this is an incredible performance for him. He qualified via regional championship.
So Marcio can activate a creature land here and block, but if Takumi attacks with everything, that's lethal, right? That's 4 attackers with the Adeline. Oh, wow. That's a flipped Redain, it looks like.
干，这样超克，这样真的超克，所有伤害减半，然后无条件四舍无条件舍去。
Redain.
对，
So now
所以你的所有打一点都会变成0。
But it should be on the other side.
Right. It should start as Redain.
Right.
But yeah. But it looks like perhaps it was flipped in the previous game, and
they went
didn't flip
such
it back.
hard mode with the cards they chose that at least
now it's the flip version.
Noticed yet.
这个会把那个恶魔全部都。
He's like, I pre-flipped it for you because I knew I was going to play it only as this on this mode, right?
There you go. There's Den of the Bugbear getting activated, and what that means is that Marcio is down to precious 1 life. He's still clinging.
Removal. Is that even enough? I mean, even if you kill the Adeline, you can activate the Mutavault.
And now Marcio says, wait, what is this thing?
It's prevent, and if the creature is target,
pay 1 more.
Yeah, it's actually kind of annoying, I think, for Marcio, because it's just better as a creature for Takumi.
So they're trying to figure out what Valkmira Protector Shield
does.
And it's anytime something would deal 1 damage to a permanent or to something that you control, prevent 1 of that damage, and then anything that gets targeted, you need to pay 1 more.
They're getting Oracle text on that right now.
然后去找那张卡，用编号找，居然不是用扫的。
All right, so they're just...
I said welcome back to Paper Magic a little while ago, and I'll say it again.
Yeah, yeah. What does this card do again?
It counts, exactly. You know. Like,
I mean, this is huge, right? This is a really big turn here for Marcio.
No, that's the other one. Go to something. Go to retreat. Go to battle now.
Do you know how to spell this card game? It's pretty funny because Redain has kind of, an interesting spelling, right?
Yeah.
And so even if you remember, it's like, well, how do you spell it? And what they're trying to do is the judge is trying to provide Oracle text.
Yeah.
So that Marcio knows exactly what that card does.
Not great for Marcio.
Right. There's not a lot of good news on either side here.
Can I ask a question? Sure.
太克啦。
And it looks like Marcio is going to step away from the table to ask the judge a question.
哦，他不是砍半四舍五，他是直接减
a rules question, but it's not great to have your
根本不给四舍五，
Right,
减1，直接把恶魔变白痴。
The strategy of what he's trying to do here.
Totally fine when you need to do so to step away and clarify. One thing that the judges are here to do besides enforce the rules are to assist players, right, in this type of clarification.
好难玩啊，
You always want to know exactly what's going on, and that's what the judges
不过
are
说
for.
真的，这个盾出来的有点晚了，已经就是他已经是压倒骆驼最后一根稻草了。前面那个艾德琳连发，
You're just dead.
比较猛。
And even if you do have a way to kill the Adeline, if Takumi activates Mutavault, I mean, Marcio needs to find a removal spell for Adeline, pay the 1, and then also find something else for 1 of the tokens?
Don't like the chances. There was a land, and he's going to pass the turn back. The question is, does Matsuura go for it? And I think he will.
Oh, yeah.
We have seen maximum aggression from him every time. You don't come to the Pro Tour with mono white to not attack.
Especially with the tax, right? The fact that you have to pay 1 extra mana here to use a removal spell.
全打。
There's Mutavault getting activated. This could be top 8 for Takumi. Does Marcio have what he needs to get out of this mess?
If he has something, he needs to cast it now. You don't want the 1/1 token.
So he has Fatal Push, I assume, because he's activating Ramanov Ruins.
Okay.
Right, then is to the face too? No, right?
1 damage.
1 damage only, right?
Yeah.
I'm sacking this to give him 1 damage.
Okay. 1 damage.
I'm thinking if the trigger of Raiden, I have to pay 1 to his to his face or not. if it's only for creatures or him too.
Right, just wondering if you have to pay one more when you're targeting your opponent with the Ramunap Ruins ability.
Exactly.
没有吧？它只有
And now we see the fatal push.
Yep.
And it triggers, and that's
没有
gonna be
用
it. Takumi is in
没有
to
用，
the
要
top
多
8.
付
That's a
1，
big
法力
congratulations
不
there.
够，
That
人
is
没
his
了
first。top finish.
Yeah. And
OK， 所
I
以
mean,
我们现在8强有一副红黑，有一副小白，有一副红蓝，无畏创新。
making his way into the top 8, and Mono White Human just able to beat through a really tough matchup in Rakdos Sacrifice and a really tough opponent.
真的，
Absolutely, and as we
小
mentioned
白打
before,
红
with
黑牺
both
牲
of
真
those
的是
players
蛮
with
能打
11
的，
wins,
但是
Marcio could still
争
win
边
next
第一把
round
赢了是
and
我
find
没想
himself
到的
in。the top 8. I mean, this thing is
然
getting
后
stacked very quickly. Reed, Shota, Takumi, and then a few great players knocking at the door. We're not done yet, though. Take
来，
a
我
look here.
们
We're
的
gonna
昨天
get
的
into
全胜
game
大大现在
number 3
是
between Benson
10-2
Madsen
的样
and
子吧
Chie Huing Hang, and we're going to see Mono White once again. This time versus
又要打到
We'll
纯
be
白人类，
professional. We'll call it Celestia or
又要被
Boggles?
the Boggy Boys. Well, that didn't last very long.
又要被卡法力。
I gave you like 2 seconds.
Yeah. And of course, I just followed your lead.
Right, Boggles. So, yeah, interesting area. The question is, how much disruption or interaction can Chie have for this matchup here to interact with the auras? Because if Benton can just suit up one of these creatures with lifelink and a bunch of other things, especially with that Skrelv to protect it,
he can just run away.
He can just outrace you.
Yeah, now
very easily.
It's also worth noting here, take a look at the records for our players. 10-3-1 versus 11-3. You need to get to that 12-win threshold to lock up top 8 as a guarantee. And right now, only one of our players can do that this round. That's Benton Madsen. He had the best record coming in from overnight. He seemed a little bit bewildered by that fact, but he has kept the wheels on the train and managed a 3-3 today. And with a win here or next round, he can still clear that top 8 hurdle. And I'll tell you, Paul, you know, this is the first PT of the season. That's when you want to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially with his start, being the 8-0 player in day 1, it's going to have fantastic tie breaks. So if anybody squeaks in with 11 wins, he's got a really great shot.
That's right. Light Pause, Emperor's Voice hits the battlefield now for Benton, and he is really starting to gear up for that battle cruiser that this deck can he's going to be under some pressure here. We see the bodyguard and the aspirant now for Chie, and let's start seeing some auras flowing now.
It's going to be time for some fireworks here with Skrelv backup. So she's going to need multiple removal spells to deal with this light pause.
And this light pause,
I'm just assuming Benton has a bunch of auras.
Of course he
you know
does.
What I mean?
That's how this works.
I mean, anytime I try to play a deck like this, I just draw all creatures and lands or all my auras and no creatures. So curious to see how somebody who actually knows how to play the deck.
I am curious to see what direction he goes here. We get a little
皮
bit
要
of a look at his hand
贴
for
在
the first time.
There's a Destroy Evil.
I see.
And an Iganjo.
Yeah,
as interaction sources.
There's a Griff's Boon and a Portable Hole for Benton.
Oh, for Benton. I was like, Griff's Portable Hole would be a great card for Chie.
Yeah. And there is, of course, a forest there as well.
上了吧
You can see Benton really taking his time to make sure that he kind of understands what the lay of the land looks like after the actions that he's thinking about taking and how he feels about that.
Yeah.
He is under a significant amount of
先找个
pressure
先攻
already.
笔来贴贴啊
But this deck can easily go over the top of what Chie's putting out.
Oh,
Warfire Blessing? Okay.
Yeah. So not only are you going to be
进
able
场
to
出
fetch
发
an
回
aura
应
here
堆
and
叠
grow the light pulse, you're
两个堆叠
also
自己排
going to be able to kill this Luminarch
Yeah,
Aspirant.
what do you want to punch?
Jeez.
I have to declare the target for the Warbriar's Blessing before doing anything else. The target is going to be Luminarch Aspirant, then I'm going to resolve the search for light pause.
You can see, you can tell that Benton has some experience playing in paper.
You think so?
Clear, yeah, about each. It actually kind of reminds me of Reed, right? You know,
这样
very
他要
clear
找性命的呢
about exactly
还
when
是
triggers are
先
going
攻的
on,
呢
how they're resolving, and how he wants to go about it.
Yeah.
So what he said was, I have to choose my target for Warbriar Blessing, when it goes on. But he's also got a trigger from Light Pause. So he says, I'm going to target the Luminarch Aspirant, and then I'm going to resolve my other trigger.
And then the fight effect will resolve after the aura.
That's right.
So let's say, for example, you have a way to give Light Pause lifelink, right?
There's all the glitters. Okay, and then he says, now I will resolve the fight portion.
这边就是看他想要贴哪一个，先选择管大，
I mean, this is an attack for 4.
然后
more than 4.
飞行。
What did he do there? There we go. He's got the
great
boon as well.
So now we're looking at an attack for 6, and
那
then
这边应
getting
该找
something
那个吧
else here. Oh my goodness.
黑色的那个吧。
With the Skrelv backup.
With that Skrelv backup, and you're facing a mono white opponent.
What can you even
I don't
do?
think there's anything that he can do.
还是
I mean,
直接拿空灵凯打一拳大的。
Right?
Portable
哎，
hole.
没错，打空灵凯打一拳大
Would
的。
do it. Right? So you go portable hole, target the Skrelv. In response, destroy evil.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10、11。
And I imagine there's portable hole in the sideboard here. Yeah, so he does have portable hole in sideboard. So if he goes land portable hole to destroy evil.
He just got an ethereal armor with that last trigger.
It can't be lethal, right?
That's like another all that glitters. It's a 2-turn clock.
Right. 1, 2, 3, 4.
What is he down to? 4?
哦，12点，因为那个虫子是神器，也会给那个加一匹。
That's incredible.
Turn 3.
And he has the Skrelv backup.
Right. This is the draw you want. You're like game 3, playing for top 8 of the Pro Tour. 1 drop, 2 drop, basically got you dead on turn 3.
吃
I love the attack here from the Dauntless Bodyguard. Down to 12 goes Benton. Is there anything that can be done?
Destroy evil and hope he doesn't use Skrelv?
Yeah, that's probably part of the equation.
Protection from white? Or hexproof from white?
Hexproof from white down to 10, and that's going to do it. Benton Madsen has hung on from the top record overnight and converted it into his first Pro Tour top 8. Congratulations.
过关啦，所以多了一副白绿
What a
皮。
run by him. Just came out of nowhere.
Living the dream, right?
Oh,
Coming
kidding.
in.
第一
Kind of
次
happy to
打
be
PT
here.
就
If I win a
进8
match or
强
two,。this is going to be a great experience. But guess what? You've got some more magic to play.
没有，这时候我们要说反观。
You know, Cedric asked him earlier in an interview, like, how do you think your next round's going to go? He's like, I think I'm going to lose.
Probably.
You know, he's like, I'm probably not going to make it. I don't know. This isn't. He didn't think that he was going to get this far into the tournament, but now he gets to actually, he's done for the day. Does he have to play the last round, go get a bite, and then come back early in the morning to play top 8. So yet another seat filled out here, and we've got one more round to bring you to fill out the rest of them. To set up all of that right after this break, it's the news desk with Maria.
Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Phyrexia, a beautiful night shot here of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where we are working our way towards our top 8. 218 players started off this tournament, and we are closing in on the final 8 who will do battle tomorrow. Marie Bartholdi, Mani Devuti here with you at the news desk, getting ready for the best hour in Magic television when we solidify our top 8. One of those top 8 competitors is Reed Duke, clinched it last round, and talked to Cedric Phillips.
I am here with Magic Hall of Famer and Pro Tour Phyrexia top 8 competitor, Reed Duke. Reed, how we feeling?
I'm on top of the world. I mean, I talked to you a couple times this weekend, and I was just super happy to be here playing, but to actually like exceed my expectations and be able to, you know, compete for the trophy tomorrow, it's just dream come true.
Yeah,
the return of paper Magic will bring you back too, man. Now, with the return of paper Magic, I would have bet way too much money that you were going to sleep up some thoughts.
其实应该大部分都是手机、电脑
You just told me that you did
两
like
边共
Rakdos
同
mid-range and a couple other decks, but ultimately settled on Is It Creativity. Tell me about the process a little bit of choosing the deck that you ultimately did play here this weekend.
Yeah, it was just a case of trusting the team. And one thing about the Pioneer format that I think will bear out this weekend is that it's very balanced, and you can sort of succeed if you're doing a good job with any of the big archetypes. So I just sort of listened to the players on my team who are most confident. Mike Sigrist was a huge proponent of the creativity deck. He probably played the most and felt the best about the deck choice. And, you know, just with the collective brains of the team, we came up with a really good list. And yeah, everything's been going smoothly since then.
So I got to ask, because you've been doing this for a while with Team Channel Fireball and just like getting in a house and just playing a lot of games, like we haven't really got to do that sort of thing in a while. Kind of feel normal-ish again?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I had a bit of a dry spell. I was competing, but I didn't really have any top finishes in the you know,
Andrew Maguzzi 在问怎么都没有看到绿线力。
Some sleeves and the finishes will rack up his first big finish since Mythic Championship Cleveland. Reed, welcome back to the Sunday stage.
真的耶，都没有看到绿线力耶。
Yes, Reed, we are home too. Here at the Pro Tour, return to paper Magic since November of 2019. So happy to see Reed in another top 8. Let's take a look at who has clinched their spot in the top 8
现在
so
确
far.
定的8
Shota
强，
Yasuoka was the first person to do it.
红黑、
Congratulations to him.
纯
Made
白
it in on 12
红
wins and
蓝
has been
铁
racking up those wins
皮。
ever since. Benton Madsen, our undefeated player overnight, running that absolutely amazing Celestia Auras deck that I love. Reed Duke, just heard from him right now. And Takumi Matsura, another of our top 8 competitors. Congratulations to everyone who's made it so far. But guess what, Mani? We've got 4 more names we've got to add in there.
We've got 4 names. We have 4 unique archetypes in the top 8 already, with 4 more to
1、2、
add.
3、
And
4、
taking a
5、
look
6、
at the
7。
standings, we see that there are currently 7
只有7
players
个
with
11-0。
11 wins. We know
撞到一个
is the
那个
magic
配
number
档
coming
的
into the weekend. So for those
配档的应该很
players
爽
playing
吧？
in
可以直接
3
用讲
of
的
our 4 matches here, it is a clean winning in this round. That is, of course, David Inglis, world champion Nathan Story.
不过这个赛制真的就是减少了很多的和局，我是真的蛮喜欢的。不要看到最后面的什么打个12胜就开始什么12-04。
Then suddenly there's going to be a tiebreaker scrub. We are not going to have a clean cut to top 8 for the 12 wins that is necessary. So it is all going to come down to this round, and some players, their fate is directly in their hands. For others, it might be a win and hope.
Yeah, this is a super exciting hour of Magic, everybody. You're not going to want to go anywhere as we watch these players clinch their spots in our top 8. We're going to show you a bunch of matches, a bunch of head-to-heads that are going to be coming up here in this round that are so important. Winning in here for Nathan Stoyer and Marshall Carvalho.
Yeah, this is a clean winning in for both of these players. Whoever gets it is going to be in our top 8. There are some outside chances if one of them were to lose that they could still make it in, but neither player in this spot wants to take that risk. Both players want to lock up this top 8 here and now and get it done.
Yeah, that's Lotus Field Combo versus Rakdos Sacrifice in that matchup. Like you said, that's a win and in. Here's a look at another one. Gabriel Nassif has been battling near the top of the standings all day today versus Dan Kristoff. That's Is It Creativity versus Azoria Spirits. I just had to clear off my glasses there. What?
红蓝打白蓝精灵。 哇，红蓝要打白蓝精灵也是超难打哎，而且它正边就有那个，它正边就会有那个2点叫22横置2只精灵就可以推一只，完全不怕你的组合技，正边几乎是不会赢的组合哎。太惨了，太惨了。哇。
Next up, we've got David Inglis, Obzon
然后
versus Chris Ferber.
阿布战车打莲花田，这两边就是掷骰子嘛，因为大概都是3到4回合赢的套牌，而且几乎不会互相干扰。就是掷骰子，正边局啊，正边局掷骰子，然后背牌就是看谁掉牌掉的比较好的样。
All right, so that's coming up this round as well, and then we've got to talk about this one, Derek Davis versus
最后是
4
色火打红黑。
Yeah, this Fires deck looks so cool. We've seen it in the hands of Derek Davis already. On the other side, Socrates, Rosakea is the player that we saw on the World Magic Cup
我觉得火蛮油开的，
对。
可是它不是5色哎，它不是5色哎，是4色。
A really important match for him to win. For him to have any chance.
还是他其实就没有啦，我觉得应该只是那个写法的问题，应该他最后应该还是就是黑色是只有底牌的那一种，应该还是5色。然后真的我们8强一副大绿都没有，大绿全家死光光。
In this spot, you are playing for the remaining opportunity to stay in the tournament, but it is just another match of magic.
也没有白狼控，也没有天使，也没有凤凰。
Play the best magic they can.
All right, well, let's focus in now on our main feature match that's coming up, round number 16. We'll be watching first Nathan Stoyer versus Marcel Carvalho. Lotus Field
先看这个对局哦，先看这个对局，相对的比较无趣啊，哥哥，这个就是一个谁抽的好的对局而已。这个我觉得莲花田胜率很高啦，因为牺牲真的打得不够快，然后又干扰也不太够。
Let's talk about these decks, Monty.
Yeah, Maria, first off, this Lotus Bloom deck that we have seen from Stoyer and most played on his team. 5 players brought this deck. This combo deck is so cool. We have seen it time and time again. Really based on getting on the battlefield, copying it with a Thespian stage, so you have 2 copies, and then you start going off using cards like Hidden Strings, as well as Pour Over the Pages to create a lot of mana, and it all ends with that Emergent Ultimatum. If you can cast that card, suddenly being able to get the Tutors and Omniscience package, you can go from there into winning the game, usually using your sideboard and Approach of the Second Sun to close things out. Now this deck is disruptible, though we have seen it fight through a lot of disruption before. So as a combo deck, you're normally worried about Thought Seizes. Well, Marcio on this Rakdos Sacrifice deck, this isn't Rakdos midrange. This is a deck that has historically tried to prey on creature matchups. You see 4 copies of Claim the Firstborn. You see Eaten Alive in this deck. You are really trying
你看这个正边局打莲花田，所求输赢是废卡嘛，费多布局是废卡，7手就多了8张废卡，然后 Eaten Alive 也是废卡，9张是废卡，正边是真的很难赢。 然后背牌他也没有收拾一次。我是觉得红黑中速打莲花田还有得说，牺牲打莲花田是真的是没得打。
Let's not talk about it.
Maybe you can regain yourself here.
Yeah, so Maria, the Machine and I went head-to-head at the World Championship. We had our struggles, but I'd like to think that I taught a lesson, and that lesson was don't go against Nathan Stoyer.
Yeah, right?
So when it came here, it was a pretty easy choice because I said, look, this is the matchup, and the machine said Nathan Stoyer. We're in agreement.
All right, Nathan Stoyer, your choice for the winner this round in this winning in. Everybody strap in. It's time for the best hour in Magic. It's the final round of Swiss here at Pro Tour Phyrexia. Alien Corey, take it away.
Thank you so much, Maria. We have been itching to get to these matches, literally sitting here, dancing in our seats, waiting to see who is going to get into the top 8. I'm Ailey, that's Corey. We've got Nathan Stoyer and Marcio Carvalho duking it out in this first matchup to see which of them is going to be in the top 8.
Absolutely.
Ready,
I am so excited. Pro Tours and the World Championship are the highlight of Magic the Gathering, and round 16 is the highlight of these tournaments. So this is the best round of Magic. You see all these huge reactions of players clinching up this spot. And let's get into it. I can't wait.
So Nathan Stoyer on the Lotus Field combo, Marcio Carvalho playing Rakdos Sacrifice, and getting things underway here with the 1-drop. So good start here so far for Marcio.
Absolutely, but not the best start with the mulligan to 5 there, as we saw that 5 dice there. And this is the thing in this matchup, especially game 1. There's so much removal and so many claim the firstborns, all these dead cards in the matchup that Marcio may have had like 3 land, 4 spells type things, but has to aggressively mulligan for this thing. But
I mean, you get a 2-cat hand, you're gonna keep that. That's great.
Absolutely.
3 1-drops on the battlefield here. They can just
最有机会的棋手了吗？
Stoyer,
而且还是先攻。
he goes.
真的是最有机会了。
So then looking at Nathan Stoyer's hand here, number 1, you see
可是3.3点干头真的是有点慢啊。
Able to do that. There is the Thespian stage as well, so has that kind of combo all wrapped up, and then pour over the pages with hidden strings. Nathan's hand is amazing, and yeah, looking real good. This is one of those hands that it's possible for that turn 4 kind of win. That's usually a little ahead of schedule without a Brazier. But with Vizier and hidden strings and pour over the pages, that looks pretty good.
我直接丢，
indeed, Croxet,
老子直接丢那个森林占卜给你看，就是告诉你我手上已经有莲花田了。
as well with the cats and the unlucky witness swinging in there.
Okay, and there was pour over the pages or emerge an ultimatum as the option. So Nathan has the choice. Do I just want to get 2 pour over the pages, make sure I can draw a ton of cards when it comes to that turn where you have Lotus Field and Thespian stage popping Lotus Field, and try to find it there, or just lock up having emerge an ultimatum? It all comes down to running the numbers on how much mana you can produce with your hand already.
Nathan Stoyer, big thanks right now. As you see, Marcio looking very comfortable with his position at the moment. Just 1 single copy of Claim the Firstborn in hand.
Yeah, I was talking to Marcio after this, after that big loss to mono white aggro the previous round, which is a good matchup. So he's feeling not great about that. That felt like the opportunity for Marcio to be able to clinch it up. And now, as far as the winning in, it was basically Nathan or Nassif that he was going to have to play against. Both matchups are bad. 2 combo decks. So Marcio was feeling a little bit of the pressure here.
So for Marcio, it's just a case of please don't have everything you need right now.
对，你看手上那样判刑就是假的。
The reigning world champion assessing everything in hand on the battlefield.
而且他调度了几次啊？1、2、3、4、5、6、7。
Just running through the numbers after you have
这是第3回合。第3回合他应该有9张手，还说他调度了2次。
Lotus Field sacking a couple lands. Does take the emergent ultimatum.
11滴血，然后抽了第2张判刑，好烂哦。
11 points of damage is not going to be enough.
Here it is. You have that Vizier to untap where you net 1 mana, then you copy, you untap. Now 6 mana is unlocked. You have pour over the pages to be able to start to get it going.
You can see Marcio a little bit resigned here, just like yeah, okay,
请开始你的表演。
Yeah.
So here come our little
真的人生好难。
denoting the mana available in the pool. And Nathan Stoyer has done this probably hundreds of times.
Hundreds of times, absolutely, and kind of so fast.
Oh.
That was starting to.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm wondering what happened there. If maybe Nathan was trying to shortcut a little bit, and maybe was kind of, you know, because we kind of understand he understood what he was doing, but you know, you do gotta announce it and everything. Okay, so we do see
好吧，看起来好像是做了一点。
Finding some extra cards, getting Witch's Oven down on the battlefield. 2 cats,
他应该是刚刚想要省略，然后就被
Okay, does look like it is a Lotus Field.
裁判叫应该就是。
Yep, there we go. Looks like it is already copied. And here we go. Pour over the pages. You see that one blue floating, and now you see it untapping. This card with 2 Lotus Field does net you a mana each turn. 7 mana.
做好5费，
Down to
占2块。
5.
来。
And then we're going to see the black and the green to combo out Emergent Ultimatum. And as long as you have 1 blue floating here, it's an absolute win no matter what. You get to either get Leer, Dark Petition, Omniscience, and be able to finish it off here. Looks like we're doing the other pour over the page first. Eventually we're going to be seeing that Emergent Ultimatum.
And what shall emerge at the end of this? Well, game number 1 will go to Nathan Stoyer. Provided nothing drastic happens, you know, the internet dying or lost. Oh, wait, no, that doesn't happen anymore. So,
他把4张树叶都抽上手了。
plenty of options in hand. Pour of the pages, plenty. But as you mentioned, there is the Emergent Ultimatum.
这个对局本来就很绝望了，说实在的，这就没有什么挣扎的余地。 你打的就你的套牌就打不快，然后你的正边就是一堆废牌。对，不过对啦，就是背牌局还有2局嘛，还是有机会的。吧。
Gonna go and find 3 monocolor cards.
Yep, Omniscient, Leer, Behold the Beyond, and Dark Petition are usually the 4. You get 1 combination of these.
Yeah, and whatever you pick usually is just bad news. So there's
exactly
nothing really that Marcio can do. The writing is on the wall, and that's game number 1 going to the reigning world champion Nathan Stoyer. 1 game away from locking up a top 8 spot. So what does Rakdos Sacrifice need to do going into game number 2?
Yeah, it's definitely Rakdos Sacrifice that gets the pressure put on. And looking at Marcio's sideboard, it is just a ton of hand destruction. You don't see the number 1 card for this matchup, which is Damping Sphere. You see 1 go blank, a duress, 4 Thoughtseize in the sideboard, so gonna see all that removal come out, and just a ton of hand disruption coming in here.
他的手牌好像不太能，
None of that, though, in hand for Marcio. Just a kitty cat to start things off. Lair of the Hydra down on the board for Nathan Stoyer.
他就是接了一个1回2回可以抽的牌，他没有特别去找他的背牌哦。那我觉得看起来是有点危险诶。
Okay, we'll take a look at here at Nathan's hand. We do have Sylvan Scrying ×2, a Botanical Sanctum, so that does check the box of next turn going to find Lotus Field, following turn going to find Thespian Stage, then playing the Lotus Field, getting that is just the builder block. You gotta start with that, and as long as you have that on lock, that's really what you're looking for. So we do see the go blank from Marcio. Actually not that big of a deal here because there's going to be some extra cards to get rid of. Any superfluous lands, any 3rd lands that isn't Lotus Field or isn't Thespian Stage, you're pretty fine to just get rid of. Those end up being a little extra, or any extra Lotus Fields as well.
没事，这边还有1回合挣扎的时间，
coming on down to help Marcio Carvalho's situation here as best he can.
Okay, so Lotus Field and Thespian Stage already found, so that other Sylvan Scrying, unneeded. Now, looking at the rest of the hand, we do have Impulse, Hidden Strings, and Dark Petition. Pretty good. You know, you usually do want to see a couple pour over the pages to really lock it up, but still a lot going on that hand and plenty of room to maneuver.
拿通牒吧。
We saw an Emergent Ultimatum as one of the options off the Impulse there, as well as a couple Impulses.
或者是第2张 Impulse。 第2张 Impulse 就是
always want to Impulse first. Most of the time, instant speed card, you want to be doing that on your opponent's end step, but those lands aren't going to be there anymore here.
Oh yeah, they're going to get.
毕竟他还是需要那个 cycle 人跟占2块地，8张里面的2张才可以在下一回合把杯主台变身。
Yeah, no, just absolutely shutting your opponent out. You know, most of the time they're not going to get off turn 4.
Yeah,
so that just accelerates the clock immensely. So Marcio has to win this game right now, otherwise he might end up in a big old scrum if The other matches don't go his way.
Yep, absolutely. And it does look like just 3 clean winning ends, and then it is for that ace spot.
We'll
be bringing you all that action too. It's going to be super exciting. I love it, Aileen. Love it. Okay, so big attack there. Mostly the biggest part of it is getting the treasure.
他怎么丢2块地还抽2块地啊？天哪！
And right now, Marcio's really just looking for.
我他把2张地划掉之后，再踢了2个地上去，看到都快吐了。
You want to go blank first, get rid of the chaff a little bit, all the extra cards, and then Thoughtseize whatever is important to Nathan to then hit that. Just go blank. Probably not enough, but it doesn't look like Nathan has that super explosive hand to be able to win next turn.
先 go blank 一次。
We're probably going to see something like just Thespian stage, copy Lotus Field, and then try to win the following turn.
The disparity of the board is it's quite something to see. It's like, oh yeah, Marcio's got more stuff on the board. He must be winning, right? You know.
Absolutely. Not always the case to the trained eye, that's for sure. So there goes a couple cards leaving Nathan with Thespian stage, strings, and just, yeah, a plethora of stuff.
他这边没有抽到第2张战地的就只能
is there any weird thing that can, you know, Field of Ruin, my Thespian stage in response? Nothing like that from this deck. So Nathan can just wait and kind of bluff. Like I could have Otawara, something like that. And look at Marcio's hand. It is 5 lands right now. That is not going to be able to do anything.
Yeah, that's just rough.
太惨了，
here from Marcio.
他弃了2块地。
Down to 8.
然后抽了这么一头拉骨牌手，还是4块地。
Saying my turn is not quite done
1、2、3、
yet.
4、5、6、7、8、9、10、11，他只有1张、2张、3张、4张、5张料，4块地。
Ultimatum, Dark Petition, Bala gets recovery. This is enough. This is enough here. The hidden strings, for a reminder for everyone, 2 mana to untap 2 things. It nets 4 mana. There you get those those magical Sultai dice out there that Nathan loves to see, and the opponents do not. So now here's the thing that you do have to plan out. You know, you saw blue and then black, so you want to start with that. Always keep 2 black there, and that's the first kind of step, because Immersion Ultimatum, you want to just make sure you don't overload on 1 color. That's really the only thing you can mess up here. And then if you go green for Lotus Field, able to cast it from there. And then we go ahead and find the combo.
Yep. It sounds so easy when you say it like that.
Yeah.
This deck certainly takes plenty of reps to understand and to become comfortable with. Like Nathan's mentioned, you know, he's had multiple games with this deck to be able to, you know, play at this level and just be comfortable with it. You know, most people we'd see sweating bullets out there, but he's cool as a cucumber.
Yeah, and Nathan's just really thinking, what could Marcio have at instant speed? You know, if Fatal Push doesn't do anything, that's a possibility. Other 1 mana stuff, it's not in the list. There's Eaten Alive's a sorcery. There is just absolutely nothing. Nathan looks and it's just like, do you want to go through it? Do you want me to go through it?
Hold beyond omniscience.
Yeah.
Everything coming up. Nathan Stoyer here and getting this game done in impressive fashion. So a clean 2-0 against Marcio.
Really clean.
真的是没有办法啦，真的是没有办法，这个对局本身就
I mean, this is just so insane. Just top 8.
他也没有特别调度去找那个竞争跟发球。
And now just the next premier event. Making it to the top 8 already. Nathan's the real deal, and you know,
他就接了2个黑猫，一个抽，
really prove himself.
想要拼快，然后想要拼快，然后抽到背牌吧。可是很可惜，他最后抽了11块地倒地，串。OK， 所以一副莲花田已经8强了。
Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Phyrexia. I'm Ailey alongside Corey, and we have just put one more player into the top 8, friends. And who else? The reigning world champion, Nathan Stoyer.
Too easy. Too easy.
We have 5 slots filled so far. Shota Yasaoka, Takumi Matsura, Reed Duke, Nathan Stoyer, Benton Madsen. There's 3 to go. Gab Nassif, Hall of Famer, could be one of them, but he has to get through Dan Christoph on Azorius Spirits.
Yeah, absolutely. What a top 8 we're building already, and what a top 8 it would be with another Hall of Famer. But for any Gabriel Nassif fans, you got to be sending him his energy because him your energy because it is a very rough matchup. Counter spells are already pretty brutal for this Is It Creativity deck. When you mix pressure and counter spells, like this Azorius Spirit deck goes, Dan Christoph has a great matchup here and is, you know, in a prime spot to be able to.
虽然刚刚我都不知道那个怎么赢白狼控的。
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of Dan Christoph just slowly coming up the ranks here and really putting on a show in these last couple rounds.
Yeah. Spikefield Hazard taking care of the Mausoleum Wanderer. So that's 1 spirit down at least. There is pieces of removal.
没错，用牺牲的让他待坟场，虽然不知道能有什么用。
as he can.
Absolutely, and the major cyborg card here, Rending Volley. Nassif does have 3 of those, which is excellent in this matchup. Yeah. One way to really disrupt the classic and best draw, which is a Curious Obsession.
Yeah.
哇，那突然好像红蓝又有机会了。
Missed the land drop, missed the second land drop.
Wow, that's bad.
Wow.
Again.
This is a very fast deck, very low mana values, but. You need to get stuff to stick, and Gab is having none of that. He's killing absolutely everything. Spectral Sailor dealt with Fiery Impulse. Fable the Mirror Breaker now. Oh boy.
Wow, 为什么会借一地呀？
And there was a Hollowed Fountain off the top, so at least we are going to be playing some Magic here in game number 1, but definite problem to be starting off this slow in a matchup where Nassif can kill as soon as 2 turns from now.
从先手变2turn后2 turn 落后。
Difficult match to claw back into here for Dan Christoph as Supreme Phantom hits the board, able to block the Shaman, but can't kill it unless he finds another copy of the Supreme Phantom to buff up the team.
可是还是蛮难打的，说实在的。
Yep, absolutely. So Chapter 2, seeing what Nassif doesn't want here. At this point, most of the time it's either counter spells are not great, removal spells are not great. Right now they're both pretty good. So, you know, unless Nassif is really flooding or something like that, a lot of his cards are online.
可能组合技的边都要丢掉吧。
Discards a couple lands.
Yeah, get out of here. Too many lands. We don't need that. We're going to be making treasures. That's all the mana you need from this little Goblin Shaman. Let's see if we can set up here for a potential combo next turn for Gab Nassif, as Fiery Prophecy is able to take care of the blocker in the way. Get that Supreme Phantom out of here. Something goes to the library.
Easily could be a World Spine Worm or a Zendegos.
Down to 16 it goes Dan Christoph. And a treasure netted here for Gab Nassif. So 2 targets available if there is a creativity in hand. And land number 3 found for Dan Christoph.
And wow, this is pretty interesting. It looks like Nassif made a little bit of a risky play. Discarded 2 lands and did not play a land this turn. So, you know, you do see that quite often because, well, if you discard a couple spells and you make sure you keep at least land number 4 and then you draw 2 lands, you feel pretty bad. And if you discard 2 lands and you draw spells, well, you drew spells. So it's usually still okay. The only train wreck is if you discard your lands and then you draw the combo piece of Zendegos or World Spine Worm.
场面上就已经有个免费的珍宝了。
Another treasure netted here. The Selfless Spirit taken care of with another removal piece of Reactive Permission in the Make Disappear.
All right, and since the missed land drops for turn 2 and turn 3, Dan has rattled off a couple land drops, so we got a game here.
We do indeed. I wonder how many cards he's got in hand, though.
Yeah, it does only look like 2, so this easily could have been a situation where we.
而且这个是旧写法的，所以你没有办法回应杀。
Apparition coming down, able to take care of a non-token permanent. I wonder if it's going to hit a good old reflection of Kiki-Jiki, but Gab Nassif may have something to say about this as it's on the stack.
你这边如果回应杀，就是什么都没有。
Yeah, interesting here if you want to
如果看不掉，那就是洗洗白了。
Removal spell, if you even really care about it hitting reflection. Okay. Reflection taken here. Now, if that were to die, a 3/3 illusion would go to Nassif.
Not a bad exchange.
Not bad.
Big score.
Yeah. 2 to get a 3/3 back.
Also a creativity target, so
yes, indeed.
Can't complain about that.
So the turn passes back here to Gab Nassif. This creature has done a good job of chipping away at the life total. And we're going to impulse. See a couple lands.
I believe that was 4 lands.
Yeah.
But, you know, Nassif did miss a land drop at one point, so more than likely has all spells. So probably welcoming a land. And yeah, if we were to kill this, let's see, did we put anything on the bottom? It didn't look like it. That usually means that I don't want to draw any more cards. I have the combo, and I want to make it work. So we know Nassif has land number 5. If he has creativity and does not have the combo, this will be game number 1 going to Nassif. Does not look like it.
他用正拳打死老师傅了。
Dan Christoph. For Twitch chat.
Oh.
For Twitch chat, he said. Twitch chat, bow down.
Yes.
To the hat. Hard Shark Typhoon.
Twitch chat.
We love this. Nassif, even if he's not streaming, he's still helping out Twitch chat. I mean, that's just a reason for everyone to go get the sub to Nassif right now. Absolutely. Awesome stuff. Hard
职业实况组在专业赛舞台也要做效果。
The glorious hard cost Shark
And the only way you're ever doing this is if that card can never be dealt with. If Shark Typhoon can never be removed from the battlefield, which it just cannot be. There's no Brazen Borrower. There is one Otawaro, which would be kind of a nightmare. And there you go, Fable to make a 3/3 Shark. Man, if y'all didn't already love
不是哦，那接那个接一地起手真的是太闹了啦。
I gotta go give him a high 5 off.
Absolutely.
Unbelievable stuff. What a champion of the people.
哦，
Hey,
我也有。现在精灵也要放。
Sideboarding's Krillvin. A little Defector Might.
哦，他的卡套。
Maybe just taking a peek at the deck there.
没有用好。
Usually, pretty much a must kill. You know, this is kind of a flashback to Mother of Ruins. Obviously, not as powerful as that. That card is incredibly tough to deal with for any old school Magic players out there, but still very good at protecting spirits.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, with Mausoleum Wanderer hitting the battlefield, that's got to indicate that there is no 1 mana removal spell for Nassif.
没有一点烧就有点尴尬喽。
Yeah, and post board as well, you have to be wary of the 1 blue mana as there is Mystical Dispute available.
Yeah. And a couple of 1 mana counter spells get unlocked whenever you have a flyer. Geistlight Snare being an incredibly magic card. 1 mana Mana Leak as well. But for any spell, not even blue ones. So it gets pretty tricky post board when you have to deal with a bunch of cheap threats that you can just play for 1 or 2 mana and then just hold up 1 or 2 mana for multiple counter spells.
You know,
these are the kind of games that look a lot scarier. When Dan plays land 2 and 3 on time, believe it or not.
My Prophecy targeting Little Scrove here, so let's see how Dan responds. If there is a way to protect it, there is a slip out the back.
Yep, and there's a Mausoleum Wanderer on the battlefield that you can just sack right now if you need to. You know what, Skrell, not that big of a deal. Letting it go could easily indicate having a second one, since it is a legendary
我还想说，这跟精灵可以保护这个城门，城门可以保护其他精灵。这两边其实效果挺不错的。他只要那个2/2站住，就不会被 combo 打死了嘞。
Okay, so not a huge amount of pressure here, just 2. This is not cranking it out too much right now, but something like Supreme Phantom.
Yeah,
Shaco Guy's actually having some duality here. Most of the time, it's really only for aggressive matchups, but if you get the combo down with Zendegos and Worldspine Worm, you can just tap it. You know, like when
it's like, oh, you have haste. You're in a hurry, but you're going.
Yeah, exactly. You do have to leave that 2 creatures up all the time to do it, so.
Kind of slows you down, but also keeps you alive.
Exactly.
You know, a good thing.
If you have something like 4 spirits, though, and you're able to attack with 2 of them, leave 2 and tap down the Worldspine Worm over and over, not much Nassif can do. So see if he has answers to this. Rending Volley being an excellent card to just clear it up no matter what, and no counterspell available for that one.
Yeah, spells that are uncountable seem to come in handy.
Yeah, I guess as I say that, though, there is shore up.
So
that is a counter spell here.
Yeah, just a no touchy. I'll have hexproof, thank you. But let's see, what's this 2 mana being spent for here? It is Fire Prophecy aiming at the Spectral Sailor, so, you know, I suppose the less important of the 2.
Yeah, but when you do have that 4 mana, Dan Kristoff can just play the role of, you know what, draw, go. And since Nassif's combo is all at instant speed, end step you can just pay the 4 and just make sure and draw a card every time Nassif doesn't go for it.
So one little bop coming in there with a Mausoleum Wanderer, chipping away at that life total. Now we have seen this Spirit Stick just, you know, perform the role of an aggressive deck.
Yes.
It can get a game won and done.
Yeah.
But in this situation, you know, taking a bit more of a measured approach until you need to hang back and, you know, keep things on lockdown.
Yeah, absolutely. Shark Typhoon though, being one of the best cards here. And normally these Spirit Deck are really explosive when it comes to some of the different versions there is out there. There's a lot of Bant versions that just play Collected Company.
Okay, Rattle Chains, jumping in.
So that at least trades, Nassif is happy for that. Whenever you get essentially a removal spell and draw a card, Nassif has got to be thrilled. So that is another hope for Nassif in the post board. You go up to 4 Shark Typhoons, which ends up being excellent in this matchup.
Rattle Chains now allowing the spirits to be cast at instant speed. So, you know, this kind of brings a new dynamic to this matchup where Dan was having to play things at sorcery speed. And now we can just play on Nassif's turn if the coast is clear.
Absolutely.
And force him to react and
烧一点的吗
try and stave off this attack here from these little spirited friends.
1 mana, okay, this is kind of risky. If there's a second Rattle Chains, nope, doesn't look like it. I'm sure Nassif had something to plan for that. Deals with it here, and Nassif making it look pretty impressive.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, wow, okay.
Wow.
Volley.
Okay, all right.
生物抑制不了
Corpses. Oh, well, spirits don't have corpses, that's the whole thing.
Good point, yeah.
There's just little ghosts everywhere. They're dead.
There is 9 1 mana removal spells in Nassif's deck post board plus Fire Prophecy. So there's just a solid 13 ways to kill spirits here. So you just turn into an Izzet control deck at this point. Probably still has the combo in, but it's the very plan B.
那木他木可以变成走人呢
to sharks.
It's more just like, okay, I'm just going to deplete your resources, kill your things, and then, oops, kill you with sharks.
Exactly.
That's the whole of the Storm Giants.
It is one of the archetypes that is one of the scariest thing if you think about it in just the big picture aspect, and that's combo control.
Yeah.
Combo control, combo aggro have been some of the best decks that we've seen. Splinter Twin was one of them. Combo control decks. Copycat Combo, another example.
Best of both worlds. You know, able to win on multiple avenues.
Exactly.
Another Fiery Impulse fired off at the Supreme Phantom, and Dan Kristoff has nothing to protect his creatures. So this 3/3 Shark is going to start chipping away at the life total here, and likely a couple more Sharks to follow.
Yeah, we'll see if Gab even wants to get in there, decides to, but with all these flashing spirits, it does look like Dan only has 2 cards in hand, and hasn't missed a lot of land drops, so usually could have more than that 1 land drop.
Oh, this is looking really bad indeed.
木他木要出去跟木他木对撞了吗
attack, but not going to go his way at this point. Mutavault getting in there for 2 points of damage, doing the best that it can.
And Nassif has got to be loving this whenever it's just the sign of just attacking with a Mutavault. Great news for Nassif. Getting in there, starting the pressure. Whenever Nassif is attacking with this deck, that's a pretty clear indication that Nassif is winning here.
Oh, yes. You know, no fear right now. Mutavault jumping in, Shark Typhoon, eating up the land.
And the fast, you can kind of see by the body language of Dan, that is kind of a little bit of a, all right, you got it here. This could be another Hall of Famer entering the top 8 of this already
top 8.
Another Hall of Famer, too, is
不是鲨鱼台风不是正边加背牌才3张吗？啊，他怎么全部抽起来了
Shark Typhoon swinging in with the creatures. Have you ever?
I mean, if
不是哦，我觉得这个白蓝精灵全攻抽接那个一地起手，真是太闹了啦！真的是太闹了。
Seekers of the Key getting flashed back. I'm gonna make a couple clue tokens. Just gonna Tech for lethal at this rate because Dan Kristoff has not had much going. Flooding a little bit, you've got to imagine, and yeah.
Flooding, but you know, Nassif just had a great draw, killed every threat. I mean, look at that graveyard. It is a ton of creatures here.
Unbelievable.
And there's the dispute. I'm guessing we have a second dispute.
All right, he's going to pay for it. No, we're going to dispute. We got a counter war here just to try and stay alive for Dan Kristoff.
This could be Nassif one spell away from locking up another top finish.
Oh my goodness, Geistlight Snare, a counter war.
And this is all just a fight over a chunk blocker. At some point, Nassif is going to be all right, sure,
you can have that. Man, doing what he can, hanging in there. This is such an important matchup.
Yes, love.
Nassif into another top 8.
所以有2副这个红蓝的
Wow, Gabriel Nassif, yellow hat making another top finish. Pro Tour is back, and that means Gabriel Nassif is back as well in the top 8. The world is healing, all makes sense.
What Corey said. Absolutely stellar stuff there. You love to see it. Gab Nassif putting on an incredible show there for us, and we have...
I want more.
You want more? Okay.
Yeah.
Sure, let's go.
All right, yeah. Another
David
win
Inglis,
in.
Chris
Thank you.
Verber, Abs and Grease Banglers.
车子打莲花田
These players both just gotta win.
来吧，这边看谁抽得好。
It is very simple. Now, the one thing I will say is going into this,
真的是
David Inglis, outside of all the people that were already locked, had the highest breakers. So if, you know, that would be the favorite if there was going to be someone to sneak in, but you do not want to put yourself at risk here. You just want to make sure you get it in.
Both players mulligan to 6 as we see Duress taking a look-ski in the hands of Chris Ferber.
And there is the good sportsmanship there, showing your hands instead of writing it all down. We see Cyclonic Rift go to the graveyard. That's one I have.
No one likes that card.
Yeah, that's one I have not seen. You know, I've seen a lot more in 100-card decks than in these 60-card deck win-ins for Pro Tour top 8.
If you want to hear an audible groan, just
但是对手母胜数，所以至少还可以再拖一 turn。对。
For Helion 2 in the bin, are we gonna see?
下地出老鼠。
This already?
Yes, let's do it.
Okay, doesn't look like David has the absolute perfect draw here because there's not much Lotus Field can do to this besides just trying to combo that next turn, but Chris's hand did not look very strong.
再看一下啦。
Thoughtseize once again taking a look. Thespian Stage, Ultimatum, Hidden Strings, Vizier.
Yep. One key thing missing from this hand, and that's the Lotus Field. If that were to be on the top, this hand is pretty solid. You know, as long as David doesn't have land Greasefang next turn to really crank up the pressure. There is that the Seiju, so you do have like one turn off where you can kill Parhelion as it gets crewed. But Chris really needs Lotus Field. Looks like took a mulligan here and just kept a hand that's praying to either draw Sylvan Shrine or Lotus Field in the next couple turns. But if you just play your third land and it's just you just have 3 separate lands that add 1 mana, that is not what the combo is trying to do here.
Not at all. So Chris Ferber on the back foot right now. Rafine's Informant dealing the beats. But if we find a certain Rat Pilot, things are going to get a little hairy next turn.
Yep.
Wow.
A little greasy.
抽到了，10大大。
That looks like that was a Sylvan Scrying off the top.
抽到了。
Wow. One of the 8 draws. You know, that was an 8-hour to get that. Chris is definitely back in the game. Now next turn,
有没有老鼠回敬他个16点？
And then the problem is the kind of awkward thing is when you don't have any pour over the pages hidden strings, and you have 2 Lotus Fields, and then you play a third land, you still can't cast Immersion Ultimatum because you have 3 green. There's no way to produce 2 black and 2 blue. So that is a little bit awkward. You'll need a Vizier, you'll need a pour over the pages, or a hidden string.
Yep. Something to untap that land. Let's see if Chris can pull this off.
是不是摸得很差？
No idea if there is a Greasefang in hand for David Inglis.
Doesn't look like it.
I don't think so right now.
Yeah, doesn't look like much of anything. You would have cast Ezekiel's Chariot. Really, you would have cast anything from there from David. So David's hand might be pretty weak. And probably a big sigh / shrug on that Sylvan Library. That sped up Chris so much.
Unbelievable stuff. Another mana confluence just added to the board here for David Inglis. Not finding his combo, but on the other side of things, this combo looks to be assembling itself here.
Okay, there is the copy. And we're getting this mana out that we saw not too long ago. Okay, that was just the end step. Just
手牌是一张通牒嘛，所以
There was a blue floating,
还
but it doesn't
缺
really
2块
matter
地
at end step. Now they come out for real.
或者是2张重置
Big shout
的
out to our judges keeping track of all these things and making sure that the viewers at home can see exactly what's going on at all
重
times.
置2块地
And
，2
there's
点
gonna
的重置
label
2块
maker
地
find more use this weekend.
Absolutely.
站起来，残3点
Okay,
绿。
there's the hidden strings.
Yeah.
So
got it.
Emergent Ultimatum
通牒
is just on the table right now.
There it is. Emergent Ultimatum.
Wow.
Let's go find 3 cards.
这个真的就
Just
是
a
拼
great
套的
series
对
of
局
draws
啊
for！ Chris at the biggest moment of his career. I mean,
只
this
能
is a
说对手
huge
真的
moment.
抽得很好，不论是圣灵占卜，或者
Very
是
unfortunate indeed for
这
David
个
Inglis, unable
占
to
2块地，
find
都是右手上来的，
Or really anything it looks like. Yeah,
都
just
是
not
右手
really
上
doing
来的
anything.
啊！
The Fiend's Informant ain't gonna cut it on this stage right now.
So now it's a decision. This is not an auto win because Chris did not have enough stuff. Maybe we can still get it going, but usually you need a little bit more action. Probably going to see Omniscience. Lear from the yard is decent, but not great. So there is the go-to package.
Dark Petition, Omniscience, as well as Behold Beyond. So 3 terrible options if you're sitting in David Inglis's seat, but you know, for Chris Faber, he's going to be quite happy with this indeed.
这边就是
Yep, this is
应该是
interesting
游戏
here.
结
It's a
束了
tough one because we know, or David probably knows that
一定要洗
Chris's
全
hand
知
is
全
pretty
能。
bad. So giving Chris the Omniscience is kind of okay, but you can't do Omniscience and Behold. That's the #1 combo you can't do. So gives the Omniscience back to the deck and goes with Dark Petition and
先做
Behold.
这个丢光手牌，
So you want to stack this correctly, where you behold the Beyond resolves first, so you search for 3 cards that you want, and then Dark Petition goes off. Get the 3 mana, and this should be enough.
对，
You can go get Lear,
Yeah.
another hidden strings, maybe pour over the pages. There's a few combinations that can get it done here. We'll see what Chris does.
Just different ways to untap the lands and just unlock even more possibilities here.
Yeah.
For Chris Faber to lock this up here in a clean 2-0 against David Inglis.
I'm wondering if David has any answer to a Lear, if maybe that is kind of a trap card. But yeah,
这边
looking
就
at his
是
list,
找一个东西能够把全知
don't
全能给
really
做出
see
来。
anything. Fatal Push doesn't get it done from the board. Ray doesn't do it. No, there's no way to remove a Lear at instant speed. Yeah, I'm looking and I just don't see any way David can interact.
No Fatal Push as an option.
So got 3 cards. Here comes the Dark Petition, which is going to Dark Ritual for a flashback here. Add 3 black mana.
还是他手上有母圣树，有机会吗？母圣树有机会吗？
Man, this is such a tense point in this tournament for these players. Chris Faber is on the brink of a top 8. This will be his first top finish.
Yeah. First top finish, and one of the first top finishes before that, well, was the RC in Atlanta.
Yeah.
You know, to get here. So, I mean, if you want to be here, play these RCs. This can exactly happen to you. Such impressive stuff making the top 8 of that event.
Yeah, and seeing these new players, you know, who haven't experienced the Pro Tour before, making it to this stage and on the brink of a top 8, you know, Sunday, it's just a wonderful sight to behold.
It's so wonderful. And we even noticed, you know, listening to Reed Duke's winner interview there, the players that have been here, this still feels really special.
It does.
It is really special. So there's Omniscience. The one thing this doesn't do is cast anything from your graveyard. So Lear right now, not super effective, but
所以他刚刚应该还有一个天通牒吧？这里应该还有一个通牒吧
There's still 3 searched up cards from Chris that are going to be able to be cast for free. So just sequencing the proper way to do this.
Yep. Can't complain about free spells, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And this deck is certainly not playing what we like to call fair magic.
Definitely not. No. So, yeah, there we go. There's Lear. There's Pour Over the Pages. Yep, that is a perfect combination here. Pour Over the Pages is free, so instead of netting you 1 mana, it nets you 6.
Oh, that's fair. Only 6 more. I mean, David's only working with 5 on the other side of the battlefield. So what more could you possibly want? Mastermind's Acquisition as well. Yeah. To be able to go and find a card from the sideboard, so...
Okay, that was an Emergent Ultimatum. Okay, that was another free Emergent Ultimatum. So casting these 2, Pour Over the Pages will net you that mana. And then Mastermind's Acquisition can go get you Lear if you want, play that for free. And then now that you have mana, you can cast it from your graveyard. You can cast those 2 hidden strings. That would do it. Every player kind of has their particular thing that they like to do with it, and there's usually 2 or 3 avenues to get it done.
反正都一样啊，最后都会死了。说实在的。
How am I going to die? Is this the case of pick my poison?
可能抽到第2张岛，
David knows what he would do from the other situation as well, because their team was between Greasefang and Lotusfield combo. You know, we saw half the team kind of on that.
减3张，然后再免费做一次。
This is a big moment. Maybe you'll screw up.
There you go. Not the case this time as Chris Barber makes it into the top 8.
这个真的就是平涛的对局啊。
All day.
Yeah, absolutely. These win-and-ins have been kind of a little stress-free from these 3 players that we've been seeing, as stress-free as they can get.
他虽然已经2个收6了，但是自己也抽不好。
Still has a chance.
然后对手连抽了森林占卜，再加上占2块地 ，combo off， 这也是没有办法的事啊。
It is going to be Davis versus Rosakias. You're going to join this game in progress. This match in progress.
然后红黑打火。 我是觉得红黑打不太赢，但是进来就看到这个画面，是不是有点太残忍了啊，哥？啊，怎么场上有一只奇奇？
David Inglis. You know, that's going to be the kind of the case of what's going to happen here. And wow,
一进来就看这个画面，是不是太残忍了啊？
Wow.
Titan of Industry down. We got a Knight of Autumn on the battlefield too. We see the Enigmatic Incarnation there too, as well as your favorite bird.
Yeah.
Yorion hanging out.
And that's in the companion zone. You see Enigmatic Incarnation, the signature card from the deck. You have fodder to get rid of it, to bring new stuff. You at least have Yorion to cast, so there's still gas in the tank. Huge advantage to Derek here, with Derek only being at, or still at a healthy life total of 18. This is looking very good for a clean cut for this top 8.
Isn't that the top 8 will be... Elish Norn?
Elish Norn.
Yes, Elish Norn. Panhard Momicon.
Elish Norn 被扛了。
Wow, Elish Norn
差点就直接就
counterspell. That was going to get really crazy.
随便啦，不是很重要，说真的。
But you know what? It's all right. If Derek does make it through, we're going to
他这边挡，然后呢
？Absolutely, and an interesting take here. Instead of Rakdos midrange, do some blue cards for counterspells.
吃掉那个
That's pretty cool. We did just see Rakdos sacrifice kind of get run over.
叫那个 Kobe 的进来，再扣绿色的进来，猜你个结界剩一个试试。
You have a little give and take.
So shield counter off.
没有错啦。
Oh, Gospel Mimic onto Titan. That.
Hello. 再猜一个
and is going to take care of that fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Yeah, there's usually 2 Glasspool Mimics in the deck, so you can always stack these 2 drops and just keep this going. You can copy Yorion, you can copy Titan, you can copy any of these.
Oh, you just get Valley all the time.
Yeah. And look at all the silver bullets in the graveyard there. There's Tolstomir, Destiny Spinner as the only way to sack. Chain to the Rock.
Yeah.
There's only 1 2-drop.
而且这个虽然它是写红黑
since it does give back
红黑中数，但是它有蓝地耶。它为什么有蓝地啊
？Oh man, this is looking like it's Derek Davis going to be joining 7 other incredible players in Sunday's top 8.
And another different avenue to get here. Winning a Mox Open here from Derek Davis to get to this Pro Tour and really using it to the max. Derek did say, you know, I played in the RC to try to get to this spot. Went 1 and 6. you know, didn't go his way. Played the Mox the next weekend.
真的太难打了啦
with this deck and said, yeah, all right, I'll just keep playing.
Sure, why not? You know, and that's the thing. You know, play what you're comfortable with.
Yes,
Play what you
yes.
enjoy. And look where it's ending. You know, look where it has gotten Derek Davis. Go for the third, taking care of the second copy of the Titan of Industry and that glass pull mimic. But man, what do you do about a 7/7?
Yeah, you don't do much, and there's another mimic in the deck, so there's going to be another 7/7 to deal with here. And if Derek ever gets low on life, you can just gain 5 from the Titan as well.
打7
As things stand, that portal blood tithe harvester ain't doing nothing.
不是很在乎
And there's a deputy of detention gonna grab those.
对啊，对啊，他刚康了白湾，但是我的意思是说，他的那个套牌列表上面写拉朵是中速。
Big old chunk of damage down to 6 goes Socrates and Corey. I think we're on the verge.
I think we are on the verge, and this is what enigmatic incarnation players live for.
再加一个3费
you know,
他有没有那个反抗的？反抗上来再挖回来。
Not competitive type or stage of the game.
超
but it's
难
so
玩
fun because you don't win by inches with this deck, you win by miles.
哦，找这个
Goes for it.
然后把结界这样上手。 下回合要出火，然后抓约利亚，然后下约利亚。
Sacrifice it and get a 5-drop. Some decks play Yorion, Tolsamir. There's Elish Norn as the new addition. A lot of cool 5-drops as well. 3 and 5 is kind of the main ones, and then 7. So.
Yeah, it's just, you know, take a pick. It's your
好了
toolbox.
啦，
Yeah.
我
What
们
are you
回
gonna
家
go
了啦。
find out of the library?
Some prime targets, I'll tell you that.
Oh yeah, and it's great to see this deck doing what it was built to do. Socrates doing his best to stay in it, but just with a Blood Tithe Harvester and not much else going for him right now.
So
Definitely has a fantastic head of hair going, though. I am jealous. That is awesome.
看一下他的蓝又混
Corey,
什
I've seen
么？
your fro. You should
It's
not have
nowhere
hair gel.
near
哦，
like
他的
that.
蓝就只有背牌的3张
Reckoner
巨奥级，
Bankbuster is gonna join the battlefield here.
然后放了一堆蓝
Doesn't matter all that much.
Wow.
The turn is passed back to Derek Davis.
Yep. This could be the last
除此
swing.
之外是
Securing
长
our
得是
8th
纯红
player
黑的样
into
子
the
啊
top 8.
就是3张
Pro
巨
Tour
奥级。
Phyrexia all will be won.
哇哦，好吧，他要说他是红黑中数也是
Big old swing here.
无可
Three
厚非啦。
creatures coming in. The
啊，
three
这个会见他的气息，你要
and
怎么处
jump
理
in？the way, but is that going to help at all? Gonna crew it up.
好啊
Reckoner Bankbuster.
上来挡然后呢
4-4. Jumping in the way of the Trample
那这边
Boy.
打5，
It's gonna need something else here though.
不行，你召唤10条，
What's he got?
你召唤10条。
Draw a card.
哎，没
Desperate
有人要
times
阻止
call
他
for
一下吗？
desperate top decks. Is
没
there
有人要
anything
阻止他一下吗？
Socrates can do about this attack? No, he cannot, and there it is.
他召唤10条，哎，没有人要阻止他一下吗？
Spot in our top 8
哎
for Pro Tour
，Judge，
Impressive stuff here. This top 8 is stacked. We have 3 Hall of Famers. We have 3 first-time Pro Tour competitors. I mean, that mix right there is so awesome. And the mixture of having limited and constructed on a Pro Tour really usually has the better players you know, in the world that shine. Because, well, learning 2 formats and being good at 2 formats is extremely tough.
Yeah, a sign of the best Magic players in the world is the ability to master whatever
Judge
format, whatever deck is
这
thrown
样
at
不
them.
行啊，
And
他
these
不能
8
抽啊，
players
召唤10条
have
啊
done。exactly that. I cannot wait to see them in action tomorrow. It's going to be so great, Corey. I mean, and what a spread of decks as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So we have Rakdos mid-range at the #1 seed.
啊，他
We have
万一
2
抽起来了怎么办
Creativity？decks,
他万一抽一张飞都不
Enigmatic
许，
Incarnation. We have
Lotus combo?
2 Lotus combos. Nathan
他抽一张
Stoyer
飞都
and
不
Mono
许
White.，
丢
And
旁
Mono
边
White,
那就多一个
that
回合
is
喽。
kind of the top 8 spread that we've been seeing.
然后他如果在 top deck 一张扫场又活了哦，不行不行不行，不能抽的牌就是不能抽的牌。
13% with green or whatever. That's the one deck
Mono
we did not
green.
see. Mono green probably had one of the worst weekends.
真的，8强一副纯绿，
But
一副大绿
outside
都
of
没
that,
有。
This format really just rewarded people knowing their decks, and you could tell these players that have been playing it really mastered their decks, and it was impressive to watch.
It's going to be an awesome show tomorrow, friends.
You got a favorite?
Oh, mono white humans.
Mono white humans?
Yeah.
Okay,
Let's
okay.
go. Turn the guy sideways and smack face.
Maybe we'll get Rich or someone else to tell us, you know, if this has ever happened, if someone has won the World Championship and the very next Pro Tour has won. I gotta go for Nathan here. I mean, how cool of a story would that be? Maybe a close second being Benton. That would be so cool too.
It's gonna be a wonderful time indeed. We're gonna wrap things up very shortly with the desk with Monty, Maria, and Cedric, and it's going to be a wonderful day tomorrow, my friends. So let's head on over there right now.
这样8强全部都出来啦。
And thank you so much.
红黑、小白，两副那个红蓝双生，然后一个火，两个莲花田。
What an incredible tournament it has been so far. What are your takeaways here as we head into our top 8 tomorrow?
I really think the two at the desk said it best by summing up that knowing your deck, that's really what has paid off this weekend. We've seen it time and time again. Players playing the decks that they are familiar with, the decks they've put the work into, not just in preparation for this tournament, but in the months leading up to this tournament, in the regional championships and in Pioneer tournaments that prepared and paved the way up to here. And knowing your deck inside and out really paid off for our competitors.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at our top 8 competitors who'll be back to do battle tomorrow. Congratulations to these players: Shota Yasaoka, Benton Madsen, Reed Duke, Takumi Matsuura, Nathan Stoyer, Chris Berber, Gabriel Nassif, and Derek Davis. That is your top 8, and what an incredibly stacked top 8 it is, Cedric.
It is one heck of a top 8 here this weekend. Shota with the unbelievable run.
刚好8
I know we were doing Monty and the Machine. Shota is the Machine. Makes this look way, way, way too easy. But the other great thing about this event has been newcomers to the scene like Benton Madsen, who was overcome with emotion when he won his final match. Took him a couple of minutes to gather himself before he could talk to me. That was awesome to watch. And then, of course, who can forget the reigning world champion, Nathan Stoyer? Corey even said it. We're going to have to talk to Rich. Rich is the Machine as well. I don't know who wins at a rate like this. It's really something for someone who's that young. Like this is.
我还蛮好奇，刚刚如果那个配档的输了的话，是不是还要再打一局？可是再打一局有点奇怪。
Yeah, this is definitely not David's.
因为再打一局会多一堆12分的。
This close, I believe there was a story about how he made 9th place at a set championship, used that to fuel his way back to the top 8. So if anything, this is going to be a sign of things to come for David Inglis throughout this year, getting 9th place here. But it's never easy to be this close, have the win and come short, and it just is tough.
Absolutely. Congratulations once again to our top 8 competitors here at Pro Tour Phyrexia. It's time to name our card of the day, Monty.
Our card of the day has to be Skrelv. We saw Benton Madsen use this card in that feature match to lock in the top 8, but more importantly, we've seen it all week long, both in the hands of Benton as well as mono white humans. This card has just been such an important addition to the white aggressive strategies, 2 of which are in this top 8, and being able to protect your creatures as well as force damage through. This card really does do it all, especially being on a body.
Yes, hexproof, one of my favorite words. Sorry, everybody. Literally everybody.
闪的7美
player of the day.
It's an easy choice for me. I mean, all 8 players in our top 8 are great, and I can't wait to watch them play tomorrow. But it is Shota Yasaoka who dominated another tournament. This is getting to be pretty routine for him at this point, playing Rakdos mid-range.
这是他的对局，他只输一把阿布战开车。
Losing to David Inglis on Obzon Greenspan, but besides that, you see not only did he win all those matches, but it's a nice wide spread of beatdowns. Mono green, the mirror, is it creativity, Lotus, vehicles, mono white humans, whatever you threw in front of him, he blew through with Rakdos mid-range. I would be scared to play against him tomorrow if I were the other 7 players.
Absolutely. Shota Yasaoka, you are our player of the day. But what about our match of the day, Monty?
Well, it is going to feature Shota. We saw Shota facing off against Takumi earlier on in round 13, playing this Rakdos mid-range deck against the mono white humans deck. And although it should be a favored matchup on paper, what we actually saw was it being extremely
这局真的打的是蛮精彩的，就是磨判出去回来，然后各种血量计算，然后站街放科，可是这边对啊，我觉得那个小白打的有点急躁啦，但是对，但是他后来的这种打法也让他在最后一局获胜，所以不知道我对小白并没有那么的熟嘛，可能他那样打才是对的。
Gets $50,000 and the title of champion. Well, everybody, at the start of the weekend, we had 218 players
没有吼 ，Kiki 这个8强才2副而已吧？没有4副，好吧，那蛮多的。对，红黑嘛，然后2个红蓝。然后一个是那个火。
In our top 8 on our way to crown a champion. And we have an absolutely stacked top 8 full of established pros looking to add another trophy to their shelves, to people in their first ever pro tour trying to make their first mark on the game. Plus an extremely diverse metagame with 6 different archetypes represented tomorrow. You won't want to miss a minute of the action, and it all starts tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern. So come on back as we celebrate Phyrexia All Will Be One.
1套红黑，2套红蓝，然后1套火。
Exactly, that is. Good night, everybody.
剩下是1个小白，2个莲花田跟1个贴皮。好，那就是没有，官方已经不推近代了，接下来都是先驱了。近代才是一个烂赛制，它的平衡已经坏掉了。好啦，那他这边是 See you tomorrow 啦，不过我们是晚上10点打8强，然后赛制是先驱 BO 5，前2局不换背牌。那单淘汰，对，那就是这样子啦，我们晚上见啦，拜拜。